Anyway, this person is going to die anyway, just like asking. In addition, pro-Chinese people like the elders of Tsukuba were originally large clan and veteran clan of the Xian tribe. If his immediate family members can recognize the situation like him, then Luo will not mind forgiving them. After all, Luo Chong wants a stable bamboo island. If it can properly promote and reuse some local veteran clan, it will have a positive impact on the rapid stability of the political situation in Bamboo Island. Who will make them more familiar with the situation of Bamboo Island, and it is more influential in the hearts of local people. The search was going very smoothly. The Jinwovai who led the way followed the anvil to the old man on Bamboo Island. They had lived here on Bamboo Island for more than 2 years, plus deliberate reconnaissance. The situation in Bamboo Island has been touched to a clear picture, especially the situation of the elders and commanders of the Xian tribe. With these leaders, plus 300 elite Han troops who were waiting for the fierce and fearless attacks, the families of a group of elders and the families of the general commander took only about 2 hours to capture them all. The total number of people in this group is almost 5,600. The family was almost arrested according to 100 people. There are also some elder relatives who were recruited into the corps, so the immediate family members who stayed at home were already there are not many, and the rest will wait for all of the 2 regiments to be captured before they will be identified one by one from those. This search operation did not last long to come to an end, and the entire operation did not cause any major reaction. The militia in Qingquan Valley and their families have been countered by the anvil. They were deceived by the high level of the Xian tribe and forced them into the Xian tribe's tank. These people hate the high level of the Xian tribe. It's too late. How can it stop the actions of the Han tribe? The other 2 regular corps of defense at the mouth of the valley didn't even hear the news. They were still staring at the opposite Han army nervously. They had no time for him to take care of it. They didn't even know what happened in the rear, so it was even more natural. It's impossible to move. At noon on the day when the cleanup was completed, the sun was bright in winter. In this good weather, the Han tribe finally sounded the horn of the decisive battle and launched a total attack on the Xian tribe. The anvil sat in the town valley and had controlled the militia and their families, and let these militiamen, together with the Jinwovai and the scout soldiers they brought, watch the high-level Xian tribe who was arrested. Their mission is to defend in situ, optimistic about their families and their food, and already have various production tools and other properties. As for the decisive battle, the anvil said that they do not need their participation at all, just more than 10,000 elite Hanjun outside the valley. Enough to support the scene, okay. As long as these militiamen do not help the enemy and run around to make trouble, the blood slaughter outside the valley means that they can easily clean up the 2 corps. The same is true. At noon, when the shadow of the flagpole finally became the shortest, the blood slaughter finally issued the command of the general attack. At the 2 entrances of Qingquan Valley, Hu Benwei's artillery camp pulled out the 20 field guns brought by the expedition. 10 gates were placed in an outlet, and 1 line was placed in front of the formation. After the solid iron bomb, a round of fire was started immediately. However, in order to reduce the casualties of the enemy, so that the Han army can catch some more captives to serve as labor, the minimum double charge that was fully loaded during the shelling, and the most common single hardened iron bomb was used. Such shells hit the enemy's depth. There are only a few rows of arrays, and the actual killing effect can be very limited. But it doesn't matter if it's not killing, the blood slaughter said it just wanted to scare them so as to break the morale and formation of the enemy. The sound of the bombardment artillery thundered through both ends of the valley. Huge echoes kept echoing in the valley. The 2 Xian tribal corps stationed at the mouth of the valley were completely stupid. They said they had never seen such a weapon. Except for the grasslanders in the corps, the clan soldiers of the Xian tribe have never seen such a weapon. The choking smoke was accompanied by a dazzling fire from the silver-gray big iron tubes, followed by a black shadow that roared into the camp of the Xian tribal corps, so thin that only 3 or 4 rows of Xian tribe guards were directly the shells were ruthlessly smashed through, and they were torn apart on the spot and bombed into the sky. A few rounds of fire passed by. Although there were not many deaths, the death of those unlucky dead was terrified of everyone. Who has seen the person who was standing beside him and talking, a good person, exploded directly in the next second? Such cruel and frightening things can't allow them not to be afraid. If you are afraid of what you can do, you can only run. No matter where you want to escape in the future, in short, you have to run first. However, they had just begun to flee, and the Han tribe army behind immediately blew the charge, and Ao yelled to rush behind them. The bite-tailed attack carried out by Hanbei occupies an absolute advantage in all aspects. Therefore, the last 2 regular legions of the Xian tribe did not even run out in the second mile, and were surrounded by the 2 armies of the Han tribe. At the gate, After another persuasion similar to the previous Qingqing Gorge battle, the anvil finally notified him to pick Xian's head, and pulled a group of captured elders to show in front of the soldiers of the regiment. It was only after the two Xian tribal corps, who had escaped and had a dead end, completely laid down their weapons, saying they accepted the surrender of the Han tribe. After the same degrading treatment as in the Battle of the Qingqing Gorge, the resistance forces of all Xian tribes declared a complete disintegration, and the Xian tribes also completely ended and became history. Next is to report the battle to Luo Chong on a daily basis. The blood slaughter began to arrange for each sanctuary to station at a given location. Xue Qingkao also began to organize a public review conference and arranged for the ponams of each sanctuary to start government work in the 6 counties of Bamboo Island. After they get Luo Chang's reply, they can publicly execute the top executives of Bamboo Island. Then, in accordance with Luo Chang's order, the new plan of Bamboo Island began. Chapter 848 Bamboo Island turns to Zhangzhou. 2 days later, in the Hanyang city of the Han tribe, Luo Chong received a report on the front line of Bamboo Island at home. In fact, he can receive front-line reports every day. After all, this is his deliberate account. Because he did not come to the front-line command in person, and at the same time wanted to get news from the front line as soon as possible, Luo Chong once ordered the blood slaughter to report at least once a day. Therefore, Luo Chong knew that the war had entered the final stage a few days ago, and these 2 days have continued to pay attention to the situation waiting for the final battle. However, according to the information reported in the previous 2 days, the decisive battle between Hanxing and the Han tribe occupied great advantage, so Luo Chong is not very worried. In fact, there is only one thing he missed, that is, the high level of the Xian tribe must not be allowed to miss the net, otherwise even if the war is over, there will be countless troubles in the future. By then, chaos is a big problem. Fortunately, after Luo Chong got the short report of the final battle, he was finally relieved. In this battle, the 5 regular regiments of the Xian tribe, a total of 10,000 people were captured, and only a small number of people died directly. The militias in Xianfeng County, Guanhai County, Yanhai County, and Sanchi were all countered. This should be called anyway. In addition, the families of the militia basically did not sacrifice, that is, food, cloth and other things consumed a lot. In the most important high-level aspect of the Xian tribe, Xian Tong was directly killed. It is said that the body has been treated with lime and can be kept for a period of time, and all his family members have been arrested. All the elders of the Xian tribe were also captured, and their families were basically arrested. A small number of elders and family members who were captured together in the corps also said that they were undergoing screening. Finally, there is the blood slaughter plan and the Xueqing Kiln's ruling plan. Xueqing Khan also specifically reported one thing, that is, rice, beans, animals, and 3 elders who actively wanted to surrender. All 3 said that they were valuable and willing to be driven by the leader. Although the elders did not say anything, the Han tribe clearly knew that he was a pro-Han faction and belonged to the people who could fight for the high level of the original Xian tribe. Xueqing Khan directly asked Luo Chong how to deal with these people. In addition, he also gave some suggestions to try to enlighten the old people of the Xian tribe if possible, which would help the local situation to stabilize quickly, and then asked Luo Chong's opinion. This coincided with Luo Chong, who was plotting to Bamboo Island, but he wanted a stable Bamboo Island, a developing Bamboo Island, instead of a full-day rebellion. Bamboo Island, which requires continuous blood transfusion from the Han tribe, is it not a loss to itself? Luo Chong said he must not lose, otherwise what would he do? Husband, isn't the battle on the front line going well? The little butterfly came to Luo Chang's study on his stomach and asked. She and Zhanfu are pregnant again, both of whom have been pregnant for 3 months, and now they are pregnant. Cough, no, the battle on the front line is smooth, the battle is over, our Han tribe has won, the Xian leader has been slapped, and several other elders have also been captured. Hu Benwei's Maxuking Kiln asked me what to do next. I'm thinking about it, nothing, you don't have to worry. Luo Chong stood up, holding the little butterfly to a chair on one side, and said while touching her belly, "Oh, just when, are our casualties big?" The little butterfly put his hand on Luo Chang's hand, and stroked the unformed air in his stomach. How can we have casualties? I spent so much money to build the best armor for them. Even if the soldiers are left there, what can the Xian tribe do to me? Luo Chong rubbed his little butterfly's long hair like a cat. How powerful this wife is to the Han tribe is obviously not counted. What do I think you are not very happy? Little butterfly said his doubts. The Han tribe has achieved such a great victory. It has successfully opened 6 new counties and absorbed more than 100,000 people. Shouldn't Luo Chong be happy? Why is he so calm? I'm not upset, but how can I be happy? Do I still have to laugh in the sky, and then run to the yard for a few more laps? I'm all a dad, so I can't be so presumptuous. In addition, I have an idea. The war on Bamboo Island has just ended, and I want to go over and see it myself, but I am worried about you and Jianfu. When you two are the most critical, I am a little relieved. Luo Zhu stood behind the little butterfly and hugged her in her arms and said, if the husband wants to go, go. Sister Zhangziu and I will take care of themselves. Besides, my mother and lord often come to see me. There are so many maids in our family who can take care of Chinger and Lanner. Don't worry about us. Little butterfly reasonably persuaded. Luo Chong is still gently carrying the long hair of Xiaodai. He thought about it for a while, and finally gave up the idea of visiting Bamboo Island in person. No, forget it, I won't go. I was just too anxious to forget the distance problem. Even if I set off immediately today, it will take at least 1 month to go on the fastest sailing boat, such a long time. When I arrived in Bamboo Island, I missed chun cultivation. What am I doing in the past? Besides, there are not many things on our side. The scientific research projects of the two institutes have reached the most critical period. If I leave, there is no one who gives them directions. So forget it, I won't go. I'm going around here in Hanyang's 8 counties, closer, and I'll look at you too. Okay, thank you husband for your concern. The little butterfly shook his head happily, rubbing Luo Chan's palm. He was really anxious just now, always thinking about things, but he forgot that this is not the past life of his life. There are various high-speed iron planes, which are feasible between the Eve, and the Han tribe now only has 2 ways of traveling on horses or by boat. Even if he set off for Bamboo Island and waited for the place, the weather was warmer. It is estimated that the body of Xian Guan is smelly. What did he do? It's boring, just stay at home and direct it remotely. After giving up the plan of Nanshaisama, Luo Chong began to write back letters to guide the blood slaughter and Shui Kinkin's next work. The first is the issue of administrative division. The 6 counties of Bamboo Island have been set. This one does not need to be changed, but the general term of Bamboo Island needs to be changed. One is to remove the influence of the Xian tribe on it, and the other is to make it as more Manhwa, in line with the administrative system of the Han tribe. Coupled with the fact that Bamboo Island is too far from the current political center of the Han tribe, it is inconvenient for detailed management, and it is also to improve the administrative system of the Han tribe in the future, so Luo Chong decided to put forward the concept of the administrative unit of the state. The existing administrative divisions of the Han tribe are counties, city, counties, townships, towns, li, villages, and 4-level units. But now there are more and more counties in the Han tribe, directly under the central command and management of Luo Chong, which is a bit troublesome, so Luo Chong wants to add a provincial administrative unit on the county, that is, a state that can govern multiple counties. The specific situation refers to the geographical division. An island like Bamboo Island that hangs overseas, with 6 counties above, is particularly suitable for direct division into an administrative state. Luo Chong designates it as Zhong State. Copy, this is Chigua's copy. But there is no way. Luo Chong is just to remember. First of all, Bamboo Island is located on the southernmost sea of the Han tribe. It is still a big island. Isn't this the geographical Hainan Island? What is not called Zhangzhou? You don't need a ready-made name. What kind of brain do you think? As for the establishment of administrative officials, it also draws on the historical Qin Han system. In West Han, Han Wudi set up 13 states in the world, and each ministry has a thorn history. Thorn it means that stone makes, that is, the post of supervision, similar to Minking's Mingji, and also means there is a meaning of guarding one side for generations. The history of state thorns in history, especially in the Three-Nation period at the end of East Han, is particularly powerful. Basically, it is a grasp of military politics. Coupled with the fact that the land of a state is not small, it is easy to cause these thorns. History forms a separatist force, a single party, and does not listen to anyone's orders. Luo Chong naturally didn't want to see this situation. He finally used various methods to make Bamboo Island a territory of the Han tribe. Don't come back and seal a thorn history, and then stab history itself independent. Nara Chong may be angry. Explode. Therefore, the history of the assassination of the Han tribe must separate the military and political powers, let them supervise each other, and check and balance each other. Each ministry has a thorn history, is in charge of a state's political situation, holds a scepter, and monitors a state official. It must patrol the counties at least twice a year, divided into spring and autumn patrols, and is responsible for the performance evaluation of county officials. Provide a basis for promotion to the central government. Under the history of stabbing, there are 8 judges, namely the Division of Codes, the Division of Teaching and Pastoralism, the Division of Engineering, the Division of Taxation, the Division of Manufacturing, the Division of Treasury, the Division of Salt and Iron, and the secretary of each division 1 person, the adjutant 4 people, 8 people. As the name implies, the criminal division is the department that promulgates, updates, and promotes national laws, and is also responsible for various criminal cases within the jurisdiction. The Department of Etiquette is responsible for related work such as clothing, sacrifice, festive celebrations, schools, examinations, etc. The Department of Cultivation and Animal Husbandry is simpler and more rude. It is mainly responsible for farming and animal husbandry planning in the jurisdiction. Although it is not specifically managed, overall planning and supervision are still required. For example, the Department of Cultivation and Animal Husbandry must complete on time, and at the same time, the Cultivation and Animal Husbandry Department should also examine the situation in each county. According to the climate, soil structure, water conservancy, waterland, and land, reasonably plan the farming products in each county. Proportion coordination of food crops and cash crops, etc. The Division of Engineering and Technology is mainly responsible for the supervision of officials, including the attendance rate of officials, leave, accumulation of credit, work assessment, etc., as well as the appointment and retirement of officials, that is, the execution and supervision of these matters. The Tax Household Department and the Household Department have the same meaning. They are responsible for the fields, houses, and household registration in the jurisdiction, and are responsible for collecting various types of taxes in accordance with the requirements of the central government. The Department of Construction is responsible for the construction of various places, including road repairs, water conservancy, warehouses, docks, ports, lighthouses, official offices, schools, bridges, and various special construction projects issued by the central government. This is a department dedicated to spending money. The Treasury Department is more important. The strategic reserve responsible for a state's land is first and foremost the granary, and everything can be lacking, but the Treasury's food cannot be scarce. The specific grain reserves also require the central issuance of indicators. The second is cotton. First, we must ensure that the people are full and dressed. Then there are other strategic reserves, such as energy reserves. This is generally coal. Southern states may also add rubber reserves. This is also a key reserve project. Finally, weapons reserves, with emphasis on consumables such as arrow vests and gunpowder. As the name implies, the Salt and Iron Division is specifically responsible for salt refining, steel smelting, reserves, and sales. These 8 divisions cover almost all areas of political livelihood that can be managed. Each division has an independent leadership team that together supports the management of political livelihood in a state. Regarding the military management system of a ministry, each state has in capital protection, the governor is the governor of the state, and the rank of general is the deputy governor, a horse, an army, or a leadership of 4 people. The prefecture can govern the local army of a state, and is responsible for the day-to-day management of defense, training, recruitment, retirement, promotion, punishment, etc. Under the joint authorization of Stabbing History and Duke, the metropolitan prefecture can mobilize all its troops in the jurisdiction. If there is no Stabbing History authorization, Duke can only mobilize 1 sanctuary, but their weapons reserves are controlled by the Treasury Department under the jurisdiction of Stabbing History also has the right to mobilize the strength of a guardhouse without passing through the capital. As long as it is within the jurisdiction, it can be adjusted by 1. In this way, the military and political parties have formed restrictions. If Stabbing History wants to rebel, he can only mobilize a sanctuary, and he cannot fight the capital at all. If the capital wants to rebel, their military preparations are again controlled by Stabbing History. They can only mobilize a sanctuary. If they want to mobilize all troops, they must be authorized at the same time. If this can be rebelled, it means that both people are rebellious. Such a situation generally does not exist. The central government can be appointed according to the relationship between the 2 masters. Luo Chong anyway will not make the 2 better to wear a pair of pants. A guy with an angry nostril, put it in the same state as a military and political official, isn't it uncomfortable to find himself? Although it is not necessary to let them fight, as long as the 2 are not united. This is an absolute local master. How to appoint Luo Chong is not the central one. Luo Chong decided to let Shui Qingqin take over the first place. He was originally responsible for the political situation of Bamboo Island. Now he is regarded as a thorn history, but he has only corrected it and gave a formal appointment. Another reason is that Shui Qingkeo, as a military division in battle with Bamboo Island, although he is in charge of logistics and politics, his military skills are also true. Being down from Bamboo Island is equivalent to opening up territory for the Han tribe. 6 new counties, such huge military achievements, promoted him as a thorn history, no one can say anything against it. Chapter 849 6 County Guards on Joan Island. It is easier to figure out the appointment of the staff of stabbing Shifu and Duguan, as well as the appointment of 2 official offices. When the entire island of Jiangzhou stabilizes, then only a large amount of startup funds and materials need to be imported next. The population of Kiangsu Island is ready-made, and the cultivated land is also newly changed this summer. What is needed now is the seeds of various crops and a perfect local management system, so that the people of Kiangsu Island can be included come to the Han tribe system. Write all the things that need to be explained in the letter, and then make a set of letters such as the ribbon uniforms for the full set of officials of the stabbing in Dugifu, and finally all of them are packed into a package and handed over to the Azuka giant eagle. The Azuka giant eagle can easily fly with a deer over long distances in the sky, so there is no problem with just a package. After handling the reply, Luo Chong called his own captain, and then asked him to draft a short message to copy the counties and counties of the Han tribe, and let all the people of the Han tribe celebrate this victory together. Although it is not a festival, as long as there is a victory and there are basically no casualties, it is great news. First, the soldiers in the family are still alive, and secondly, the victory of the war means that a large number of soldiers will make contributions, so where there are family members in the family, it means that they may be promoted again. This is not good news? Of course it is worth a warm celebration. After arranging the promotion of the Jijin newspaper, Luo Chong began to plan other things. The currency that is ready to be issued in large numbers on the islands of Jiangzhou and the Tang tribe has already been loaded and departed for almost a month. It is expected that within half a month at the latest, the currency will reach Tanhai County and go to Tanhai County. It's much easier to spread around. It has to be said that Tuohei County is the center of the south, because this place, whether it is from Jiangzhou Island, the Tang Tribe 8 County, or the grassland Han Lake 3 counties, is the most recent place, and it is indeed suitable to be regarded as the capital. Come to develop. The remaining materials, Luo Chong, are also rapidly arranging grain seeds, vegetable species, silkworm species, cotton species, and even breed rabbits for breeding. These things also need to be mobilized to Jiangzhou Island. Now, if the materials are loaded on board, then they can be delivered to Jiangzhou Island before spring cultivation next year, and there will never be any delay in local production. But there is one more thing that needs to be dealt with, is how to arrange the county guards in the 6 counties of Jiangzhou. The history of thorns is already in place. Governor Kiangsu of the capital, Luo Chong, is preparing to let Hu Benwei join Yang Feng. In this battle, Yang Feng, as one of the 3 chiefs in the highest command, also has great credit. He has been responsible for contacting Jin Wuvai, who is lurking inside the Xian tribe, so the situation on Jiangzhou Island is clearer than others. Let him be the governor of this Jiangzhou. Luo Chong is very at ease. Hu Benwei is so high this time. As an absolute main force, the 3 chiefs have a history of promotion to Sting, and one has been promoted to governor of Jiangzhou. The remaining one can't give anything. Otherwise, it can't be said. But the blood slaughter must not leave Hu Benwei, because if all the 3 masters of an army are transferred away, this army is equivalent to collapse. If a general is rearranged, it will cause the soldiers to be ignorant. I don't know the soldiers' joke, so Luo Chong finally decided to let the blood slaughter bring Hu Benwei back. Hu Benwei has no garrison mission, so there is no need to stay there at all. Luo Chong is preparing to transfer the blood slaughter directly to the hometown of the Han tribe and let him be a governor here in the hometown of the Han tribe. Prepare for the promotion to the military department after the founding of the country in the future. Then there is the county guard in the 6 counties of Jiangzhou. The most suitable one is the anvil. The anvil has been lurking in the Xian tribe for nearly 3 years. Later, he also worked as the elder of the Xian tribe for half a year. Very familiar. At the same time, in this battle, he survived with the militia of the Xian tribe and became the benefactor of the militia, that is, the militia were the people. Now these people who have returned to the field are grateful to him, convinced him, and let the anvil have prestige and personal credit in the people. At the same time, he still has huge military skills, so he is directly a county guard. Secondly, it was the animal teeth that were originally mingled on Bamboo Island. He went as an envoy of the Han tribe. Now that the Xian tribe is gone, Bamboo Island has become the island of Kiangsu of the Han tribe, even if his mission is completed. As for keeping the beast teeth there as a county guard, Luo Chong didn't even think about it. The beast teeth haven't returned home for 3 years. It's time for him to go home and reunite with his family. Regarding the promotion of the tooth, Luo Chong said that he had his own arrangements. Anyway, there are things on this side of the Han tribe that he needs to do. It should be easy to find a location arrangement. In this way, the candidates for the county guard are a bit insufficient. Luo Chong began to search for the right candidates in his head. The elder of the Xian tribe is a good guy. Although he is older, this guy is a pro-Chinese faction. It is a worth fighting object. If this guy is willing to cooperate, Luo Dong is not mind letting him be a county guard. It's okay not to manage, you can learn slowly. Anyway, there are a bunch of sergeants under the county guard who can take charge of official duties. This elder can be done even as a mascot, as long as he sits in the county guard position. This is a guarantee to stabilize the hearts of locals. Luo Chun silently tricked this person in his heart, saying he could choose. There is another person that can also be activated, that is, the cowtail currently serving as a county order in Ruyang County School County. The situation of Neo 11 is more familiar. The two tribes of Hansen can go to this step today. In fact, they all worship his gift. This guy was the elder of the Xin tribe and was proficient in the language of Hansen Musanti. He took the initiative to bring out the Han tribe and stayed in the Han tribe. He was more familiar with the situation of the Han tribe. Now he has served as a county order for more than half a year in the Han tribe, and he is also familiar with the set of government affairs in which the Han tribe governs the place. Coupled with the fact that he was originally a Xin tribe, he also knew more about the situation of Jiangzhou Island, so he had no problem as a county guard. So this guy was also added to the alternative list by Luo Chula. The anvil, the tail, and the elders have already made up 3 places, and the 2 elders of the captured gold and platinum are completely useless. After all, the Iron Rod faction led by Xin is directly killed. The 3 elders of bean animals are different. These 3 guys are timid and willing to surrender. At the same time, they used to control the agriculture and animal husbandry of the entire Jiangzhou Island. For the Han tribal system that mainly develops agriculture, it should be more appropriate. Nahi, these 3 people are a little older, and let them study government affairs a little late. At the same time, they are still a bit resistant to the Han tribe. After all, these 3 guys have not helped to deal with the Han tribe before, so even if they don't give them real power, it's a bit inappropriate for them to be mascots. When it comes to such a situation, Luo Chong can't help it. The county guards must not let them do it, or send the 3 people to the plown pasture of Jing Shifu to go to work. Even as a consultant, the Han tribe is here. Ask them about the historical climate change in Jiangzhou, other farming and animal husbandry techniques. The Han tribe really can't use them. The farming techniques of the Han tribe are much stronger than them. Then there were 3 candidates. Luo Chong thought about it and thought about it. He decided to include Jiang with Jiang in the Han tribe for more than 2 years. His original leader Jiang Xian was also very loyal to the Han tribe. This guy likes the culture and lifestyle of the Han tribe. Although he has passed the age of enrollment, he is also very fast in self-study. After all, he is not old. It was only in the early 20s, and it was a good time to study. Nowadays, the reading and writing of Chinese characters are no longer a problem. Moreover, he had already been the leader of the farming tribe. After joining the Han tribe, he was familiar with the various daily management systems of the Han tribe. Therefore, with the assistance of some people, it is completely okay to be a county guard. So Luo Chong pulled this person on the county watch list. Thinking about the large tribe that joined the Han tribe in recent years, Luo Chong remembered another person. This man is Zhan Fu's natal family, the former Sticky tribe, the tribe that brought glutinous rice to the Han tribe. Zhan Mo, the original leader of the Sticking tribe, has also been integrated relatively quickly after joining the Han tribe in the past 3 years. After all, there is a relationship of Zanfu there, and they don't want to be aggressive, because Zhan Fui urges them from time to time. It's just that because the Sticky tribe once used Zhan Fu as a living sacrifice, he threw Zhan Fu into the river and gave it to the river god, which made Luo Chong unhappy, so he never gave the Sticky tribe any chance of reuse. It's plain that if Zhan Fu became the leader's wife, it's estimated that their clan would have been in vain. It's not enough to look at their hard work in the past few years, and Luo Chong is really short of people now, but it can give them a chance. As for whether they can seize this opportunity, it depends on whether they understand it or not. Are you enterprising? In the last quota, Luo rushed over the existing roster of county magistrates of the Han tribe and decided to arrange the location of this county guard to Jingyun. This person is the current brother of the same family who is standing in the East Salary County. Since Jingyun became the county guard, he began to deliberately select the elite among the clan. This Jingyun was brought by him in the first hand. Be a small official around. At the beginning of the year, Luo Chong set up a mission to expand Jingyang in the East Salary County to 2 new counties, so Hirayuan County had Pinkong County and Dacheng County, and Jinjian recommended this Jingyun as the county order of the largest county. It's been a year now, because Jingyun was a little official next to his brother before, and he has some administrative experience, so this county order is doing well, people are more reliable, and they are candidates for promotion. In this way, the initial candidates for the 6 counties of Jiangzhou will be put together. They are Niawei, Anvil, Elder Sui, Zhan Mao, Jiang Xian, and Jingyun. These 6 people each have their own characteristics. Overall, they all have the qualifications to do county defense. Now the political situation in Kiangsu has a sophisticated thorn history command and supervision. Although several of these 6 people have no experience in governance, they can also be used. It's no problem to hold office. In the future, it depends on whether they study well or not. Opportunity Luo rushed to, can you catch it and master it? It's their own business. After making up his mind, Luo Chong called himself to be a personal guard and asked him to run this trip, ordering the 4 people of Niuwei, Zhanmao, Jiang Xian, and Jingyan to pack things, prepare to take office, and take family members, after all, cannot be separated for a long time. The rest of the elders in Anvil, who were originally on Zhangzhou Island, therefore there was no need to come back, but Luo Chong specifically sent his family together to take care of the anvil. Immediately after receiving the order, several people immediately came to report to Luo Chong, then took the new letter of appointment, and the government's ribbon, and then went home to pack their luggage and family members, and then went to Banyan County to gather together to prepare for the transportation of supplies. The boat went south to Zhangzhou Island. Just as Luo Chong was busy arranging the appointment and removal of officials on Zhangzhou Island, the 2 institutes on the Han tribe side also broke out with good news, which excited Luo Chong, who had just received the newspaper, again. In the Comprehensive Research Institute of Hart Island, the leader of the optical team, Ao Fei, sent good news. This guy has successfully created the first optical microscope according to Luo Chong's tips. The magnification multiplier can reach 1,500 times. The same level of optical microscopes used in middle school, after all, was designed according to that look. Ao Fei also conducted special experiments. This guy took a set of molds under the microscope according to the recommendations that Luo Chong once mentioned. Of course, they are all black and white photos, but even so, it is also a great improvement in physics. At least the Han tribe did come to the front in terms of optical research in physics. On the other side, the new Steel County's Power Research Institute also heard good news. Although the steam locomotive had not been built yet, it got out the tools needed, that is, the air compressor Luo Chong suggested to them at the time, and various pneumatic tools. With this set of equipment, even if there is no electric motor, the Han tribe can use wind hammer, wind drill, wind battery, wind saw, and pneumatic rivet machine, pneumatic hot rivet. The emergence of pneumatic tools represents the era of automation of the tools of the Han tribe, which is a great progress. Although the range of equipment that can be used in active is still very small, it is still very suitable for the fixed construction site of the factory assembly line. If you have to go out and use it in the wild environment, you can only pull a large car with an air compressor, as well as steam engines and fuel. After all, the current air compressors of the Han tribe use steam engines as the driving force to drive. So if you have to change places, you have to drag a steam engine wherever you go. In the face of such a situation, Luo Chong has no way to say it. Now it is not time to pursue miniaturization convenience. It first solves the problem or not, and then talks about excellence. This is the real routine for research and development. Chapter 850 Photo ID. The following afternoon, Niu Xian, Jiang Xian, and Zhan Mo came to Luo Chong to report together. Luo Chong only told them a little bit, and issued the official uniform ribbon to let the 3 leave. As for the Jingyun, this guy is a bit far away from Hanyang City now, so he doesn't come here specifically, and it's okay to wait for the south-facing fleet to walk to the East Salary County Pier. After arranging these 3 people to take office, Luo Chong set off for the Comprehensive Research Institute of Huixin Island. This time, one was to personally test the effect of the microscope, and the other was to prepare the institute to get something new. After spending a day arriving at the institute, Luo Chong finally saw the microscope that had just been made. Ao Fei personally led Luo to the laboratory before he began to introduce this optical instrument. Chief, this is the optical microscope I made in accordance with your requirements. It is made of bronze in general. The bottom mirror seat is the carrying platform in the middle, and the side is the microscope suspension arm. The mirror barrel is installed on the suspension arm. According to the requirements of the leader, I installed a small angle adjustable mirror here in the lower mirror seat, that is, the reflector, and then there is a non-focused polymer in the middle of the carrying platform for receiving the reflector. Reflect the light, and then project the light on the carrier glass. Chief, look here. There are also 2 steel ballast clips on this load platform, which are used to fix the loaded glass. There is also this suspension arm with the mirror seat. There is a knob on the arm. Through the rotary knob, you can roughly adjust the height of the mirror barrel to achieve zoom, and then there is another way to zoom. Chief, you see, although this goggles are fixed, the following goggles can be replaced. I assigned this microscope 6 different times the goggles, which are specifically placed in a small wooden box. If you need to change the mirror, just use your hands. Unscrew it down, and then change it up. and there is a thumb knob on the side of each object mirror. Through this small twist, you can also adjust the upper and lower heights of the lens and the body mirror barrel to achieve the fine-tuning of the overall focal length. Well, it looks pretty good, but I don't know how to use it. Luo Chong nodded and said, to put it bluntly, the style of this microscope is designed by Luo Chong according to the microscope modeling scene in the junior high school biology class. The basic function and shape are almost exactly the same. The only difference is that the structure of the microscope itself is not the same. The microscope mirror part that I have seen in the previous life is replaced by a turntable at any time, but this one made by Ao Fei requires additional installation mirrors. Although the effect is similar, it must be more troublesome to use. Chief, would you like to try it out and give some comments? Ao Fei looked at Luo Chong as if he was satisfied, so he boldly invited Luo Chong to try it. Yes, what have you tried to observe with this microscope before? Luo rushed and nodded and asked casually. I took a picture of green hair, that rice. After a long time left, the kind of green hair on it looked flat with the naked eye. I didn't expect to zoom in 1,600 times. It looks like a peanut, and it looks like a lot of small balls on the roots that are entangled with each other. I have also used it to see my fingers. When the original smooth skin is observed under the microscope, I will see a lot of ravines, which are actually fingerprints. A lot of people said about the river. It seems that he did observe a lot of things with a microscope during the time before Luo Chong arrived. After all, he was engaged in scientific research. This group of people can be said to be the heaviest curiosity of the Han tribe. A group of people now has a window to observe the new world. Of course, I want to see everything curious. Did you see the living creature? Luo Chong asked curiously that this kid saw so many things. Didn't he see moving bacteria or cells? There is no. Ao Fei honestly answered. Well, let's talk about the experiment later. Let's talk about the others first. I want you to make a special portrait camera. It needs to be ultra small. I want to popularize ID cards with portraits in us. Luo Chong temporarily put the microscope aside and said to Ao Fei, ID card with portrait? Does everyone have to do it? Ao Fei immediately became interested. If this works, wouldn't everyone know that he invented photography? This is the best publicity. Not everyone does it, only for adults, because children grow faster and look the same every year. Even if they take pictures, there is no reference value. The appearance of adults is basically fixed, but at least it also needs to be remade once a decade, and the old man's words can be taken once every 20 years, which is basically enough. Adding photos to ID cards is actually used for identification, in order to prevent someone from fraudulently using other people's identity documents to defraud various tribal benefits, or to do other illegal and criminal activities, understand? Luo Chong briefly explained the purpose of the ID card plus the photo. It turns out that what material the leader intends to use to make an ID card. Our current photography can use photo paper. Is it made of photo paper? This cost is indeed cheaper. Ao Fei thought about it. No, the paper is easy to imitate, and the durability is too low. It takes less than a few years to damage it. Those decades and 20 years are meaningless and easy to be imitated. Although the photography technology is now, it has not been popularized, but if the sale of civilian cameras is started in the future, the possibility of ordinary people copying is greater. Luo Chong directly rejected the intention to use a paper ID card. Paper ID cards are actually possible. The main thing is the low cost, but now the Han tribe does not have plastic, and naturally there is no plastic technology. In this way, the preservation aspect becomes a problem, so the paper ID card scheme is rushed directly. Eliminated. The leader means that, with metal, or like the first silver version of wet photography? Ao Fei tentatively asked. That's right, I want to make an ID card with a copper film, make it as big as a card, then silver plate it at the position of the upper right corner of the copper film, and a small rectangular silver layer, and then use the silver version of wet photography technology to take pictures. The photos appear to be silver plated in a small rectangular form, and other blankment positions use steel marks to smash the name, household registration, and other information. I have probably calculated the cost, not counting the photographic equipment or anything. The base of the ID card alone cannot exceed 5 penny at most, and the price of a meal is even less silver for a small piece of silver. It is estimated that a silver dollar the silver can be plated with hundreds of such ID cards. This price can be afforded by all people, even if it does not allow people to spend money. We can afford the money from the tribe. I have thought about it. Everyone has forced the production of ID cards from adulthood. The first production is free. This cost is paid by the tribe, and then the production will be paid by the people themselves. After all, 10 years after adulthood, they will get married and have children. This cost is not a problem for the people, but also the cost of a meal. Luo Chong said what he had already thought. There is no problem with this. Silver photography is a technology that we have eliminated. Now it is just picking it up again, but the camera needs to be redesigned, mainly because the photos are relatively small, and the photos are on the corner of the bottom plate. The position is relatively partial. It is necessary to redesign the lighting route of the camera. After listening to Luo Chan's idea, Ao Fei has quickly analyzed it from a technical perspective in his brain. Yes, that's why I came to you. I'm going to stay here for a few days. You have to get things out in a week. I'll study this microscope you made these days. Luo Chong said, nodded with satisfaction. Okay, no problem, the leader can rest assured that it won't take a week for me to get it out in 2 days. Ao Fei immediately said in a big bag. Okay, let's go to the office first. I'll draw the size and photo location of the copper ID card for you, and then you design the camera based on the size of the film and the location of the photo. When Luo Chong spoke, he led Ao Fei to the office of the Institute of Comprehensive Research, and then took a pencil to draw on the paper. The size of the copper ID card is as large as the modern second-generation ID card, that is, the size of a bank card. The right side is a silver-plated headband area, and the information on the left side is similar to the second-generation ID card. From top to bottom, the name, the date of birth, the address was changed to the place of origin, the nationality was changed to the title, and the ID number was also retained. Such ID cards are much better than the previous Bamboo Simple household registration book. After all, Bamboo Simple can only record text, and it is limited in length, and the things that can be recorded are very limited. Even if someone wants to make it privately, there is no way for the official to discern himself. The style and size of the ID card are clearly marked, and Ao Fei will soon find someone to make a sample. He first got a piece of wood at the same size, then dug out at the location of the photo, inlaid a piece of hair glass with the same size as the photo, used in the optical experiment of the camera, and then made some photo paper cut to the ID card is the same size, ready for other experiments and follow-up, and then began to draw pictures on the paper to conceive the structure of the camera. As for the actual sample of the ID card, Ao Fei was handed over to other groups of the institute. When they first started to engage in silver version wet photography, they used copper tablets as negatives, then full silver plating, and finally used the medicine photographing for light sensitivity treatment. Now this is actually similar to that at that time. The copper version is used, but the whole silver plating is changed to local silver plating. The other is no different. There is also a metal mechanical group on the side of the Comprehensive Research Institute, and they also have a metal milling machine on their side, which is just handshake. Although the efficiency is not high, there is no problem with the copper version. After the size required for the ID card, the trial began soon. The two groups acted separately, and Ao Fei led the optical group to complete the design part of the picture on the same day, and then began to contact the material group to collect all the required materials, preparing to start making the prototype the next day. The mechanical group tried the copper version according to the size required by Luo Chong, and produced several different thicknesses, and then let Luo Chong choose it himself. Luo Chong compared several sets of copper cards of the same size and different thickness, and finally chose a millimeter thickness. A card with a 1 mm thickness is slightly thicker than a bank card, but for longer durability and anti-bendability, it is obviously more appropriate to make it into a millimeter, and the cost is not high. Such a copper card, with a light weight if there is more than 5 cents. In terms of the final font pressure, Luo Chong directly made people use the original version of the metal active word mold to reinstall a set of steel, using the smallest word number, which is the size of 5 mm per word. Then cooperate with a manual pressure machine, put the card in the prefabricated tank and fix the corresponding fine steel active words in the pressure template above. Using the manual pressing method, you can press the desired text on the ID card. The mechanical team made this set of manual pressure equipment and hundreds of blank copper cards on the same day. As for the active word of fine steel, this one needs to wait until tomorrow, because the mold of the living word is kept in Hanyang City. It needs to be sent from there, and when Luo rushed in, he just forgot to take it. Early the next morning, Ao Fei began to use drawings to find the master of the carpentry group to build a camera, and the mechanical group also began to use molds to cast the active words of fine steel. According to Luo Chan's requirements, the common words of fine steel live words must be cast at least 2 sets. This is for those whose names use the ab structure. Just like Chen Niawei's command made Chai Duo Duo Duo, this is the same at the same time. If you only cast a set, you obviously can't solve the problem by encountering such a name. So a few more commonly used are basic operations. During the next day, Ao Fei and the carpentry team made a special camera and then began to use glass and photographic paper for testing. The mechanical group also cast enough live words over there, and then began to silver the copper card. In terms of metal silver plating, the entire Han tribe should be most familiar with this way to go sick. To know that it was before the disease was done in the movie Experiment, it accidentally produced chemical silver plating technology. This time I went to illness as Luo Chang's personal guard, and also came to the institute. I heard that the copper film would be silver plated. The kid immediately began to make suggestions. We are not completely silver plated, so to limit the mobility of the medicine, I suggest to apply a box with bright glue directly outside the avatar area, or it is not impossible to use other materials. The main thing is to get a box come out, and this box is not good enough to react with the medicine. People in other groups saw the past disease. After all, they were the ones who developed photography before, so they were assigned a combination of 10, and they got a qualified silver-plated copper card before dinner that day. Then, they only need to go through the special camera test of AO-Fei, officially put into use. 851 AO-Fei has trypophobia. Another day passed, and by the third day, everything was finally ready. AFEI's camera was ready, the manual stamping equipment of the mechanical group was also ready, and hundreds of copper cards that had been stamped and cut had been completed. 100 have completed the silver plating and polishing process. Luo Chong made another simple check at the end and ordered the experiment to begin. Luo Chong, the model who took the ID card sample, directly appointed AO-Fei to go to the hospital and be responsible for shooting and developing the film. He was the most experienced in doing this, and Luo Chong said he was relieved. It was still in the bright optical laboratory at the beginning. AO-Fei was sitting on a chair, with the windows and doors open to increase indoor light. On the side of AO-Fei's inner side, a silver-white iron sheet was hung. He used it to fill in the light and showed the details of his entire upper body. Cubing fixed the box camera. He first found the appropriate focal length through the frosted glass, adjusted the position of the film, and took the view. After all was aligned, he pulled out the frosted glass, and then went to the darkroom of the nearby inner room to prepare the film. In less than a minute, the boy quickly squeezed the film moistened by the potion and ran out. He quickly inserted the film into the camera, then pulled out the visor, and then said hello to AFEI and asked him to sit down and watch the camera. After getting sick, he opened the lid of the lens and started to expose it. With previous experience in taking photos, I had just the right time for this exposure. I was exposed for a total of 8 seconds, which is about 4 breaths. After I went to the hospital, I recovered the lens, and then restored the blackout plate of the film to its original position. Before the potion on the film was dry, he ran back to the darkroom and started flushing. The technique of daguerreotype wet photography is just that. From preparing the negatives to taking the photographs to developing them, the whole process must be carried out with the base plate potion moistened, so as fast as possible. As soon as AO-Fei finished taking the photo, he ran to the door of the darkroom and waited. At this time, he was going to the hospital and was washing the photo. He couldn't open the door and go in, otherwise it would cause secondary exposure to the film, so he had to walk around anxiously in front of the door. Luo Chong was relatively calm. The worst thing was to lose a negative. He could bear such a loss completely. Besides, he didn't have to take the picture himself. The advantage of the leader was that he only needed to open his mouth and give orders. The photo development speed was relatively fast. Cubing carried out the development steps in an orderly manner in the darkroom. He soaked the bottom plate of the ID card with number 17 developing reagent and shook it slightly. The impact immediately appeared on the bottom plate, and gradually became clearer. After the development process is completed, use bamboo tweezers to pick up the film and rinse it with clean water. After rinsing it 3 times, take out the film after the disease is gone. At this time, the film development process has been completely completed, so there is no need to worry about exposure. Question. Squeak. The wooden door of the darkroom was opened from the inside. Cubing took the ID card negative and walked out. Before AFEI could ask, he took the lead and said to Luo Chong, "Boss, let's see how it looks. I think it's clearer. I just don't know how long such a photo can last. I'm afraid it won't be able to withstand wear and tear." AO-Fei followed and took a look. The photo was no problem. The face and facial features of the avatar were clearly visible. But after all, this was a newly washed photo. Can it be unclear? I see. Luo Chong took the copper card as he spoke, put it in his hand and looked at it carefully for a while. The shooting of this ID card photo was still very good. It was basically the same as the modern ID card photo. It was also a headshot. The whole photo was taken from the hair to the collarbone, and the face and neck were all included in the shot, making it look very clear. However, as Cubing said, how long such an effect can last is a big question. Luo Chong looked at the photo and thought for a while before saying, "Let's do this. You take 10 more pictures according to the current effect, and then we do a comparative experiment of wear and light to see how the effect is. This idea is good, but it is safe to experiment," AO-Fei said with approval. Because he was originally engaged in scientific research, he naturally understood Luo Chang's theory and had to verify it carefully. How to verify it? Naturally, it was verified through a lot of comparative experiments. The two soon became busy again and took 9 more identical photos according to the steps just now. Then Luo Chang randomly took one and put it in a sealed wooden box to block light and oxygen for preservation. The other 9 photos were all taken for experiment. Just listen to his instructions: go to the disease, you go and call some personal guards and ask them to wipe the photos with linen, cotton, and silk respectively. Everyone must record the number of wipes. People who use these 3 materials divide into a group and conduct friction experiments on the photos in the indoor environment, then find a group of the same ones and place them under strong light for friction experiments. The 3 materials of the last group were placed under conditions of strong light, and friction experiments were conducted by soaking the cloth with light salt water to simulate the degree of wear in the case of exposure to the sun on a sunny day, and the clothes were soaked with sweat. Okay, no problem. Go. I agreed to come down full of illness. I went to find a few calcium carbide lamps to use as light sources for strong light. Ao Fei was also looking for work by himself. Luo Chang nodded in agreement, and the two immediately began to arrange themselves, and then began a comparative wear experiment on 9 photographs. To be reasonable, daguerreotype wet photography technology should be the strongest for preserving photos, because it is not like the albumin photo paper made by Luo Chang. The influence of photos only exists on the halogenated protein coating on the paper base. The daguerreotype, the photo and the image shown directly penetrate into the entire silver-plated layer, which is the chemical photosensitive change of silver changed the structure of the entire silver layer. In other words, the daguerreotype photo is a little deeper than the albumin photo, so the storage time and wear resistance are naturally much higher than the albumin photo. Luo Chang looked at their experimental process and stopped staring at it. Who knows when such an experiment will be completed? He took advantage of this time to visit the explosives workshop of the chemical group again to see how those researchers who had just come out of school were training. This small explosives workshop is quite stressful now. First of all, they are engaged in high dangerous work, and an irregularity or mistake can cause a serious accident. They first had to meet the ammunition consumption of the pure firearms army, mainly bottom fire and double base propellant. Only the laboratory of the institute could prepare them in small quantities. The Han tribe currently did not have the ability to produce these things industrially. There is also a large amount of diethyl ether, which is an important catalyst needed to synthesize dual base propellants. It also has the effect of an aerosol anesthetic. If you smell it, you will basically faint directly. So some time ago, the institute also applied for a fund here to build an ether preparation workshop in this windy part of the island. This workshop was built like a work shed, with windows and doors on all sides, which allowed the workshop to be fully ventilated, and it can also provide shade from the sun and rain. Even so, though, those workers who prepared ether dared go in wearing full face covering gas masks that looked like elephant noses. This gas mask is also self-produced by the rubber group of the institute. After leaving this island, it is not seen outside at all and is only supplied in small quantities inside. People from the institute usually don't dare to come here, because the entire workshop is full of work making ether or synthetic propellants. The ether vapor in the room is very serious. If outsiders are not prepared to enter the workshop, they will probably be inhaled immediately. Excessive anesthetic gas may cause fainting, and in severe cases, shock death may occur. In this regard, water birds that have been stunned can often be picked up around the workshop, and the anesthetic effect of ether can be seen from this. However, although the workers here have a dangerous job, the benefits given by Luo Chang are also high. Not to mention the various benefits, the basic salary alone can catch up with 3 times the average income. Their salaries are 90 per person per month. More than silver dollars. If there are no accidents throughout the month, there will be additional bonuses, which will make the workers more careful and active. After all, as long as they strictly abide by the operating regulations and avoid accidents, they can get more money, which will definitely make their hearts beat. In addition to this dynamite workshop also specializes in preparing potions needed for photography, especially silver nitrate solutions, and the amount of production that is very large, because this thing not only makes the film photosensitive, but is also an important material for making electroless silver plating. Although photographs and photography had not yet begun to become popular among the Han tribe, silver-plated glass mirrors had become popular, so that silver nitrate, the main material for silver plating, suddenly became in short supply. And this is still the current situation. If photo ID cards are really to be promoted on a large scale in the future, as an important agent for taking photos, I am afraid that the demand for silver nitrate will be higher by then, and demand may exceed supply by then. It seems that we have to continue to expand the scale, otherwise it would be unrealistic to popularize the civilian photo market. Luo Chang muttered after visiting, and went to Ao Fei to ask for the microscope. Luo Chang wanted to take advantage of the gap between his guard's experiments to study the microscope, especially whether the microscope made by Ao Fei could reach a magnification of 1,600 times. You can tell by trying this. According to Luo Chang's experience in his previous life, it is known that red blood cells can only show a clear persimmon-like shape when they are 2,000 times the size, so whether they can be magnified that many times, you can tell by looking at the blood with this microscope. Luo Chang called Ao Fei over. This guy had seen some messy stuff before, but he really hadn't seen the blood. "Boss, do you want to use this microscope to see blood?" Ao Fei asked with some uncertainty. "Sure, aren't you curious about what's in a person's blood? Could there be something that moves?" Luo Chang joked. "I'm still a little scared after hearing what the leader said." Ao Fei didn't know what he was thinking. In fact, he was very curious, but he didn't dare to look at it. What if there were really many little things in his blood that were invisible to the naked eye moving around? Wouldn't it be scary to think about it? However, since it was Luo Chang who asked for the experiment, he naturally had nothing to say. "What was the last time you took a photo of mold?" Luo Chang asked Ao Fei. "Oh, I made a super small tube camera myself, used a glass negative to take pictures, and then used an amplifier to put it on the photo paper. By the way, I still have that mold negative. If the leader needs it, you can take it away." Ao Fei recalled. "Tube camera?" Luo Chang asked doubtfully. "Exactly, in the drawer of this table." As Ao Fei spoke, he opened the drawer and looked it up. He quickly took out a super small camera and said it was a tube camera. The main reason was that its lens was built in and there was a tube in front. Ao Fei gave Luo Chang after demonstrating. This lens tube can be placed on the eyepiece of the microscope. The focal length in the box containing the negative film at the back is also fixed in advance. Foolish operation, very simple. Just connect the camera, put the negative, then open the light passing valve, which is the shutter, and expose the negative for a few seconds. Luo Chang learned how to use this thing after looking at it once, and then started the experiment. He first adjusted the reflector on the lens holder so that the outdoor sunlight was refracted by the reflector and condenser, and the beam was directly projected onto the stage. Luo Chang found a dust-free slide that he had wiped with alcohol. He first dropped a drop of water on it with a brush, then captured a personal guard, pricked his finger with a needle to take a drop of blood, and then put the drop of blood on the slide, on the water droplets, and finally covered them with a cover slip. In this way, a specimen of human blood is done. Luo Chang immediately began microscopic experiments, taking advantage of the fact that the freshly taken blood had not lost its vitality. He fastened the slide to the stage, and the sunlight outside the window passed through the continuous refraction of the reflector and condenser, and ended up in the drop of the slide's blood. Luo Chang glanced 500 times the size and saw many dense black spots swimming irregularly in a halo among a white background. He quickly called Ao Fei to come over and take a look. "Ao Fei, come and take a look. You can see things only 500 times, look at the little dots swimming in human blood." Luo Chang said with a smile. When Ao Fei heard this, he couldn't help but shudder all over his body. However, the leader was telling him that he couldn't refuse, so he took a bold look. As a result, the boy was so frightened that he backed away again and again, and he quickly broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Goosebumps also appeared on his back, and his face became even whiter. Luo Chang was a little puzzled, so he asked, "What's wrong?" "It's just some moving dots, not that scary, right?" "First, leader, no, I seem to feel sick and uncomfortable when I see the dense stuff. It would be better if it was a dead thing that can't move. If it was something that can move, I feel uncomfortable. I don't know why." Ao Fei held the table and waited for a while before saying, "Damn it, this guy actually has trypophobia." "I'm convinced," Luo Chang muttered in a speechless voice. "Recommend a friend's book. I said I wasn't the god of destruction." Introduction. The previous life was besieged by strong men and betrayed by his brothers, leaving him, as a genius of his generation, to fall with hatred. In this life, for revenge, he retakes martial arts, absorbs negative energy and transforms into a dark boss. Chapter 852, The big guys on Kyingsu Island blow each other. Luo Chang did not expect that one of the strongest optical physics bosses in the Han tribe would have trypophobia, and it would look quite serious. However, for this reason, I am afraid that Ao Fei will not have the opportunity to use the microscope in the future. After all, the microorganisms seen on the microscope are basically dense. What else can you think if you have trypophobia? How research? So Luo Chang had no choice but to let Ao Fei go and let him supervise the friction experiment of the ID card sample, and then Luo Chang continued to play with the microscope by himself. After magnifying 500 times, the blood sample can clearly see the small black dots swimming in the blood, but this multiple is not enough, because Luo Chang knows that the composition of the blood is composed of red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. Now this multiple is obviously not available. He had the ability to distinguish them, so after he took a negative film with the dedicated tube camera and replaced it with an objective lens 1,000 times the total. When the blood specimen is magnified 1,000 times, the world under the microscope suddenly becomes clear. It is oblate, and the red blood cells in the center are immediately revealed. The shape of the red blood cells is very similar to the persimmons you usually eat, round and flat. The white blood cells and platelets are uglier, like slugs with many tentacles sticking out. However, 1,000 times the size was still not enough to distinguish them, so Luo Chong took another negative and continued to change the objective lens, this time directly to the maximum multiple of 1,600 times. However, after the change, looking at the microscopic scene inside the microscope, Luo Chong was quite disappointed, although he already knew the result in his mind. Under normal circumstances, even if the blood sample is enlarged to 2,000 times, it is difficult to distinguish white blood cells from platelets. If you want to clearly observe white blood cells or platelets, you need a microscope at least 3,000 times. If you want to observe a single cell, even the nucleus inside is at least 5,000 times more likely to be realized. However, this multiple is too far away for the Han tribe. Even in his previous life, he had never heard that there was a pure optical microscope that could reach this multiple. If it were an electron microscope tens of thousands of times, he would not even know the year of the monkey, horse and moon. It seems that microscopes are not very useful for the time being. Luo Chong thought secretly in his heart, and then took another photo of a 1,600-fold blood sample before starting to clean up the experimental equipment. Remove all the objective lenses and put them in the box, rinse the blood samples from the slides directly, put the tube camera away directly, and take the 3 negatives and go find the disease. He wanted to wash out these 3 photos of cubing, then enlarge them on photo paper and take them to the medical school people for a long time. In the optical laboratory where the ID card sample was taken before, the 3 experimental groups were still doing wear tests. Because it was due to manual friction, many personal guards had already been tired and their hands were sore. Fortunately, the number of personal guards who followed Luo Chong there were a lot of people, and everyone took turns masturbating, which ensured the continuation of the experiment. After Luo rushed back, he first gave the 3 glass negatives to Cubing and asked him to develop the negatives, and then asked AFEI, who was guiding and supervising the experiment, how far have the 3 groups of control experiments been carried out, and how many times have they been worn? Looking back at the leader, the number of people has been changed twice. Basically, all 3 groups have more than 100,000 frictions. AO flew to see Luo Chong for questioning and hurried over to report. 100,000 times, that should be almost it, stop it. Luo Chong pondered and told them to stop. As for whether there are really 100,000 times, he has no doubt. After all, it is just wiping a 1-inch photo, which is about the same as wiping a coin. Such a small target can be wiped several times a second, right? 3 times a second, 108 in 1 minute, 800,000 an hour? This is all an experiment that was arranged yesterday, almost a day, and 100,000 times should be less. When Luo Chong announced that he would stop the experiment, Ao Fei quickly brought over 3 sets of ID cards. Not only did he divide Luo Chong into groups, but he also marked the experimental data of each group. Finally, he brought a magnifying glass and let Luo Chong come over. Chong personally observed the comparison. The first group, which was conducting wear experiments in a darkroom, was indeed almost as Luo Chong had expected. The photos rubbed with linen cloth were the most severely worn, and some parts had been worn away, but the overall color did not change significantly. At least it was still black and white. Clear photo. The piece rubbed by the cotton cloth is slightly better. The photo shows obvious wear and tear, but it is still complete. The color change is also not obvious, and it is black and white. The piece that was rubbed by the silk in the end was still no different from the beginning, not even noticeable wear. In the second set of friction experiments with 3 materials under strong light, the results were similar to those in the first set, except that due to the strong light exposure, the photos had begun to turn yellow somewhat, and the image had blurred, and the boundary between black and white was no longer so obvious and a little blurred. In the third group, under strong light, 3 kinds of cloth dipped in light salt water were rubbed, and the effect changed unexpectedly. Among them, the one that was worn by the linen cloth was actually less damaged than the wet cotton cloth, and the silk was also the least damaged. Light. Luo Chong guessed that this may be caused by the denser cotton cloth that absorbs water, so the friction of wet cotton cloth is greater? In addition, compared with the third group and the second group, the operation was also carried out under strong light. The last photo was more clear than the third group stained with salt water. In terms of yellowing, fading, and blurring, these 3 aspects are better than the second group is lighter? What's the point? Could salt water also reduce the sensitivity of light? It's really possible. After all, the material in the photo was originally made of silver halide, which may be the only answer. However, Luo Chong did not dwell on these. Overall, the wear and tear of these ID cards is quite serious, except that the wear and tear of silk is the lowest. In other words, using silk to protect the ID card will greatly extend the ID card service life. But it is simply impossible for the Han tribe to make an identity card cover from silk for every commoner, and that would be unrealistic. After thinking about it again and again, Luo Chong decided to add a copper material cover to the ID card and make it into a folio page form. If he found a modern reference, it would be similar to the small green book of the driver's license. 1 page on the left, one page on the right, folio. But on the title page of this cover, Luo Chong was not going to add words, but had to smash the words Han Empire Citizen ID card on the front of the cover, and then press out a protruding space in the position of the photo, so as to remove the photo. Covering and protecting all positions, it is not afraid of light at ordinary times, but can also prevent various wear and tear. This has many benefits, nothing more than doubling the cost, but for the Han tribe, this cost is less than 5 cents, and the entire ID card materials and production costs will not exceed 1 dime, not to mention that the Han tribe is only responsible for the first free production. If someone wants to make an ID card in the future, they will have to pay for it themselves. The ID card plan was completely determined. Ao Fei and the mechanical team members began to improve their own equipment. Luo Chong returned to Hanyang City directly with his guards and notified the 8 counties in Hanyang. The county governor is preparing to recensus and issue a new version of his ID card. Just wait for the final version of the institute's shooting equipment to come out, and then start the census. The institute also expressed great pressure because Luo Chong had issued a notice that every county of the Han tribe must have a set of such ID card production equipment. It will be popularized in the 8 counties of Hanyang first, and then spread to the grassland when it is popularized here. Hunhu County, Tuohe County, and Kiangsu County are promoted, and all the equipment must be completed before the year, and Luo Chong is still waiting for the census results, then start making big things in the new year. Also prepared to do big things was the Kiangsu trio at this time. Xue Qinjiao, Xue Tu, and Yang Feng had already received a reply from Luo Chong, and Ajika Giant Eagle brought them a large package directly, which contained all the government seals and ribbons, as well as 3 letters of appointment. The 3 of them looked at the package and looked at each other, then began to look at each other. The letter is very long. It first introduces Luo Chong's decision to rename Bamboo Island to Kiangsu Island, then the authority and functions of the state governor and the state governor, and the personnel arrangements of the 6 county governors of Kiangsu Island. Among them, Anvil and Elder Zhu were already on Kiangsu Island. They were asked to watch the arrangement. The remaining 4 people had also boarded the ship heading south and could take up their posts immediately after they arrived. This period before the arrival of the 4 people, during this period, he was still temporarily in charge of the military commanders stationed in the 4 counties. The letter also mentioned that Xue Qinjiao was appointed as the governor of Kiangsu, and that from the moment he received the appointment, he would go to the previous mission station in Yashan County to set up a governor's office, transfer members of the mission to form the leadership team of the governor's office, and immediately take over the entire administration of Kiangsu. The above also requested that Beast Fang be allowed to return to Hanyang County to resume his duties, and Luo Chong would make other arrangements for Beast Fang. Yang Feng also received the appointment of the Grand Governor of Kiangsu, and immediately went to Jiahai Commandery, the former home of Commander Xin, to set up the governor's office, and began to arrange the defense and other military affairs of the entire 6 counties of Kiangsu. Jiahai County is the center of the Xin tribe's power. Although the Xin tribe has been completely disintegrated by the Han tribe, the local area has been deeply influenced by the Xin tribe. Luo Chong was worried that there would be trouble in Jiahai County, so he deliberately asked Yang Feng to the military management center of Kiangsu was set up there to prevent the rebellion. The letter also specifically mentioned this led Yang Feng pay special attention and be wary of the remnants of the local Xin tribe. When Xue Tu received the order, he immediately led the Huben guards to withdraw to Tuohe County to rest and recuperate, and Fubo guards of the Rat University was responsible for transportation matters. The so-called rest and recuperation means rest, training, and taking turns to go home to visit relatives. This is also said in the letter. The soldiers who were massacred to the Huben guards were specially instructed to take turns to approve family leave, but one time cannot exceed the entire guard. 1/4 of the time, they have 1 year of rest time, and each batch of 1,000 people is enough for all employees to take 1 vacation. In addition, the letter also specifically stated that the 20 artillery pieces carried by General Hu Benwei this time and the artillery pieces should be handed over to Yang Feng's Duda Mansion. These 20 artillery pieces should be left at least 8 at the secret bridge in Jiahai County, used to block the entire secret bridge. The remaining 8 artillery pieces must also be set aside and arranged in the port of Yashan County. The remaining 4 guns were given to Yang Feng to arrange for himself. These are the contents of the entire open letter, plus letters of appointment to Xue Qinjiao, Yang Feng, and others, as well as private messages to them. Among them, Xue Qinjiao's private messages contain the most content, mainly Luo Chong's recent government affairs arrangements for Kiangsu Island. The above requirements are to launch a public trial of the original forces of the Xin tribe as soon as possible to stabilize the people's hearts, and then relocate the people back to their hometowns to start the first step. A series of census tasks such as census, land census, property census, and specialty product census. After all, how to do government affairs still has to be arranged according to local conditions. He doesn't even know how many people and cultivated land there are in his jurisdiction. He still cares. Regarding the public trial and the handling of the original forces of the Xin tribe, Luo Chong also gave his own opinion. The 2 elders of the Xin tribe, Gold and Silver, must die. These two people are die-hard loyalists led by Xin, but before executing these two people, you must squeeze out all the mineral information of the Xin tribe in private. Let's squeeze out the use value of the two of them. The three elders of the rice bean sacrifice are of little use. Their planting experience must not be used by the Han tribe. The farming skills of the Han tribe completely crushed them, but these three people are definitely more familiar with the climate of Kiangsu Island than the Han tribe. These people were stronger, so Luo Chong suggested that the three of them be kept. After the public trial, Xue Qinjiao should be taken away. He was assigned to work as a sinecure in the farming and herding department of the governor's office, and as a mascot when he had nothing to do, he usually asked the three of them to collect some climate information. Elder Zhu directly gave him the title of county governor. He was the one with the best result among these elders, who made him a pro-Han faction. After each of the three had read their letters, they began to discuss their work, but first of all, it was naturally a business exchange. Blood Slaughter spoke first. Congratulations to Brother Xue and Brother Yang. This time the two are promoted to important positions, and their future achievements will be unlimited. Where? Two-man modesty. Brother Two doesn't have to be like this. In fact, all three of us know that you are the person the leader trusts most. Our brothers are not as qualified as you in terms of qualifications. This time the leader ordered me to take on this important task, and Qinjiao was naturally frightened. But I know that Brother Two must have more important tasks for you when he is recalled by the leader. Xue Qinjiao immediately comforted Blood Slaughter. After all, it was true that they had been promoted at the moment. Even if Luo Chong had other arrangements for Blood Slaughter, it would still be a matter of going back. As for how to arrange going back, who can say this accurately? It's extremely, Brother Two is taking charge this time, leading an army to conquer Zudeo, and opening up 6 counties for our Han tribe. With such a great contribution, the leader should be worthy of being reused, and his future achievements will never be inferior to mine. Brother Two, don't worry. Yang Feng also comforted him by touting. In fact, how could Blood Slaughter not understand Luo Chan's intentions? He knew his situation very well in his heart. When it comes to managing government affairs, Xue Qinjiao is obviously more suitable. If Luo Chong really wants Blood Slaughter to manage government affairs, I'm afraid Blood Slaughter himself will object. In terms of military affairs, although the governor of Kiangsu has great power, he is just the commander-in-chief of the local garrison. There is no battle left in Zudeo. If Luo Chong makes him the governor, Blood Massacre will definitely refuse. So he actually admired Luo Chong very much, and felt that Luo Chong had some sympathy with him. He didn't say anything and didn't have to ask anything, so he knew that he was not suitable for these two positions. The leader must have arranged other tasks for me, right? Blood Slaughter secretly speculated in his heart. I just don't know what the mission will be, and I'm still looking forward to it when I think about it. You two don't need to comfort me. I know my own situation and am willing to accept the leader's arrangement. Let's discuss the next work. Blood Slaughter responded. I suggest convening a meeting with the chiefs of each guard station, reading out the leader's intention, and then arranging it directly at the meeting. What do you think? Xue Qinjiao immediately suggested. Yes, no problem, this method is the best and fastest. Xue Tu and Yang Feng immediately nodded in approval. Humble author begging online. I didn't want to post this, but right, just one chance, and it would be a pity to make a mistake. Lao Yu's author level is now LV3. If you rush this month, you may be able to upgrade to LV4, so I want to give it a try. Starting from today, August 14, 2020, this book will be updated with more rewards. It starts at 10,000 yuan a day. It will be about 3 or 4 chapters at the bottom. There is no upper limit. The more rewards you give, I will write them for you even if I stay up late and get angry. I hope all readers can help me. If you have money, you can give me a money shop. 100 or 200 is not too much, and 1 or 2 is not too little. I really don't want to reward you. You can subscribe to a few more chapters. I can't order them all, right? Friends who read Piracy, this book is almost 3 million words long. How can you support it from Kidian? There are also book friends on QQ Reading. If you subscribe on QQ Reading, my income will be cut in half by the website. I can only get less than 1/4 of your subscription, so I hope that book friends on QQ Reading can also go to Kidian. With the support of Reading, you will spend as much money to subscribe to Kidian anyway, but my income can increase to some extent, right? Please help. Humble. I've probably calculated that the gap required for upgrading should be a reward of 2,000 yuan. Lao Yu doesn't expect any rich people to spend money on me, but there are still half a month left at the end of the month. Shivering and afraid to speak out. Nothing else. Everyone acts according to their abilities. If you really encounter such an opportunity, you may have the opportunity within a month or 2. You are reluctant to give up, but you are not forced. I want to upgrade just to fight for it. Get better treatment. Everyone, don't be frugal and give rewards to Lao Yu, then there's no need, right? In the case of ability, if you still like this book and support it reasonably, Lao you will still be happy. I wish you all good health and all the best. 853 Old Iron, thank you. After the three bosses decided to hold a meeting, they immediately asked the messenger soldiers and the participants to gather, and they were scheduled to gather in the Chinese army camp in Jiahai County on time at noon 2 days later. This meeting not only called the commanders of the 6 guard stations in Wei Sima, but also specifically called the Animal Teeth, the Anvil, and the Elder Zhu, as well as the three elders Mi, Do, Sheng, and Shui Qinjiao decided to go directly in one step. The handover of the staff, as well as the appointment and removal of officials, as well as the handling opinions of several elders of the Xian tribe, were all resolved in this meeting. The heralds quickly took action. Naturally, the 4 guards following the Chinese army did not have to travel far. Several heralds sent the news and date of the meeting on the same day. In the prisoner concentration camp in the Chinese army, a herald also found the person in charge of guarding the place. The Anvil told him the news of the meeting and asked him to tell the 4 elders, Mi, Do, Sheng, Zhu and others better bring them up now, place them separately. The Anvil understood as soon as he heard it. This is because the leader is not ready to deal with these 4 people. Maybe the leader will arrange things for these 4 people in the future. By then, maybe they will become colleagues? Thinking so, the Anvil simply went over and brought the 4 out himself. However, instead of going to the captive camp himself, he waited at the camp gate and asked the soldiers to pick him up. 12 soldiers, wearing cold iron armor and snow-covered steel knives around their waists, followed heavy steps to a small courtyard separated by a separate fence in the concentration camp. Only a few elders were locked in this courtyard, as well as Commander Xin. Several sons, brothers, and uncles were all important figures among the prisoners. Elder Mi, Elder Do, Elder Sheng, and Elder Zhu, the 4 of you can come out. The small flag officer who led the team summoned the 4 people in the takes him a local dialect. In the only shed in the courtyard, a group of elders were tied to pillars with a loveless expression on their faces. The Han tribe really didn't dare to let them go, otherwise Mi Dozhang and the 2 Jin elders would have to fight. You can't use your brains. When Elder Mi heard the summons from the small flag officer, a light of hope suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he asked excitedly, "Dare you ask the strong man, but the leader of the Han dynasty wants to let us go? Ha ha ha, you guys are still let go. Wait until you die, just your little fancy intestines, and surrender to the Han tribe. Do you think their bird leader will care about your abilities? The Han people grow no more food than you? I really don't know what the 3 of you think. I'm afraid you didn't choke on your shit and lose your mind." Elder Huang Jin, who was tied up opposite, heard Elder Mi's question and laughed wildly. He had not dealt with these 3 people. "Oh, I'm defeated. Shut up." He also dared to speak wildly and slander the leader of my family. A soldier who followed and heard Elder Huang Jin insulting his leader. When he went up, he punched Elder Huang Jin directly in the stomach with a punch as big as a sandbag. He spat out all the acid in his stomach, but this guy was beaten. After that, he just screamed, and then looked at the 3 elders of Midishan with bad intentions. There's still that neurotic chuckle in the mouth. Elder Mi was shivering with fear from what this guy had just said, and his legs immediately swung. What? What mean? Are they not to be taken out, but to behead? Sigma, degree. The elder was also frightened. He hurriedly asked while the 2 soldiers behind him were loosening his ties, what on earth are you going to take us for? Are you trying to kill us?" His voice trembled as he spoke, and a wisp of goatee under his jaw shook incessantly, falling down with rice residue. However, the 2 soldiers who had loosened his bonds could not understand what he was saying at all, and with an expressionless look, they seemed not prepared to pay him any attention at all. The 3 elders of Midishan were frightened. The 2 elders of Jinbajin opposite watched their legs turn, and with pale expressions, they couldn't help but gloat and laughed. Elder Mi quickly looked at the small flag officer at the door and asked, "Strong man, where are you going to take us?" "I don't know." The little flag officer also had a cold face and an unsmiling expression, and seemed unwilling to say a word. However, in fact, he really didn't know. He only knew that Anvil had taken the order from the Chinese army and came here to mention people. He just follow it. Why? That's not something a little flag officer should worry about. I won't go, I'll stay here." During the speech, the 4 of them had been taken off the pillar, but Elder Bean, who had just been loosened, directly turned around and hugged the pillar like a koala. He was unwilling to let go even if he died, for fear that if he was taken out, he would be killed by these people on the spot. When Elder Mi and Elder Sheng saw this, they immediately imitated each other and refused to leave even holding the pillars. Elder Zhu was the most calm and seemed to have looked down on life and death. He knew that his Han tribe would definitely not look down on him, so he did not think at all. "I never thought that I would be pardoned by the Han tribe, let alone be reused by the Han tribe. Haha, don't go. It's up to you guys, pull them away from me and take them away." The small flag officer raised his arms and shouted, and a group of soldiers immediately swarmed up and pulled the 3 people away and dragged them out. "Let me go, I won't leave, I will stay here." If we don't leave, we have to meet the Han leader. We have something to say. It was not our idea to attack Ukiwan County at the beginning. You have to kill those 2 Jin elders. This matter really has nothing to do with us. The trio screamed on the road while being dragged outward. However, a group of soldiers driving them turned a deaf ear, as if they had not heard, and led several people directly to the entrance of the small courtyard, where the anvil was already waiting for them. For elders, are you okay? The anvil saw the 4 men being brought out, and immediately bowed his hands slightly and greeted them. Anvil, you don't have to be proud. Even though we were blind at the beginning, we actually agreed to let you, a white-eyed wolf, be the elder. I regret it. Elder Me, who had been dragged out, saw the anvil and handed it over to them with a smile, and immediately became sickened and couldn't help but curse. No, brother Me, calm down, don't anger this person anymore, otherwise I'm afraid we won't even have a whole body. Elder Do quickly persuaded him from the side. Haha, originally a certain family planned to take the 4 of them away from this place where they must die, but seeing how reluctant the elders were to leave, then forget it. The anvil watched the reaction of the few, and teased them with his mouth, saying, Ha! What did you say? You're gonna save us out. Elder Me looked at the anvil in disbelief. Elder Sheng, who had never spoken much, was even more shameless and directly praised the anvil. Ha ha ha, I have already said that Elder Jin is affectionate and righteous, and knows right and wrong clearly. We were originally coerced by Commander Naxin, and we have never been able to fight against him. The Han tribe has no intention of becoming enemies. Thank you Elder Jin for helping us escape our sins. Thank you very much. There is no way to repay the life-saving kindness. Please accept the little old man and say goodbye. Tisk, let me go quickly, I want to bow down to Elder Jin. Sacrifice, said the elder, struggling at the hands of 2 soldiers. The anvil couldn't help but convulse. These people are really shameless. Okay, let the 4 of them go. First, take some elders to wash up, change into clean clothes, and then bring them to see me. The anvil waved at the little flag officer, then turned and left first. Behind him came Elder Me's voice that was so excited that he cried, Old Iron, woo woo woo, thank you for your life-saving grace, I knew you were different from them, woo 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 woo. Humph, I don't know who was there just now cursing Elder Chaijin as a white-eyed wolf. After Elder Zhu, who had been silent, was let go by the soldiers, listening to Elder Me's diametrically opposed arguments, he couldn't help but snort, flicked his sleeves and followed the little flag officer away. Bah, my surname is Zhu, what's wrong with you? Meanwhile, on the Qingshui River, another herald went all the way down the river in a sloop and drove for a day, finally arriving at the mouth of the Qingshui River in Yashin County, where the mission was based, when it was just dark. I saw the beast's tooth there. Chapter 854. This Han leader is a bit powerful. Under the black sky, a few calcium carbide lamps would make the regiment's station illuminated, and the heralds disembarked from the pier, and were soon led by the mission personnel to see the animal's teeth. The herald saluted Beast Fang first, then showed the token and said, Chief Envoy, Shuasima and Marshal summoned you to a meeting of the Central Army, and also asked you to bring your staff and pack your luggage. The leader sent a letter calling you to return to Hanyang County, and your mission was completed. Beast Fang was in a trance when he heard this. This lasted for more than 3 years. He had feelings for this place, but his family was still in Hanyang County. Now that his mission is completed, it is time to go home and have a look. He restrained his mood, and Beast Fang asked, when will we set out? The envoy to return to Chang, it is best to set off now. We will take a boat there, so that we can go faster and take our luggage easily. When we go back, you can go back with Hubenwei, who was also recalled by the leader. Heralds again. So, the beast paused his teeth, then nodded and greeted him loudly, come here, take this messenger to eat and rest. Messenger, you can rest for a while and let me pack my luggage. Hey, the messenger was not polite. He stayed on the boat for a day and ate some dry food. Naturally, he would not refuse if he had delicious hospitality. About half an hour later, after the herald had finished his meal, Beast Fang also walked out with a cloth baggage. His baggage was very simple, with only a few sets of clothes, 2 pairs of cloth shoes, and the seal ribbon as an envoy, plus a knot stick, is all the luggage. Beast Fang followed the messenger to the pier, and a group of people from the mission all came to see him off. A cook from the mission also came over carrying a cloth bag and a bamboo tube, and handed it to Beast Fang with tears in his eyes. Chunshi, you are going home this time. I don't know if I will have a chance to meet you in this life. I don't have anything good here. I made you a roast chicken, a few cakes and this can of wine. You take it. Eat on the road, don't dislike it. Others also pulled out some coins, saying they were going to collect some tangles for Beast Fang to go home and let him buy something to eat on the way, and some handed him letters that they had just written but had not dried in ink, and asked him to bring them to his family when he went back. The messenger stood on the bow of the ship and watched silently without speaking. Beast Fang also said goodbye to everyone in the mission one by one. He accepted all the food he gave, but he didn't ask for the money. Beast, yeah, as a messenger from one side, still can you be short of money? Luo Chong gave me a lot of salary, okay. Brothers, if you see you off thousands of miles away, we will eventually say goodbye. Let's send you here. You and I left our homes and stayed on this island for more than 3 years. Fortunately, we were together through thick and thin, and finally completed the mission assigned by the leader. Beast Fang is very grateful. I will accept the food you give, so I won't be polite to my brothers. But I can't accept the money. You also have your own wives and children to support. I, the messenger, have more salary than you. How can I accept your money again? Brothers, please be patient. The Han army has made great contributions this time, and you have also contributed a lot. I think it won't be long before you can rise to the top. If you don't find a place in the future, find a way to send me a letter. I will definitely arrange it for you. It's clear, I won't let all the brothers have a free fight with me. Okay, so be here, your letters from home, I'll take them back for you. Beast Fang was carrying roast chicken in his hand and bowed deeply to everyone. Everyone in the mission also hurriedly returned the salute. Before they could get up, Beast Fang turned around and stepped onto the bow of the ship. The sailor hung the calcium carbide lamp on the mast, raised the sails quickly with his hands and feet, and looked for the angle at which to eat the wind to control the ship upstream. The participants from all sides were gathering quickly, riding horses in the vicinity and taking boats in the distance, and they were on their way day and night, and finally arrived at the Chinese camp in Jiahai County before noon 2 days later. After a simple lunch in the barracks, the crowd came to the great tent to prepare for the meeting. In the commander's tent of the Chinese army camp, Xue Qinjiao and Yang Feng were sitting on the main seat of the central leader in a bloody massacre. Xue Qinjiao and Yang Feng were sitting on both sides, also dressed in fish scale armor. The commanders of the other 6 guards below and Sima were dressed in mountain armor. They were dressed on both sides, with animal teeth sitting at the top of the 6 commanders. After all, he still has a staff in his hand, which is a token representing the leader's rights. Although Anvil is a member of the Jinryu Guard, he is not wearing armor, he is just sitting at the end in commoner clothes. Those further behind him are the 4 elders of the Xian tribe who attended the meeting this time. The 4 elders, Mi, Do, Sheng, Zhu, and Zhu, sat uneasily near the door and looked at the Han generals wearing fine armor inside. They expressed trembling and did not dare to speak out. Ahem, since everyone is here, let's start. Let's talk about the main content of this meeting first, and then make other arrangements. This time we will first read out the latest orders from the leader, including the government affairs arrangements and military affairs arrangements of Takeshima, as well as the appointment and dismissal of personnel, and the recall of some people to report on their duties. After listening to it for a while, we will read out the appointment again. Xue Sima, let's get started. Xue Tu first coughed and attracted everyone's attention. He briefly talked about the theme of the meeting, and finally nodded to Xue Qinjiao, indicating that he could start. Xue Qinjiao also nodded in response, and then took out the prepared letter. Of course, there are some contents in it that do not need to be told to everyone. He only needs to talk about the key part. The leader has an order. Xue Qinjiao stood up in the middle of the big tent with a letter, and said loudly in front of everyone's anger. At the next moment, the generals on both sides also stood up, lined up in the middle according to their positions, sat down in the direction facing Xue Qinjiao, bowed their heads and bowed their hands, shouting in unison, "I am here." The 4 elders of the Xian tribe at the back were startled. They had not seen such a battle yet. They saw that others had already stood in the middle and saluted. The general wearing fish scale armor at the top glared at them, plus the anvil next to them. After constantly winking them, the 4 of them suddenly realized that they quickly followed the anvil's example and stood at the end ready to listen to the holy edict. Seeing that everyone was standing, Xue Qinjiao read aloud. The leader has an order that from now on, all the bamboo islands will be owned by the Han tribe, renamed Kiangsu Island, and divided into 6 counties: Jiahai, Guanhai, Xianfeng, Xinhua, Yashan, and Chaoyang. Except for Hubenwei, the expeditionary army will be divided into 6 counties. Each county is stationed in one county. In addition, the Kiangsu governor's office was set up in Yashan County to take charge of the government affairs of the 6 counties in Kiangsu. The chief was called the governor, and there were 8 assistant officials under him, namely the Department of Punishment, the Department of Etiquette and Education, the Salt and Iron Department, and each department had a chief official secretary. There are 4 adjutants deputies and 8 officials. The High County was established as the Kiangsu Protectorate, which took charge of the military affairs of the 6 counties in Kiangsu. The chief was the Kiangsu governor, the adjutant and deputy governor, the state Sima, and 1 person each joined the army. Below is the appointment of the main officials. Please Tu Shui announce. After Xue Qinjiao finished speaking, everyone raised their heads, and everyone had a look of horror on their faces. Originally, they thought that the county governor was already a considerable official, but the leader actually created another administrative state unit. Come out and create a governor to take charge of the 6 counties. This is awesome. However, they also know that no matter how high an official position is, it is not their turn, and 80% of them are still among the 3 highest officials. Sure enough, without exceeding everyone's expectations, Bloodslaughter immediately took out a certificate of appointment and came forward. Hu Benwei Sima Shui Qinjiao came out of the queue, Kaiying's ambassador Beast Fang came out of the queue, and the rest of the unrelated people sat down first. Shui Qinjiao and Beast Fang quickly got up and stood in front waiting for the announcement of the appointment. Everyone else below returned to their seats. The 4 elders of the Xian tribe were also listening to the anvil whispering what Shui Qinjiao had just read out. When several elders heard that the Han tribe had divided their bamboo island into 6 counties of the Han tribe, they also appointed an official called the governor to take charge of the entire bamboo island, and they couldn't help but smack their tongues secretly. The leader of this Han tribe is so big-hearted. If he leaves such a big place in the hands of others, he is not afraid of anything happening. However, after several people heard the names of the series of official offices of the governor's office and the governor's office, as well as their respective functions, they couldn't help but sigh. There is really no reason for the strength of the Han tribe. Not to mention anything else, their system of managing people, officials, and the army is quite perfect. Even without a leader, these officials can manage the territory in an orderly manner. In addition, a complete management system also represents strong organizational capabilities. With such a management system, the Han tribe can organize all the labor force and maximize the productivity of the entire ethnic group or the entire tribe. If this is not possible, if you can defeat the Xian tribe, then it is called a real evil section. This Han leader is not an ordinary powerful person. He is definitely a powerful person just by coming up with this management system. Several elders thought in their minds at the same time. 855 Appointment Certificate. Just as the anvil and the 4 Xian tribe elders explained the new system of the Han tribe, the appointment issued by Luo Chong earlier is also being read. Hu Benwei Sima Shui Qinjiao, who coordinated logistics and military supplies, was in charge of intelligence collection, and cooperated with the Blood Massacre commander in the crusade against the Xian tribe. He was specially appointed as the governor of Kaiyingzhu, and was given a staff to guard Kaiyingzhu on behalf of the emperor. He was fully responsible for the government affairs of the 6 counties of Kaiyingzhu. The appointment was initiated. Effective immediately, the staff will be reissued by the leader in the future. The ambassador to Kaiyingzhu, Beastia, successfully completed his mission as an envoy. After the meeting, he returned with the Tiger Guards and went to Hanyang County to wait for the imperial edict. He upheld the integrity and restored the order, and must not lose integrity. The original members of the mission assisted Beast Fang in meritorious service, and immediately followed Shui Qinjiao, the governor of Kaiyingzhu, to establish the governor's office, and entered the 8th Division to obey the call. The Blood Massacre read out the appointment of the governor of Kaiyingzhu in public, as well as the transfer order of Beast Fang, as well as the ownership of the mission members, and then handed over the appointment letter and transfer order to the 2 people respectively. Hey! Shui Qinjiao and Beast Fang took over their respective things and responded in unison. Immediately afterwards, another soldier brought up the governor's official uniform, Liangguan, official boots, and seal ribbon, and Shui Qinjiao took them one by one. At this point, his status was no longer that of the military commander of the Huben Guards, but that of the governor of Kaiyingzhu. Although the staff had not yet been issued, it was announced here that he had the ability to control all government officials in Kaiyingzhu. He only needed to be followed up. Luo Chong issued a special edict to grant the festival. When the 2 men's appointments and orders were read out in public, the 2 men returned to their seats respectively, and Shui Qinjiao gave these things to his own soldiers to carry, while Beast Fang sat in his original position and nodded secretly. Luo Chong assigned the members of the mission to the 8th Division of the governor's office. It was indeed a good arrangement. First of all, the members of the mission had stayed in Takeshima for more than 3 years. They were far more familiar with the situation in various parts of Takeshima than others. As a direct the 8 divisions that manage Takeshima, no one is more suitable than them. Even if they transfer people from the tribe, new arrivals who are not familiar with Takeshima's situation find it difficult to make an immediate difference. Then there is the 8th division of the governor's office, which is 100% a high official. Although the rank is definitely not as good as the county governor's level, they originally had no formal position in the mission. They were directly transferred to the governor's office, which can be regarded as a high promotion. It can be regarded as giving him an explanation to the brothers in the mission. Then there was his staff. The staff he held was specially awarded to him by Luo Chong as an envoy. Now that the mission is completed, he must take the staff back intact and return it to Luo Chong. This is called integrity, which means trust and keep promises. This is also the origin of the word loss of integrity, which does not mean losing moral integrity in the beginning. The reading of the appointment continued, and just after the appointment of the governor of Kaiyingzhu, Shui Tu once again took out a letter of appointment and read it out in public. Hu Benwei joined the army and Yang Feng came out. I am here. Yang Feng immediately stood up, bowed his head and saluted, ready to obey the appointment. Hu Benwei joined the army Yang Feng and made great contributions in assisting the bloody massacre against the Xian tribe. Now he is specially appointed as the governor of Kaiyingzhu. He is given an axe and is fully responsible for the military defense of the 6 counties of Kaiyingzhu. He goes to Jiahai County to establish the Kiangsu Protectorate and initiates the initiative immediately after his appointment. Effective, the axes and axes will be reissued by the leader's order. Blood slaughter read out again. Hey! Yang Feng also received the appointment letter, and the soldiers next to him immediately awarded Yang Feng the tray with the official uniform seal ribbon, which Yang Feng received and then handed over to his soldiers. At this point, Yang Feng's status was no longer that of Hu Benwei joining the army, but that of the Grand Governor of Kiangsu, who commanded the military affairs of the 6 counties. Everyone below was a little unexpectedly surprised at this time. Xue Qinjiao was originally the military commander in charge of government affairs. If we only talk about government affairs, his level is half a level higher than the commander of blood slaughter. Let him be Kiangsu. There is no surprise to everyone in the governorship. It has been more than 3 years since the beast's tooth came out, and he must go back to wait for arrangements. There is nothing wrong with this. However, as the commander-in-chief of this crusade against the Xian tribe, Suitu failed to obtain the position of the governor of Kiangsu, a feudal official. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. For a while, everyone started to speculate. To say that blood slaughter has made such a great contribution, it is definitely impossible not to reward or promote him, so the leader must have other arrangements, right? I just don't know what position is more suitable for a blood massacre than this one, except for the position of Kiangsu governor. Just when everyone in the audience was secretly speculating about Luo Chang's appointment, Yang Feng and Xue Tu, who had just completed their appointments on stage, immediately changed their identities. Yang Feng also suddenly took out an order and read it out in public. The commander of the Huben Guard, Commander Zhen Xin, was massacred in blood. I am here. The blood massacre, who had just read out his appointment on stage, now stood below again, standing there with his head down and his hands in wait for the arrangements. The commander of the Huben Guards immediately led all the officers and soldiers of the Huben Guards to Yashin County, joined the Fubo Guards Navy, and returned to Tuohei County by boat to rest and recuperate. All the artillery, 20 artillery pieces and their ammunition were transferred to Kiangsu. The protectorate is at your disposal. Yang Feng also spoke out about the artillery handover in public. Hey! Blood Slaughter immediately stepped forward to take over the order, and this scene surprised everyone. It's gone? Just talk about handing over the cannon to the protectorate, and then leading the team back to rest and recuperate, and it's gone? Not even a word to wait for the imperial edict. Or is it that the leader sent another secret letter, and there are other arrangements, but they are not suitable for them to know? The crowd again made random guesses. However, the 2 military and political officials above did not have time to wait for their guess. When the appointment was completed and took effect immediately, they had become the governor and governor of Kiangsu. The military and political power of the 6 counties was in hand, so it was time to arrange business. Blood Slaughter is still sitting in the center of the main seat for the time being. Yang Feng and Xue Qinjiao are sitting on both sides. The two look at each other, and Xue Qinjiao is the first to speak. Governor Yang, tell me first? Governor Xue, you should come first, your affairs are more important. Yang Feng also replied politely. Governor Yang, let's come first. Your matter is relatively simple. You can tell me first, hurry up. Xue Qinjiao became humble again. As soon as Yang Feng heard this, he just had a little bit of military affairs. There were only a lot of personnel appointments and dismissals on Xue Qinjiao's side. When he finished speaking, he had to wait until when, so he nodded. He was no longer polite at the moment and stood directly on the stage. He gave the order and didn't even have a document or letter in his hand. The chief officers of each guard station obeyed the order. After the meeting, each guard station reorganized its armaments and reorganized its organizational structure. A public trial meeting for war criminals will be held tomorrow morning. After the meeting, they will immediately lead their respective guards back to their stations to garrison and deploy defenses. Hey! The commanders of the 6 guard stations in Sima stood up together to answer the promise. The 4 elders of the Xian tribe at the end suddenly stood up again. There were so many people. They also hurriedly stood up, took the anvil next to them, and shook their heads slightly. The 4 of them sat down again. After Yang Feng announced his military affairs, he returned to his seat and nodded to Xue Qinjiao. Xue Qinjiao responded with an iron body, and once again came to the stage with a piece of information to read out. Cough. Let's talk about the opinions on dealing with the 4 elders of Xian tribe, rice, beans, animals, and buildings. When they heard this, everyone sat down one after another, and the anvil at the end began to translate for the 4 people in real time, so that they could understand what Xue Qinjiao was saying. Xue Qinjiao glanced at them and did not stop them. After all, the main thing was to give them 4 people. Listen. Ahem. After investigation, the 3 elders of the Yuanxin tribe, Mi, Do, Shi, and Shi, had a good attitude in admitting their mistakes and did not directly participate in the attack on Kaiwan County of the Han tribe. They were pardoned for their capital crimes. In addition, they were grateful for the proactive cooperation of the three of them. The three were specially admitted to the Farming and Animal Husbandry Department under the jurisdiction of the Kyangsu governor's office and temporarily served as false counselors. Shue Kinjao has just finished speaking about this handling opinion and appointment, and the anvil over there who is responsible for real-time translation has also relayed these words to the four people simultaneously. The three old men of Mido Sheng were immediately excited. This time, the Han tribe was able to avoid their death penalty, which made them feel that they were extremely lucky. Unexpectedly, in the end, not only did they avoid death, but they also gave the Han tribe officials to do it, and it is definitely a happy event bigger than heaven that you can directly take charge of the entire Zudeo government. It's just that it's not clear that the three people in the official system of the Han tribe simply didn't understand what kind of official position this fake counselor was. In fact, fake here means the same thing as fake hand to others, which is to let others act as agents. It can be understood here as acting temporary. Anyway, it is a temporary position, and it is not considered a formal establishment at all. The 8 chief officers of the governor's office are called secretaries, and the adjutants are called division secretaries. The other 8 are all errand boys. Where can I find a counselor? To put it bluntly, these 3 people are mascots added temporarily, but they themselves don't understand. But just being able to survive is enough for them to be happy. As for who the fake counselor is, they actually don't care. Thank you to the leader of the Han dynasty for your kindness in sparing your life. We must do this good job as counselors and not cause trouble to the Han tribe. Elder Mi started talking nonsense first, and he just thanked him for talking nonsense. After a long time of verbose words, he didn't know what he had said. Anyway, not many people present could understand it, but seeing these 3 people all the time just bow and salute, and you will know that they are very happy. Silence. Shue Kinjao, who was above, gave a soft drink, stopped the 3 from sensationalizing, and then continued reading with the document. After investigation, the elders of the original Xian tribe Zuping always treated people harmoniously and were kind to others. They never participated in anything against the Han tribe. They always admired the exquisite architectural skills of the Han tribe and were devoted to the Han people. The leader of the Han tribe is unparalleled in benevolence and righteousness. He has no intention of expanding the scope of this accountability and pardoning Elder Zhu for his innocence. In order to reflect the broad mind of the Han tribe and the friendship between the people of the 2 places, Zhu Ping was specially appointed as the first governor of Jiahai County, in charge of the affairs of Jiahai County. The government affairs of Haijun County are at the disposal of Shue Kinjao, the governor. Elder, come up and receive the appointment certificate. After Shue Kinjao's appointment certificate was read out, the generals on the Han tribe had no reaction. It was essential for the Han tribe to quickly stabilize Zudeo and activate some local pro-Han forces. The leader with several local Xian tribesmen were appointed as officials or even county guards for the Han tribe. This kind of thing was already within their expectations even when they saw the 4 elders of the Xian tribe meeting with them. Everyone was prepared in this way. But at this time, the 4 elders below, namely Mi, Do, Sheng, Zhu, and Zhu, were different. After listening to the real-time translation of Anvil, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. 856 Anvil that makes you cry with excitement. The elders of the 4 original Xian tribes had their eyes wide open and looked in disbelief. To be reasonable, when the Xian tribe and the Han tribe got along before, they learned that the Han tribe had many territories, and the largest real official position was the county governor. But they didn't know what the fake counselor just now actually did, so it's not particularly important. However, they never expected that the leader of the Han tribe would generously give them the position of county governor. Although he was the elder Zhu who was not particularly liked, this did not hinder their surprise. Even Elder Lian Zhu himself knew in his heart that he was actually more inclined to like the Han tribe, not only the Han tribe's exquisite architectural skills, but actually the various cultures of the Han tribe. Coupled with the usual attitude towards him of the envoys and officials of the Han tribe, he knew that the Han tribe had a good impression of him, so he might not have to die, but he never expected that the Han tribe would actually arrange a position for him as a county governor. This is comparable to the position of elder of the Xian tribe is much greater. The county governor is in charge of all things in a county. He is not only in charge of government affairs, but also has certain military power. How could he not be surprised that such a local official fell on his own head? Elder Zhu, Lao Zhu, why are you still stunned? Go ahead and receive the appointment certificate. Just when Elder Zhu was still stunned, Anvil couldn't help but remind him. Oh, Zhu Ping came back to his senses, glanced at the anvil, quickly walked to Shue Kinjao to take the appointment certificate, and saluted like the others just now, but he didn't say anything. He didn't speak Chinese well. I guess everyone present couldn't understand it. A soldier walked out of the side and handed it to Elder Zhu's hand on a tray with his official uniform, seal, and ribbon. He took it carefully, saluted it slightly again, and then returned to his original position holding the tray and sat down. The 3 rice bean animals next to them were instantly possessed by lemon essence. They all looked at the official uniform seal ribbon in his hand hotly, looking like, how could it be him, why not me? Shue Kinjao on the stage read out the opinions of the 4 elders and the appointments of the 4 people, no matter what the 3 people thought. He once again took out a letter of appointment and began to read it out. The Jinwuvai Anvil of the Han tribe came out. I am here. When Anvil heard him calling him, he felt a little excited. After more than 3 years of undercover career, is he finally going to achieve success today? I don't know what the leader will arrange for himself. He thought, his steps not stopping, and soon came to Shue Kinjao, bowing his head and waiting for his appointment. And the other generals present took a high look at this anvil. From the name Shue Kinjao called just now, you can hear some clues. The Jinwuvai Anvil of the Han tribe only mentioned the unit to which it belonged, but did not say what it belonged to. Position, this alone is enough to reflect the mystery of Jinwuvai. Everyone only knows that the Han tribe has an army specifically responsible for protecting the leader and the leader's family, called the Jinmyu Guards. However, the Jinmyu Guards only have a few people on their faces. In fact, the Jinmyu Guards who are living abroad don't know how many there are. The key is, before they take the initiative to show up and reveal their identities, no one knows whether the people around them will be the Jinmyu Guards. This is a bit scary. Moreover, even if this anvil has now revealed his identity as a member of the Golden Good, it still hasn't revealed his position in the Golden Good, so one can imagine the mystery of this organization. Anvil has repeatedly made extraordinary achievements since he was ordered to do so, and has provided important intelligence to our Han tribe many times, especially the Xian tribe's looting plan against Kaiwan County, which enabled our army to calmly prepare for the battle and avoided huge losses. In this campaign against the Xian tribe, Anvil once again contributed important intelligence several times and assisted the army in instigating the Xian tribe militia, winning a huge advantage for our army, allowing the enemy to defeat themselves without attacking, avoiding unnecessary casualties, and rescuing innocent soldiers and civilians. Tens of thousands of people saved the people from being poisoned by war. In memory of his repeated extraordinary achievements, being in the enemy camp and being loyal, he is now specially appointed as the governor of Xinhua County and is fully responsible for all government affairs of Xinhua County. The initiative will take effect immediately upon appointment. Iron County Governor, take the appointment certificate. Shue Kinjao on the stage said with a smile. And at this moment the anvil was so choked that it was speechless, and the big tears fell directly to the ground. For more than 3 years, he remained incognito, vigilant day and night, lurking carefully in the Xian tribe, and climbing up in anger. Finally, he got into the position of elder of the Xian tribe and successfully broke into the core senior management of the Xian tribe, but he never forgot the scene where the leader secretly met with him. At that time, the Han tribes were still so small. Just when they were in the 3 counties of Hanyang, Ruyang, and Liuyang, the leaders had already arranged everything for the future and tried their best to let them lurk in the mission at Niue. They succeeded. He also succeeded in the anvil, finally realized his value, and finally completed the task assigned to him by the leader. He clearly remembered what the chief had said to them that day, "You are my eyes and ears, and I will hear and see with you the secrets of any corner." He did, and he managed to pass back so many important secrets to the tribe, but he really didn't expect that the leader would remember all his achievements so clearly, one by one. I thought, back then, he was just an ordinary blacksmith in the tribe who could write a few Chinese characters. But today, the leader actually directly appointed him as a county governor of Kaiangsu Island, and he was also the county governor with the largest territory and the largest population. How can he not be moved by this? 2 lines of tears couldn't help but flow down. Anvil excitedly took over the heavy appointment certificate. He choked up and said, "Thank you, leader, for trusting and promoting me. Anvil will definitely live up to his trust, keep up the good work, and take good care of the leader." Xinhua County's government affairs and people's livelihood, at the end, he couldn't help but sob. Okay, Taita County Governor, these are all rewards you deserve. The leader will never let down any meritorious person, not to mention your great contribution. Come and accept this official uniform seal and ribbon. Shue Kinjao also patted the anvil's shoulder with emotion and comforted him, then took the tray containing the official uniform seal ribbon from the soldiers on the side and handed it to the anvil's hand in person. "Thank you, Governor Shue. I lost my temper." The anvil wiped his tears, restrained his mood, blushed, and said embarrassedly, "Work hard in the future, I am optimistic about you." "Okay, you go back and sit down first." Shue Kinjao patted him on the shoulder again, encouraged him with 2 words and said, "Hey." The anvil saluted slightly, and then he returned to his seat with his things. And everyone in the tent who had watched the whole scene opened their mouths in surprise. Is this anvil that powerful? It turns out that the Han tribe got the news in advance that the Xian tribe was going to attack Kaiwan County, but it was this person who came out. To be honest, no one had ever known the source of this news before Shue Kinjao announced it. Unexpectedly, it was actually the news obtained by a Jin Wei who had sneaked into the top management of the Xian tribe. This king away is awesome. What surprised these Han generals even more was actually the 4 elders of the Xin tribe. Only at this moment did they know why the coalition formed by Madun and their Xin tribe was defeated so miserably in the original open-source war. 857 To arrange government affairs. It was obviously a planned sneak attack, but before it even reached the city wall, it was discovered that the opponent had already lined up military formations outside the city waiting for him, and had also prepared a large number of high-power destructive weapons in advance. This, you won't lose unjustly. The 3 elders of Midishan, who originally thought the anvil was good, were all afraid of the anvil at this time. This person was so scary. When he was first brought back by the oxtail, he was really a little blacksmith. Elder Jin's men were submissive and could do whatever they wanted. Unexpectedly, this boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes actually pretended to be a man, secretly inquired about their information, and then told the Han tribe. Oh! A few people sighed in their hearts. The anvil is powerful, and the leader of the Han tribe is not a fuel-efficient lamp. He actually started to lay out the plan for them so early. It's ridiculous that they have repeatedly discussed how to deal with the Han tribe, and as a result, the eyes and ears of the Han tribe are by their side, leaving them with no secrets at all. The meeting came to this point. Basically everyone present, the arrangement was almost finished. There were still 4 county governors whose appointments were not announced, so I listened to Shwe Kinjeo continue. Let's talk about the arrangements for the governors of the other 4 counties. Shwe Kinjeo paused, flipped through the documents in his hand and continued. The governor of Xianfeng County is Niu Wei, a former merchant elder of the Xin tribe, and is currently on his way here. The governor of Guanhai County was promoted from Jing Yun, the former magistrate of Dacheng County, Dongzhen County, and is currently on his way. The governor of Yashan County is Zhang Xian, the leader of the Yujian clan, and is currently on the road. The governor of Chaoyang County is Zhan Mao, the patriarch of the Zhan family, and is currently on the road. Before the above 4 people take office, the government affairs in their jurisdiction will be temporarily managed by the garrison Sima. After reading out all the appointments, Shwe Kinjeo collected the manuscript, looked at everyone in the tent with his hands behind his back, and said loudly again. All government officials from the 6 counties in Kiangsu who remain, and other military generals can go with Governor Yang to discuss the arrangements for tomorrow's public trial. After Shwe Kinjeo finished speaking, everyone in the entire tent stood up. Suitu, Yang Feng, and Shwe Kinjeo gave each other their hands, and then took a group of generals to other camps for a meeting to discuss the time for tomorrow's public trial meeting, and arrangements for various ceremonies. What was left in the tent were the anvil, the elder Zupingzu, 3 false councillors under the jurisdiction of the Zhengmu division of the governor's office, and the acting governors of the other 4 counties. Seeing that everyone was waiting for him to speak, Shwe Kinjeo made a draft and then said, "The main purpose of keeping you is to talk about the government affairs in the next period. Our task is very heavy. After the public trial meeting ends tomorrow, you will each lead the people in your jurisdiction back to their hometowns and resettle the people as soon as possible. Especially in the 3 counties of Jiahai, Guanhai and Xianfeng, the people of these 3 counties were basically recruited into the militia before, and even their families were taken to Qingquan Valley, so the governors of these 3 counties should pay special attention. The phenomenon of attrition must be avoided on the road, as well as the people's property, tools, livestock, etc. They must be brought with them to make the people feel at ease. After arranging the people, the next step is the various censuses unique to our Han tribe. Let me tell you the order of the census work. The first step is the census, age, household registration, and whether there are relatives among the residents. This is the organization of our Han tribe, an important basis for the labor force. I hope you can complete it rigorously and conscientiously. Then there are the houses, and whether the people have a residence or not, or the same sentence, and the work of settling the people is done first. Then there is arable land. How much arable land there is in the jurisdiction, what kind of arable land it is, and how large the areas of mountainous, dry, or paddy fields are. You all count more carefully. In the future, the Farming and Animal Husbandry Department of the Governor's Office will adjust local crop varieties based on the data you report. Don't report it blindly, otherwise I will find out about the twice-yearly inspections, and your county governor will be done. The last thing is to contract the production to the people, that is, to organize the households of our tribe and register the household registration. Everyone must remember clearly how much land, how much tax land, and how much tax-free land they need according to their age. If you can't remember clearly, when you collect taxes in the future, you won't be able to collect them, which will delay the leader's important affairs. When the leader handles me, I will deal with you first. There is another thing that needs to be paid attention to. I have roughly understood that the terrain and economic industries of each county are different. It is impossible for all the people to force them to farm. For example, in Xianfeng County, the local people mainly dry salt, there is no planting at all, so how many households of you make a living by drying salt? We must also make statistics on this and then report it. We will handle it specially. There is also Chaoyang County, where the main residents are the Yu clan. I heard from the leader that they make a living by fishing, so how many fishermen and how many farmers there are also counted separately, so that they can be used for the local area. Economic industries are planned in advance. Shwe Kinjao arranged various recent census tasks. After he had finished speaking, Anvil, who had just been promoted to the post of governor of Xinhua County, had already entered the role. Although he had not yet taken up his post, he had already begun to consider his future work. I saw him suddenly raise his hand and ask, "Governor, our Xinhua County has a large population, sufficient water, vast plains, and fertile land. It has been the agricultural area of the entire Kiangsu Island since ancient times. Now that our Han tribe has taken over, it is estimated that a lot of cattle, farm tools, and various seeds may be needed. I hope that the governor can make up for it for us as soon as possible. The other one is that I estimate that according to the inherent population and field ratio of our Han tribe, field overflow may occur in Xinhua County. When the land is distributed according to the household registration, how to deal with the extra cultivated land? It is impossible to put the farmland in good condition. Throw it away, right?" Faced with the question posed by the anvil, Shwe Kinjao was stunned, and he asked in disbelief, "Do you mean the people in Xinhua County, whose per capita cultivated land area is more than the people of our Han tribe? How is this possible? Our Han tribe has 20 acres of land for adults, and there is also tax-free land for children. If all of them are added together, the per capita cultivated land area of the labor force is at least 30 acres. This is because our Han tribe has sharp agricultural tools and advanced technology, and it can only be achieved when agricultural livestock are relatively popular. How can the people of Xinhua County have a per capita cultivated area that exceeds ours? Could it be that their farming skills are more powerful than ours?" Shwe Kinjao looked at the anvil with an expression of disbelief. Anvil smiled helplessly, and then explained, "The governor, it's because their farming skills are not good, they all scatter the seeds and then ignore them. Unlike us who work as intensively, they can plant more than us." More. Oh, that's it. Shwe Kinjao suddenly realized that after a long period of trouble, the people of the Xian tribe spent less time per unit area than the Han tribe. No wonder they could plant so much land. He thought for a moment before saying, "Otherwise, you go back and make statistics first. After the statistics are completed, you can report to me how much farmland there is that has overflowed. Then I will take a look at the overall situation and see if it can be transferred from Xianfeng County. Some people have moved there, and the cultivated land must not be wasted. Besides, when it comes to the method of drying salt in Xianfeng County, I guess the leader will definitely have to optimize it for him according to his temper. By then, the living space of many salt-drying households will be reduced, and the extra people in this part will be sent to Xinhua County. Go farming." In fact, what Shwe Kinjao was thinking about was right. Most of the salt-drying ponds in Xianfeng County are naturally formed. A small number of artificially modified salt ponds use natural seawater tides and sunlight to dry salt. The salt production efficiency of such a salt pond is low, but it uses a lot of labor. It is a typical backward industry, occupies a large amount of labor, but cannot produce much. According to Luo Chang's character of loving inventions and optimizing industries, if Luo Chang was allowed to upgrade these salt ponds and a worker could do the work of the previous 10 people, wouldn't the large amount of labor be liberated? When the time comes, these people who have lost their salt drying work will just let them do other things. Even if they are unwilling to farm, they can do other industries, such as paper making, etc. Kiangsu Island has a lot of bamboo, so wouldn't it be a pity not to make paper? 858 The Han tribe had a maternity hospital. The government affairs arrangements on Shwe Kinjao's side were quickly ended, and the military arrangements on Yang Feng's side were even simpler. After everyone discussed the part of tomorrow's public trial meeting, they hurried back to prepare. Next day, just as the genius was shining, the whole valley of Clear Springs became busy. The local people were organized into a group of young men, who specialized in chopping firewood and carrying water, and sent them to the kitchen in the camp for use. The people in the kitchen were all logistics soldiers in the Han army, and the food they made was naturally unique to the Han tribe. Food. Brother Sun, as a peripheral member of the Jinryu Guards, naturally acted as a microphone. On the one hand, he followed the arrangements of the Han tribe to disclose information to the local people, and on the other hand, he monitored the local people's views and attitudes towards the Han tribe. If the people had any emotions, he will report them as soon as possible. At this time, Brother Sun was taking a few of his partners who were originally in the same camp to help in the kitchen in the camp and distribute food to the local people. A long table was placed in front of the kitchen shed, and a bamboo basket was placed on the table. The cornmeal steamed buns inside were piled high into a hill, constantly exuding sweet heat. The people who lined up to receive food kept sniffing, something they had never eaten, although the thing was still made of their corn. "M&M, what's that food? It smells so sweet." A girl with bare feet followed her mother, pointed at the steamed bun hill in front of the team and asked curiously. Her saliva flowed down unconsciously. Faced with the temptation of the steamed buns, she had no resistance at all. Eminem didn't know that it was something made by people from the Han tribe. The little girl's mother said honestly, Eminem, I want to eat that thing. The little girl pressed again, and looked at her mother with watery eyes with anticipation. Eat big, too enough. That's enough, thank you Eminem, Eminem is so nice. The team to collect the food slowly moved forward, and the little girl finally came to the steamed buns. She nodded and pointed at the steamed buns on the desk and shouted to Brother Sun, I want two. Yo ha, I want two, have you finished eating? Brother Sun looked at this lively little girl and joked, but when he saw that the little girl's mother was still pregnant with her 6-month-old belly, he stopped joking and took a big bowl directly and put 4 cornmeal steamed buns, and then continued to say hello. Come, take your steamed buns, and there will be meat porridge and pickles over there. Go over there when you eat. Don't run around. There are not enough bowls here. After you wash them, you have to give them to the people behind you. Thanks. The pregnant woman sincerely thanked her. Yes, we will be members of the Han tribe from now on. The Han tribe treats the people very well. I heard that the Han tribe has some maternity hospitals that specialize in helping women give birth to children. The Han tribe is much safer than us in giving birth to children. Children and adults, there are more people who survive. Looking at the pregnant woman in front of him, Brother Sun casually began to publicize the welfare of the Han tribe. Really? Then will we have one in the future? Originally, pregnant women didn't catch very much cold towards the Han tribe, but after hearing what Brother Sun said, they couldn't help but feel some hope. This was not the first time she was pregnant, having given birth to a daughter from her first child, the little girl who was with her now, who died less than a month after the second child was born, and who is now pregnant with her third child. But even so, it can be said that this woman is very lucky. At least for the 2 children she gave birth to, she has nothing to do with herself. However, the child of the second child has not been saved, which still makes the woman sad for a long time. After all, she is pregnant. How can I be emotionally unemotional after being born in 10 months? Now I heard that the Han tribe actually has a safe way to help women have children. The survival rate of adults and children is higher than theirs. Of course, women have the hope of joining the Han tribe. Who still doesn't want to make themselves and their children safe? There will definitely be one. Even if there is no one by then, you can tell the local officials that they will find a way to solve it. The officials of the Han tribe are all people who do practical things, because if they don't do things, they will be dealt with by the leader. Brother Sun continued to promote the situation of the Han tribe with the pregnant woman while handing out steamed buns to the people behind him. Other people who had finished receiving the steamed buns also stood aside and listened carefully, because now the Xin tribe has completely disappeared. From now on, they will all be from the Han tribe, but they don't understand at all what kind of tribe the Han tribe is. What they can see now is just that the Han tribe is fighting very hard. The pregnant woman nodded happily after hearing this, thanked Brother Sun again, and then led her eldest daughter to a porridge stall to eat meat porridge. The jerky brought by the Han tribe with the army must not have stood up to so many people, but they seized a lot of meat. A large amount of dried meat and grain, as well as many livestock, were found in the homes of several elders who had been killed. There were even more in the homes of Commander Xin. They took out all the seized dried meat and chopped it up for the people to cook porridge, and then eliminated some older or bad breeds from the livestock they searched and suppressed, and kept them all for the people in the army to cook. Anyway, it was generous to others. The Han tribe didn't feel distressed at all. As for the future, with a large-scale fishing industry, even if the Han tribe does not carry out any breeding projects, the sea can meet the meat needs of hundreds of thousands of people in the entire Han tribe. The poor can only live by eating seafood every day. It's not impossible. At the same time, just as the local people were having breakfast, the Han soldiers, who had already eaten early, began to set up the venue. The location of the public trial meeting was chosen in Qingquan Valley, the place where Commander Xin usually used to hold sacrifices. It was a flat land halfway up the mountain. It was very large and there was no problem at all with the queue that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. However, the location of this venue has to be said to be an irony. The place used by the Xin tribe for sacrifices has now become a place to destroy the Xin tribe. The soldiers quickly set up a high platform here and put on drums, and the 20 artillery pieces carried by the Tiger Guards were also parked in 2 rows on either side of the venue. The prisoners had also been brought to the scene, waiting to be executed after the crime had been announced. When the sun came out from above the valley, the people over there had almost finished their breakfast, so people began to gather here with them. Where are they taking us? In the ranks of the common people, some people asked the people around them in fear. I heard that there is going to be some conference, but we don't know what it is. It seems that the leader of the Han tribe is going to announce something. A young man with a little knowledge of Chinese explains. Oh, when can we go home? We have been here for a few days, and we don't know how my house is, alas. This should be fast. It seems that after this meeting, we have to go home. When it was dark yesterday, weren't there people from the Han tribe who asked us to pack our things? We thought that if we didn't go home, let us pack our things. What to do? Yes, I hope I can go back today, but I don't know what the days will be like in the future. I think those people from the Han tribe hit people very hard. Hey, didn't the people of the Han tribe say they should be treated differently? I heard that the people of the clan who were the commander-in-chief took the initiative to attack the Han tribe, and the Han tribe came here to take revenge. It seems that the people who were the commander-in-chief killed many people of the Han tribe at that time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traveled so far to take revenge, right? A group of people talked and walked, and soon arrived at the arranged venue. I saw the huge venue. The original altar had been demolished, and the same place was turned into a high platform made of wood. A row of chairs and tables were placed on the high platform, and a row of cowhide drums were set up on both sides. The armored Han army stood on both sides with steel halberds in their hands, and the long line extended to the open space below. On both sides of the open space under the high platform, 10 large thick iron pipes were placed, which looked extremely heavy at first glance, and weighed at least several thousand kilograms. The people didn't know what it was just by looking at it. They just said that the Han tribe was doing some flower work, or maybe it was their unique ritual vessel. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, when all the men, women and children of 30,000 to 40,000 people gathered in the venue, they began to play the trumpet and drums on the stage. The whole opening ceremony was impressive and full of style. When the drum was finished, 3 generals, dressed in fish scale armor and with red cloaks behind them, came to the front of the high platform and shouted loudly. Of course, they can't hear what they are shouting. After all, they are far away and there are no speakers, but it doesn't matter. The Han tribe still has the black technology of human voice interpretation. I saw that the soldiers who originally lined up on both sides of the venue all began to relay in local dialect, and what they said was exactly the speeches of the generals on the stage. The public trial and execution meeting for Xin tribe war criminals starts now. Chapter 859, 5 horses dismembered, the whole family was chopped. Folks, I am Shue Kinjao, the governor of Kiangsu, who was personally granted the title of leader, that is, the person who will manage the entire Zudeo in the future. I believe many people are wondering why our Han tribe raised troops on Zudeo, right? That's okay though, I'll tell you the truth here today. The relationship between the two tribes of Hangzhen and us was originally a friendly and cooperative relationship, with each other not invading each other and communicating with each other. This was originally beneficial to the people on both sides. But, your great commander insisted on robbing us of all kinds of technology, and he was keen on our sailing ships and our vehicles, and we Han tribes were unwilling to give them, so he openly united with the forces of the steppe to plunder our cities. At the beginning of this year, before the ice and snow on the grassland had finished melting, your great commander and a few elders selected 2,000 young men of the clan, each wearing bamboo armor and holding spears and arrows in their hands, to form a large army. Cross the dark bridge. In the name of going to the grassland to sell goods, they sent a large number of arrows, bronze spears, bamboo armor, shields, and even high ladders to a nomadic leader named Madun on the grassland, and united an army of 60,000 people to plunder together. Our Han tribe is located in Kaiwan City on the grassland. Thanks to the strong defense of our Han tribe, this was able to survive the disaster, save the city, and repel the coalition forces of your commander and the grassland Madun, but in that battle our Han tribe still suffered thousands of casualties. This war was the first to be provoked by your damn commander, and in order to give an explanation to the dead soldiers and civilians, our Han tribe traveled thousands of miles across the ocean to fight this war. We Han tribes do not respect war, but this does not mean that we do not have the ability to protect our people. Whenever any force dares to invade the interests of our Han tribe, no matter where he hides, even if he hides to the ends of the earth, our Han tribe's army will definitely destroy him. Shue Kinjao on the stage shouted out the prepared draft in advance. The pace-setters standing in rows below also relayed his words to the people in local dialect. It was not until this time that all these people knew about the Han tribe. The reason for raising troops here was that they couldn't help but scold Commander Xin for not being a thing. And just when Shue Kinjao had just finished speaking, the bloody massacre next to him also raised his arms and shouted, "Those who offend strong men will be punished no matter how far away they are." This stone stirred up waves, and when the blood massacre finished shouting this sentence, the more than 10,000 Han soldiers in the audience immediately joined forces, raising their fists and echoing it loudly. Anyone who offends a strong man will be punished no matter how far away he is. The loud slogan shook the valley, and the people were shocked by this terrifying momentum. Some young people yearned for Shue Kinjao's words just now and the shocking scene in front of them. Although the Han tribe does not advocate war, it is the most capable tribe. Those who dare to invade the interests of the Han tribe will still be ruthlessly suppressed by the elite Han army even if they hide to the ends of the earth. What a domineering and bold declaration, they also yearn to be able to join it. At the next moment, I saw the general on the high platform waving his hand. The morale was originally high, but the tens of thousands of soldiers shouting slogans suddenly stopped and became quiet in an instant. This scene surprised the people even more. From this, we can also see how strict the discipline of the army in front of us is. Immediately afterwards, Shue Kinjao shouted again. The war has ended, all the criminals have been captured, the public trial and execution have begun, and the criminals have been brought. At the next moment, the soldiers who had already been prepared took the prisoners up from the stairs on both sides of the high platform. The first wave of the prisoners was the body of Commander Xin, but his head was sewn onto the body by the Han tribe again, and he was ready to be chopped off again in public. Those who were taken up with the body were also relatives of Commander Xin. Most of the generation above Commander Xin were his uncles and uncles. His father had died long ago, so it was naturally impossible to dig him out of the grave. Then there were the cousins of Commander Xin, as well as his brothers, plus the wives of these people, and their children, grandchildren, granddaughters, great-grandchildren, the whole family of more than 200 people and nearly 300 people. They were all caught here, and the people in line were pressed and knelt on the stage. At this time, these immediate family members of Commander Xin were either crying loudly, or their feces and urine were flowing. Some were kowtowing and begging for mercy, and there were many people who cursed. However, Shue Qinjiao ignored them at all and took them out directly from his arms. He took out a manuscript and started reading it in a pretentious manner. After investigation, the leader of the Xin tribe, Xinrao, coveted the rich products of our Han tribe, well-equipped equipment, evil thoughts, treachery, and boldness. He took the initiative to violate the agreement between our Han and Xin tribes, colluded with the powerful grassland men to collude with them, and attacked our Han tribe. In the county and city of Kaiwan, more than 1,000 soldiers and civilians of the Han dynasty were killed, and our salt transport caravan was intercepted and killed. The crime was heinous and unforgivable. Today, the verdict is as follows. The first offender, Xinrao, the leader of the Xin tribe, was sentenced to 5 horses and dismembered. The body was exposed for 3 days to warn the world. His whole family, old and young, totaled 273 people, and the whole family was beheaded. Fire cannon. Execution. Boom boom boom. Under Shue Qinjiao's order, the 20 cannons that were originally parked quietly in the audience were set on fire one after another. The loud roar shocked everyone on the stage and the people in the audience. On the spot. However, this was only used as a salute, so naturally it would not be loaded, but it was just filled with a small amount of gunpowder, plugged it with a wooden board, and lit it to hear a sound. After 20 cannon shots were fired, the body of Commander Xin was carried off the stage, and the soldiers who had already been prepared brought 5 war horses and tied the body's head and limbs with ropes, and then several soldiers turned over and swung their riding whips. The next moment, the rope tightened, and the body of Commander Xin was torn in half on the spot. His head was separated from his body first. After all, it was sewn up and was not strong in the first place. His limbs had already begun to decay because he had been dead for 3 days. It was basically torn apart as soon as it was pulled, and even the torso was torn into pieces by the limbs. In the venue, the people in the front row saw it and almost vomited it out without any disgust. Some people were so frightened that they fell to the ground. Those with children also quickly covered their eyes. The people exclaimed one after another, and the criminals on the stage were even more frightened and inexplicable. They were afraid that they would be torn into pieces in the same way the next moment. Commander Xin's body was quickly picked up by the soldiers, and then he took the 6 pillars on the high platform and directly nailed the 5 large pieces of body to the pillars with a few short spears. Didn't you say before that the body would be exposed for 3 days? If you don't hang it here and let it dry, the Han tribe will never allow anyone to collect the body for him. But after all the people, old and young, under Xin's command were hacked to death, probably no one would collect his body, right? After nailing the body of Commander Xin, his family began to be pulled to the edge of the high platform by soldiers, and then forced to kneel there, facing the tens of thousands of people below. Some of the criminals were so frightened that they went crazy, some were so frightened that they fainted, and some were struggling violently. But the next second, when Shue Qinjiao shouted the word kill, the soldiers behind them all raised their hands. He waved the steel knife hard. Poof! Full of blood shot straight into the sky like a fountain, 50 human heads rolled to the ground, blood dyed the high platform red, and rows of headless corpses fell down. Then immediately after that comes the next batch. Swing, change, change. Xin led a family of more than 200 people, and took turns cutting down 6 batches before they were all cut down. The people below had been frightened. Zudeo had been at peace for a long time. Many people had never seen what war was like when they were so old, let alone ever seen it. There were so many dead people, but the Han tribe cut down so many people at once. The Han tribe is so cruel that not a single meow meow has been left to the leader's family. Older people can't help but complain in a low voice. Yes, doesn't it mean that Han leaders don't like killing people? What mistakes did those children make? Why would even they have to be killed? Hearing the old man's complaints, another woman muttered from the side. Then suddenly a young man glanced at them and couldn't help but retort. If you say that, what mistakes did the Han tribe make? Why did the commander send people to attack their city and kill more than 1,000 of them? Do those people deserve to die? How many did this kill? If you don't kill enough people, How can you explain it to those who died in the Han tribe? If you come over and think about it, if you are from the Han tribe and live a good life in the city, and someone else suddenly comes to rob your family of things and kills your family, will you kill all the other party's family? Revenge your relatives. The young man's rebuttal immediately left everyone around him speechless. They also felt that what the young man said was reasonable. They just saw with their own eyes that the family of the commander-in-chief was destroyed. After all, they couldn't bear it. However, the Han tribe would not think so. Today's public trial and execution meeting is not only as simple as executing war criminals, but also to build momentum for the Han tribe and help Han tribal officials such as Xue Qinjiao and Yang Feng establish their power, so that the local people can know that they have absolute power of life and death in their hands. On the high platform in front, the headless corpses of more than 200 people were all carried down and thrown into a large pit dug in advance. Their heads were built into a jingguan on the spot. Immediately afterwards, the two elders of gold and silver were also dragged up. Xue Qinjiao read out the crimes of the two again, and all the words such as doing evil for the tiger and helping Xin to abuse were arranged, and he was finally sentenced to beheading. Those who were beheaded together at the same time were their immediate relatives, such as their brothers, their nephews, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and other collateral cousins, all of whom were demoted to lifelong slaves and had their big toes cut off and their hair shaved off in public. There were more than 400 direct relatives of the two Jin elders. Another round of cannons was fired from the audience, and the platoon was given enough, and then they were stabbed. This slashing was a quarter of an hour, nearly 500 people, and it took quite a while to slash them to death one after another. Finally, there is the family of Elder Qi, who had already been cut down after the Battle of Landing. Qi Yun had already been cut down, but his family was still alive, and this time he was also caught and pulled to the stage to bleed one by one. After all those who should be chopped or hacked to death, the Han tribe has gained enough prestige, and then it is time to appease a wave of people. Xue Qinjiao had the body pulled down and thrown into the pit to be buried, then ran to the high platform and began to announce in public the appointment and dismissal of the elders of the 5 Xian tribes: rice, beans, animals, buildings, merchants, and so on, thus proving that not everyone in the Han tribe was killed. Look, didn't we still keep so many elders? Not only did we not kill them, but we also gave them official positions. Chapter 860. The photo studio is about to open. In the Qingquan Valley of Jiahai County, the Han army was slashing people. They didn't kill so many people in the entire war. This time, they cut it out. The 8 counties of Hanyang at the same time were completely opposite to those of Jiahai County. The people here were all preparing for festivals happily. After all, spring is about to begin. The busy farming season will begin in spring, so there is no time to celebrate. So the new year of the Han tribe was scheduled for winter, but it is not called the New Year, but the Zhendan, the first day of the 14th month of each year, which is the beginning of the last month of winter. After this festival, it basically starts to heat up. The ice and snow will melt within a month and then rise to the temperature at which crops may germinate. People will also feed the ox after the New Year festival, repair farm tools, polish the plows, select grains, and take out the pickled bacon to make their lives. Eating delicious food means eating something good, having the strength to work, and having a good health next year, so that the grain can be harvested, etc. When there are still 10 days before the lunar calendar, the people are preparing things for holidays. Some go to the city to buy new window paper and prepare to go home to change it. If the conditions are good, they buy glass directly, especially young people who have just gotten married, who are more willing to buy glass. The silver-plated glass mirrors produced by the Institute are also popular products in New Year's goods, and also bottled liquor that people usually don't want to buy, which are also popular products. Groups of people were shopping in the city, and some were queuing up to customize kitchen knives in front of the blacksmith shop, buying cloth, and buying meat. Ducks bought from Liaoyang County were sent to Hanyang County for sale, and they were all used. But on this day, among all the cities of the 8 counties in Hanyang, a news was announced that the leader would give the people an ID card. All adults must bring their household registration to the official office where they are registered to apply for an ID card. What is this operation? What is an ID card? Why do you have to handle this thing before the holiday? In fact, Luo Chong has no choice. The equipment of the research institute was just made at this time. If we wait until after the holidays, it's time for the people to visit relatives. Either they are busy preparing for spring plowing. If after spring, everyone is busy farming. How can I still have time to apply for an ID card? So Luo Chong thought for a moment, let's just do it at this time. It just so happens that you can take a photo for free when you apply for an ID card, so it should be regarded as a New Year's gift for the people. In addition, it happened to promote a wave of photography, because the photo studio jointly organized by Cubing and the Han tribe happened to open on the Zhendan festival, and using ID cards was just enough to promote a wave of business. There are currently only 4 such photo studios in the Han tribe, one in Hanyang City and one in Ruyang City. There are also one in Liaoyang City and the capital of Weixin County. All the photographic equipment in the 4 stores is provided by the official research institute. The store was selected and rented by his sick parents and his fiancée's family. As for the cost of photographic equipment, in the future, they will have to make money from operating profits. Anyway, it is impossible for the official to give it in vain. After all, they also need scientific research funds. Want just enough food. In Hanyang City, there is a bulletin board next to the well at the entrance of each alley, which is a wooden board with a sloping roof. It is usually used to post some official notices. Now there is a small official carrying paste and pasting new notices on it. There is still a group of people watching around him. All residents of the Han tribe over the age of 14, including 14 years old, regardless of gender, please bring your household registration book to the official office where your household registration is located before the Jenden festival to apply for identity certificates. The first application is free. It is required that you should dress neatly and have a title. Wear corresponding accessories and take photos at the official office. A child who was on vacation from school was crowded into the crowd, reading the contents of the notice to the people around him word by word. After reading it, he asked the little official who posted the notice in confusion, "Brother, what is your ID card and what is your photo?" "Ha!" The little official smiled and replied teasingly, "It doesn't matter to you, didn't you see what it said above? Do adults over 14 years old do it? You're underage, so go home and eat." "Yes, I'm just asking, isn't that okay?" the child asked unconvinced. "Okay, it's okay to tell you, this ID card is a supplement to the household registration. Isn't the household registration all in one? This ID card is for one person, and you also need to take photos to get everyone's photos. You can understand it as a portrait, which is a technology that can quickly capture images without using people. It is a new technology developed by our research institute some time ago. Secretly tell you, that thing is amazing. Just make a small box and put it in front of people for a few breaths. You can immediately take a photo of the person in front of you. The photo you take is just like what you see in the mirror. The same as myself, very clear. Go quickly, you will definitely regret not going. Remember to wash yourself clean, wear beautiful clothes, and comb your hair to look better. After all, this photo, as long as you take it, you can keep it for a lifetime. The little official pretended to be mysterious and touted a wave of photography techniques. Real or fake, is it that powerful? You've seen it with your own eyes? The little boy asked in disbelief, if there was such a powerful new technology, why didn't they say it in school? Hey, yeah, why don't you believe what I'm saying? I'm telling you, not only have I seen the leader take a picture with my own eyes, but I've also been photographed myself. Nana, let you look at my ID card, you look at what it is it me on it? As an internal staff member of the government office, the little official naturally had to apply for the new equipment internally after getting it. His ID card had already been made, so when he saw someone suspicious, he took it out on the spot. In fact, these little officials who posted notices everywhere all had newly issued ID cards on them, just to promote them to the people. However, the guy in front of them was just naughty, and he was still teasing his neighbors here. I saw him take out his ID card from his arms. The thing was a square rectangle, as big as a bank card, but it was 2 pages long, with hinges on one side and buckles on the other. The front was made of steel. A row of Chinese characters, Han Empire Citizen ID card, was smashed out, and then there was a circle of cloud patterns and a Chinese character graphic. After picking out the click, there is the content of the ID card. On the left is the name, gender, date of birth, title, then place of origin, and at the bottom is the ID number composed of a string of numbers. However, these are not the most important. The most important thing is the black and white headshot on the right half. The photo shows all the details. It is really the same as the one taken in the glass mirror, but it has become black and white, and it is exactly the same as the little official himself. He is definitely right. Wow, is that the picture? Awesome. Please tell me if I can take photos if I am not an adult, and I want to take photos too. The child looked at the photo on his ID card and immediately asked excitedly. 861 The boy who braved the darkroom. Can minors take photos? I want to take pictures too. After the little boy in the crowd saw the photo on his ID card, he immediately pulled the little official and asked, "It's really new." Not to mention photos these days, even portraits can be so real that you can't see them at all. And the photos taken can be kept forever, so the meaning is naturally different, which is very memorable. Of course you can take pictures if you want, but you can only spend your own money, and the government office is only responsible for taking ID cards. In your case, you will not take pictures, but we have a photo studio in Hanyang City. It is said that it is Jenden. It will officially open on the day of the festival. If you want to take pictures, your parents will take you there. The little official explained and promoted the photo studio. As a result, as soon as the clerk finished speaking, the child squeezed out of the crowd and ran away. He wanted to go home and tell his parents to apply for an ID card. By the way, he followed him to see what the photo was. The child ran home all the way, and before he even got to the door, he started running and shouting, "Dad, Mom, the government office needs to apply for an ID card, and you can also take photos for free. Go quickly." As soon as he entered the yard, the child found his father chopping firewood, and the tall stacks of firewood were almost piled up to the eaves. He had to rely on this pile of firewood for heating and cooking for the remaining month of winter, and his mother, at this time, was feeding the family's livestock. The boy's family was in good condition, with a litter of rabbits, 4 fat pigs, and a dozen free-range red-tailed black-feathered chickens. When the two heard the shouts of their children, they looked at him in surprise. The boy's father asked first, "What kind of ID card is it going to be the first day of the Lunar New Year? Why do you think of getting some ID card? What is that thing for?" People in the government office said that the ID card is similar to the household registration, but it is personal. Unlike the household registration, the whole family is together. This must be done, and it must be done before Gendon. The boy explained immediately. "Oh, does that cost money?" The hostess, who was feeding the pigs, also looked at her own child and asked. "No need, no need. I heard that it is free for everyone when they apply for it for the first time. If they apply for it in the future, they will have to spend their own money. However, people in the government office have said that they should dress better and dress up more spiritually. When the time comes, you have to take pictures. By the way, Dad, Mom, can you take me with you? I also want to see what the photo looks like." The boy explained, and asked with expectation. "If you don't go, you can stay at home honestly. Your mother and I have gone, and you have gone too. Who cares about your 2 sisters?" The boy's father immediately refused. "No, I'll go. I'll take my sister to the head office, right?" The boy begged stubbornly. After some discussion, with the idea of celebrating the holidays and going out to buy things anyway, the couple agreed to the boy's request and went out with their 3 children. The man in charge took the household registration book and the woman took the money. They were going to the government office to apply for their ID cards first, and then the whole family went shopping together. As a result, when the family of 5 came to the civil handling hall of the government office, they discovered that there had been a long queue of people applying for ID cards. At first glance, it seemed that there were at least 10 or 20 people in front of them. Fortunately, the government office had prepared there are many chairs, coal stoves, and hot water to heat the people. The man looked at the situation in the house, took his household registration book and went to line up by himself, asking his wife and 3 children to sit and rest first at the chair. But the boy was dishonest and looked around curiously in the lobby. He squeezed next to the queue for the ID card and saw the legendary photography process. I saw a small official sitting at the service desk. He took the household registration book and checked the information of the handler, then wrote a form, and then gave 2 copper cards to the man to take pictures and engrave in the house next to him. The boy immediately followed curiously, and saw that in another room blocked by a cotton door curtain was the legendary photo studio. This house also has a service desk, and there are 2 staff members in total. One is picking up movable type and smashing the steel seal on the ID card, and the other is a photographer who specializes in taking pictures. After the man came in just now, he explained his intention, then handed over the order and the 2 copper cards just now, and started processing them inside. The little official who smashed the steel seal had already started typesetting, and the photographer looked at the list, looked at the person in front of him again, and said with a frown, "Didn't the notice say that if a noble person wants to tie his hair and wear a crown, why did you come with a hair tie?" "Ha! My child didn't tell me. I'm just a carpenter. Although I have a title, I usually work conveniently and I'm not used to wearing a crown. Do you think I'd have to go back and put it on before I come back?" The person who came to apply for an ID card said in surprise. He really doesn't know what to wear a crown on. After all, he doesn't know what photography is, what documents he used to do, etc. He just needs to record the text. Who cares how you dress? Hey, isn't this a delay? Who is that? What is the name of the new intern? Wenshan. The other person who picked the movable type next to him answered. "Oh, Wenshan, come out and tidy up this man, find a crown and put it on him." Coming. After a while, another 14 or 15-year-old boy came out of the inner room. He looked at the man and led him to the bust mirror on the side. He combed his hair again, tied his hair, found a corresponding crown and put it on. Then he fixed it with a hairpin, and then he led the man to the chair opposite the photographer, and then reminded, sit upright, don't raise your head, put your chin in a little, yes, look at the box opposite, keep your posture and don't move, okay, keep it, it will be fine in a while." The intern named Wenshan served as a temporary photography assistant. While telling the handler how to adjust his posture, he adjusted the fill light panel next to him. At this time, the photographer had already started focusing on the focal length and used glass plates to shoot the scene. Wenshan walked up to the photographer, who nodded and gave the silver-plated negative to Wenshan. The boy opened another door curtain and entered the inner room. The inner room was so dark that there was no light. After Wenshan entered, he opened another wooden door and actually came to the darkroom. Another photographer who had been waiting here for a long time. The photographer immediately began to apply photosensitive potion on the film, then put the wet film in a blackout box and handed it to Wenshan. Wenshan picked up the blackout box and ran away. After all, the daguerreotype wet photography had to be completed before the potion dried. As a result, he walked out of the darkroom and came to the inner room. As soon as he opened the door curtain, he was hit by a child. He fell directly to the ground. Wen Shen was immediately startled. Looking at the blackout box again, fortunately it was not thrown away. He immediately got up, held the child in one hand, and quickly handed the bottom plate to the photographer with the other. "You kid, who asked you to come here? No entry is allowed here. Did you hear me? Go back to your parents, or accidentally catch you and won't give you food. Tisk, isn't it just a photo shoot? You can't even take a look, you're stingy." Little boy pouted. "Haha, you kid, do you want to learn secretly?" When Wenshin heard what he said, he couldn't help but tease him. "Wenshin, okay, send it to the darkroom quickly." Just when Wenshan was bickering with the child, the photographer had already finished shooting, and Wenshan did not answer, and immediately entered the inner room with the floorboard, only for the little boy to sneak in again, but was caught by the photographer. "Back. Hey, whose child is this? They all told you that you can't get in there. Why are you still drilling into it? Why can't I enter? I'll just take a look. I won't move around." The little boy was still quibbling. "Is that something you're not messing around with? It's you can't open the door at all, and you can't see the light inside. Did you know that as soon as you open the door and the light from outside shines in, the photo will be over? Do you understand, so you can't enter?" The photographer grabbed the little boy's back neck collar and taught him a lesson, for fear that he would run further inside. "Oh, then I won't go in, I'll just watch here, okay." As soon as the little boy heard that he was afraid of light inside, he rolled his eyes and began to discuss it again. "Oh, you kid, look here, where are your parents? Don't they care about you?" The photographer asked amusedly. "My father also wants to apply for an ID card. He is outside and will come in later. I will look at it for a while." Okay, then you are not allowed to move here, you cannot touch things randomly, you cannot lift the door curtain, otherwise I will close you in a small dark room. This is not discussed, have you heard it?" The boy nodded honestly. Although he agreed not to touch anything, his eyes were looking around, stretching his neck and looking carefully at the wooden box used for taking the photo. Unfortunately, he could not see anything standing in his position. At this moment, when Shan, who had just entered the back room, also came out again with the base plate, but this time he walked much more calmly. Obviously, the photo has been developed, so there is no need to worry so much this time. 862 Photography Exhibition, Part 1. Wen Shen walked out with the washed negatives. The negatives in his hand were still wet. As soon as he went out, he saw the boy still standing here, so he immediately asked, "Why haven't you left yet? Really want to enter the little dark room?" As he said this, he handed the film to the photographer. The boy ignored him and immediately lay down on the service desk to look at the newly washed photo. When he saw it, it was indeed the same as the ID card photo taken by the previous clerk. It's the same, but this one is still a semi-finished product. Although there is a photo, there are no words on it. "Wow, the photo is so clear, how did you get this?" The boy couldn't help but exclaim. "You really just want to learn secretly, right? You exposed." Wenshin continued to tease the child, but the photographer didn't say anything. He took the photo and took a look. The effect was pretty good, so he wiped it dry with a handkerchief and handed it to his colleague who was responsible for stamping the fonts. The man had already fixed the movable type to the hammer, put the bottom plate into the prefabricated card slot, grabbed the wrench of the hammer above, pressed it down hard, and with a click, the personal information bar on the ID card was ready. Finally, take a cover and connect the two copper sheets with hinges. This latest version of the ID card is ready. The person who applied for the ID card also removed the crown from his head at this time, and then came over to pick up the ID card. When he saw that he had just been left on this copper piece, he showed no surprise at all. Lower than that little boy. "This little brother, what kind of technology is this? Is it a new creation from our tribe? Is it possible to do it in other places than the official offices, which can do this?" The carpenter who applied for the ID card immediately asked. "This is called photography, also called photography. It means leaving images of people or objects on the carrier. People can also do it themselves. We have a new photo studio opened in Hanyang City, which is on the facade of the first floor of the inn. If you want to know more, you can go there and ask." The photographer quickly introduced a few words, and he had already asked Wen Shan to adjust his posture for the next person. "Okay, thank you. The carpenter looked at his photo, and the more he looked at it, the more magical it became. He thanked him and hurried out. He was already engaged in the profession of craftsman, which made him very curious about this new technology. He left the gate of the official office, then walked straight to the inn, hoping to carefully understand the principles and applications of this new technology, etc. And in the photo studio of the official office, the little boy still couldn't leave. Even if the adults here ignored him, he was willing to watch it here. After all, just now, he learned some things about photography from the adults' conversation. And where is the photo studio in Hanyang City? Not long after, the child's parents and two sisters also walked in. The boy immediately ran over and then became a photography assistant, teaching his father to adjust his posture in a clear and logical manner. His father frowned and asked, "Who did you learn this from?" "Humph, I don't need anyone to teach me, I can do it just by looking at it." "What's so great?" While speaking, he rolled his eyes at Wen Shan. The three staff members in the camera room couldn't help but laugh. This kid is really interesting. When their family completed their ID cards one after another, the boys' parents were also carefully looking at them with their ID cards. It was really photography. It was amazing for people who had never seen it. There was actually something in the world. There is a way to record images. If the Han tribe hadn't been scientifically educated for several years, I'm afraid it wouldn't be time for someone to point at the camera and shout a miracle. "Dad, Mom, I also want to take pictures. There is a place for taking pictures over the inn. Let's go over and take a look, right?" When the family walked out of the civil administration lobby of the government office, the little boy pestered his parents again and said, "Okay, let's go and have a look first. It just so happens that your mother is going there to buy something, but let's make an agreement first. If the photos are too expensive, we won't take them." I just took a look. The photos on this ID card are made of copper and silver. If they are so exquisite, they will definitely not be cheap. Alas, our family may not be able to afford them. The boy's father said with emotion, which immediately made his son unhappy, but he didn't dare to refute it. It would be good if he couldn't afford to take pictures and go over to see it. If he really couldn't afford to take pictures, he would wait until he made money in the future. Go shoot. As a result, when the family turned to the road of the post house, they found that the photo studio with the big red flower hanging on the plaque was already full of people inside and at the door. Many adults and children were watching here, and just as their family was about to come forward, they heard a loud voice shouting in the crowd, don't squeeze, just step back. Let's move our things to the street outside, and then let's see if the big guys are okay. Our store is small and we really can't get in so many people. Please give in." The next moment, the people consciously retreated outside the store, and saw the shopkeeper and the guy in the photo studio carrying out several tables and placing them on the roadside. They also set up a row of wooden boards in front of the tables, with some hanging on the wooden boards. Black and white photos framed with glass, as well as album-style photo albums, and vertical desktop ornaments photos, just the kind of photos that can stand on a desk when framed. These things are all creative ideas provided by Luo Chong. Desktop ornaments, book-style photo albums, wall pendants. Basically physical photos are only used for so many purposes, and then there are pure photos that are not framed, which you can use whatever you want. But what is more attractive than that is actually these publicly displayed photos, the scenes and people taken above, because these photos are all the photos Luo Chong took for his family, and now they are all contributed as exhibits. Wow, look, it's the leader and the leader's two wives. Hey, who is this beautiful sister? How can she take pictures with the leader? In charge, take a look, is this photo of Ben and the sick child? When did he take this photo? Pretty handsome looking. A neighbor who went to the hospital suddenly saw the picture taken by Cubing and Ao Fei at the Huixin Island Research Institute. The background of the photo also included the institute's pavilion. Don't you know? The child is now a personal guard for the leader. The leader has taken so many photos, but he can't get one? Right too. Shopkeeper, can you take this kind of photo? Why do I think it's different from the one on my ID card? What material is this photo of you made of? It seems to be clearer than the one on the ID card. Someone else looked at the photo and asked the boss here about the market. Dear neighbors, fellow villagers, please be quiet. Please let me introduce to you the photography skills of our store and the price of the photos we took. If you still don't understand, ask me again. Although we are today, it has not officially opened yet, but reservations are accepted. If any one of you wants to take pictures later, you can go to my place to open a note. We officially start entertaining guests during the spring festival, okay? The shopkeeper's shout finally attracted everyone's attention. He asked everyone watching to move slightly back, walked to the front of the wooden board, and introduced it to everyone in front of the photo of the photography trio. Please see, this group photo of 3 people is the 3 people who invented photography. The one in the middle is called Ao Fei, who is the team leader of the optical laboratory of our Han Tribe Research Institute. This camera was invented by Ao Fei. Photography was also the first idea he came up with, but it never succeeded. Later, I joined this cubing. Well, it's the young man in armor on the left in the photo. He is now our leader's personal guard. Once when he was sent to the research institute by the leader to do errands, he came into contact with this thing. Cubing and AFEI, they are classmates in the same school and brothers. Both of them are young talents. When Cubing heard that his senior brother AFEI was working on a camera, he helped him take photos, but he didn't know much about cubing, and went to Wenang, the leader of the chemistry laboratory of the institute, for advice to learn chemical knowledge, and finally came up with metal photos that could be used for photography. This Wenang is the person on the right side of the photo. These three people have the photography skills of our tribe together, so these three people are also called the three masters of photography. We, the entire Han tribe, have the honor to take photos and take them as souvenirs, all thanks to these three teenagers. 863 Photography Exhibition, Part 2. It turns out that photography was created by these three people. They all look so young. These three people are so awesome. I don't know if they are married, but if they are married, I don't know if they mind if they have one more. Photo studio shopkeeper. The boss's face turned dark. This photo studio was originally opened by Cubing, and his boss was Cubing's fiance's natal family, that is, a member of the Zhan clan, so Cubing was their uncle. Now someone wants to get sick and kiss him in front of him? What joke! So, this photo hasn't been out for a long time. Well, doesn't it mean that it happened after I became a personal guard for the leader due to illness? I have only been a personal guard for a few months, so this thing will be made as soon as this fall, right? The melon-eating crowd, who looked around, discussed it again. Shopkeeper, how much does it cost to take this photo once? Please tell us quickly. Someone else pressed. Don't worry, everyone, listen to me and continue to introduce it. The shopkeeper clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, and then continued his introduction. When photography was first invented, you could only take photos on silver sheets or silver-plated copper sheets, and the size of the photos was not big, just like the ID cards you took. However, although this kind of photo has been stored for a long time, its size limit is too great. It can only be taken as a portrait of a single person, and the cost is too high, making it unsuitable for civilian use. It was only after I went to the hospital and showed the photo to the leader that I improved it. The new photography technique, which is the kind of photos that everyone sees now, are all taken with special photo paper, but in the final analysis, it is still paper, so the cost is naturally much cheaper and it can also take photos in larger sizes. Our photo studio is currently mainly engaged in taking paper photos. Compared with the daguerreotype, although the paper photo is fragile and afraid of moisture, its image quality is clearer and more realistic than the daguerreotype. You can see this by comparing it with your ID card. Of course, if you are really rich and not afraid of expensive ones, you have to take daguerreotype photos. We can also take them. Other main business is mainly paper photos. The shopkeeper first introduced the invention and later improvement of photography, as well as the main projects in his store, and then continued to introduce it after a while. Let me introduce to you the specific business projects of our photo studio. Please come with me here. These are wall-mounted photos, any size is acceptable, all are paper-based photos, generally distinguished by the number of people. First of all, single-person photos are divided into portrait photos, that is, this kind of photo from the top of the head to the chest, similar to ID photos, but we can zoom in and out on this one, no matter how big you want. And then there's the half-length photo, which, everyone, is this kind of, a picture of the whole upper body, and finally this kind of full-length photo in a standing position. The owner of the photo studio pointed to a set of 3 photos of Luo Chong and introduced them to everyone, and then continued talking about the price. For a photo like this, it costs a dime to take a negative. That's what a negative is. It's made of small glass pieces. As long as you have this, you can copy the photo without limit. How many times you want to copy it? It doesn't matter, as long as your negative is not damaged. And it can not only be copied, but also enlarged and reduced. You look at this big photo, it is also enlarged with this small negative film, see if the washed out is clear enough. What I just said is the price of taking a negative film, and then specify how many sheets you want to wash out and what size they are. This will be priced according to your choice. Generally, for a 6-inch one like this, we price it at 8 cents per piece, not counting mounting. The 12-inch one costs 2 cents, and the largest one is usually this one. No matter how big it is, it needs to be specially customized. The price is going to be more than 1 yuan. The boss pointed at the photos on display to introduce the size and related prices. The 12-inch photos are about 40 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide. The area is as large as the combined area of 2 full-size keyboards. It is larger than an 8-karat paper. It is currently the largest photo paper, and the limit that the amplifier can enlarge. Hanging a photo of this size on the wall is a sense of déjà vu similar to a certificate of merit, so it is just right for a family photo. The photo studio shopkeeper introduced it as well. In addition to personal portraits, we also have couple photos and couple photos, just like this, a group photo of 2 people. As the boss said that, he pointed to one of the photos of Luo Chong and Zayadi to introduce it. In addition, there are parent-child photos taken by parents and children, and there are also photos taken by the whole family. This is called family portrait, and it is a photography service promoted by our store. It costs as much to shoot as a one-man photo. It only takes 1 negative, and then you want to enlarge a few, and you decide this for yourself. All in all, it costs money to take a photo with the whole family. It is affordable and has commemorative significance. If you take it out to sea when you get old or when your children grow up in the future, will it be particularly commemorative? When the time comes, you can still take the photo and tell your grandchildren about his father when he was a child. No, wait a minute, shopkeeper, it's real or fake, not a lie, right? Can this photo really be stored for that long? Someone immediately interrupted the boss suspiciously, thinking he was bragging. Of course, by the way, I just forgot to say, our paper-based photo is afraid of water, moisture, exposure to the sun, and air oxidation. We don't understand this oxidation or anything like that. It was said by the leader, so if you want to save the photo for a longer time, the best way is to frame it with a wooden frame and glass like you can see, then hang it on the wall inside the room, so that the moisture can be cut off and the sun can be kept out. The leader said, I dare not say that there are too many photos framed by this method. There will definitely be no problem in preserving them for 100 or 2 years. At most, the paper is a little yellowed compared to now, but the people in the photos are still the same as now. In addition, I would like to remind you that this is what the leader said. After all, photography has only been around for a few months, and no one has preserved it for hundreds of years, right? So we don't dare to guarantee it either, but I definitely believe in the leader. Also, even if this photo is old in the future and the figures on it are blurred, as long as you still keep the negative film you took, which is the small glass piece I just showed you, as long as the negative film is fine, take it over, I can immediately wash out the exact same new photo for you. The photo studio shopkeeper directly carried Luo Chong out as a shield. Now the people have nothing to say. No one can doubt the leader, right? Besides, Luo Chong's personal prestige is there, but he has never reneged on his promise. Coupled with Luo Chong's records of various inventions in the past, which one is not a super practical technology, so since Luo Chong personally stands up, naturally, no one will doubt what the shopkeeper said. Shopkeeper, how much does it cost to frame a photo? Also, it's definitely not cheap for you to frame it. If you don't frame it, is there any way to save the photo for a longer time? Once again, someone in the onlookers asked. Naturally, it costs extra money to frame, or it has something to do with the size, and it also has something to do with the wood. The most common kind of wood, 6 inches and below, is usually 4 cents. Calculating the labor cost and the price of glass, 12 inches the inch one is 1 yuan. We use redwood for this. If you want to use other wood, let's talk about it later. Then let's talk about how to save it appropriately without mounting it. My suggestion is that it is best to find a book and clip the photos in the book. When you want to read it, just take it out and take a look. Just put it in the book. In this way, you can use book paper to absorb moisture and dehumidify, and avoid contact with light and air. I dare not say it if there are too many. It is not a problem to store it for decades. In other words, even if you take a picture of a doll that is several months old, you can put it in the book until the child dies of old age. Although the words are not nice, the storage time is absolutely fine, so please rest assured. After the shopkeeper introduced the price of framing and the method of preservation, everyone watching began to secretly sum up the prices. Taking a family photo as an example. The negative is 1 dime, and the maximum size photo is 2 dimes. Adding a basic style of mounting is 1 yuan. In total, taking a maximum size photo and frame it, that's 1.3 yuan. Based on the standard of 30 yuan per capita monthly salary of the Han tribe, this price is definitely not cheap. You must know that in the Han tribe, you only need to spend 5 cents to have a full meal with meat and vegetables, so this family photo is probably equivalent to 26 sumptuous lunches? And mom, this is lunch for one person for a month. If you don't want meat and vegetables, you only need a simple meal. 2 cents is enough for one person to have a full meal. This photo is basically equivalent to 2 adults for a month. The rations are really not cheap. But thinking that it can be passed down for 100 or 2 years, I immediately felt that the price was not particularly expensive in the industry, right? Dad, let's take a family photo. We don't need the biggest one or a frame. Our school distributes a lot of books. We can just put them in the books and read them. It doesn't cost much. After hearing the shopkeeper's price quote earlier, the little boy immediately suggested it to his parents. Indeed, if you just take a family photo without the largest size or framing, then it only costs less than 2 cents to take a photo, which is a meal for the whole family. Such a price makes it easy for the people to accept a lot, especially the people in the 8 counties of Hanyang. They have lived here for a long time and are generally richer than the people in other areas. After all, they have saved a family fortune for several years. Chapter 864 Jewelry and Wedding Dress Rental, Location Travel Shooting? Regarding his son's suggestion, the boy's father agreed after just a little consideration. After all, a family portrait sounds very cost-effective. A photo can take pictures of the whole family. It is also very memorable. Anyway, there are negative photos. Now the family is not particularly rich, but if you have money in the future and still have negative pictures in your hand, don't you want to wash as many pictures as you want? Others around me have also expressed their desire to take family photos. It is the New Year's Day soon. Taking family photos during the New Year's Day sounds festive. With the intention of taking photos, more people started to study the details. These samples exhibited by the photo studio are basically the photos taken by Luo Chong. Most of them are Luo Chong's family. Of course, there is also a family portrait of Luo Chong's family, which looks full of sophistication. However, someone also noticed a problem, that is, the photos taken by the leader are all very good looking. First of all, Luo Chong is not bad looking, right? Zayadi and Zhang Ying are not alluring, but they are definitely considered to be above average. At least according to Luo Chong's own aesthetics, they can score more than 8 points, and the full score is 10 points. Then there is Luo Chong. What kind of family is that? His clothes, his wife's clothes, are all the best looking styles and the most luxurious materials. You can't take pictures of such beautiful fancy clothes even if you want to take them ugly, right? There is also the background chosen by Luo Chong. Many of them were taken at Luo Chong's own home. Not to mention anything else, the entire glass curtain wall behind it looks very fashionable and stylish. After all, glass is expensive. Besides the chief's house, who has such a grand house. Moreover, Luo Chong's own house also has a beautiful garden and rockery, and the props for several heroines to take pictures are not simple. There is a group of photos taken by Zayadi, Zhang Ying, and Tang Yao holding women's curved beam bicycles. This is what ordinary people go to. Where to find a bicycle? After all, bicycles have not yet become popular. Now they are basically handmade. The cost is too high and they cannot be popularized at all. Moreover, when bicycles were first made, the Han tribe did not have a source of rubber at that time, and they all used more expensive ones. Euchemia glue. So taken together, ordinary people want Chinese clothes but not Chinese clothes, background but no background, props but no props. Even if it is shot, it will definitely not be as good looking as Luo Chong's. Is this for sure? So someone asked. Shopkeeper, I think the photos taken by these leaders are very beautiful, especially the place where the photos were taken. If you take the photos here, where are you taking them? You can't just take them in your room, right? In fact, when Qbing and Luo Chong were discussing opening a photo studio about this issue, the two of them had discussed it. Luo Chong had so much knowledge in his previous life, and of course he also taught Qbing. After all, this is a joint venture between the official and private industries. The Han tribe also needs to get a share. Well, only when the photo studio makes money can the official get more dividends. Therefore, Luo Chong did not bother much about the business project of the photo studio. Naturally, these things were explained to the shopkeeper. Just listen to the shopkeeper's introduction. Regarding the issue of photo shooting, portraits and half-length photos are taken indoors. Because these two types need to be taken while sitting, it is best to be indoors. Full-body photos or family photos, we also have our own shooting plan. Have you seen the inn behind me? How many rooms are there? Our owner has signed a contract with the inn. In all places in the inn, as long as there is no room where guests live, whether in the yard or in the guest room, we can use it to shoot. As long as it is shot in the inn, we will no extra money. Let's take a family photo as an example. In fact, the photo taken in the courtyard of the inn is quite good. There are trees in the courtyard of the inn, and there is a 3-story wooden building behind it. The doors and windows are all made of glass. The small building of the entire inn is used as the background. In fact, it is quite good. It looks good. Look at this picture. We have samples. This is a photo taken with the small building of the inn as the background. The shopkeeper spoke and asked the clerk to take a few more photos. One of them was a photo taken in front of the entrance hall of the inn. Although the characters in it were just a few guys from the inn, it was not a serious family portrait, but it looked still very grand, with the antique wooden building as the background, and it's also very beautiful. Also in this set is a photo taken indoors of a very homely furnished room with a hollow carved wooden bed in the background covered with brocade quilts and draperies made of transparent silk tulle hanging on either side. On the bed in the middle, Qbing and his fiancée were sitting by the bed in a group photo wearing a delicate wedding dress. Qbing was wearing a copper headband inlaid with gems, and there was a pom-pom next to the headband. His fiancée also wore a delicate bun, and her head was covered with various jewelry, such as flower arrangements, hairpins, step shakes, etc. Looks noble. When the shopkeeper saw everyone seeing this photo, he immediately took the opportunity to introduce, "This is a photo of our young boss and his wife. The venue is a room in our inn. If you also want to take this kind of photo, we not only do we provide rooms for shooting, but we also rent out the same wedding clothes, including the jewelry and the photos. You guys can take the same picture in the same scene, in the same clothes, in the same jewelry." This set of rhetoric immediately attracted the attention of all the young couples present, especially those young couples who had just come of age and had just gotten engaged. Is this concept of ancient wedding photos so attractive? What girl never dreamed that she could dress up so beautifully and get married happily? What teenager never dreamed that his wife could be as beautiful as the beauty in the photo? The young girls who were watching were so excited that they wanted to jump up. Okay. However, the shopkeeper said immediately, in addition to the inn, we also provide photo services in the city. As long as we are not outside the city wall and come to make an appointment 3 days in advance, we can take photos, such as the city gate, such as the small square in front of the official office, for example. We can take pictures of the school's teaching building. If you are not satisfied with these and must go out of the city to take pictures, that's fine, but there will be some additional travel expenses. After the shopkeeper finished speaking, he continued to greet the guy and took the photo out, and then said again, "In addition, let me tell you another news. Our photo studio is a chain store. In addition to our Hanyang City, we also have our store in Ruyang City. If you want to take pictures of places in Ruyang City, then you can go there by yourself. It's okay to take pictures in the store. The price is the same as ours. It's the same price without going out of the city wall. There is also our store in Liuyang County. If you go there to take pictures, you can also take pictures of the background of the pier. Of course, if you are willing to spend money, you can hire a boat to take pictures in the lake. There is also our store in Weshan County. The most distinctive scene there is the Morning Star Lighthouse. Look, here is a photo taken in front of the lighthouse. When everyone looked at it, it turned out that the main character in the photo was still going to be ill, when they saw him standing handsomely in front of the lighthouse and taking a full-length photo while wearing a full-length armor knife. The photo had a large framing range, incorporating the entire lighthouse, and likewise looked very good. Everyone around was watching and was very excited. In fact, what the photos take is a concept: what kind of wedding photos, what kind of parent-child photos, what kind of family photos, or like the photos of these famous attractions. Especially in the history of the development of world photography in Luo Chang's previous life, the emergence of photography technology even led to the prosperity of the tourism industry. At that time, people even traveled specifically to take photos of scenic spots in the past. Take the Eiffel Tower as an example. It seems that if you don't take a photo in front of the tower, it's like you've never been there. This act of taking pictures of scenic spots is quite a sense of the déjà vu of Sun Wukong visiting here. Just to prove I've been here. 865 Visit to Shangyi Village. The high definition of paper-based photos, coupled with the appropriate price, and the various photo programs launched by the photo studio immediately aroused the enthusiasm of the masses, and many people placed orders on the spot. The most popular among them is naturally the family portrait highly recommended by the shopkeeper, which coincides with the new year of Gendon, so there are many people who book family portraits, followed by a group photo of the couple. The Han tribe had a hierarchical title system. Common people without titles were not allowed to wear silk, except for weddings and funerals. In other words, women from common people could also wear silk when they got married. This matter has been put aside until the past, that is, wearing it for just one day, but now, not only can they wear it, but they can also take photos of the best looking time in their lives. One can imagine how attractive couple photos are. The proportion of single photos is the least. Because of the low-cost performance, you can only take photos of one person for the same amount of money, but there are still many young people who choose to take single photos. The customer base of single-person photos is mainly concentrated in teenagers and girls in the age group of 13 or 14. If adulthood is a standard, then they are very willing to take a photo when they become adults and imprint their youth on the photo paper. Superior. And this thing is supported by most parents. Why support it? Because you can go and kiss your own son and daughter with a picture. What an important feature. They used to say they were close to each other, but they didn't even know what the other person's child looked like. The girl doesn't know whether the young man is energetic or not, and the young man doesn't know whether the girl is pretty or not. This time, let's hand each other photos before meeting, and we will officially meet after seeing them, eliminating unnecessary trouble. What's more important is that this era the photos are real photos, not modern photos. The same scene as Hanyang City also appeared in the 3 counties of Ruyang, Liuyang, and Weshan at the same time. Once photography came out, it spread rapidly among the people. A large number of shooting orders flew into the photo studio like snowflakes, and then turned into cash flowed into the pockets of the government and patients. This thing's so profitable. However, it is foreseeable that this popularity will slowly recede. Now the market is in an absolute vacuum, and it is just in time for the New Year's Day. Only then will this kind of thing happen that every family comes to take photos. Wait until the New Year's Day. Once it's over, it's a question whether you continue to take photos. So there's no need to be too happy too early. The next day, the ID card shooting work progressed very slowly, mainly because the notice said that it could be processed before the Gendon festival at the latest, so some people were still busy with their own affairs and kept delaying the application for ID cards. When officials from all over the country saw it, they expected the people to go to the government office to handle it themselves. They were not very enthusiastic and simply went directly from the government to the public to handle it. In the next few days as Gendon approached, official offices in various places took the organizational nature of the Han tribe to the extreme. From the smallest commander and commander to the commander of each village, they queued up door to door according to their household registration. After the team was assembled, they went again. Apply for ID cards in batches according to this method, and the density of a camera group in each county. In the 8 counties of Hanyang, it took 8 counties less than 4 days in total to get everyone's ID cards issued, which is not unpleasant. The value of registering households and bringing together the people has once again been reflected. Although this system has caused the people to lose a certain amount of freedom, it has been a qualitative improvement in the intensity of tribal control and organization. Originally, the 6 counties of Kiangsu should also register their household registrations according to this aspect, but Shui Qinjiao did not directly apply it mechanically, taking into account the actual local situation. He gave orders to the administrative officers in various places that all the people in the 6 counties of Kiangsu who were not in their place of origin should move back to their place of origin according to their own wishes. If anyone wanted to go elsewhere, he should not stop them, and he should also arrange housing and land. Later, during the census, as well as the housing and land census, administrative units were directly divided according to the settlements of local people. Hundreds of households became one village, and local township elders were selected to serve as village chiefs, that is, village chiefs. 5 villages were divided into one township, and counties were divided above the townships, and finally unified management under the county. As for exactly how many counties and townships should be divided in this county, the decision should be made based on the local population. After initially moving the people back to their hometowns, the Han tribe census operation began. It was not until this time that the local people in Kiangsu discovered something. The dominance of the Han tribe was completely different from the previous era of the Xin tribe. If the Xin tribe is completely stocked, then the Han tribe will take care of everything. The government arranges everything you can think of clearly, and the government also arranges everything you can't think of clearly. This makes them very uncomfortable, but even with this level of control, in fact, compared with the 8 counties of Hanyang, it is already much looser. On this day, Anvil, who had already served as the governor of Xinhua County, was visiting a large village, accompanied by a small official who handled household registration information. The group rode their horses, and on the way to the village, the little official introduced the situation here to the Anvil and said, "Sir, this village is called Shanghe Village. It is named because there is a tributary of Qingshui River next to the village. There are about 110 households in the village, and the total population may be nearly 1,000 people. They have been farming for generations. I heard from Elderme that here there may have been 4 or 5 generations of people building the village." 4 or 5 generations? That's hundreds of years. The Anvil raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, in terms of heritage, Zudeo is longer. Although the Han tribe is strong and has its own unique culture, it does not have as long heritage as Zudeo. But it doesn't matter, because Luo Chong brought not only technology, but also civilization. Not to mention anything else, a complete and self-contained language and writing. Even if Zudeo was given another 200 years, they would not be able to do it themselves. Come out, and the Han tribe has a mature and powerful cultural heritage since its establishment, but it has not yet been fully demonstrated. It didn't take long for the group to come out of the village entrance. The Anvil rode forward and took a look, and then said to the people around him, "Let's go and see the village that has been here for more than 100 years. The group turned over and dismounted, leading the horses into the entrance of the village, which they did not ride directly into just to make some good impression on the locals, rather than the negative image of being arrogant enough to indulge their horses at will in the village. The Anvil took several small officials and led the horse to the village, and as he walked, he looked at the traces left by the long years in this village. Shanghe village is not far from the river, so there are no wells here. The way people use water every day is to carry water back from the river. The tools used to carry water are poles made of bamboo and bamboo tubes or clay pots. They don't even have a wooden barrel here. Most of the houses in the village are bamboo-style buildings with a total of 2 floors. There are people living on the top and cattle and sheep on the bottom. However, what surprised the Anvil was that there were still people raising ducks in this village. It was a kind of gray-feathered duck. It's very big, but it looks a bit like a wild goose, and the Anvil can't tell what kind of bird it is. The houses in the village are not rows of buildings, and it feels a bit like a circular layout, which together surround a large open space in the middle of the village. But here, the Anvil sees something new again. The open space was very level, and although it was a dirt surface, it had obviously been artificially tamped, so the Anvil guessed that this was probably where they would dry their food. Although there is no stone mill in the center of the open space, there is a stone mill that looks relatively old. It should be something they made themselves. In other words, they already had this kind of stone mill before the Han tribe came into contact with Zudeo. In addition, there are some bamboo and wood structure houses built on flat ground around the open space. Judging from the color of the bamboo, it should have been built in the past 6 months. If you listen attentively, you can also hear the sound of machines from the bungalows, that is, looms. Sound. I thought it should be the loom that the people here had previously purchased from the Han tribal mission. However, after buying it back, they found that the loom could not be moved to the bamboo building, so they built several new bungalows. 866 panicked people. In Shangyi village, watching several Han tribesmen leading their horses into the village, more and more villagers began to gather in the square, and the village elders rushed over when they heard the wind. Although Anvil did not bring any troops this time and only had a few civilian officials around him, he still seemed very calm when he saw the villagers gathering more and more. At first, some of the minor officials were still unsure, but seeing that the county governor was not panicking at all, they secretly gritted their teeth and calmed down, trying to maintain a relaxed look. After a while, the village elder came to the anvil, and he walked at the front of the villagers, and when he had stood still, he handed the bamboo cane in his hand to a young man next to him, and then quickly learned the etiquette of the Han tribe, bowing and saluting the anvil. "This envoy, don't you know what's wrong with coming to our village?" The elders, who were about 40 years old, asked the anvil nervously. "Haha, don't panic, my father-in-law is the governor of Xinhua County. Your village is also under the management of Xinhua County. I came to your village this time just to see if you have any needs. In addition, I will register the population and household registration for your village, as well as land, fields and houses, so that when we distribute seeds and allocate cattle in the spring, we can be aware of it and not miss your farming. You guys in Xinhua County should know. Did anyone come to you to inform me the other day?" The anvil looked at the villagers gathered around him and found that they all looked at him with dull faces or fear. There was no joy or sorrow on the face of the patriarch. He suddenly suspected that the notice had been issued a few days ago. The soldiers did not explain clearly to them that Zudeo has now become a Han tribal territory. I know, some soldiers from the Han tribe did come to us a few days ago, telling us that Commander Xian has been killed, the Xian tribe has been destroyed, and the elders have also died. Those who have not died have now become officials of the Han tribe. Our place, Zudeo, has also had its name changed to Kaingshu, and is now under the control of the Han tribe. Right, Darang? I remember correctly, right? The patriarch nodded and, after giving a message which he had notified a few days earlier, turned to look at the eldest son who was by his side and asked if he had said anything wrong. "Dad, you are right, but the soldier also said that we are also members of the Han tribe now. Zudeo will be renamed Kaingshu Island and will be divided into 6 counties of the Han tribe. Our village will be under Xinhua County. Heiwan County is in charge. From now on, we will all be from Heiwan County, Xinhua County, Kaingshu Island, Han tribe," the eldest son of the old man from that clan added. Anvil couldn't help but raise his eyebrows after hearing this. He was still a young man with quick thinking and good memory. After saying this again, he wrote down the administrative ownership of his village. He was a usable talent. With this plan in mind, Anvil said again, "Yes, you two remember clearly that I am the governor of Xinhua County you were talking about, and I am in charge of all kinds of things in Xinhua County." The anvil once again revealed his identity, mainly because he was afraid that these people would not be able to figure out his position. Oh, it turns out to be the county magistrate. The old man of the tribe bowed to the anvil again, then straightened up and asked, "I don't know what's wrong with the county governor. I heard that the county governors of the Han tribe all live in brick cities. Do you want our village to go out? Build a city for the county governor? We really can't produce many people in the village. Now that we are about to start sowing in a few days, we really can't produce many people." The old man of the tribe begged with an embarrassed look on his face, and his eldest son also looked seriously at the anvil, wanting to see what the governor of the Han tribe wanted to do. Anvil frowned again and slandered in his heart, "No wonder they all had a straight face, as if I owed them money." It turned out that he was worried that the Han tribe would arrest them to build the city. Who guessed it all? Well, the anvil originally wanted to get some people to build the city. After all, as a commoner of the Han tribe, it is the common people's obligation to perform corvée service, right? But now, it seems, I'm afraid there is no chance. Now that the Han tribe has just demonstrated its force, the people are still very afraid of them, but they don't see the benefits of the Han tribe. If the people are forced to work in corvée at this time, I'm afraid it will really force the people who have just been included to rebel, and the previous efforts will be in vain. Hey, old man, you have thought too much. It's not that we have to want cities. You are old and don't understand our place. The counties in the north of our Han tribe built cities because the population of our Han tribe grew too fast. New places must be opened up every year to build settlements, but these places are uninhabited wilderness, and wild beasts and savages often appear build cities that are also to guard against wild beasts and enemies. Our Kaingshu Island is different. The people have lived here for many years, and the ferocious beasts on the island have almost been wiped out by you. Now there are no enemies of ours on this island. What do you think we are doing building the city? Isn't that a waste of time? We'll just build a few houses ourselves, and a yard with bamboo poles will be enough. Don't worry, I'm not here to build a city for you." Anvil was afraid that they wouldn't understand, so he even talked about the historical reasons why the Han tribe built the city, and finally told them seriously that he was not here to catch strong laborers. Hearing the words of the anvil, the clan leader and his eldest son were relieved at the same time. They were afraid that after the Han tribe defeated Commander Xian, they would show their true colors again, start to squeeze them, and then enjoy happiness on their territory. Now, it seems that's not the case. Oh, it's not about building a city. What does the envoy mean when he comes here this time? The old man asked again. The anvil got a big headache when he heard it. He found that he had euphemisms with these locals. People couldn't understand it at all. It was better to say directly what he wanted them to do. Riddles? Tempting each other? The eldest son of the old man of this clan is almost the same in front of him, so forget it. Old man, I came here to see how many people there are in your village, what their names are, how many adults and children, how many men and women there are. Does everyone have a house to live in? How many fields does one person have? And how many farm tools are used for farming? It's not complete. How many cattle are there in the village? If your cattle are not enough, I can find a way for you to get them to ensure smooth spring plowing for you. I came over to investigate this information. This time the anvil explained it again directly in human terms. It's boring to test each other and so on. Xinhua County has so many people and so many villages, and they are all testing and testing like this. Are you tired? The anvil said he didn't have the time and energy. Hearing the explanation of the anvil, the eldest son of the clan leader's eyes lit up. Before his father could speak, he took the initiative to ask, "Can the county magistrate really get us cattle for farming?" "Oh, underestimate me, do you know how big our Han tribe is?" The anvil took 2 steps back, turned around and pointed northwest and said, "There is an endless grassland over there. There are cities in the 3 counties of our Han tribe on the grassland. There are 80,000 to 90,000 herdsmen. They raise at least tens of thousands of cattle. The number of calves born every year is several thousand. Of course, that's not cattle farming. Cattle farming requires training, but I'm still sure how many cattle you can use in your village." Before coming, the leader also specifically explained this matter. "Let us, the county guards, come down and see what the people need. Tell the leader directly what they need. The leader will find a way for you to put together everything you need and ship it here. Although you have only just joined the Han tribe, in the eyes of the chief, you are no different from us. They are also his people, and the chief will not ignore you. Moreover, the management system of our Han tribe is different from that of the Xian tribe. You should also feel this. In the future, whenever you encounter difficulties that cannot be solved, or if you have any needs, even if you don't understand anything, you can ask me. If you are not here, I will ask you the magistrate of Heiwan County. If the magistrate is not here, you will ask these little officials the same thing." The eldest son of the clan leader looked in the direction of the anvil's fingers. He pursed his lips and was very shocked. Unexpectedly, the Han tribe was so powerful. There were 3 counties in the distant grassland, with 80,000 to 90,000 herdsmen, raising tens of thousands of cattle. There are thousands of calves born every year, and these data all impact his soul. Tens of thousands of cows. How much does that get together? However, no matter how many there are, it's okay with him. He just wants to know more questions about how his village will live in the future. Then, Lord County Sheriff, how did you get the cattle for us to use? What I mean is, should you distribute them directly to us, lend them to us, or sell them to us? 867 The Xian tribe has lower farm taxes? It is naturally impossible to distribute cattle directly. Although there are many people in our Han tribe, farming cattle is still relatively insufficient. Generally speaking, according to the counties in the north of our tribe, most of the cattle are raised by the government. If the people want to use them, you can spend money to rent it. In view of our situation, you naturally don't have much money in hand, but you can use food to make up for it. When there are more cows in the future and you have money in your hands, then if you want to buy cows, you can do it. Anvil explains. Oh, that's it. The eldest son of the clan responded with a ponder. Although the Han tribe is powerful, it is obviously not as rich as giving cattle directly to the people. The eldest son of the tribe has no extravagant expectations. As for selling them, they may not be able to afford them. Cows are important property. Whoever has a cow in his family has about the same price as having a Lamborghini cow at home in this era. How many people can afford it? Originally, what he wanted most was for the Han tribe to lend them cattle for use, but instead of doing so, the Han tribe asked them to take money or grain to rent. In this way, although the Han tribe seemed to be a little fussy, on the other hand, the relationship between the 2 parties is currently the best. If they pay the price for renting, then they don't have to owe the Han tribe favors. When the 2 parties get along, they will be more confident. This also seems fair. After all, the cattle they finally got are raised by themselves. Why is it given to you for nothing? The Han tribe's approach neither belittles them, nor treats them as equal relations. At least it does not treat them as inferior people, nor does it kneel and lick them like a dog. This makes people feel very comfortable. However, this is actually just an overinterpretation by the son of the clan leader, because in the counties in the north of the Han tribe, this method is also used. Okay, we're willing to rent food. After thinking a little, the clan elder's son made the decision on the spot. The anvil glanced at him and then at the clan elder. He couldn't help but smile knowingly at the corner of his mouth. He finally saw that this clan elder was a shield for being pushed out. In fact, the village should be the son of this clan elder. The eldest son of the clan is over 40 years old, and he is already considered old and breathable these days. His eldest son, the one who talks to Anvil, should be about 30 years old. If his child had gotten married early, I guess he should be a grandfather now. He is indeed qualified and has the energy to be a new clan elder, or village chief. The Anvil didn't expose their tricks in person, but nodded and said, "Okay, since you agreed, let's register our household registration now. Let's first calculate how many people and land there are in your village, and we can only then can we find the leader to apply for cattle farming and other things based on the land area. My name is Guan Tao, and adults can just call me by my name. I will gather the villagers now, and we will register here." The eldest son of the old man from that clan seemed to have seen that Anvil had guessed his identity, so he simply stopped pretending and reported his name directly. "Okay, Guan Tao, right? I think the stone mill here is good. You can call all the villagers over and let them stand one household at a time. Let's count according to the family unit. This time it's just to register the household registration. After 2 months of spring plowing, I have to apply for a personal identity certificate. I heard that it is a new thing from the leader. We will talk about this later." The Anvil was no nonsense, and it was decided on the spot. Guan Tao nodded, and immediately explained a few words to the young men in several surrounding villages, asking them to call each other. The Anvil quickly reminded me when he saw this, "Guan Tao, don't hide people from reporting. Next month, the big ship for our leaders to deliver supplies will arrive. We will distribute some livestock to the people by then. If you hide it now, people, there will be no distribution by then." Guan Tao was stunned for a moment after hearing this, but then he nodded and said that he understood. He did not reply and continued to explain something to the people in the village. When those people left, he quickly called a teenager. A young man came over to move a few stools. Judging from his appearance, he was probably his son. Guan Tao took the initiative to introduce to the Anvil, "Master, please sit down, this is my son Guan He. According to the Han tribe, he just got married at the beginning of this year, and his wife is now in labor." "Guan He, why don't you give it to him quickly?" "Lord County Governor." Guan He met the county magistrate. The teenager also learned the Han tribe's handoff ceremony and worshipped the Anvil. Although the posture was not very standard, it was also stylish. Anvil nodded and praised, "Yes, yes, now that you have children, you are considered an adult. I will help your father share more worries in the future." What the adult said is, Guan and replied with some embarrassment. After a while, more villagers gathered here towards the Shagachang. They divided into families and began to stand in line, and soon gathered the whole village. The small officials who followed him took the blank household registration form from the horse, as well as bamboo pieces and sacks, fine hemp ropes and other items, and prepared to make household registration bamboo slips on site. The next step was the routine inquiry and registration. When we came over, we registered one by one. After the registration was completed, we took the newly written bamboo slip household registration and stood on the other side of the stone mill. Guan Tao, the actual village chief, cooperated. The registration work was also carried out in an orderly manner. The official who registered the household registration also asked the villagers, "Do you have a house to live in at home? If not, our tribe will issue a house construction subsidy, and then you can find someone to build it yourself." Although everyone asked, the villagers here obviously did not lack a house to live in, so the subsidy for building a house was not sent out. Generally speaking, the problem of building houses and dividing families can be solved within the clan. If there are children who get married and divide the family, the clan will build the new house together. Anyway, they all build bamboo buildings, and building materials do not cost money. It just requires manpower, but the most indispensable thing for the clan is labor. While everyone was registering their household registration, the Anvil said to Guan Tao, "Guan Tao, let's go see the fields in your village together." "Okay, here, please help me with all the adults here and tell everyone to cooperate. Dad, go and have a look at the ground with the county magistrate." Guan Tao told his son and took the lead in leading the Anvil to the field. The two were walking and exchanging topics about farming. "Sir, I heard that the Han tribe also has to hand over food. I don't know how to hand it over." The Anvil did not answer directly, but asked rhetorically, "How did you pay food when you were in the Xian tribe before?" Guan Tao did not hide it. He believed that even if he did not tell him, the Han tribe could find out. Didn't he say that several elders of the Xian tribe who were in charge of farming in the past have now become officials of the Han tribe? They'll not know? In the past, when the Xian tribe was in charge, they collected the fields according to the number of fields. They would send people to see how many fields we planted, and then set aside a part of the land and give them all the food they planted. Guan Tao introduced. It is interesting not to calculate it based on output, but to commission it based on the area of the field. In fact, it is similar to the Han tribe. The Han tribe calculates the output and then commissions it based on output. In fact, each of the two methods has its own advantages and disadvantages. The XIN tribe does not have a unified standard unit of weight, no weighing instrument, and no fixed unit of volume, so it is easiest to directly extract the area according to the land area. But there is a loophole in this. If you specify the land to pay taxes when sowing, then the people may be too lazy to care about the land. They will not grow long. Anyway, the food collected from the land must also be handed over. The final result will be that the fields left by the people grow well and harvest more, but the land used for taxes has a lot of weeds, and the crops do not grow well, and they do not receive much food. If the land is temporarily designated to pay taxes when it is ripe, the people will not be lazy, because they don't know which piece of land to use to collect taxes, so they will plant it well. But as long as the XIN tribe is not stupid in collecting grain, then you must collect whichever piece of land grows well, so that the people will suffer. To sum up, in this way of taking a commission on the land area, one of the two parties collecting and paying the tax will always suffer. Compared with the methods of the XIN tribe, the tax collection method of the Han tribe is more troublesome. It is calculated based on output and volume, but there are relatively no loopholes. Anyway, no matter how much grain you grow, I will give you a commission based on the volume of total output. If your harvest is not good this year, I will collect less tax. If your harvest is good, I will collect more tax. You like to plant well. If you don't plant well, no matter how you grow it, I will give you a commission based on output. Did you pay more when you were in the XIN tribe? Anvil asked again. This? How to answer? Guan Tao doesn't dare to talk nonsense. If you want to say that you have more friends, the Han tribe will consider it. If you say that you have less friends, will the Han tribe accept more? Therefore, Guan Tao did not answer the question of whether more or less represented his own attitude. He just replied lightly, when the XIN tribe was in the XIN tribe, according to the number of acres, it was usually 1 out of 10. The Anvil nodded. The XIN tribe doesn't collect much tax, mainly because they don't have much expenses and the corn is difficult to store. It's useless to collect so much. During the XIN tribe period, there were two main expenses for them to collect grain. One was to collect a large amount of grain, exchange it for enough salt from the salt farmers in Xianfeng County, and then use the salt to do business with the herdsmen on the grassland, in exchange for livestock fur. This is a little. Another point is to feed the miners of the XIN tribe. As a relatively developed metal smelting tribe, the XIN tribe naturally needs many miners. These miners mine all year round and are not familiar with farming, but they also want to eat and feed their families. These harvested grains became their rations. However, the expenses of the Han tribe are even greater, and only 10% is enough, but they also need to save some wealth, right? 868 taught. The current expenses of the Han tribe are mainly to raise troops. The Han tribe implements a recruitment system, which not only requires food management, but also military pay. Currently, there are 11 regular army guards with a total strength of more than 20,000. These people usually they don't farm, and all the food they eat depends on the tribe, which is a lot of expenses. Then there are slaves. The slave group does not need to pay wages, but they also have to eat. The slaves of the Han tribe do not farm for the time being. They are mainly used in two aspects. They are either engaged in infrastructure construction or mining in mines. They are all doing hard work, and these people are quite good at eating, but they just eat, and at least they don't have to pay wages. One more group is the artisan group, and at present the main types of work of the Han tribe are miners and shipbuilders carpentry, not many of whom are in this part, mainly concentrated in Xingang and Liaoyang counties, iron and copper mines and shipyards. These craftsmen did not farm at ordinary times, they only needed to work, but this part of the Han tribe did not have to pay grain, but paid wages directly, and they took their wages to buy grain at the grain station themselves. The Han tribe bought this part of the grain from the farmers, because the farmers basically paid the tax on their output, and then left their own rations, and there was a large surplus, which they had saved for little use, and at the same time, besides eating, they had other expenses on a daily basis, so they sold the excess grain at a fair price to the grain station, and those craftsmen spent money to buy basically this part of the grain. However, the official Han tribe did not consume it at all in this process, and even the official could make money, purchasing excess grain from the people at low prices and selling it to the craftsmen at increased prices. So the classification of craftsmen should not be counted as expenses of the tribe, but as income. In other words, the overall expenditure of the Han tribe is to raise soldiers and slaves. The extra expenditure is to provide some food help to the newly developed areas, such as the large camp in Yui in the north. During the initial construction, they asked for some food from the tribe, and only after they had their own output did the tribe stop supplying it. This part is temporary, and generally there are not many people when new areas are developed, so this part of the expenditure is basically negligible. However, the Han tribe still has reserved tasks to do. A dignified country cannot be mixed into the Guan tribe, right? No balance left at the end of the year? If it is mixed up in the financial deficit, the Han tribe is not far from collapse, so we still cannot harvest less food. If we harvest less, there will be no surplus. If we have no food in hand, we will feel panicked. The anvil pondered for a moment, and said directly to the truth, our Han tribe collects slightly more grain than the Xian tribe, which is 2 out of 10, and 2 years earlier it is 4 out of 10. It just came down last year, and our Han tribe we collect according to the output. Each person is divided into as much land and how much grain is collected, and then the commission is based on the total output. We have grain buckets, calculated according to the volume because the degree of drying of newly harvested grain is different. If we weigh it with wet grain, it will weigh twice as much as dry grain. In order to prevent people from cheating, we will calculate it based on volume. Guan Tao began to frown when he heard this. The Han tribe's way of collecting taxes is amazing. He had contact with the Han tribe's mission. When he bought a loom in the village, he went to contact the mission, so he also knew some of the situation of the Han tribe. For example, the Han tribe has a weight unit, because the mission collects hemp skins by weight. Before he heard the anvil introduce this situation, he thought that the Han tribe should also collect food by weight, but he thought at that time, if it was collected by weight, would the people add water to the food, or add soil to the soil? Gain weight? Now, it seems that people have thought about this kind of problem for a long time, or have already planted this kind of trick, so they changed it to collect by volume. In this case, even if you are a new grain that has just been collected and you pay the tax before it is dried, the volume and dry grain will not change. Anyway, the tribe will not suffer. As for Gaza, do you think you have a long life? When those officials of the tribe are fools, they won't check? Looking at Anvil's frank attitude, Guan Tao simply said it directly, Master County Governor, is it too much to draw 2 out of 10? I'm afraid we won't have enough food left by ourselves. The anvil does not avoid this issue, because even if it avoids it, it will be collected according to this standard in the future, he explained. First of all, in the counties in the north of us, even when we were 4 out of 10, the people still had food to eat, and they still couldn't finish it and still had surplus. You were worried about what you didn't have to eat. This situation is impossible. Occur. Of course, there is a reason for your concern, because you do not farm in the same way as us, we grow the same food, and the yield is a little higher than yours. Besides, we say it's 2 out of 10. In fact, it's not that much in total. Our department implements a land allocation system. Every adult can be allocated 20 acres of land. How big is this 20 acres? I will ask someone to measure it for you later. This part of the 20 acres of land divided among adults is the land subject to tax. Secondly, we also allocate fields to children. Although children cannot farm, as long as they are from the Han tribe, one of them counts as one, and they all have land. Children under 6 years old, regardless of gender, can each be allocated 5 acres. Land, these 5 acres of land are also grown by adults, but there is no need to pay taxes. From the age of 6 to adulthood, the land will be increased from 5 acres to 10 acres. These are also tax-free lands. So, you understand, can you calculate it clearly? The anvil explained, and then looked after Tao's serious expression of careful calculation, and he continued to explain. Let me just give you an example. Just like your son Guanhe, he has just come of age, has a wife, and has set up his own business. In this case, he and his wife can be divided into 40 acres in total. Acres of land, these 40 acres are all land that needs to be taxed, and the tax commission is 2 out of 10. Can you understand? Guan Tao nodded and revealed the problem to his son, and there were only 2 people, so it was easy to forget about it. Then the anvil continued, isn't his wife in labor? When their children are born, if they give birth to one, they can get 5 more acres of land without paying taxes. In this way, their family will have a total of 45 acres of land, but they can only pay 40 acres. Is this a commission? The ratio has been reduced? Guan Tao nodded again, with 1 more child and 5 acres of land that he didn't have to pay taxes on, and he could understand this. So Guanhe can't just have 1 child, right? After 2 years, if they have another child, will they be able to get 5 more acres of land? Based on the 7 years of marriage, assuming that they have 3 children in these 7 years, will they be able to get 15 more acres of tax-free land, and their eldest son will be over 6 years old at this time, then they will have 5 more acres of tax-free land, which is equivalent to giving birth to 3 children, a total of 20 more acres of tax-free land. Together with the 40 acres of their own, the 2 of them will have a total of 60 acres, but you only need to pay 40 acres of tax. If you calculate it comprehensively, you will actually get a little more than 10%, which is not particularly much. Another thing is that although our Han tribe takes a lot of commissions, the welfare benefits of the people are good. You haven't seen these yet, but they often send out some things, and when you encounter difficulties, the tribe will seriously solve them for you. So overall, generally speaking, although you get more taxes, these grains are definitely not paid in vain. After the anvil explained it again, Guan Tao did not answer the question. He was still calculating silently, nodding from time to time. The anvil did not disturb him, so he let him think about it. After waiting for a long time, Guan Tao suddenly asked, Master County Governor, I don't understand at all. According to the systems you just mentioned, overall, the more children you have, the less tax you pay. The older the children, the more tax you pay. The less tax you pay, if you have several children at home, the commission ratio is indeed not high, but why do you want to create such a troublesome system? Wouldn't it be nice to just lower the percentage of the commission? I think it will be easier for the people in the village to accept it if they just set it lower. If I give them what you just said, I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to understand. Anvil smiled before explaining, actually, this tax collection system was changed by the leader later. It seems a bit troublesome, but it is for the good of the people. Oh, what does that mean? Guan Tao asked puzzledly. Didn't you just find out the problem? The more children you have, the less tax you pay. The older your children are, the less tax you pay. This is the purpose of the leader. The Anvil continued with emotion. In the past, children in our tribe often died in infancy. They were 1 or 2 years old, 2 or 3 years old, and they died before they could speak much. However, later the leader investigated the causes of death of these children, and most of them were caused by their parents. It was caused by irresponsibility, such as letting children go to the ground barefoot, eating dirty things, eating poisonous wild fruits, or playing in cold water. It was good, but sometimes having diarrhea because of a cold can kill a person. The leader came up with the idea in order to solve this problem so that parents could pay more attention to the healthy growth of their children. You want to pay less tax? Then have more children and raise them well after they are born, because if you don't raise them well and raise the children to death, then your tax-free land will be gone. And if you raise the children well and raise the children, you will be able to raise them well. After you are 6 years old, you will be given tax-free land. This is the reward for your meritorious service in raising children. Actually, the leader came up with this idea just to get the tribe to increase their population faster. Guan Tao suddenly realized it after hearing this, and said with admiration and emotion, "The leader is really awesome." It turns out that there are so many ways to collect grain taxes, and the reason is actually to let the people raise their children well. This method is really good. We actually have the kind of phenomenon here that the prefect just mentioned. Children die early and disappear before they grow up. It really hurts parents, but they don't know the root cause. Take myself as an example. In fact, my wife and I have given birth to 7 children, but now only 4 have survived. Guan He is my eldest son, his brothers and sisters are still young, and the other 3 children, now that I think about it, it should be that we parents did not take good care of them. I am sorry for them. If I hadn't listened to the county magistrate's explanation today, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known my mistake. The method the leader came up with is really great. I am definitely willing to support it. After all, no one wants to watch their child die in infancy. County. Don't worry, Lord Xiao, I will definitely explain this matter carefully to the people in the village. After Guan Tao finished sighing, he solemnly stopped, then bowed seriously to the anvil, bowed to the ground, and read, "I have been taught. 869 You guys plant one by one." The Han tribe implemented a step tax collection, and the standards for collecting taxes were directly linked to the number and age of children. Simply put, this tax collection system was to encourage the birth of more children and increase the population of the tribe as soon as possible. After all, in this era, population is the primary productive force. Even if the Han tribe has a steam engine, someone must use it, right? Moreover, the lack of population simply could not satisfy the domestic sales of industrial products, and the sooner this problem was solved, the better, and Luo Chong also put a lot of effort into increasing the population of the Han tribe. Anvil and Guan Tao were chatting and walking along like this, and when they passed through the vast bamboo buildings, they saw the sparkling river not far away, and the fields along the riverbank. This time it became Guan Tao to introduce the situation to the Anvil, he said, pointing to the fertile land on the shore. "Sir, the county magistrate, we can cultivate 3 crops a year, 1 season of corn in spring, and 1 season of beans after harvesting corn in summer. We will harvest beans at the end of summer and then plant corn. Only by rotating crops 3 times can the corn and beans be harvested together." Harvest. The Anvil nodded secretly. The main crops of Zudeo are corn and soybeans. The planting history should be very long, and the details cannot be verified. Their method of rotating corn and soybeans coincides with that of the Han tribe. When the Han tribe introduced soybeans, Luo Chong made it clear that soybeans can increase the fertility of the land, so only by rotating soybeans and other crops can we get a better harvest. Although the people of Taixima did not understand the reason, their ancestors who had been farming for generations had taught them the experience of crop rotation, so they also used soybeans and corn in rotation here in Taixima. However, when inspecting the fields, the Anvil also discovered a problem, that is, the corn left on the surface of the fields took root in the air. The spacing between them was relatively large, at least much larger than that of the Han tribe. According to the local planting density, people can drill into the cornfield effortlessly, but in the Han tribe, it is too difficult to drill into the cornfield because the density of planting is very high. There simply aren't many voids between plants. The Anvil just took a look and did not dwell on the issue of planting density. Special people will be sent to teach these things in the future. Another point that the Anvil noticed was the ditches scattered among the fields. The local people also dug ditches to divert water from the river, and then used the ditches to guide the water flow to irrigate the fields. However, their ditches were not large and there were no special water diversion facilities. Moreover, the fields are above the water level. How do they divert water? Regarding this issue, the anvil asked Guan Tao directly, but Guan Tao did not hide it. He replied directly, "Master, the county magistrate, we use bamboo tubes to divert water. First, we open the bamboo joints in the bamboo tubes to make water pipes, and then insert them diagonally into the river. It can be used to divert water." The anvil said that he could not understand and that Guan Tao was happy. He directly asked the villagers to bring a bamboo pipe for diverting water, and then found a water bag made of whole sheep skin. The anvil noticed that the bamboo, which was about 3 meters long and had calf-thick feet, was all yellow and shiny. It was obviously old and should be used frequently. This bamboo tube is all through inside, and there are burning marks on the quarter of one end, and then the bamboo tube is artificially roasted into an elbow at the quarter position. The two villagers cooperated. One first soaked the bamboo tube into the river and filled it with water, and the other took the sheepskin bag and filled it with half of the water. Then the two temporarily fixed the skin bag and the bamboo tube together with ropes in the water, and then tied the skin bag. The end of the water bag was carried to the ditch on the shore, and then a villager lifted the sheepskin water bag back and forth a few times. When you see the sheepskin water bag automatically bulging up, quickly untie the rope at the interface, and then you can see a steady stream of river water flowing along the bamboo pipe to the shore. The anvil was suddenly surprised and inexplicable. Shouldn't the water go lower? Why is it that there is no water wheel to carry water, but a pipe is inserted into the river, and the water can come up on its own, which is too simple and convenient, right? What's this thing? Why not even the Han tribe? The anvil, who did not understand the principle of siphon, expressed confusion. This was the first time he felt that Zudeo was equally extraordinary compared to the Han tribe. Although he was surprised, Anvil did not want to show an ignorant look in front of Guan Tao. He decided to go back and ask others about the principle, so he still seemed calm on the surface. He nodded frequently and praised, yes, this thing is very practical, the cost is almost zero, and the materials used are almost everywhere. It is very suitable for irrigating fields. If this thing can be used in all fields, then you can renovate more paddy fields. Guan Tao originally thought that the anvil would be surprised by their irrigation equipment, but he didn't expect the anvil to be so calm. It seems that he must be well informed. Also, yes, what good things are there in the Han tribe? Guan Tao laughed at himself, and then answered the question. Sir, do we need to change a lot of paddy fields here? Yes, the rice yield of the Han tribe is no lower than that of corn, but rice is a refined grain, suitable for people of all ages, and has less damage to teeth, especially for people as old as your father. If your teeth are old and fall off, you can no longer eat corn, but fine grains such as rice and wheat will not affect it. It will definitely be promoted here in the future. In addition, the chief encouraged the people to plant more and more rice and wheat, because this kind of millet with skin was able to be kept for a longer time, while corn was kept for too short a time to be used as a grain reserve. The anvil took the initiative to give Guan de Kobao. Oh, I don't know this. I only know that white rice and white noodles are really smooth. This spring, my family also planted some wheat. Unfortunately, the yield was not very high, so there were no varieties. After the wheat was harvested, I sent it to the mission station. They ground it into wheat flour, and now they often make some noodles for my father. His teeth are really not good, but eating the noodles from our Han tribe are no problem. By the way, Lord Prefect, is rice going to grow by soaking in water? How to farm then? Anvil heard Guan Tao's name for our Han tribe and smiled knowingly, but said nothing. After hearing Guan Tao's question, he touched his body and took out a 2-cent coin. You see, this is the scene of growing rice. I don't know how your corn is grown, but our method of growing rice is definitely a little more troublesome than growing corn. We all use farm tools to dig trenches on the ground, then sprinkle corn kernels into the trenches, then bury them with our feet, and finally water them with water. This rice. Guan Tao looked at the 2-cent coin handed over by the anvil, said a little surprised. Could it be that this rice needs to be planted one by one? Exactly. The anvil nodded very positively. Guan Tao was speechless for a moment. Is the staple food of the Han tribe actually planted one by one? There are so many people in the Han tribe, and they grow so much food every year. When will this be planted? The anvil immediately introduced, actually, only rice is grown like this, and wheat does not need to be grown like this. We have a special carving truck for sowing, and we can sow 3 ridges of wheat at the same time at one time. Rice is more troublesome. When sowing rice, you need to prepare a seedbed first. After applying fertilizer, sprinkle the seeds in, cover it with a thin layer of soil and wait for it to germinate. When it has almost grown to 5 or 6 leaves, remove the seedlings from the seedbed. Get out, then insert them into the field one by one according to the fixed row spacing, and then fill the field with water. After about 7 days, the seedlings turn green. Just prove survival. After that, as long as you irrigate regularly to prevent pests, you don't have to worry about other things. Just wait until it is ripe before harvesting. Guan Tao suddenly became angry. He had heard that the Han tribe's per capita cultivated land area was not as large as theirs, so he found it incredible. Obviously the Han tribe had so many cattle and easy-to-use farm tools made of steel, so why did they farm? The area is not as good as them. Are the people of the Han tribe too lazy? But it doesn't feel like it when you touch it, does it? Now he knows why. This damn thing grows food one by one. It would be evil if he could grow it quickly. 870 Anvil's government proposal. Here, Anvil and Guan Tao discussed various matters of switching to rice planting, and the household registration work in the village was also carried out quickly. With the cooperation and arrangement of Guan Tao, the village chief, the registration work was quickly completed. In fact, Guan Tao also understood in his heart that the Han tribe's implementation power was too strong and the Xin tribe had been destroyed. Their own resistance was completely funny. Even the commander could not defeat the people of the Han tribe. What's the use of them resisting again? Life always has to go on, and the various systems and lifestyles of the Han tribe, as well as their various production skills, are very advanced, so it is better to cooperate in resistance. Let's look at the attitude of the Han tribe first, and we can fight for ourselves. The greatest benefit is serious. After a few officials registered all the household registration information for the villagers, they asked Guan He to tell the villagers that each family would send someone who could take charge and go with them to measure the fields. After a while, Guan He took a group of villagers with him and several small officials to the field to join the two men, Anvil and Guan Tao. The Anvil first asked people to use ropes to measure the size of 20 acres of land, and then asked the people in the village to look at it. Guan Tao couldn't help but shake his head when he looked at the area of 20 acres of land. 20 acres of land was not enough for their existing land. It's really not big. Even if according to the Han tribe's ladder system, each household can be allocated 70 to 80 acres of land, it still seems not enough according to the Han tribe's algorithm of 600 square meters per acre of land. Each of their households originally had at least hundreds of acres of land. Seeing the area of 20 acres of land set aside by the Han tribe, other villagers also began to chat and discuss, feeling that the Han tribe had withheld their land, but Guan Tao had figured it out. If according to the farming methods of the Han tribe, every rice must be inserted into the soil one by one. Even if a family has an area of 60 acres, it would be good if they could complete it on time even if they were given more land. I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to plant it. Guan Tao personally explained to the villagers the farming methods of the Han tribe, which suppressed the dissatisfaction of the villagers. However, some villagers were still unwilling. Since growing rice is so troublesome, why do they still need to plant rice and let them continue? Can't I grow corn? In response to this problem, Guan Tao also had a headache. Although he was the recognized successor of the clan elders by the villagers, what did the clan elders do? It's not to fight for the benefits of the villagers. If even the interests of the villagers cannot be guaranteed, who of you still listens to the old people of your clan? Villagers aren't fools. Things got stuck here. Although Guan Tao was determined to cooperate with the Anvil's governance, he was also very embarrassed, so he looked at the Anvil and said, "Sir, what do you think we should do about this?" The Anvil pondered a little. In fact, Kiangsu Island's land reform cannot be rushed. Not to mention that the seeds and farm tools have not been transported yet. Even if they are transported in place before the beginning of spring, it will be difficult for them to quickly promote it. Come on, the people of Kiangsu don't know how to plant rice. Even if you give them seeds, they won't plant them themselves. That's not something that can be explained clearly in just a few words in 2 classes. Someone must teach them step by step, and someone must follow up and monitor the facts, check the food situation in the field, and then make adjustments. So it is indeed a bit unrealistic to engage in land reform with the local people now. He thought for a moment and said again, Guan Tao, otherwise, although our leader ordered the seeds and various materials to be transported from the north, even if they could arrive before spring, it would probably be difficult to promote rice quickly. I don't think so. After the spring of next year, you will continue to grow corn first. If you are unwilling to divide the land according to our way, you will let them continue to plant the original way and their original land. If you are willing to abide by our division, we will send people to teach you new farming methods, and then wait for the summer harvest. Let's compare the 2 sides to see who can grow more food. It just so happens that we can also mobilize more manpower to teach you how to grow rice in spring. We will first transform the fields in spring, and then switch to rice after harvesting corn in summer. Then you can compare and see which one is suitable for planting. The land we divide is much less. Do you think this will work? We are reforming the land division, the grain tax system, and the improvement of grain types. After all, it is to let you live a better life. There is no need to be like enemies. I will never force you. Let's talk about facts, achievements, and grown food. What do you think of my idea? Faced with such a lax policy as the Anvil, Guan Tao had nothing to say. If he didn't agree, he might as well just rebel. Thank you, Lord County Governor, for your consideration. Guan Tao sincerely thanked him, and then relayed the method the anvil had just said to the villagers. In order to cooperate with the work of the anvil, Guan Tao took the lead in setting an example, stating that his own family was willing to abide by the land division of the Han tribe. Several of Guan Tao's sons also quickly followed up and expressed their stance, followed by several of Guan Tao's brothers. The family, as well as their descendants and nephews, all those related to their family, expressed support for the land division of the Han tribe. It was only this family that stated that more than 40 households out of more than 100 households in the village agreed. The remaining more than 80 retail investors were a little hesitant and expressed that they would continue to wait and see. Anyway, the Han tribe did not force them. Then the official did not say that it depends on the output when the time comes. If according to the method of the Han tribe, it is really better than their planting, well, if you plant more, then they will be obedient by then. There were also several families related to the Guan Tao family by marriage, and after hesitating for a moment, they also decided to follow in Guan Tao's footsteps and expressed their willingness to accept the reform of the Han tribe. The number was finally determined, and 2/5 of the village, led by Guan Tao, were willing to accept the reform, with 3/5 saying they would wait and see before speaking. Half of the people agreed, and finally they didn't make the anvil's face look too ugly. If there wasn't a single one who agreed, wouldn't it mean that the county magistrate wouldn't come to Taiwan? How to behave then? A few little officials quickly measured the land, replanned the acres of each family's fields for less than 50 households, then cut some bamboo nearby, and drove piles on the four corners of each family's fields, which was considered a demarcation boundary. After doing this, Anvil and Guan Tao said goodbye, and then left with the junior officials. On the afternoon of his return, Anvil wrote a thick written report, writing down all the situations he encountered today, as well as his handling opinions, and some of his thoughts on governance in the coming year, and then asked him to quickly submit it to the governor's office and ask the governor Xue Qinjiao to review it. Xinhua County and Yashan County were next to each other, and the two sides were not far apart, so the report was sent to Xue Qinjiao's desk that night. Xue Qinjiao took a slight look and immediately paid attention to it. In fact, he himself has never been a local official, not even a county governor, let alone a governor. In fact, he does not have some grassroots governance experience, so he is very interested in this report. There are also some Anvil's own ideas in the report, which Xue Qinjiao also believes are very consistent with the local situation. The first is the issue of land reform. Anvil will use its own handling opinions, that is, not to force them for the time being. After some people set an example, others will naturally keep up. There is no need to conflict with the local people. After all, Kaingshu is a new land. The political situation is unstable, so Anvil hopes that his method can be popularized in Kaingshu. Secondly, the Anvil hopes that next spring plowing will allow the people of Kaingshu to continue planting corn, and the matter of switching to rice cannot be so urgent, because they do not have enough manpower to teach the local people to farm, and it is a stalking teaching. Finally, Anvil's own thoughts, that is, his opinions on how to deal with this matter, suggested that he apply to the leader to immigrate from the mainland, select crops that are good at farming, raise livestock, be fluent in Chinese, and preferably be able to write Chinese characters, and have a family that can make various kinds of food for the Han tribe, and then immigrate here. You can promise to give them a settlement fee, or give them a promotion. There is not much need for immigration. Once the household registration statistics are completed, just count the number of households moved to each village in the 6 counties of Kaingshu. Let's take Guantao's Shanghe village as an example. If such a family can come to their village, this family can guide the local villagers step by step every day on how to farm and raise livestock. They usually follow the lifestyle of the Han tribe. Cooking can also subtly change local eating habits. In addition, if you can still recognize a few words, that can also teach the local people to learn Chinese and teach them to write, and it won't be long before they can assimilate the Zodeo people into Han tribesmen. Xue Qinjiao's eyes lit up. He didn't know how to carry out government affairs, so Anvil sent him a good suggestion, and he immediately agreed. The entire island of Kaingshu has a population of around 100,000 people, which together makes up less than 200 villages, and only requires less than 200 families to emigrate to quickly solve all the troubles of Kaingshu Island. This method is simply great, and the cost is still low. Even if the tribe pays the settlement fee and the title, the total base of less than 200 households is there. How much money can it cost? And the benefits of this method are more when compared to the cost. 871 Solicitation of immigrants. After reading the report, Xue Qinjiao immediately replied to Anvil, agreeing to promote his government affairs plan. Kaingshu Island will also plant corn in the first quarter of next year and begin to transform paddy fields. It will start planting rice in the second quarter. In terms of land reform, it is also based on the Anvil method to avoid conflicts with the local people. Regarding immigration, he said that he would immediately mention it to the leader, so that people who are willing to immigrate can be recruited before the beginning of spring, and then take a boat south in the beginning of spring, so that immigrants can arrive at Kaingshu Island by the end of February, and settle there in March. Rice can be officially promoted in April. The next morning, Anvil received a reply from Xue Qinjiao. He felt very happy, not about political achievements or meritorious service. The main reason was that his plan was recognized, which made him feel very proud. He seemed to really have it. What about the potential of being a county governor? On the other side, Xue Qinjiao's letter to Luo Chong was sent out that evening, and after 2 days of transportation by Zhuiying, it finally reached Luo Chong's hands. The letter directly contained a report of the anvil, then was followed by some additional information about Xue Qinjiao's ideas and the overall situation of the entire Kiangsu region. It can be said that Xue Qinjiao did this very authentically. He did not take credit for occupying the anvil. He described the idea as his own and then dedicated it to Luo Chong. Instead, he directly attached the original report of the anvil. Originally, he was the governor of Kiangsu, and theoretically he had a share of the credit for any political achievements made by the officials below, but when he did not do so, he seemed very sincere. Han tribal officials during this period were generally relatively simple. They had not yet learned so many tricks in the so-called officialdom, but it is really hard to say what they will look like in the future. They can only think of a more reasonable system to restrain them. For example, a fief official such as a governor should change his position from time to time. Luo Chong obviously had no time to study these at this time. Now that the management system of the Han tribe is not perfect, it is of no use to organize so many departments. At this time, Luo Chong looked at Anvil's report and couldn't help but applaud. Luo Chong had never been to Zudeo, so he naturally could not think of the specific local situation. However, Anvil's report was quite targeted and also took into account the situation of the Han tribe. For example, postpone the promotion of rice until the second or third quarter, so that Luo Chong can be given sufficient time to deploy immigrants. However, the idea of the anvil is still not perfect enough, or the details are not done well enough. For example, in the case of one immigrant family in each village, how sad is the life of this family under the strong local clan power? If they curse a few words while teaching the locals how to farm, they will not be squeezed to death by the locals? Immigration is indeed a good thing, and it can quickly promote the integration of people in both places, but it is too little to go to only one household per village, and it must be more. According to Luo Chang's idea, a small village should go to at least Yuwu, a large village should go to at least Yishi, and there should be 5 or 10 families living with the locals in order to integrate faster. Such an arrangement is much more practical than the idea of an anvil, which is too idealistic. Oh, every village goes to a family. Isn't it difficult for this family to be able to farm, breed, cook delicious food, be educated, and be able to read and write? Where can I find such a family? But after you separate these specialties, it's much easier to get enough of these skills. Each speciality only requires one family, and then the 5 families form a small group, and they can meet those tasks that Anvil said. A larger village of 10 households, with all kinds of specialties, is enough to meet local needs. Luo Chong also immediately wrote a reply letter, expressing his agreement with their plan. He would arrange for immigrants to board the ship in the spring, go there with the ID card holders and equipment, and let them communicate with the local people in advance, and prepare the land for these immigrants to cultivate, as well as housing. If you don't go there, you won't even have a place to stay, then this migration is too miserable. In addition, Xue Qinjiao added a point of his own opinion, which was about education. The existing teaching model of the Han tribe is to open a school and then let the students all go to the school. But the situation on Kiangsu Island is quite different. They don't have cities there, they are basically villages, and the people live in very scattered places. They want to build a school to gather all the children, not to mention the construction of the school. It is not easy to spend money and working hours, even if the local people send their children to schools opened by Han tribesmen. The local people are not fully integrated into the Han tribe yet, and they will feel free to give their children to the people of the Han tribe to take care of them? You sure you weren't kidding? Besides, the villages are too scattered, so children have to be far away from home to go to school. It is unrealistic to go to school by day, so everyone can't go to school on horseback, right? Group accommodation is another expense, and the local people probably do not want to. Therefore, Xue Qinjiao's idea was to arrange a teacher in each village and directly open a village-run primary school. There were only 100 or 200 school-aged children in a village in total. It was enough to arrange 2 or 3 classes. Anyway, he did not expect them to be able to teach. How good it is, let alone being able to use it for literacy, that is, to popularize Chinese, this school is worth it. This coincided with Luo Chang's idea that he originally wanted to arrange several more in one village, and happened to arrange a family of teachers in each village, and there was no problem at all. Following this idea, after Luo Chang wrote a reply to Xue Qinjiao, he immediately drafted an immigration solicitation order. Anyone who thinks that his farming skills are good, or can make various Han tribe foods, who has just graduated from school, can weave cloth, or those who are good at cutting clothes, those who can breed various livestock, those who can grow mulberries and silkworms. One thing counts as the same: as long as one of the conditions is met, you can sign up with the local government. Once admitted, he was directly promoted to 2 levels of the title, which could be hereditary for 3 generations, and was rewarded with a donkey, 2 piglets, 2 sheep, a cage of rabbits, all chickens and ducks, a pair of cats and dogs, a shuttle loom, a pedal spinning machine, and a 100 yuan settlement fee, as well as a commemorative photo album. The commemorative photo album was just thought up by Luo Chong. Now the Han tribe has just begun to promote civilian photography. These people have left their hometowns and moved to unfamiliar places. Maybe they will never have a chance to come back in their lifetime. Even if they are given a set of photo albums, they can talk for comfort. The Han tribe can only, these are the only things. After drafting the recruitment notice, Luo Chong distributed it to the 8 counties of Hanyang and began to let the local governments publicize it. Such good welfare benefits are attractive even if they immigrate to other places. In what year did the Han tribe not immigrate? However, in previous years, immigrants had to build new cities in surrounding areas, so they hired some young couples who had just grown up to immigrate to Shinbi. However, overall, it was not far from their original home. If they wanted to go home, from Makino County in the west to Dongzhen County in the east, it only takes half a month at most to go there and have a look. Actually, that's not considered immigration. But this time it was different. This time it was said that they were going to take Sima, which they had just occupied, and that they were going to live with the local aborigines, and that when they got there, they were going to be responsible for teaching them to do various things. Obviously this generous benefit was not that easy to get. Because he was worried that someone would make up for it and wanted to get a title and various benefits, Luo Chong also set up an assessment mechanism. Anyone who thinks they can meet one of these conditions can go to the government to register, but after registering, the government will send someone to investigate the situation in the village where the person is located. For example, a person says that he is particularly good at farming, but who will prove it? Luo Chang's method is that the government must send people to his hometown to investigate. At least 9 local people from the same family need to guarantee it, and there must also be a guarantee from Li Zheng before it can be included in the immigration list. At this time, the benefits of the Shiwa system will be reflected. Do you have any problems? Directly supervise each other among neighbors. No one can escape if something goes wrong. Naturally, no one dares to tell lies. The announcement once again sparked widespread public discussion after the ID card incident and the photo incident. In addition to enumerating the benefits of immigrants, there are also specific times for immigrants. The registration is completed within 10 days after the Zhendan festival, and then we start to organize commemorative photos and make photo albums of commemorative photos. In the last 10 days of the Zhendan month, each family begins to visit relatives, pack their personal belongings, and then gather in Liaoyang County to officially board the ship in the spring of the next year. Departure, a voyage of more than a month on the way, will eventually arrive at the village where they will immigrate at the end of February of the next year. After the announcement was issued, many people signed up from all over the country. The main reason was that the titles and benefits were too attractive. They could be directly promoted to 2 levels of titles, and they could be hereditary for 3 generations. You must know that the titles of the Han tribe are basically not hereditary. Even if they are hereditary, it must be downgraded to hereditary. For example, the first generation has a 3rd level title. After being passed on to the 2nd generation, it becomes a 2nd level title. If it is passed on to another generation, it becomes a 1st level title. After the 4th generation, they directly became common people. Welfare is even more exaggerated, even cats and dogs. Is it because there are no cats and dogs over there? In fact, it is true that there are dogs on Kaingshu Island, which is similar to the situation of the Han tribe. They were also introduced from the grassland area. The history of herdsmen on the grassland domesticating dogs is indeed longer than that of the Han tribe and the Xian tribe, and the Xian tribe has been with the grassland area for a long time. After communication, the introduction of shepherds naturally became a matter of letting nature take its course. However, cats that have been artificially domesticated are really only found in the Han tribe. Cats are a powerful tool for catching mice, so they are naturally introduced to Kaingshu Island. Another point is that for those who are already some years old, such as those in their 30s, honest people who do not know any carpentry or blacksmithing skills, do not know how to read or write, and only know how to farm and have children, if nothing else, they will never have the chance to be promoted to a title in their lives, but this time it is different. Even if they can cook, they can get a place. The threshold is set low and the benefits are still so high. In addition, the number of places is limited, so there are so many people who have signed up. It only took less than 3 days for thousands of families to sign up, starting from the notice. There are many young people who have just gotten engaged. Their so-called family, with only 2 people, just started working hard in a new place. And if they can be successfully selected, it means that their lives will start with a 2nd level title. Moreover, they have all kinds of livestock at home, looms, and 100 yuan in settlement expenses. This is not in vain. Anyway, people of their age, even if they do not immigrate to Kyangsu Island, if Luo Chong wants to continue to build new cities in the surrounding area, they will still be immigrated. I'm a pigeon. I originally promised that there would be 2 chapters left, but there was a sudden power outage. The laptop still has 50% power. It probably won't last for an hour. There is no internet. You can use your mobile phone to turn on the hotspot to save it simultaneously. There is no air conditioning fan. 1 chapter is worth £3. Sweat, I really can't stand it anymore. Dove, goo goo goo, see if I can make it up tomorrow. Asking for reward. 872 Gendon Festival benefit from the chief. After visits and reviews by officials from various places, more than 1,800 registered households were found to be in compliance with the standards. More than 1,400 households were left. The list of these people was sent to Luo Chang's desk, but Luo Chang still felt that there were a lot of them. Kyangsu Island has a population of about 100,000. According to Shue Kinjeo's statistics, there are 142 villages in total. Small villages with a few hundred people account for the majority, and there are only about 10 large villages with a population of thousands. Therefore, according to Luo Kong, 5 small villages have immigrated. According to the standard of 10 households, it is enough to put 7 households in each village on average, so 1,000 households are enough. This, more than 1,400 households that meet the standards must be eliminated by more than 400. Luo Chong thought for a moment that the skills of these people must be fine, so the skills are not within the scope of elimination. He mainly considers age and family size. First, immigrants return to immigrants, but the Han tribe itself cannot be allowed to lose too much population, so family members with more than 5 people will be eliminated first. A young man who has just gotten married is the first to hire a family of only 2 people. Even if such a family has 1,000 households, it only needs to immigrate 2,000 people. Of course, more than 1,000 households cannot be such a combination. Then there is the head of the household, who is 27 or 8 years old, who is the first to be hired. The head of the household at this age is in his prime, has rich life experience, mature skills, and knows how to behave. What is more important is that most of their children are in their teens. Around the age of 12 or 13, they can already help with various tasks, and they can reach adulthood in 2 years at most. In this way, after they immigrate for 2 years, they can get along well with the locals. You can also marry with the locals and integrate the relationship between the 2 people faster. For example, those young people with only 2 people, 14 or 15 years old, can actually marry the locals after they pass. In this way, after another round of screening, the list of immigrants was finally determined. There were a total of 1,000 households and a total population of 3,402 people. All of these people received immigration transfer orders issued by the local government. But now that the festive season is approaching, it is too late to prepare for anything, and all immigrants are beginning to cherish their last time in their hometown, visiting relatives, and having a good time with their families is what matters. The immigrants began to make final reunions, but it was impossible for the official preparations of the Han tribe to stop. First, under Luo Chang's order, photo studios began to operate for immigrants in advance, and each immigrant household gave away 60 photos. The Han tribe was satisfied with where and who they wanted to take these 60 photos, and also gave away 40 official unified photos. It is mainly the characteristic scenery of various places. This is mainly for publicity to the people of Kyangsu. After the immigrants passed by, they inevitably had to share these photos with the local people, which happened to allow those people from Kyangsu who had never been to the Han tribe to see what the Han tribe looked like through the photos. In the end, these 60 private and 40 official photos will be made into a photo album, one for each immigrant household, which can be regarded as a kind of spiritual sustenance for the hometown. Photographers traveling around the place are mainly composed of photo studios and Luo Chang's personal guards. Many of Luo Chang's personal guards have learned the technique of taking photos, and now they come in handy. Of course, although they are still running around during the holidays, Luo Chang will not let them work in vain. The overtime pay that should be given is definitely indispensable, and the New Year red envelopes are naturally not lacking. At the same time, many officials of the Han tribe received red envelopes, which were regarded as year-end bonuses for a hard year. For example, those at the county guard level distributed 2,000 kilograms of rice, 500 kilograms of white noodles, and 200 kilograms of glutinous rice. The Han tribe's glutinous rice production was not high, the planting ratio is also small, and the glutinous rice produced during the Gendon festival is mainly used for them to make rice cakes. In terms of meat, there is also 1 fat pig, 2 bighorn deer, and 1 pair each of sheep, goats, and antelopes, for a total of 6. In terms of clothing, there were 6 pieces of brocade, 10 pieces of cotton of various colors, 10 pieces of sheepskin leather, 10 pieces of sheep fur, 2 pieces of red fox skin, and 2 pieces of camel velvet. In terms of non-staple food, there are also 20 gins of dried dates, 10 gins of persimmons, 10 gins of tea, 20 gins each of brown cotton sugar/yellow sugar, 100 gins of white salt, and a total of 6 pieces of glass bottles of white wine in 1 gin, and 12 bottles in 1 piece. Finally, there is a holiday red envelope of 1,000 silver dollars. Officials below the commandery keeper still issued according to this gift list, except that the standard would be lowered sequentially in number. This is true for officials in the 8 counties of Hanyang. Luo Chong directly sent him a greeting letter from Dashu in Tuohei County, and then had the same gift list. He would not buy anything. It was too far. Anyway, you have everything over there. You can buy it yourself according to the gift list, and I, the leader, will reimburse you. The same is true for the 3 counties of Hunyu in the grassland area. As for the 6 newly expanded counties of Kiangsu, all kinds of local supplies are now relatively tight. Even if they want to buy them, they cannot buy the things rewarded by Luo Chong, so Luo Chong directly gives them money, distribute the corresponding big red envelopes according to the gift list standards, and let them buy whatever they want locally. If you really can't buy it, you can't contact Daishu in Tuohei County, or you can save the money yourself and wait until you have a chance in the future before buying it. In the first 3 days of the Zhendan festival, the procession distributing gifts began to take action, pulling cars and driving livestock to those officials' houses to distribute benefits one by one. This was the first time since the establishment of the Han tribe that Luo Chong, the leader, was so serious. Reward New Year's goods. In the past, although Luo Chong would also reward a lot of things during the holidays, it was never so comprehensive, and people in the entire public service system distributed it together. At the beginning, the Han tribe did not even have currency, and various supplies were not that rich. Of course, they could not be compared with today. Even if Luo Chong wanted to give these things, he could not take them out. But it's different now. The monetary system has been operating well for 2 or 3 years, and various supplies have begun to become more and more abundant. For things like tea and sugar, Luo Chong can also generously deliver the goods to officials. I didn't even want to give away thousands of kilograms of sugar before. Officials from all over the country were also very happy after receiving Luo Chong's reward. To be honest, the things Luo Chong gave were not much compared with their wages. First of all, they did not lack food to eat at home, and giving food was just a good idea. Meaning, and then their wages are much higher than the average income. These officials are not short of money at all. Take the county governor as an example. Their monthly salary plus various benefits are more than 1,000 yuan, but they are relatively busy. Nowadays, the Han tribe still has relatively few holidays, and the Han tribe, which is in the stage of rapid development, does have a lot of work. These officials are needed to handle it, so even if they have money, they cannot buy all the New Year's goods and buy them in such abundance, because they have no time to buy them at all. Now Luo Chong bought things directly for them and delivered them to his home. Although the value is not high, it is the leader's intention, and the meaning is naturally different. Officials who received Spring Festival benefits also wrote back to Luo Chong to say hello to the new year. Some even collected some good things that they thought were good and presented them to Luo Chong as gifts, which was considered a return gift. However, this still seems too hasty. If according to the serious festivals in ancient times, the emperor not only had to hold a banquet in the palace to entertain the ministers, but also the astronomical and military officials on the Zhendan festival had to pay New Year greetings to the emperor at the court meeting, which would be a big deal. But the Han tribe doesn't even have a palace now. Even if Luo Chong wants to entertain the ministers, he probably can only entertain them in the open-air square. Otherwise, he doesn't even have such a big building. In this winter, he can't really do it. Invite officials to dinner in the open square, right? Isn't that bullshit? Looking at the thick letters of reply to New Year greetings in his hand, Luo Chong sighed secretly. That's all. Who made the current Han tribe still in its infancy? It didn't even have a palace, so it was better to develop well first and wait until 2 years later. With the palace, all the bureaucracy has been improved, and we will talk about Keahi when the time comes. Now it is better to be pragmatic and seek development. But what Luo Chong didn't know was that he, the leader, prepared Zhendan New Year's benefits for all the officials and gave out big red envelopes. Officials from all over the country had actually prepared gifts for Luo Chong, the leader, but Luo Chong himself didn't know it yet. 873 Zhendan Festival. On the day before the Zhendan festival, Luo Chong took his wife and children to worship his ancestors. Unlike the previous grand celebrations, Luo Chong no longer held collective sacrifices because there were too many counties in the Han tribe and the people were very scattered. Luo Chong could not have brought all the people to perform sacrifices together, so everyone just worshipped their ancestors. Because there was no royal palace built, it was naturally impossible to build an imperial ancestral temple to enshrine the ancestors, and the current site of Luo Chong's sacrifice was actually the cave where the earliest people lived outside Hanyang. The ancestors of the Han tribe didn't know how many generations lived in that cave, so they could barely count it as a place of sacrifice. Luo Chong led his family to the cave. Today's cave has been transformed. There is a place where light shines down from the innermost part. Luo Chong asked people to carve a stone tablet and put it here. It can be regarded as a tablet for the ancestors of the Han tribe. It was not only Luo Chong's family who came to worship, but some food on a plate had already been placed in front of the stele, and it seemed that it should be 2 or 3 days old. Luo Chong doesn't know who came to worship so early, but there are only a few people who can come here to worship. Maybe they are lame, maybe Dolly, or Feather. Anyway, they are all the people who lived here in the first place. Dad, did you live in this hole when you were a child? Xiao Luo Cheng, who had grown to 3 years old, followed Luo Chong, looked around at the cave and asked. Yes, my father used to live here. I saw that there was no flat land. My father used to sleep there every night, laying grass on it and sleeping on the ground. Look over there, there is also the rabbit nest he built before. I am still here. Raised rabbits. Luo Chong pointed to the furnishings around the cave and introduced him to his son. Dad, I'm afraid, Daddy, hug me. Luo Lan looked at the somewhat gloomy cave and the stone tablet, and felt secretly angry. He didn't want to stay here any longer, so he pulled Luo Chang's trouser legs from the other side and shouted. Be good, don't be afraid, let's make offerings to our ancestors first, kowtow a few more times, and then we'll go home. Luo Chong rubbed the heads of the two children, took the food box from Zayadi's hand, placed plates of offerings in front of the stone tablet, took the basket from Zhang Ying's hand, and put dried fruits and other things in front. The copper-cast incense burner is stuffed with incense ashes. There is only one person who often comes here, and that is the elder of the small Han tribe. The elder has no position now. He was already old, but now it is time to take care of himself. Usually, he or she either plays chess and chats with the rats and witches, or comes back to this cave to clean, and then pays homage to the ancestors of the Han tribe and puts on a few sticks of incense. Occasionally sleeps here. Luo Chong also took out a handful of sandalwood from the basket, lit the calcium carbide lamp in the cave, used the lamp to ignite the candle, and then used the candle to burn incense. He divided 3 sticks for each family member, and the family of 5 knelt on a straw futon. After 3 bows, the incense was inserted into the incense burner. This simple sacrifice was completed. When he brought his wife and children home, Luo Chang's family also began to prepare New Year's Eve dinner. He took his 2 children to make rice cakes at noon, and then ate dumplings and firecrackers in the evening. However, this firecracker is not the so-called firecracker, it is just burning bamboo. The earliest origin of the word firecracker comes from burning bamboo on New Year's Eve. When bamboo burns, it will make a crackling sound. In fact, it is the same principle as burning firewood. When firewood burns, it will also make a crackling sound, but it is not as loud as the crackling sound of bamboo. This is the so-called firecracker. As for using paper rolls of black powder for firecrackers, I'm sorry, but the Han tribe can't do this extravagant behavior yet. Isn't it okay to have so much gunpowder to train artillery? Isn't it okay to have so much paper for wiping your ass? Why waste it on firecrackers that are consumed all at once? Early the next morning, during the festive season, Luo Chang's family prepared a sumptuous meal early, and their 2 children got up from bed early. Luo Cheng and Luo Lan were very positive about the festival, because both their father and mother said there are new clothes to wear today, and there are all kinds of delicious food, and my father also gave me red envelopes. Although they usually don't wear new clothes too often, these 2 little guys have never bothered with clothes, so they foolishly get fooled. Tang Yao also spent the Chinese New Year at Luo Chang's house, and both Zayadi and Zhang Ying became pregnant with their second child again, leaving Tang Yao, a flexible woman, in the house besides the maid. She had arranged for the kitchen and ladies-in-waiting to prepare meals early in the morning, and now, after the 2 little ones had gotten up, she was finally free, and together with her mother, she changed into new clothes and had Jenden's breakfast with the Luo Chong family. Tang Yao's mother was considered to be an entourage of the Han tribe who went with her as an envoy. She had no special duties. She mainly took care of Tang Yao, so she also lived with her in Luo Chang's house. In the dining room, Luo Chong sits at the top as the head of the family, while Zayadi and Zhang Ying sit on both sides with their children, and Tang Yao and her mother sit opposite. Before moving the chopsticks, Zayadi and Zhang Ying winked at their 2 children respectively. The 2 children immediately got off the chair and lined up to greet Luo Chong and ask for red envelopes. Dad, my child wishes you a happy new year and wishes your father a long life. Here, this is my gift. Xiao Luo Cheng, as his elder brother, was the first to come forward and salute Luo Chong, and it was a kneeling salute. After he kowtowed decently, he took out a piece of stacked red paper from his arms. This was what he prepared for Luo Chong. Gift. Luo Chong took it and took a look, and saw 100 words of blessing written crookedly on the paper with a brush. He didn't know how long it took this boy to write enough. He accepted the word with a smile, and then said, "Good son, get up, Dad will prepare a big red envelope for you. You can come back and use the money to buy delicious food, but you are already 3 years old this year. Over, you can't just think about playing in the future, you have to be serious about your homework, do you know?" "Well, thank you Dad." Xiao Luo Cheng nodded quickly, and then happily took a brocade-sewn purse from Luo Chang's hand. There were only $6 silver in it. However, the little guy who had no idea about money was still very satisfied and imitated the adults. He hung his wallet on his belt and giggled. "Dad, Lanner also wishes you New Year's greetings." I wish you a speedy marriage to Aunt Tang and a little sister. Give me, Dad, this is my gift. Luo Lan also came to Luo Chong and kowtowed, gave a message of blessing, and then took out her own gift, which was also a line of words, but not 100 blessings, but a poem and a copied primary school textbook. The gift was not bad, but it was a blessing. Smelly girl, who taught you this? Luo Chong poked his daughter on the forehead with his finger and asked. Luo Lan suddenly felt aggrieved, then turned to look at her mother Zhan Ying and Ziadi, and finally looked at Tang Yao. At this time, Tang Yao's face was already red, but she did not say anything to refuse. Even Tang Yao's mother was sitting next to her with a smile on her aunt's face. This middle-aged woman likes children very much, especially Luo Chong's 2 children. They live in good conditions. The white and fat children raised by Luo Chong are very cute. Compared with the children of the tribesmen outside, they are naturally noble. Moreover, after a year of contact, Tang Yao's mother did not know for what reason, but she also tended to facilitate the marriage between Luo Chong and her daughter. Seeing Luo Lan curling his mouth and about to cry, Luo Chong sighed secretly, reached out and picked up Luo Lan, put him on his lap and held him. Okay, thank you for the gift our little princess gave me. Dad likes it very much. Dad also prepared a big red envelope for you. Can you keep it and buy delicious food by yourself? Well, thank you, Daddy. Luo Lan took the purse containing the silver dollar, then kissed Luo Chong, and then carefully hung the purse on his body. After the younger generation paid homage to the Chinese New Year, Luo Chong raised the cup and said to everyone, "Come, let's drink this cup together. May the Han tribe have a good harvest this year, 6 livestock will multiply, and the people will be prosperous. There will be no diseases or disasters. I also wish my wife was able to give birth to her second child smoothly." Both Ziadi and Zhan Ying laughed, and naturally the 2 of them could not drink, but they also raised their teacups to celebrate the festival with everyone. Tang Yao, who was opposite, was extremely shy today. If her eyes and body accidentally matched Luo Chong's, her cheeks would immediately turn red. She hurriedly staggered her eyes, making Luo Chong a little wary when eating. This bitch would not unite with her 2 wives. Drug yourself. Just when Luo Chong was wondering how the 3 women were going to trick him, a maid suddenly came in from outside and gave everyone a blessing gift before saying, "Boss, there are a few county guards outside who are bringing cars and horses to greet you." New Year, they also brought gifts. Oh, New Year greetings with gifts? Interesting, let them in. Luo Chong raised his eyebrows. This year does seem to be the long-seen year of the Han tribe. This year he prepared New Year's goods for them and sent out New Year red envelopes. These people also happened to come to give Luo Chong New Year's gifts? Interesting. 874 priceless treasure. When Luo Chong heard that an official had come to pay him New Year's greetings and gifts, he felt quite happy. This was the first time since the establishment of the Han tribe. The main reason is that the 8 counties of Hanyang are now on the right track. Even Nanzang County, which was established at the latest, has been established for more than a year now. In addition, Luo Chong did not build another new city in the 8 counties of Hanyang this year. Therefore, officials from all over the country are not very busy. During the holidays that should be taken, the people live and work in peace and contentment, and there is no need to open up wasteland or anything, and there is no need for them to worry about anything naturally. I had free time to study other things, such as preparing gifts for Luo Chong. Luo Chong is quite looking forward to their gifts. I don't know what these people have prepared for themselves. When he asked the maid to call someone in, Luo Chong also got up and hugged Luo Lan to the door of the living room to greet him. I heard that several county governors were coming, but I didn't expect that the first one to come in was a cripple wearing a brocade robe and fox fur, who also took his wife and his 4-year-old son with him. This guy was originally an old bachelor. Because he was lame, he never found a woman who was willing to marry him. However, after the Han tribe grew, it also absorbed a lot of people. The lame man had already stopped thinking about finding a wife. He was not old. He is not young anymore, but he thinks that when he gets old in the future, he will not even have anyone to take care of him. In addition, the conditions are now good, so a widowed widow was found to start a family, and a child was born, now 4 years old. The lame man is very happy today. He usually doesn't have much chance to see Luo Chong. Today he came here to see the leader. This guy lamely entered the yard and saw Luo Chong holding his daughter at the door of the living room to greet him. He immediately stepped forward. 2 steps forward, bowing and saluting Luo Chong. The lame man pays homage to the leader, wishes the leader a happy new year, and wishes the leader a long life and many children. The cripple's wife was somewhat shy and an honest woman. She didn't speak, she just followed the cripple and gave a hail. "Okay, it's rare for you to come to see me today. How are your legs and feet? You seem to be walking quite neatly." Luo Chong also came forward with his daughter in his arms, helped the cripple up with one hand, and greeted him, saying, "Thank you, leader, for your concern. My legs are like this. Fortunately, they are not good, but they do not delay my walking. There is no problem in living a good life. The cripple also stood up and exchanged greetings with Luo Chong. Happy Chinese New Year, uncle. Lanner wishes my uncle a happy new year. Luo Lan looked at the smiling cripple at this time and seemed to like her very much. She sat in the bend of Luo Chang's arm and took the initiative to bow her hands to the cripple and say New Year greetings. Hey, Lanner is celebrating the new year. This is Luo Lan. She is the most beautiful girl in our Han tribe. Seventh sister, get Lanner a red envelope. The cripple responded happily to Luo Lan and quickly asked his wife to take out red envelopes for the child. Luo Lan looked at the red envelope and then at Luo Chong, her eyes filled with questions, and she didn't know whether she should accept it or not. Come on, Lanner, take it. This was given by my uncle. Your father won't say anything about you. Just take what the uncle gave you, remember to thank the uncle. Upon seeing this, Luo Chong also nodded and agreed. Thank you, uncle. Luo Lan immediately laughed with joy and narrowed both eyes into a crescent shape. Guests came here, and Tang Yao and Zayadi Zhanying also led Xiao Luo Cheng out and followed Luo Chong to welcome guests. Luo Cheng naturally received the red envelope from the cripple, and Luo Chong did not refuse. Today's lame people have a good life and a lot of income. They can really take out a red envelope for their children. Luo Chong has nothing to bear in his heart, and I don't know if it's because of their close blood relationship. Luo Chong's the children and the lame man are also very compatible. After all, this guy is really related to them by blood. When there were only a few men in the Han tribe, the cliffs between them were all related by blood, just like Beastfang was the son of the previous leader of the Han tribe. Maybe he and Luo Chong had a cousin relationship, but before I really can't remember what happened, and I didn't have such a systematic ranking of seniority. Anyway, knowing that we are a family is nothing more than what seniority we are. After chatting for a while, Luo Chong asked jokingly, I heard that you have prepared a gift for me? It wouldn't be a stone basin, would it? The cripple blushed a little, and the leader still remembered his ultimate dream back then. What age is it now, who still uses the stone basin? How could it be? The good days now are all led by the leader. Why am I so embarrassed to take out my hand when I get a stone basin? Cripple responded to Luo Chong's ridicule with some embarrassment. Oh? What's that? Luo Chong asked curiously. I prepared 2 porcelain bottles for the leader, which were of no use. They were just beautifully placed. The leader's house was big and there happened to be a place to put them. Someone came and brought my 2 porcelain bottles in. The cripple explained this and called for someone to bring his gift over. Luo Chong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This guy who dreamed of grinding a stone basin stopped making tableware and started playing with ornaments. And carried it in. Could it be that he burned a water tank? One still can't move? The next moment, 8 personal guards came in from outside the courtyard. The 8 of them were divided into 2 groups. The 4 of them worked together to carry a big guy in. There were 2 in total, 1 in front and 1 in the back, which surprised Luo Chong even more. What is this? Luo Chong asked with some surprise. Sure, it was a porcelain vase? For people to carry a bottle? Put it down, put it here first. The cripple greeted the personal guard and put the 2 bottles in the yard. There was a tray made of wood under the thing, and there was a protective frame made of wooden strips around it. It was also densely wrapped with straw curtains inside, so even if it was moved to Luo Chong in front of him, he still couldn't be sure of the contents. The cripple unbuttoned the straw curtain with his own hands, revealing a super large vase the thickness of a person and 1.8 meters high inside, which shocked Luo Chong. The others in the yard couldn't help but be stunned in surprise. Those present were all the top nobles of the Han tribe, who hasn't seen porcelain yet. But with such a large piece of porcelain, they said they had never seen it. Luo Chong had seen such similar large vases in his previous life. They were usually placed in some company or as decorations in the hotel lobby. However, they were generally not that tall, and he did not expect that the cripple could burn them in this era. Such porcelain really shocked him. Just as the crowd was stunned, the cripple did not stop his movements, and he untied the packaging of another porcelain bottle, still the same size and the same exquisiteness. Leader, this is a gift made for you by our kill factory. The clay that the 6-fingered guy personally made, the shape I designed, the embryo drawn by the workers, the paintings made by the Wen brothers, I personally saw the kill firing, a total of 10 were fired. Only these 2 are the best. The others with cracks or uneven glazed colors were smashed by me. Now there are only these 2. You guys have a heart, do these 2 bottles have names? Luo Chong sighed, and then immediately asked, even if these 2 bottles are not antiques, they are rare treasures in this era. The only pair of bottles in the world is priceless. I don't know how to choose a name, otherwise, the leader can choose a name. The cripple scratched his head in embarrassment and said, he is just a kill burner with no education, how can he choose a name? Well, I'll look at it first. Luo Chong nodded and responded, then hugged his daughter and circled around the pair of large porcelain bottles. The 2 porcelain bottles have small bases, a round belly, a thin neck, and a waist with a maximum diameter estimated to be about 40 or 50 centimeters, and a height of 1.8 meters. The glaze on the bottle is bright and smooth, without blemishes. The whole is a royal blue base, not the blue of blue and white porcelain, but a royal blue. The blue is darker, but the blue is particularly bright. If it were just this one color, it would obviously not be a rare treasure. The most important thing is that Luo Chong saw no less than 7 colors on these 2 porcelain bottles. One of the bottles is painted with a picture of 100 birds on top, with a royal blue background, earth-colored ground below, and green rocks covered with moss next to it. On the other side of the bottle is a tree with a crooked appearance, which should be a pine tree. There are kingfishers with bright feathers on the tree, orioles, magpies, and many kinds of birds that Luo Chong does not recognize. Pine nuts are scattered on the soil on the ground. There are also many colorful golden pheasants and pheasants foraging under the trees, and there is a small puddle on the rocks next to it, where a little bird whose name cannot be called is leaning its head to drink. The whole porcelain vase is brightly colored, with harmonious color matching in vivid picture shapes, giving people a feeling of walking into nature. All the scenery is vivid and very smart when painted. If this was placed in Luo Chang's previous life, the cliff was one of the peerless treasures that could not be exhibited abroad. The other porcelain vase, which also had a sapphire blue color base on it, was painted with a picture of 100 beasts. The overall layout of this picture is almost the same as the one in the white bird picture. It is a tree, the ground, the rocks, and the 2 bottles make up a pair. But this bottle of the picture of the beasts, on which is drawn a persimmon tree, under which there are fallen persimmons, domestic pigs playing under it, eating those that have fallen, and above the canopy several monkeys rocking there, some playing, some picking persimmons, and some smashing the pigs below with persimmons. There are squirrels and snakes on the tree next to it, deer under the tree, and wild wolves hiding behind the grass. You can't find it without looking carefully. There is a river on the other side of the bottle. There are fish, ducks, and geese in the river. There are houses on the other side of the river, and there is a stone bridge above the river. A common man is carrying a pole, a cage of rabbits at the front and back, and a cow in his hand. There was also a yellow dog wagging its tail and looking back in front of it, waiting for this bearer. The shape is vivid and vivid, meaning beautiful. What's more important is that if you appreciate it carefully, there is an artistic conception inside. After watching it, Luo Chong couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this guy who started dreaming of grinding a stone basin all his life later learned to fire pottery and porcelain with Luo Chong. From then on, he got out of control and changed his dream of sticking to it. His new dream was to let everyone in the Han tribe everyone can eat with porcelain bowls. Now that this dream has come true, the cripple has finally escaped from the low-level taste and started to study art, and his achievements are so high. Such a pair of vases, placed in Luo Chang's previous life, can be easily sold for hundreds of millions. Okay, this guy's amazing, too. By the way, there is also the pair of twin brothers who are good at painting. They originally assigned those 2 to the cripple to work in the kill factory. Now it seems that they really got the right score and did not ruin their talent and opportunity to paint. These 2 people following the cripple, they have all kinds of porcelain for them to paint every day. Now in a few years, their painting level has reached its peak. I don't know anything else, at least when it comes to painting porcelain vases, it's definitely a giant among big guys. 875 Presentation by the ministers. In fact, Cripple has been studying art for more than a year. After the Han tribe developed rapidly in recent years, kilns were also being built in various places to supply cooking utensils and tableware that local people need every day. The Hanyang County Kill Factory in charge of Cripple has already met the needs of the local people, so the output of porcelain has been reduced a lot. This guy followed Luo Chang's advice and started to build ceramic tiles and prepared to enter the building materials industry. Until one day, Cripple learned that the Kill Factory in Weixin County fired a kind of porcelain used to save money, which was a piggy bank shaped like a fat pig and very good selling. This guy was immediately inspired. It turned out that porcelain can be used not only for eating, but also as a decoration and ornamental object, so he started trying various ornaments and artworks. I don't know how long he tried to make them. These 2 shocking vases. Yes, I like these 2 bottles very much. You are determined. We will continue to work hard in the future and strive to produce more and better works, Luo Chong said without hesitation. That's right, it's the work. These 2 porcelain bottles today have broken away from the ranks of the vessels and should be called works of art. Then they are the work of the Kill Factory, a masterpiece shared by those people in the Kill Factory. As long as the leader likes it, this is what we want. Hearing Luo Chang's praise and love for the 2 bottles, the cripple also said with great joy. Just as the Luo Chong family was admiring the pair of porcelain vases, several other county governors who had come to pay New Year's greetings could not help but complain in a low voice. The cripple is really awesome. With his pair of porcelain bottles here today, I'm afraid we won't be able to get any gifts. I really can't compare to my stuff. I hope the leader won't dislike it. Several county guards stood by and muttered in a low voice, unable to help but sigh secretly. However, Luo Chong, who was sharp-eyed, still heard what they said. The officials below came to pay New Year's greetings to him. He was very happy. How could he dislike it? Even if he is generally happy with gifts, of course, if there is such a gift as a cripple, it will be a surprise. Don't worry, I won't dislike it. As long as you have this intention, it doesn't matter what you give. Even if you are willing to share the rice cakes with me at home, I will like them very much. Luo Chong spoke directly to several people. When several people heard Luo Conflict answer, they immediately dressed up their clothes and then stood in a row about to Luo Chong to pay New Year greetings. I am Jing Yan, I am Shi Xin, I am Jian Dun, I am Yun Ji. I have met the leader, I wish the leader a happy new year, and I wish the leader to expand his territory thousands of miles and unify the rivers and mountains. Luo Chong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows again. Could it be that these people had just spoken to each other outside? Why the congratulatory message is exactly the same. Okay, what a man who has expanded thousands of miles and unified rivers and mountains. I have this confidence. I wonder if you ministers are willing to help me. I, and others are willing to follow in the footsteps of the leader, vow not to give up, and create brilliance together. Among the 4 county guards, Jing Yan came up with a word first, and the other 3 quickly followed up and expressed their stance. Luo Chong also glanced at Jing Yan again. This guy's eloquent, he's a talent, and I don't know if the message just given was also his idea. Okay, with your words, it's worth more than any gift. Don't worry, you just really brought rice cakes and I'll eat them today. Luo Chong replied with a smile. The leader joked that my family has not yet made rice cakes this year, but I was lucky enough to get a few stones a few days ago. Jing Yan did not dare to keep them for himself, so he came here to offer them to the leader. Although they are not as good as these 2 bottles, they are still a bit beautiful. As Jing Yan spoke, he invited his followers outside to carry in a wooden box. When the wooden box fell to the ground, he opened it himself and saw a pile of colorful stones inside. The top one was a piece of stone. The jadeite rough stone, which is as big as a sea bowl, is as big as a volleyball. Although such a large piece of jade is still a rough stone that has not been processed, it is still priceless. The reason why it has not been processed may be because Jing Yan considered that if he made the decision without authorization and carved it into an object, the leader would ruin the stone if he didn't like it in the end. Instead of giving the rough stone directly to the leader, Luo Chong could do whatever he wanted. Yes, this kind of jade should be very rare, right? It was dug out of your mine? And jade in the coal mine? Luo Chong nodded with satisfaction, apparently very satisfied with the box of gems. Looking back at the leader, Fei, this is a tribe that was just absorbed by our Dongzhen County 2 months ago. In order to join our Han tribe, the patriarch of that tribe took the initiative to present a treasure that has been passed down in the tribe for a long time. I dare not do this. Keep it for yourself. Only such a treasure can match the noble status of the leader. Please don't dislike it. Jing Yan explained the box of various jade stones and said to Luo Chong, not bad, not bad. I like it very much. I'm here to move all these things in. These 2 porcelain bottles will be placed in the corner of the living room for the time being. I'll make arrangements when I have time in the future. Leader, I don't have a porcelain vase or jade here. I only have a lion skin and a bear skin dedicated to the leader. Our Makino County office had a holiday a few days ago. We organized a hunting together. We were lucky and we caught a bear. And a cave lion. In addition, we also picked up 2 little lions. If the leader likes them, he can stay and feed them. Jian Dun of Makino County also introduced his gift and said, his gift is really not outstanding, it is just animal skin. There are many wild beasts these days. Will the Han tribe lack animal skin? Will the leader Luo Chong lack animal skin? However, the 2 cave lion cubs he got were really fresh. Cave lions are beasts of prey. Can their cubs also be raised? Jian Dun said, and the young man who followed him also walked in with a basket. The basket was covered with quilts and animal skins, and a layer was covered on it. There were constant whistling sounds inside. The childish cry. Luo Chong doesn't catch a lot of colds with such a gift. Lions are beasts. If Luo Chong had a zoo, he wouldn't mind putting 2 young lions in the zoo, but he didn't. Not only was there no zoo, but there was no similar royal forbidden garden like Shanglin Garden, which was generally the emperor's private zoo, where animals would thrive, and then the emperor would bring people in for hunting. So Luo Chong was a little worried and didn't know how to place the 2 young lions. However, unlike Luo Chong, Xiao Luo Cheng seemed to be very interested in these 2 young lions. When he saw these 2 little lions who didn't open their eyes and could only moan, he immediately rushed over and played with these 2 little things. What can Luo Chong say? Let's play with my son first, and then we'll want to put things in place. Yes, I also like this gift and accepted it too. After Jian Dun's gift was given, Shi Xin, now the governor of Liaoyang Commandery, also had her gift carried out. Captain, I asked someone to create a new type of sailing ship model. This ship is called Feiyu. It is faster than all existing ship types. I hope the leader will like it. 876 Flying Fish, Flying Sailboat. Luo Chong likes ship models, and almost everyone who knows him a little knows that even if others don't know, Xin is the governor of Liaoyang County, and Liaoyang Shipyard is his key production unit. How could he not know Luo Chong's hobbies? Outside the gate, 2 personal guards came over carrying an exquisite wooden boat model, with a special bracket underneath. This boat was exactly what Xin called a flying fish-type sailing boat, a kind of sailing boat that the Han tribe did not have now. Luo Chong, who is familiar with the structure of sailing ships, can naturally see the characteristics of this ship at a glance. Flying fish has a large aspect ratio. The first impression it gives is that it is longer than all the ships of the Han tribe now. Moreover, this ship changed the design of the Han tribe's previous circular bow, using an inverted V-shaped blade-type bow for the first time. The 2 sides of the bow also used a concave streamlined design, making the bow pointed and thin. The stern is not a tunnel-type structure, it is also a pointed blade type, but there are no depressions on both sides. The arc-shaped structure allows for better stability, with a rounded belly in the middle and a slightly flattened bottom. The shallow draft of the ship, the blade bow, means less resistance in the water. There is no superstructure above the side, which means a lower center of gravity, relatively stable navigation, and less wind resistance. In addition, the designer's abnormal style 6 masts were inserted above, and the width of the 6 longitudinal sails was 1 section wider than the side of the ship. In the field of sailing ships, it means stronger motivation. After all, sailing ships are driven by the wind. The larger the area of the sail, the more power it has. There is nothing wrong with it, right? So to sum it up, the ship should be pretty perverted in speed. The name Flying Fish exactly confirms this. This ship can fly on the water. Are there specific parameters or drawings? It should be a sailboat in pursuit of the fastest speed, right? Luo Chong looked at the ship model and asked. Others around him didn't quite understand these things, except that the ship looked lanky, and had a particularly large number of sails and more masts than Fubo's current flagship. Yes, I brought drawings of this boat. Xin asked the entourage to pass the drawings and handed them to Luo Chong, and then he added an introduction next to him. Leader, the ship is indeed prepared for the pursuit of higher speed. It uses a pointed bow for the first time, and the aspect ratio is lengthened to the greatest extent. The design parameters are that the ship is 16 meters wide, the draft is 5.2 meters, and the length is 136 meters. The aspect ratio reached 8.5:1, more than twice that of the Fubo, and the tonnage also exceeded that of the Fubo. It reached about 5,000 tons, with 6 extra wide long aerons arranged longitudinally above, capable of providing more sufficient power. Speaking of which, Xin paused for a moment before continuing. Leader, the current territory of our Han tribe is getting larger and larger, especially the north and south ends, which are quite inconvenient to connect. Although our Han tribe has many sailing boats, the speed is too slow. It takes at least 43 days to drive from Liaoyang County to Tuohe County day and night. If you arrive at Kayangsu Island from Liaoyang County, it will take at least 50 days. It is for this reason that I asked the craftsmen in the yard to design this new type of ship. Everyone around him nodded slightly. They were all local officials at the county governor level. Naturally, they knew the current situation of the Han tribe. The tribe's territory was too large, and the distance between the north and south ends was too far. It was extremely inconvenient to communicate once, which greatly restricted the tribe's territory. Development speed. At this time, Xin suddenly broke the shocking news and said, Leader, the configuration of this flying fish is very light. According to our design and speculation, it can carry 600 people, 1,000 tons of cargo, and maintain it for 2 months. Arrived in the 3 counties of Hunhu in just 8 days and nights. It took 12 days and nights to complete the entire journey from Liaoyang County to Tuojun, shortening the original 43-day voyage by about 3.5 times. If it is from Liaoyang County to Kayangsu Island, I am confident that I will arrive at my destination within half a month. After hearing Xin's introduction, everyone was stunned again. This was the second time everyone was surprised for a gift after the cripple just presented a pair of porcelain bottles. The 3 counties of Hunhu that ran to the grassland in 8 days. It originally took 43 days to complete the flight in 12 days. Arrive at Kayangsu Island from Liaoyang County in half a month. What a perverted speed. If this flying fish can really reach this speed, it will be a leap forward in terms of the construction of the south and the communication between the north and the south of the Han tribe. However, compared to everyone's surprise, Luo Chong was relatively calm. In fact, the flying fish boat presented by Xin is structurally similar to the flying scissor boat that Luo Chong heard about in his previous life. They both have a large aspect ratio and are streamlined. The design goal of a sailboat with a multi-sail structure is the same, designed to pursue the fastest speed. Luo Chong didn't know how fast this flying fish could run. After all, there was no real thing, but the flying scissor boat did set a record of 13 days of ultrafast speed across the Atlantic Ocean. This type of sailboat had already reached the level before the birth of the steam turbine. The limit of the fastest speed of a sailboat can exceed 20 knots per hour. However, this kind of ship is just fast. Its stability is extremely poor and its turning radius is too large. If it encounters a large crosswind, it is very easy to capsize. Whether it is transporting people or cargo, it is more appropriate to engage in transportation, but it cannot be used. It can be used as a battleship because of its poor lateral stability. If dozens of cannons are installed on the side of such a ship to fire a salvo, it's estimated that recoil alone can knock the boat over. However, Luo Chong never thought about using this thing as a battleship, and it was still appropriate just for transportation. After he finished reading the drawings, he commented, "I like this ship very much. I am also very pleased that you can worry about the inconvenience of communication between the north and the south of our tribe. However, I would like to give you some advice. This ship is good, but it is suitable for use as a sea ship. If it runs inland river routes, this ship is too long. In the main waters of the Liaoyang River, the narrowest point is more than 100 meters, the width can be several kilometers, and the average width is only 400 to 500 meters. The length of your boat alone is 136 meters, and the width ratio of the boat is too large. The lateral resistance is huge. If such a boat runs in the Liaoyang River and does not reach the wide waters, you will not even be able to turn around. However, the design of this ship is very good, and this point still needs to be praised. However, it cannot be built so big during manufacturing. It must be reduced in equal proportions. The width of the 16-meter ship must be reduced to 10 meters, and the length-to-width ratio must be 8.2. In this way, the captain is only 82 meters, a little longer than the fubo. For other parts, you can see that the proportions are reduced. The ship was built a year later. I also accepted this gift from you, hoping that this flying fish can really run the speed you mentioned." "Yes, thank you boss for liking it." Xin happily stepped aside. This New Year's gift, he showed his big face. If the cripple's gift is a top-notch work of art, then his gift is an important weapon of the country. Even if it is compared with that pair of porcelain bottles, it is not inferior. Yunzi in Ruyang County was even worse. He originally thought that his gift should be good, but in the end it was a treasure bottle, a living lion, beautiful jade, and a super-fast sailing boat. Think about it. My own things are really shameless to take action. Yunji couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed as he watched the leader look at him with everyone. "Boss, I feel like I'm going to be disliked," Yunzi jokingly said. 877. The second group of New Year greeters arrives. There is really nothing good about Ruyang County, where Yunzi is located, except for one thing, which is the silk of Jingwen County. Ruyang Commandery was the first place where the Han tribe began to weave silk, where both the scale of sericulture and the technology of silk weaving were among the strongest. Yunzi didn't show any tricks. Anyway, he knew that his gift was just like that, so he simply asked someone to bring it up. It was not the personal guard who came back to show the gift, but Yunzi's wife, who came with 2 maids. After seeing the ceremony with Luo Chang's family, she showed their gifts with the maids. "Leader, please see, these are the 2 latest silk yarns. This is relatively wide and is made of blended raw silk. I named it raw tobacco yarn. It is suitable for making blouses or outerwear. In summer, you can also sew it on the outside of clothes for sun protection. The other is called hookah yarn, which is made of cooked silk and is much softer than the other. Both new types of silk are new this year. If the leader likes it, it will be produced next year." Luo Chong glanced twice. He was really not interested in this kind of thin to transparent mesh fabric, but he didn't like others to like it. Zayadi, Zhanying, and Tang Yao were very fond of this kind of fabric. Beautiful clothes. Seeing such beautiful fabrics, the 3 women immediately stepped forward, touched and looked, and quickly discussed what kind of clothes such fabrics could make, what style to make better look. Yes, silk is the best among fabrics. It is also excellent to be able to develop more concentrated styles, which can enrich the products of our Han tribe. I also liked this gift and accepted it. Thank you for your thoughts. Luo nodded and praised him, and then agreed. As for whether he likes it or not, what does it matter? Anyway, it's all worn by his wife, and she won't wear it for herself by then. After the 5 people's gift was over, Luo Chong invited them into the house. Zayadi and Zhanying took the initiative to take the female family members of these people to visit their house at home. Luo Chong directly led the lame man and the 4 county guards into his house. In his study, someone happened to be here now, and he was going to take the opportunity to talk about next year's plans and arrangements for government affairs. But as soon as I entered the house, when I heard Luo Chong preparing to talk about government affairs, Xin, the governor of Liaoyang County, suddenly interrupted. "Leader, are the things you want to say targeted at a few of us, or are we all down? If it is a matter for all our counties, then we might as well wait a while. Yesterday I met Lu Guangju, the governor of Weixin County. He also told me that he wanted to come over to pay New Year greetings to the leader, and he might be there in a while." "Yes, leader, Dolly also said that he wanted to come over. If we are not in a hurry, let's wait a while, right?" Cripple also spoke on the side. Dolly was also one of the Ashes elders of the Han tribe. It was normal for him and Cripple to communicate with each other. Okay, let's wait a moment. Luo Chong nodded, and took several county guards to visit his house in the same way, and walked around the yard. Several county guards have been greedy for the Luo Chong family's house for a long time. They also want this kind of large house filled with glass, with good lighting and comfortable living. Moreover, the shape of the house designed by Luo Chong looks very high-end. However, Luo Chong dissuaded them and said, if you want to live in a big house, I still recommend not to build it here. In a few years, our Han tribe will build a capital in Tuohei County. By then, you may have to the value has been increased and he was transferred to Kyoto to serve as an official. If he wants to live in a big house, it is better to build it directly in the capital by then. It is the capital of our Han tribe. It will be higher and larger than all existing cities, and far from being comparable to these counties and counties today. Leader, I heard from Dasha the year before last that he would build a capital in Tuohei County in the future. So when will we build it? Why hasn't there been any movement after more than a year? When he heard the leader talk about the establishment of the capital, Jing Yin casually asked. The capital is too huge, so it is not that easy to build. It only takes several years to organize the labor force and prepare various building materials, such as wood. It takes at least 3 years to cut down, transport, and then dry in the shade. There are many other masonry and earthwork, so wait first, but you can prepare the materials slowly. Luo Chong and a few people were wandering around the yard, explaining the issue about the capital, but before he could say a few words, a personal guard came outside to report it. The leader, the governor of Huaishan County, the governor of Xinggan County, and the governor of Nanzang County, came to ask for an audience. They said they wanted to pay New Year greetings to the leader and also brought gifts. Luo Chong and several of the county guards around him looked at each other and laughed. Okay, let them in. Hey! The personal guard agreed and went out to lead the people. Sure enough, after a while, Dali, the governor of Xinggan County, Lu Guangzhu, the governor of Huaishan County, and Yang Yan, the governor of Nanzang County, walked in together. There were many followers, but they were not domestic servants or family members, but officials from 2 research institutes of the Han tribe. When this group of people first came in, Luo Chong had already discovered the existence of 2 institute personnel, such as Ao Fei, Wen Nang and others, who were also prominently listed. Chen Lu Guangzhu, Ao Fei, Yang Yan, and Dali paid homage to the leader and wished the leader peace and prosperity in all seasons of the new year, and a smile that always opens his mouth. This group of people paid New Year greetings to Luo Chong together, but they didn't say any congratulations on unifying the mountains and rivers. They seemed very easygoing and relaxed, as if they were chatting about homely things, and had a New Year atmosphere. Okay, thank you for coming to pay me New Year greetings. You are interested, but if you don't bring children, I won't pay you red envelopes. Luo Chong joked with the group. These people are so old, how could they ask Luo Chong for New Year's money? Besides, he just paid out the New Year's bonus not long ago. The leader joked that we don't want red envelopes, but we just heard at the door that the first few people had prepared good gifts. We were a little worried that we wouldn't be able to take them out. I hope the leader won't dislike them. Lu Guangzhu spoke first. Don't worry, the leader accepts everything. Even if you bring a few rice cakes to the leader will not dislike it. Before Luo Chong himself could speak, the cripple took the lead and said for Luo Chong. This is what the cripple, a Ashes veteran, dares to say. Others must not have the courage. Their relationship with Luo Chong is not close enough to make any jokes. Yes, as long as you have that intention, it doesn't matter what the gift is. Even if you make delicious food at home and are willing to share it with me, I will be happy. Luo Chong glanced at Cripple, then nodded at Lu Guangzhu to say that Cripple was right. Lu Guangzhu deliberately looked relieved, and then said with a smile, then I will show off my shame. I didn't prepare anything particularly good, so I used my salary to customize a few gadgets in the glass factory. I hope the leader can like it. As he spoke, he called in his retinue, and brought in 2 boxes to open them, and saw that they were all filled with glassware, a set of wineware made of crystal glass, and a set of teaware made of crystal glass, and 4 other ornaments made of stained glass, namely a pair of horses with their front hooves raised, and a pair of galloping oxen. These things are not very valuable, but they are indeed a favor. For example, wine sets and tea sets are made of crystal glass. Not only is crystal glass particularly transparent, but it also has outstanding heat resistance. It can withstand a temperature of about 1,000 degrees. It can be used to scald wine and hold boiled tea, which is something ordinary glassware cannot do at all. Not bad, not bad, this set of tea sets is really good. Tea sets made of glass can enjoy the color of the tea soup while tasting tea. Thank you, I like it very much. Luo Chong smiled and asked people to take the glasses. Leader, we in Nanzang County are relatively poor and have nothing to take advantage of. We just happened to catch a snow deer recently. Today I would like to express my feelings to the leader. Yang Yan, the governor of Nanzang Commandery, followed suit. 878 mechanical clocks of the institute. Yang Yan's gift was a white deer, still alive. Nanzang County, where he served, had only been established for more than a year, and it was located directly south of the middle point of Liuyang County and Ruyang County. There was a plain over there. It is indeed suitable for human habitation, but there are no specialties, so it is really difficult for him to collect some specialties for Luo Chong as gifts. When it had been determined earlier that Nanzang Commandery was to be established, Luo Chong took a group of officials there to conduct a hunt, and it was the deer that was going to be hunted. Maybe there are more deer over there. This time Yang Yin specially made an albino bighorn deer with a genetic mutation. Since it is a special breed, it must not be killed to eat meat. Raise it, it's still that problem. There is no private zoo, no royal forbidden garden, and no place to raise it in Luokong. He thought for a moment, such an albino species should also be able to expand the population. He remembered that in his previous life, almost all the white tigers in the world were descendants of a Bengali albino tiger, and the descendants of that white tiger multiplied were hundreds. In that case, it is better to send this white deer to Sinang Temple and let them try to breed it to see if they can expand the white deer population. Maybe they can artificially create a new white deer and plant it. After making up his mind, Luo Chong nodded and said, "White deer are really rare and indeed rare. I like this gift very much and accepted it too." After receiving the gifts from these people, Luo Chong and everyone looked at the last three groups of people. One was Dali, the governor of Xingdong County. This guy was also one of the Ashes elders of the Han tribe. The other was from two research institutes. They did not come individually, but formed a group to represent the two research institutes respectively. Dali saw that Luo Chong finally looked at him. He scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Boss, I don't have any treasures. I just chose a good piece of steel in my spare time and made a sword for the leader with my own hands. I hope the leader likes it." As he spoke, he asked his entourage to bring over an exquisite long wooden box, which he opened in front of everyone, lined with yellow silk, and on which lay quietly a Forsythia sword about 1 meter long. Luo Chong took out the sword and took a look. This sword was in the shape of a traditional Han sword. After all, the first sword of the Han tribe was made by Luo Chong according to the shape of the Han sword. Later, others also made all the swords when making them. Referred to Luo Chong's design. The hilt of the sword is made of black ironwood and copper hoops. The tail end is a round flat-tailed design. The sword pavilion, handguard, in front is also made of bronze carving technology. Several gems are also inlaid on it. The scabbard and hilt are also used. The black ironwood uses 4 hollow carved copper hoops to combine the scabbard into one, and there are hooks on the sides can be conveniently hung on the belt. Luo Chong pulled out a section of the sword, and the body of the sword rubbed against the scabbard, and immediately there was a buzzing trembling sound. The 8-sided sword body was covered with fine forging patterns, and each side was ground with snow, as bright as a mirror. When the sword was pulled out as a whole, it immediately reflected a slender light and shadow on the courtyard wall. With a gentle wave, the sound of the blade cutting open the air could be heard. "It's a chirping sword. Good sword, can this sword be named?" Luo Chong gently stroked the sword and asked. "No, I won't give you a nice name, as long as the leader likes it." Dali replied naively. "Well, since this sword is good at chirping, then call it Yukiokian." Luo Chong thought for a moment, and suddenly came up with such a name. He danced the sword in the open space next to him as he pleased. There were no special moves, but when he waved the long sword in his hand, he kept making ethereal trills. When everyone around him heard the sound of the sword, they all had the idea of being worthy of the name Kingian. With a clang, the sword was returned into its sheath, and Luo Chong directly hung Yukiokian on his waist. He did like this sword very much. After hanging the sword, Luo Chong looked directly at the staff of the company's research institute and asked with a smile, "Where are your gifts? And don't be so humble as they are, just bring it up." "Hey!" A group of people immediately gave their hands in response, and then the two groups looked at each other, and the people from the Power Research Institute were the first to say, "Your stuff is simple, you guys come first, right? What makes our stuff simple is that your stuff is too troublesome." AO phase tit for tat run. When Nang didn't fire them either, so he directly attacked Luo Chonggong and said, "Leader, there are 4 congratulatory gifts we give you, all of which are the results of everyone's daily research. The contributions of these groups are the most. Please see, leader." While he was talking, the people from Huxindao Comprehensive Research Institute had already moved 4 gifts and placed them in front of Luo Chong in turn, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Boss, please see, this is an hourglass, divided into upper and lower funnels. When using it, move the end with sand to the top and fix it from here. The sand on it will leak out from the entrance of the gourd in the middle. The white sand contained in it will take half an hour to leak out, so this hourglass can be used to time it and flip it every time it takes half an hour for all the sand to leak out." "Oh? This thing is good, it's a fantastic idea, but where can it be used?" Jingyan praised it, and then began to think about the use of this thing. "Isn't this for timing? I think it should be placed in school, so I use it to measure the time for commuting to and from school. Every half hour, I flip it over again and ring the bell again." Yunzi, who was standing aside, also expressed his opinion. "This thing is good, but it is too bulky after all, and the timing time is also short. It can only measure half an hour at a time. I think the instrument next to it should also be used for timing, right? Don't introduce me to this? Luo stamping doesn't pay much attention to the hourglass at all. In terms of timers, the hourglass is nothing. Does the clock placed next to the hourglass show that it is more valuable than the hourglass? They actually made clocks. As expected of the leader, yes, the instrument next to it is also a timer. It uses wood as the shell. The interior is a complex and rigorous bronze gear structure, powered by reeds, which drives the hands on the sundial dial outside to rotate once a day, exactly 12 hours. The specific time can be identified based on the scale at which the hands point to the dial. This thing consists of hundreds of parts in total, and it needs to be wound every 6 days, which is to retighten the reed and continue to power this timer. The clock in front of me is not called a clock at this time, but is called a timer by research institutes. There is nothing wrong with saying this. It is an instrument for measuring time, and the dial on it is not called a dial, but a dial. Luo Chong looked at it up close. Good guy, isn't it just a dial? This group of people directly copied a dial of a sundial and put it on as a dial. What is it if it is not a dial? In addition, this seat clock does not have a pendulum and does not rely on the gravity pendulum to provide power, but the winding is driven by the elasticity of the clockwork to store energy. Moreover, they seem to have really designed it along the lines of a sundial, and there is only one pointer on it, which is the hour hand, and there is no such thing as a minute hand and a second hand. So its maximum accuracy is about a few minutes and a few moments, and it's probably quite accurate to every second. Yes, this thing is of great practical value and worth continuing to develop, but the name is a bit not concise enough. You call it a timer. It would be better to rename it a clock. The clock is also used for timing. If you can install a hammer and clock on it, it would be even better if it rings automatically every half hour. And this disc, which should be made into a more detailed circular table, instead of just making a sundial and putting it on, when you have added a pendulum and table to it, you can officially call it a clock. After Luo Chong praised them a few times, he began to fool them with nonsense, trying to change the name of the timer into a clock. Naturally, everyone in the institute was happy to accept it. You must know that Luo Chong is in their hearts, that is, the omnipotent patriarch level figure. They must keep small books in mind for the opinions put forward by the leader. The leader is knowledgeable and can tell where improvements should be made just by looking at it. Then the leader will look at these two gifts. Is there anything that needs improvement? Ao Fei flattered Luo Chong with a smile, and then jokingly asked Luo Chong to guess the usefulness of the other two things. Test me. Luo Chong raised his eyebrows, looked at the other two instruments and said, of the 4 gifts you made, 2 are timers, an hourglass, and a clock. I think the remaining 2 have the same function. There's an iron plate on this that can carry heavy loads, a weight on the side that balances the weight, and there's a scale on the cantilever. Do you still have to guess? This is clearly 2 scales, one large and one small. Just, is this still a test for me? 879 bench scales and case scales. Ao Fei immediately smiled embarrassedly. The functions of these 2 scales are indeed more obvious, but of course there is also the reason why the leader is knowledgeable and talented. At least others have not guessed the purpose of this thing. I still teach you the principles of scales and levers, and I also teach you the production and principles of scales and weights. Luo Chong couldn't help but complain. This really responded to that idiom. You guys are doing something wrong. When Nang also laughed and said, the leader will comment on us to see if there is any need to improve this scale? Well, I'll look at it first. Luo Chong nodded and took a closer look. These 2 platform scales are actually no different from the platform scales Luo Chong saw in his previous life. After all, the principles used are the same, and they both use the lever principle. There is an iron plate carrying heavy objects under the large machine, which is used to place the objects to be weighed. Directly in front is a column. There is a cantilever on the side of the column. Above the bracket of the cantilever is a platform, which is used to place weights, that is, the weight. Under the bracket is an iron ruler with a scale, and a tray is hung at one end of the iron teeth used to add weights to and from each other. In fact, the principle of this thing is an enlarged version of a portable scale, but it turns the scale plate into an enlarged version of an iron plate, and then pulls the iron ruler through a hook, that is, a scale rod. On the other side, the weight that fixes the weight of the scale rod becomes a weight that can increase the weight, and then a swimming weight is put on top of the iron ruler scale rod. You can toggle left and right, and then look at the corresponding scale above, and you can see the specific weight. This thing is used by first placing the weight to be weighed on the iron plate, and then adding the weight in the tray at the end of the iron ruler until the middle scale rod is pressed down so that the total weight of the weight on the left is multiplied by a multiple and is roughly the same as the weight being weighed on the right. For example, if you use a bench scale to weigh a person, which is roughly more than 150 kilograms, and then you add a weight corresponding to exactly 150 kilograms to the tray, then the weight of the object being weighed is still slightly greater than the weight corresponding to the weight. the weight, and then you move the swimming weight on the iron ruler to one end of the weight to gradually balance both sides of the lever after the two sides are completely balanced. Then look at the small scale displayed on the iron ruler, which is a small scale within 10 kilograms, and you can use the 150 kilograms corresponding to the weight, plus the scale displayed by the swimming weight. Several kilograms, the total is more than 150 kilograms. For this large platform scale they designed, the largest unit of the vernier corresponds to 20 kilograms. That is to say, if the scale is less than 20 kilograms, there is only one weight in the pallet that does not need to be added. Just turn the weight of the vernier to balance both sides. If the weight exceeds 20 kilograms, add weights to the pallet to counterweight both sides of the scale. As we all know, when the lever is longer, even a small amount of pressure can be applied to lift a heavy object. This is the principle used by scales to counterweight the object to be weighed by controlling the weight of the scale. This is the working principle of this bench scale. Luo Chong did not miss this thing when he was a child in his previous life. Before the advent of electronic scales, in addition to scale poles, this kind of vernier platform scale was the most popular because it was much heavier than the maximum load capacity of the scale pole, so in the case of large transactions, this kind of platform scale can often be seen. However, after electronic scales gradually became popular, such platform scales could only be seen at scrap collection stations. The more useful purpose was to remove the scale plate of the platform scale, wash it clean, put it on the stove, and transform it into the iron plate used by the pancake stall and on the roadside. Luo Chong looked at it carefully and didn't feel anything was wrong. It was nothing more than some differences from the details of the platform scales he had seen in his previous life. For example, the platform scale in front of him was used to place the pallet of the scale weights. It is made of wire and rope, and the weights used are all round cake-shaped weights. And the platform scale that Luo Chong saw in his previous life, although its weight is also in the shape of a round cake, has a gap on it. There is an iron rod in the middle of the plate where the weight is hung, with an iron hook on it. Use the hook to hang it on the scale rod. When adding and placing the weight, just snap the gap in the weight on the iron rod. In addition, the place where the weight is placed on the cantilever becomes a standing flat iron piece, which can catch the gap of the weight just on it, so that it is not easy to shake, and there is nothing else that needs improvement. Luo Chong looked at the weight scales cast on the weights again. The largest one was marked with 200 kilograms, then the second one with 100 kilograms, the third one with 50 kilograms, and there were two other weights marked with 20 kilograms, plus the vernier scale with a maximum weight of 20 kilograms, which is 10 kilograms of weight. Then when you put all these weights in the tray and pull the weight of the vernier to the end, the total weight is 400 kilograms, which means that this large platform scale can weigh 800 kilograms. The important type of this large scale is self-evident. In the past, when the Han tribe wanted to weigh something weighing several hundred kilograms, they could only drive piles on the ground, then set up a scale pole several meters long with a thick arm, and then hang a large scale weight. Only then can we weigh something weighing several hundred kilograms. But it's okay to use this weighing method to weigh dead things. You want to weigh a live pig? I'm sorry, but it's better to beat the pig to death first, or knock it unconscious, wait until it doesn't move, then stuff it into a sack and hang it on the hook of the scale pole, so you can scale it. But now, with this kind of mechanical bench scale, it is not much more convenient to put an iron cage directly on the scale plate, and then keep the live pig inside and let the pig stand on the scale plate and weigh it? This scale can only weigh up to 800 kilograms. The smallest unit is one tael, which is a bit small. It would be even better if it could make a scale with a maximum weight of 1,000 kilograms. Luo Chong said with emotion. When Nang Aofei and others immediately gave a thumbs up, and they both said with great admiration, "The leader is really awesome." We didn't say anything or introduce anything. You can see how to use this scale. It also has its maximum and minimum limits, which we admire very much. Less flattering. Luo glanced at them, and then continued to ask, "Can this scale make a bigger one?" He said, "Seriously, if this scale can be popularized, it will be of great use in the future, and it can even be used to scale coal." "Yes," that kid Gu Chang said, "the principle of this thing is very simple and not complicated. Before we came, he told us that if the leader needs a larger platform scale, he only needs to increase the area of the scale plate and then extend the scale. The length of the pole can be used to add more weights. If it only requires an upper limit of 1,000 kilograms, it is not difficult. It is just that when using it, a very hard ground is needed, otherwise, these 2,000 caddies of weight, applied to the four legs of the platform scale, would probably crush even ordinary blue bricks." When Nang explained, Luo Chong nodded, "That's right, don't end up weighing the scale and crush the ground first. By the way, is the Gu Cheng you are talking about the person who invented this kind of platform scale? Did he come?" Looking back at the leader, it is precisely these two scales that were invented by Gu Cheng. The maximum upper limit of the large scale is 400 kilograms, and the maximum upper limit of the small scale is 25 kilograms. He calls it a case scale, saying that this weight is suitable for weighing scattered things on the chopping board and is suitable for people's daily transactions. Gu Cheng was an apprentice who joined our Comprehensive Research Institute last year. His father was a carpenter who had participated in the production of windmills, water wheels, and looms, so he was deeply interested in these mechanical structures. The clock mentioned by the leader, it was also his invention. Originally, he was supposed to come over, but this kid had just come of age. He had been working in a research institute before and had no time to go home. His mother told him about the marriage, but he never got married. Now it happened to be the New Year's Day. After taking a break, the two of them decided to get married during the New Year's Day after discussing it, so they didn't come with him. When Ao Fei heard Luo Chong asking about the identity of the inventor, he immediately introduced it in detail. Yes, I just graduated and joined the graduate school. I have achieved such great achievements in less than a year. This kid is a talent, Gu Cheng, right? I remember, let him get married first, and then wait until the holidays. Give him a knighthood. Luo Chong immediately said without hesitation. No matter how you reward an invention with particularly practical value like this, it is not too much. Luo Chong just wants people to know that as long as you go to school well, you may join the research institute. As long as you can create practical inventions, you will definitely not hesitate to get titles and rewards. Only in this way can everyone in the tribe actively invest in scientific research, and then the Han tribe can become stronger and stronger. Rejuvenating the country through science and education is Luo Chong's basic administrative policy and the main direction for the future development of the Han Empire. Luo Chong and everyone at the institute were discussing these inventions, and the other surrounding county guards couldn't help but look surprised again. Good guy, everyone in this institute is really talented. The last one was not long ago. He came up with photography skills, and now this one not only invented the clock, but also improved the steelyard invented by Luo Chong, creating more practical and valuable platform scales and case scales. Moreover, Luo Chong's side immediately stated that he wanted to be knighted and rewarded. And it is not easy for them, officials who are engaged in politics, to achieve some political achievements, and it is even more difficult to be promoted to a title. Compared with these researchers in the institute, they are one section worse. In the courtyard of Luo Chong's house, everyone at the Xingdan County Power Research Institute also showed surprise. They were originally separated from the Comprehensive Research Institute. Unexpectedly, after they separated and went it alone, the mechanical team of the Comprehensive Research Institute was still able to. They were really shocked to create such a sophisticated and practical machine. However, although they were surprised, they did not mean to admit defeat, because their Power Research Institute, in the field of power machinery, is still in existence that no one else can surpass. 880 This is steampunk. Okay, now you are the only one from the Power Research Institute. Didn't you say that you also prepared gifts? Bring out your gifts, huh? Luo Chong smiled and looked at everyone at the Power Research Institute and said, the general person in charge of the Power Research Institute is a guy named Lin Fei. This guy seems to have married into Dashu's family. The earlier Shubi tribe had only about 30 people and was extremely small. Later, it gradually grew into a Han tribe. Among them, the clan power could not take action at all. In order to expand the size of their family, Dashu had many sons-in-law come out. Those who are talented and have no status will of course flock to them when they meet a family of Ash's elders like the Shu tribe, who were the first to join the Han tribe. One had talent, but no status, and the other had status, but the family had few talents and a meager population. The two parties hit it off immediately, and Lin Fei married into the Lin clan, which was the first Shu tribe brought back by Luo Chong himself. The surname was also changed to the same surname as Dashu and the others. Now both have the surname Linear. Lin Fei had learned to be a carpenter from the casks earlier and had accumulated a lot of experience in making mechanical equipment. He is now 25 years old and a senior craftsman. Later, when Luo Chong established the Comprehensive Research Institute, this guy was in the institute. He worked in the mechanical team of the institute. When he was making coin stamping equipment, Lin Fei participated. When the institutes were later grouped and the Institute of Dynamics was separated to work alone, Lin Fei once again became the head of the Institute of Dynamics and was jokingly called the director of the two institutes. One was the earliest Comprehensive Research Institute. Luo Chong wanted to use the birth of the microscope to establish the Third Research Institute, which is the third research institute focusing on biotechnology. However, he has not yet decided on the development direction of the Institute of Biology, so he will not do it for the time being. He mentioned this matter again and just asked Ao Fei's optical team to continue to improve the microscope. Although the mechanical team of one institute in front was the first to offer the treasure and was surprised by them, Lin Fei said that he was not in vain. The results of their Power Research Institute were no worse than those guys in one institute, and their results were more valuable. Leader, we have completed the small-scale model experiment of the first-generation Endeavour mining rail steam locomotive. This New Year's gift to the leader is this set of model cars. Today we just let the leader test it. If there is no problem, then we are ready to manufacture a test vehicle with normal proportions. If there is no problem, mass production can begin. Lin Fei heard Luo Chong asking about their gift and immediately stood up and said, "Oh, already made a model is here?" Luo Chong immediately became interested. Steam locomotive, he had already led this group of people to do it. After such a long time, he finally came up with a model car. Well, having a model is not bad, it's better than nothing. Looking back at the leader, it is, and it is a real steam locomotive. It can run, not a dead object that cannot move like a ship model. This is a miniature version of a physical car, otherwise it will lose its experimental value. Lin Fei continued to answer. Well, not bad, then bring it over and show it to us? Luo Chang's interest was aroused, and of course he wanted to see the results of these people with his own eyes. Lin Fei looked around at the people around him, as well as the large yard of Luo Chang's house, and he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Boss, the model we made is a bit big, and if it is demonstrated, the track must be laid. Look, where are we demonstrating? Can we lay the track directly in the yard? Will it get in the way or something?" Luo Chang was stunned when he heard this, and then he thought of this question. Could it be that they were making a large-scale model? Luo Chang asked curiously, "How big is your model car? What is the width and length of the track? How to lay it? And if you were asked to lay it now, how long will it take?" Hearing Luo Chang's question, Lin Fei immediately introduced it in detail. You must know that this model car is all the hard work of their Power Research Institute. Basically, everyone in the Second Research Institute is familiar with it. For this car, various parameters and performance are even more familiar than their own wives. Leader, the outer track gauge of our model car is 25 centimeters, the maximum width of the car body is 32 centimeters, the height is 43 centimeters, and the length is 85 centimeters. It uses a micro-calcium carbide gas boiler for heating and can carry 10 cars. Each carriage can accommodate an adult. The outer gauge of the track is 25 centimeters, and the width of the sleepers is 40 centimeters. It is a semi-finished model track that we have made in advance. One section is 5 meters long and can be spliced directly on site. It is very fast. If it is laid in the yard, it can be done in about half an hour. 1 adult per car. Luo Chang said that he had a question mark on his head, and he asked directly in confusion, "Didn't you say this is a model car? How come such a small model car can seat people on it and carry 10 carriages? 10 adults are counted as 100 kilograms per person, and it weighs thousands of kilograms in total, right? Can you, a model car, pull a heavy load of thousands of kilograms? Sure you're not kidding?" Lin Fei immediately said with a proud look on his face, "Of course I'm not kidding. I just told the leader that although this is a miniature model, what we are doing is indeed a real car, a car that can run and a car that can pull people. It was made for experimental purposes. If we couldn't even pull more than 1,000 kilograms, wouldn't that prove that we failed? Then you said that such a small model can seat an adult, how can you sit?" Luo Chang pressed again. Lin Fei immediately took a step sideways, then squatted down directly, posing in a pooping shape and said, "Riding on the carriage. Shit, ride on top of a toy train car. Okay, it's steampunk. Okay, let's show it. Now that my yard is handed over to you, let's see how to arrange the track. Try not to block the road and try not to damage the original facilities. You can see the other arrangements. It's best to make it longer. A little, since this car can run, it will be boring if it is too short. You can't keep circling in place." Luo Chang nodded and agreed. He also wanted to see how powerful the train models made by these people were. Lin Fei also said immediately, "No problem, please wait a moment, boss, I will let someone start the installation. By the way, boss, can you let the kitchen boil some boiling water for later use, so that we can directly add boiling water to the front of the car after the demonstration, quickly generate steam, otherwise it will take a lot of time to boil water with the boiler built into the front of the car." "Okay, it's no problem at all. Isn't it just boiling water? You need as much as you want. Don't worry, just install the track quickly." Luo Chang nodded, then winked at Zayadi, who immediately understood, and then ordered the maid at home to go to the kitchen to boil water. On the other side, Lin Fei also went out. After a while, he pulled 2 four-wheeled carriages over. One carriage was full of boxes and tools. One of the stronger and tighter wooden boxes contained the front of the carriage. The other simple boxes are all carriages. In a carriage hopper at the back, there were tracks filled with semi-finished products, which looked like ladders. The rails and sleepers had been connected together and made into a ladder shape. Now you only need to put these ladders together section by section. Together, they can be connected into a long track. 881A train is a land boat. Lin Fei led the men to start laying railroad tracks in the courtyard of Luo Chang's house. Luo Chang and a group of county guards all stood at the door of the main room and watched. Everyone had long heard that the leader was asking the Power Research Institute to make something, but only a few people know what they do. Even if steam engines were not widespread, others would not be able to understand what a train is. The steam engine is currently only used in a few places, such as the small ammunition workshop in Hanyang City, the shipyard in Liaoyang County, the mint in Hyuxin Island, the steel mill in Xingang County, and the rolling mill that is in trial operation. But these places are not accessible to ordinary people. The ones in front are confidential units and cannot be visited if they want. The steel mills behind are dirty, hot, and messy places who's running there with nothing to do. Therefore, the Power Research Institute is still a mysterious department in the eyes of the public, and the first comprehensive research institute. After all, they have come up with a lot of practical equipment. Everyone basically knows what the Comprehensive Research Institute does. Today, Lin Fei brought a group of researchers and craftsmen to give an explanation, so that others could know that they were not eating for nothing. Section by section of semi-finished rails were carried in, along with a few scattered rails and sleepers to lay the corners. Model rail trains basically do not need to consider the bearing capacity of the foundation. After all, they are just models. Besides, the courtyard of Luo Chang's house has been rammed after all. There is no problem with such a pocket train. They quickly laid a U-shaped curve of over 20 meters in the front yard, almost the maximum length they could get after avoiding obstacles. Lin Fei quickly ran over again and asked, "Boss, can you go to the backyard shop? Also, I intend to dig a section in this path in front of the hall to lay the track, and I can keep the track in the ground level, and I won't stumble on people normally, do you see? Otherwise, there is no way to close it. If the country can close the track into a circle, even if it is shorter, it doesn't matter. Let's let it run in circles. Do you think it can? No problem, you can look at it yourself, and the backyard is fine. I will ask you to take you there and spread it as long as possible." Luo Chang immediately nodded and agreed. "Okay, then I arranged it." Lin Fei also seemed very excited. This was the first time they took out a physical object and showed their faces in front of the leader and a group of county guards. The guy quickly took people to the backyard, and then immediately followed it with a tinkling sound, the sound of reinstalling sleepers to hold the rails while the bends were being laid. Lin Fei arranged the route for laying the backyard, and then directed the craftsmen to begin demolishing the masonry pavement at the entrance of the main hall of the front yard, and then embedded 2 rails the thickness of small water pipes into the brick gaps, and filled the remaining gaps with stones, so that it would not affect walking, but also allow trains to pass. Looking at the busy group of craftsmen in the yard, the county guards next to Luo Chang began to whisper, "What on earth is this thing? Put 2 iron rods on the ground and go around. There is so much wood underneath. What is it used for?" Yunzi said in incomprehensible terms. Looking at a childlike toy, even if such a small thing is really useful, how useful can it be? Yang Yan also expressed his opinion, but he said that he had no interest in this thing. It looked like something played by children. If the leader hadn't been standing here watching, he would have wanted to find a place to rest. Toys? Oh, this toy is a good thing. You'd better look carefully. When the boss asks you to build this thing in your county, don't say you won't. Dolly couldn't help but complain. Everyone frowned when they heard this. Just like this, every county must build it. Could it really be something particularly important? Jing Yan, who usually doesn't talk much, moved quietly to Dolly's side. He asked in a low voice, "Brotherly knows the purpose of this thing, can you explain it to us?" Jing Yan is usually very honest, but he is also very powerful among these county guards. Naturally, others dare not underestimate him. In addition, although his Dongzhen county is strong, he has always been low-key in his life, which is why he has created this person's reputation. The impression is that he is very honest, and overall he is quite popular. When Dolly saw it was him, he reminded with a smile, "It turns out that he is the governor of Jing County and Dongzhen County, so you have to pay attention. They may not be able to use this thing for the time being, but if this thing is made, the first batch to be equipped must be the mines of your and my counties." "Oh, is this for mining?" Jing Yan suddenly became interested. The other county guards around were stunned. "No, this thing is a vehicle that can only drive along a specific track. Have you seen those 2 long rails? That's the road dedicated to this kind of car, and there's a car in that box over there." Dolly explained to everyone on the side, but he didn't deliberately lower his voice to prevent others from listening. Anyway, he could see it in a while. Even if he didn't say anything, the leader still wanted to explain this to everyone. "This can only be driven on the iron cast road? Is the cost too high? I would like to ask Brotherly, does this car have any advantages?" Jing Yan continued to ask modestly. "Advantages? That's a lot. First, this car doesn't need to be pushed by people, and second, it doesn't need to be pulled by livestock. It can run no slower than a horse, and it can pull more than an ox. Do you think this thing is good?" Dolly boasted without hesitation. Without human push or livestock traction, it can run faster than horses and pull more than cattle. Wouldn't it become a land boat? Shi Xin, the governor of Liaoyang County, was the first to sigh. Shipping in Liaoyang County is very developed, so in Shi Xin's eyes, there is no need for human push or livestock traction. It runs fast and has a lot of load, so it is not a sailboat. What is it? If there was this thing on land, wouldn't it be a land boat? There seems to be nothing wrong with such a metaphor. Snapped. Dolly suddenly slapped his palm and praised, "This analogy from Liuyang County Governor is Miyagi, Miyagi, yes, didn't Brother Yang Yin just say that this gadget looks like a child's toy? Actually, no, you should all have seen the sand table, right? It's a miniature version of the geographical map of mountains and rivers. If you haven't seen this before, then the ship model will always know it. Brother, she just showed it. Let's take the boat model as an example. Doesn't that thing also look like a child's toy? But after enlarging the ship's model 1,000 times, it can float and travel in the water, carrying thousands of people and countless cargoes. This is the case with the railway in front of you. There should be a model of a steam locomotive on it. That thing is like a ship. There is also this road. Just imagine, if this road is expanded to 1 or 2 meters wide, and another one is built 1,000 times wider. Can a large car be placed on it and used to transport people and supplies? This car model is like a boat model, and this railway, well, is like a river. Your boat can only travel in the river, cannot go ashore, and this same is true of this railway. The steam locomotive on it can only travel along the tracks, cannot run on ordinary roads, so you should understand, right? Everyone heard specious things, but they also knew the importance of this thing from Dolly's mouth, because Dolly compared it to a ship. As we all know, the importance of a ship to the Han tribe is self-evident. If the Han tribe had no ships, it would have never been possible. There would be such an achievement in scale as today, and this thing in front of us would be a ship on land. As Dolly introduced it, then the role and influence of this thing must not be underestimated. Just when everyone was discussing the railway, Lin Fei had already led people to lay the track almost. After all, in the yard, it was not that long in total, and it was all semi-finished products, making it easy to make. After arranging the finishing work, Lin Fei returned to the front yard, and then asked the accompanying researchers to open the wooden box containing the front of the car. Together, the two of them finally lifted the front of the car out. Although the front of the car was not big, it was only 1 foot wide. It is less than half a meter high and less than 1 meter long, but it weighs hundreds of kilograms. Just like Lin Fei introduced, this is a real guy, with iron all over his body. 882-400 caddies of coal for 100 kilometers. The two worked together to place the front of the car on the track, and then pushed the front of the car along the tracks to the open space in front of the main room, before Lin Fei walked up to the crowd and introduced, "Leader, this is the model of the first-generation steam locomotive of the Endeavour type." Luo Chong hugged Luo Lan and came to the car and squatted down. When others saw this, they quickly gathered around. Just now, after hearing Dolly's introduction to this kind of car, everyone also paid attention to it and wanted to see this car. What's so great about a vehicle known as a land boat? The adults and children squatted in a circle and surrounded the train model in the center, and began to look carefully. The car was overall black primed, with the cylindrical boiler parts painted red, embellished with black paint, and some metallic primary colored parts to look pretty. The structure of the entire vehicle is similar to the drawings given by Luo Chong, but because it is a model vehicle, and this vehicle uses a calcium carbide gas boiler, not a coal-fired boiler, it is still slightly different from the drawings. Leader, the Endeavour type adopts a 4-6-8 wheel layout. There are 2 pairs of small-diameter guide wheels in the front. A high-pressure cylinder is placed on each side of the middle of the guide wheels. Behind the guide wheels are 3 pairs of large-diameter guide wheels. The diameter driving wheel, that is, the power wheel, is responsible for providing power to the entire train, followed by 4 pairs of driven wheels. It is mainly placed under the tender truck to play the role of carrying support, because the tender truck is relatively heavy, and there is no difference from the drawings as a whole. Have you measured its speed? And what is the load capacity? If it is the actual proportion, can it reach the technical parameters? By the way, didn't you say there were still 10 carriages? Why didn't you get the carriages too? Luo Chong is no longer familiar with these data. Lin Fei obviously also knows this problem. His detailed introduction is mainly for others to listen to. "Oh, don't worry about that carriage. It won't be too late to light the stove and then hang the carriage. I'd better introduce the carriage first." Lin Feidan paused and continued. "We haven't started trial production of a car with normal proportions, so we don't dare to guarantee what parameters it can have. However, this model can run at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. In terms of its load, even though this model is small, it doesn't matter if it weighs 1 ton, which is 2,000 kilograms. It's just on flat ground. If it's going uphill, it probably won't be a problem, but it definitely won't run that fast." As soon as Lin Fei had finished speaking, a circle of county guards around him couldn't help but be surprised. Can such a small thing pull 2,000 kilograms? It's hard to pull 2,000 kilograms of a horse, right? Yunzi asked in disbelief. Know what they have in their inherent conception, and what is it that pulls the cart? Either a cow or a horse, but even a cow or a horse dare not say that it is easy to pull 2,000 kilograms. But now Lin Fei actually said that the thing in front of him that is not as big as a dog can pull 2,000 kilograms. How can he not surprise them? It's just a model. If you magnify it 1,000 times according to Dolly's statement just now, wouldn't it really catch up with the sailboat? Of course, if you don't believe me, we can try it now. Didn't the people from the same school just get a scale? Let's hang up the carriage and sit on it later to see if the car can pull. Lin Fei is very confident, because they have already tried the model of this car in Xingan County, otherwise they would not dare to say so much. Yunzi stopped refuting, and he now wanted to see if the car was that powerful. And Luo Chong is calculating the parameters just reported by Lin Fei. 50 km per hour, converted into hours, is a speed of 25 km per hour. What is the concept of a speed of 25 km per hour? It is probably about the same speed as an electric bicycle. The speed of a horse running normally is about the same speed. To be honest, let alone this is a model, even if the real car can run so fast, it can be fully put into practice. Luo Chong immediately decided, then what are you waiting for? See if the track is laid. If there is no problem, let it move quickly. I always feel dry just by introducing it. It is better to run and watch intuitively. Hey! Lin Fei immediately agreed. He first asked if every connection of the entire track was fixed, but he didn't derail and overturn on the way. Then he asked people to move all the carriages outside and hang them all on the front of the car. Behind, he started to light a fire and light a stove. Luo Chong also ordered his maid to turn on the water. Lin Fei personally injected boiling water into the boiler at the front of the car, and then poured calcium carbide into the acetylene generating device inside the coal water truck, and then opened the water supply valve with controllable flow rate, and the clean water entered the calcium carbide box. The calcium carbide inside reacts chemically and immediately releases flammable acetylene gas. These gases then poured along the pipe into the nozzle inside the boiler. Lin Fei calmly lit it with a wooden strip with an open flame. With a soft sound, an incandescent flame suddenly ignited in the boiler and began to heat the boiling water in the boiler. This model train had a total of 6 control systems, one to control the speed of water supply inside the acetylene generator and one to control the speed of acetylene gas gushing out, with these two systems controlling the size of the flame in the boiler. The other pair is to control the flow of steam into the cylinder, which is the speed regulation used to accelerate and decelerate the car, and there is a corresponding steam braking device, and the last pair is to reverse and whistle. Lin Fei sat in the tender position of the model car, and after lighting the boiler, he moved the valve directly and sounded the whistle. Woo woo woo. The little train let out a loud whistle, attracting everyone's attention in the yard. Luo Lan in Luo Chang's arms, Xiao Luo Cheng at the door of the main room, and the children of the cripple family ran directly towards the train. Come over. Puff. At this moment, a stream of dense water vapor was also emitted from both sides of the small train. Because it was a gas boiler, although there was a chimney above, there was no black smoke coming out. Boss, this boiler is already on. It can be started now. Do you want to come and take a seat? Lin Fei rode on the train and looked at Luo Chong with anticipatory gaze. Luo Chong. What joke? Although he is also interested in this train, in front of so many people, let him ride on the train and play? How ashamed. Of course, if he waits until the outsiders are gone, he will have no problem playing with the children himself, but he will definitely not be able to do so now. I won't go up. It's better to stand in the distance and observe than to sit on it. Any one of you who wants to sit on it can try it. Don't you all want to know whether it can carry 2,000 kilograms? Now opportunity. Also, let me tell you, this is a project that our Han tribe will develop in the next few dozen or hundreds of years, and even from generation to generation. As local officials, you county guards, it is best to experience it first, and then give it to me later. Tell me how it feels. Luo Chong first directly rejected Lin Fei's invitation, and then began to fool the county guards present to go up and sit down. Otherwise, everyone would feel ashamed and no one would want to try. What should I do? Originally, they really thought so. Playing with this thing in front of so many people, even if it is very important, it is just a toy now. Everyone is a little unable to save face, but now it is good. The leader asked them all to experience it. Now that everyone wants to sit down, it doesn't matter. Anyway, everyone is sitting down, so don't laugh at anyone. Promise. The county guards replied in unison. Dear county guards, it is best to organize the hem of your clothes first. This model is relatively short to prevent the hem of your clothes from being caught in the wheel. Lin Fei quickly reminded. Everyone began to arrange their clothes silently, and then humbly lined up the front and rear seats with each other. After they all rode on this train, they became even more suspicious. Originally, they were hanging 10 carriages, but because they had to try to carry 2, the weight was 1,000 kilograms, so 16 carriages were hung up in the end. The front of the carriage was so small, and so many carriages were hung up. It was more than 10 meters long, making it look like a python. Is this thing sure to pull? But just as they were doubting, Lin Fei, who was sitting at the front, suddenly sounded his whistle, the little train whined, and then he threw it forward. Ha, 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 ha. The cylinders began to accelerate slowly in workmanship, making a gasping sound, and the small train began to slowly move forward, then began to accelerate gradually. Oops. Really pulled. This iron car is really amazing. We have 17 people, each weighing more than 100 kilograms, which must be more than 2,000 kilograms. Such a small person can really pull so hard. As a result of the vehicle's movement, Xian's body leans back sharply, and then the car begins to move forward quickly. Wonderful, if I could make this car bigger and put it on the mine to transport ore, I would be able to increase Dongzhen County's coal production more than 10 times, and also save a lot of livestock. Jingyan couldn't help but sigh as he was riding along the track on this little train. I just don't know how much it consumes. Compared with cattle and horse shipping, which one has better cost? I just saw that this car seems to be burning calcium carbide. Does this calcium carbide use a lot? Yunzi also saw the powerful power of this steam iron car, and then began to calculate the consumption, wanting to know how much the car would cost to operate. No, this is just a model car, so calcium carbide is used. I heard people from their research institute say that such a real car, a large car, burns coal. As long as coal is used to boil water, it can drive the iron car forward. When Dali heard Yunzi's doubts, he explained them directly. After Lin Fei, who was sitting at the front controlling the vehicle, heard their discussion, he also said after rushing with his neck tilted. The prefect said it right. The finished car is driven by burning coal. If you fill it with clean water and have 2,000 kilograms of coal, you can travel 500 kilometers without taking a break. When Yunji heard this, he quickly calculated that water is worthless, right? The water of the Han tribe has never been paid for, so only coal is needed. If this is calculated, wouldn't this car consume 400 kilograms of coal per 100 kilometers? It would be a good deal if it were based on this load. 883 shocked. 1 kilometer of railway requires 120,000 caddies of iron. The money for cattle and horses forage is definitely not as much as 400 kilograms of coal, but cattle and horses don't have as much as trains. Not to mention the whole train, not even a single wagon. The crowd rode around the yard on a small train. Luo Chong, his 2 children and Tang Yao were watching at the door. Zayadi and Zhan Ying were entertaining the ladies who came with the county guards in the house. Xiao Luo Chang stood next to Luo Chong and looked at the small train that suddenly whizzed past him. He pulled Luo Chong's trouser legs and looked up at Luo Chong and said, "Dad, what is that? I want to sit too." "If you want to sit down, just wait a while and wait for those uncles to come down before you sit down." Luo Chong agreed directly. Such a model car should have been for children, right? Only this model is a bit too hardcore. Tang Yao, who was standing on the other side of Luo Chong, was staring intently at the small train that sometimes passed in front of the door. She suddenly asked Luo Chong, "Luo Chong, can such a car be very tall? It's like making a ship mold into a big ship?" "Of course, but even if this train is enlarged to normal proportions, it will not be as tall as a ship. It is not tall, but it is very, very long," Luo Chong explained. "Then it should be important, right?" Tang Yao continued to press. "Of course, as long as I am alive, I will extend the length of the railway as much as possible, as well as the number of trains. Sooner or later, the Han tribe will let it run all over the earth. Even if I can't, my children will continue to do it," Luo Chong said as he rubbed Ronaldinho's head. The child was still looking at the long railway track with a curious look on his face. "So, how long would it take to use this train to get to our Tang tribe?" Tang Yao, not knowing what she was thinking, suddenly asked again. Well, Luo Chong calculated carefully, is there as long as the Beijing-Guangzhou line from Hanyang County to Tang tribe? Probably there is. After all, it takes 43 days one way to take a sailboat, so it may be longer than the Beijing-Guangzhou line. After thinking about it for a moment, Luo Chong said, "If the entire line is connected and the best train is built, it will take about 2 or 3 days? Just run from here to the Tang tribe. So fast. Isn't that more powerful than the flying fish boat that the person said before?" Tang Yao couldn't help but be surprised. Although we haven't reached this level yet, we will one day be able to reach this speed," Luo Chong said with certainty. This was not Luo Chong's dream of the spring and autumn period. Although it is unlikely that the technological level of the Han tribe would reach the electric age in his lifetime, even if it was only a steam train, it could still run at the speed of a high-speed train. For example, the most famous steam train, the Mallard, once ran at a speed of 202 km per hour while carrying 6 carriages. It was just a coal-burning steam train. Woo woo woo. The small train passed by the door of the main house again, and then slowly slowed down and stopped. A group of county guards got up one after another. They were still discussing the possibility of actual use of this kind of train. During the experience, everyone had already heard Lin Fei introduce more information, such as steam engines, how to build this railway, etc. Now those of them basically have an idea of this novel vehicle in their heads. "Dad, I want to sit on that, I want to sit on that." Watching a group of adults get off the train, Ronaldinho immediately shook Luo Chang's trouser legs and shouted, "Okay, let you sit down, Tang Yao, you can go sit down twice with a few children." Zayadi and Zhan Ying are both pregnant. These two children will trouble you for the time being. I will take those county guards with me. Talk about something. Luo Chong first comforted his son, and then asked Tang Yao to look at the two of them, plus a few children from the county governor's family, so that they could make up a group of people. Tang Yao agreed to come down, and then called in a few young maids in the backyard, and asked them to sit in the car and take care of a little child alone, so that these little guys from the province would fall down mischievously. While Tang Yao was looking for his maid, Luo Chong called Lin Fei over and told him, "This model car is very good. I like this gift very much, so I accepted it unceremoniously. After a while, you take them on a few turns, stop the car on the grounds that the fuel is exhausted, and then come to my study. Come to the meeting and I want to tell you something." Lin Fei was stunned for a moment, and then he nodded happily and agreed. If he could have a meeting with the leader and so many county guards, it would obviously be the leader who values his performance. Even if he does not value him, he should pay attention to the train. When Lin Fei started the small train again and took the maid and children around in circles, Luo Chong said to the surrounding county guards, "Come with me to the study, I have something to tell you." "Promise." Everyone agreed in unison, then glanced at each other, then followed Luo Chong to the study to talk about things. Luo Chong's study was not small, and 1 or 20 people could still sit down, so everyone sat down around the long tea table. Luo Chong came over with a small blackboard that he usually used to teach his two children to learn, hung on the wall behind the main seat. He first wrote down the words train and railway on the blackboard, and then he sat down, looked at the crowd and said, "You must already know what this is. You have also experienced it just now, and you have any thoughts in your heart. You can say it, everyone can speak freely, don't be restrained. Leader, I have a question to ask. I just heard from the governor of Xingdong County that the first batch of this train will be equipped for mines in various places. So when will it really be used? I think this thing is very good, and it is coal burning, and we happen to produce coal there. This consumption is almost negligible for Dongxin County. If this kind of vehicle is equipped by then, our coal production capacity in Dongxin County will definitely increase more than 10 times. Jing Yan spoke first. Yes, with more coal, more coke can be burned. By then, our iron ore mines in Xingdong County will also be equipped with this kind of train, and the mining volume of iron ore will also increase sharply. By then, all kinds of materials will be available. It will be very sufficient. In addition, our Xingdong County steelmaking plant has also undergone steam transformation, and its steel output will more than 10 times in the future. Dolly followed suit. When everyone around me heard this, they all heard a signal from their words. With the appearance of the train, the original mining industry output will surge, and with it, the steel output will also surge. In this case, in the future, the iron of the Han tribe will not be used up, and the price of iron will probably fall. However, the advantage of this was that the Han tribes would no longer have to worry about running out of steel. Luo Chong had a panoramic view of everyone's reactions, and then said, "Let me answer the first question first. You have also seen the performance of the model car just now, which fully meets the requirements of actual manufacturing. In fact, as long as the car can be enlarged several times, it can be put into use immediately. So I feel that if it is finalized and mass-produced immediately, it can be put into use as soon as the first half of next year. And then there is your analysis just now. If I guess correctly, you would think that after the increase in steel production, the price of iron would decrease, right? Actually, not. I think the price of steel will increase instead." Looking at everyone looking puzzled, Luo Chong continued to explain, "First of all, we need more ships, and large transport ships can relatively reduce the number of construction, but in the next few years, we will increase the number of fishing boats and vigorously develop coastal areas, marine fisheries and dig out more wealth and treasures from the sea. A sailing ship, even if it is of wooden structure, requires a lot of steel. Even if it only uses iron nails, pulleys, anchors and other things, it is easy for a ship to consume tens of thousands of kilograms of steel. Secondly, there is the bench scale that was just taken out from the General Research Institute. That thing is all made of cast iron. If it becomes popular, how much do you think it can consume? There are also farm tools and various tools that are needed on a daily basis. The newly attached Kaingshu Island will definitely consume a lot, right? Of course, these are actually small numbers, which are not worth mentioning at all, and the greater consumption is, on the contrary, the train that you have just talked about. Although the train has boosted the mining industry and steel production capacity, does the train itself not consume steel? Not to mention the front and carriages, what about those rails? Moreover, the train is a convenient means of transportation and a land-based transport fleet. It is not only fast, but also can carry heavy loads. Whether it is passenger or freight, it deserves our vigorous development. Think about it, if we're going to promote more trains and build longer railroads in the Han tribe, how much steel will this project consume? Our steel production capacity has increased, but we will also consume more, so there is no such thing as lowering iron prices. The leader is right. The latest standard rail produced by our research institute is a rail with a mining gauge of 75 centimeters. The specification is that it weighs 35 kilograms per meter. It is a gauge length and wide gauge heavy duty rail for both passengers and cargo. It weighs 60 pounds per meter. In other words, not counting the parts that fix the rails, such as spikes, spring cards, and gaskets, and only counting the weight of the rails themselves, 70,000 kilograms of good steel will be consumed for every kilometer of narrow gauge railway laid, and 120,000 kilograms of good steel will be consumed for every kilometer of wide gauge freight railway laid. At this moment, Lin Fei, who had just finished the operation of the courtyard railway, also rushed over for a meeting. As soon as he entered the door, he heard the leader talking about the consumption of steel, so he immediately added it, which made everyone think about the cost of the railway. Have an intuitive concept. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, several county guards present suddenly sprayed tea out with a poof, and then coughed incessantly. Good guy, building a kilometer of freight railway would cost 120,000 kilograms of good steel just for the rails. This does not include the consumption of other manpower or anything, as well as the construction of foundations. If you want to cross a river, if you take a hurdle or something, do you still need to build a bridge? Building bridges costs nothing. Is there no joke about such a cost? 884 Luo Chang's ambition. When everyone heard Luo Chang's words just now, they were already aware of the cost of building the railway, but they did not know the specific cost. Now they heard Lin Fei break out a series of numbers and express that they could not accept it, and they were all frightened. What kind of family made them think of building such a rich railway? Doesn't it smell good for a carriage or something? Why spend money on a railway like this? To be reasonable, let alone the question of how long to build, it's just a kilometer of railway track. Except for the Han tribe, looking at the entire continent, other tribes can't refine it in 5 years, right? Not to mention the quality of the rails. Everyone looked at Luo Chang and wanted him to confirm whether what Lin Fei had just said was true. Luo Chang took their reactions to heart before he said, Lin Fei is right. If it is the laying of freight railway, it does require so much iron, but you don't need to be so surprised. You think this quantity is large. You only hear the consumption, but you don't know our steel production capacity. Dolly, you come and introduce to them what the current steel production capacity of our Han tribe is. Okay, our steelmaking plant in Xingdong County is currently renovating the original star-shaped blast furnace, but the progress of the renovation is a bit slow. For the time being, it will still be calculated based on the original blast furnace. New Steel County has 20 star-shaped blast furnaces, and usually only maintains 5 blast furnaces in operation. When 5 of them are in operation, the other blast furnaces are being cleaned or repaired, and the utilization rate is only 1/4. Each blast furnace is running for 12 hours throughout the day without stopping to make iron, because the blast furnace cannot be stopped casually. It will take several days to stop once and then burn to such a hot temperature, and a lot of coke will be wasted. The cost is high. Such a blast furnace can produce molten iron 16 times a day in 12 hours, and the design size of the blast furnace is 10 cubic meters of iron at a time, but because there will be slag and waste materials in actual use, and the iron content of the ore is different, the actual iron output is only 8 cubic meters on average each time. 1 cubic meter of pig iron weighs about 14,600 kilograms and 7,300 kilograms, and 8 cubic meters is 58,400 kilograms and 116,800 kilograms of iron. This is just molten iron coming out once. Iron is produced 16 times a day, which is about more than 1.8 million kilograms, or about 930 tons. This is just the output of a furnace. No matter how much, we will not have enough manpower for mining now, and the grinding speed will not be enough. It can't keep up, but after the mining trains become popular and the equipment of our steelmaking plant is improved, more furnaces can be run at the same time. If 1 kilometer of freight railway is built with 120,000 kilograms of iron according to the quantity just reported by Lin Fei, then the daily capacity of one of our furnaces will be enough to lay 15 kilometers of heavy-duty railway, and the remaining fraction can meet the parts consumption of these 15 kilometers of railway. In total, if you count 5 furnaces, you can build 75 kilometers of railway in 1 day's production capacity. If the train is popularized in our minds, then I can increase this capacity by at least 4 times, and even if 20 blast furnaces are open together, we can meet the supply of iron ore. If we still need to increase our capacity, we can also build bigger and more blast furnaces. Dolly directly shook his family's wealth this time, which made everyone present amazed. This is only the current semi-closed state, maintaining 1/4 of the production capacity so as not to allow workers to take holidays. In this way, the output has already been so abnormal. The 5 blast furnaces produce 4,650 tons of iron per day. When this data was not revealed before, they could not imagine it at all. Of course, if such a blast furnace is placed in the eyes of modern steel companies, it may make them laugh out loud. How can you be embarrassed to call it a blast furnace if it is less than 500 cubic meters? Go home and suck milk quickly, the 10-square scumbag can't even count as an egg cell. These modified blast furnaces of the Han tribe can actually only be regarded as earth blast furnaces. Luo Chong had a panoramic view of everyone's surprised expressions, and he said with a smile, "Now you will no longer think that the cost of railways is expensive, right?" Everyone shook their heads. 75 kilometers of rails can be laid in one day's production capacity. If the small trains transporting mines are popularized and the steel output is increased, let alone doubled several times, as long as the steel production capacity can be increased. By increasing it by half, rather than doubling it, hundreds of kilometers of railways can be laid in one day. At this speed, as long as steel can keep up, they can just push the rails directly to Takumai County next year, okay? Of course, this is not how fast the railway construction is. After all, the railway construction is not just as simple as laying rails. It also requires exploring the geological conditions, planning the most suitable route, and reducing the number of tunnels and bridges. This reduces the difficulty and cost of building the railway, and also increases the speed of construction. Otherwise, with the tools and equipment available, it will take quite some time to dig a tunnel, right? It won't take long to erect a railway bridge that can pass heavy-duty trains, right? Sometimes, just a small project out of a big one takes several years to tackle. Building a railway is not something you can build as long as you want if you have enough iron. Leader, does this railway have to be built? Just as everyone was drowning in the surprise that steel production brought, Shi Xin, now the governor of Liaoyang County, suddenly asked a question. Luo Chong glanced at him when he heard this, but instead of directly answering, he got up and erased the words on the blackboard behind him and rewrote two words, net and traffic net. Luo Chong sat down again, pointed to the two following words and said, "At present, our Han tribe has opened up water transportation in the north-south direction and controlled places from the mountains inland to the grasslands and overseas Kaingsu Island. It can be said that we have reached the limit and control all places that can be reached so far. But did we, the Han tribe, stop the pace of progress like this? Surely not." Luo Chong got up again and drew a tic-tac-toe on the blackboard behind him, then continued his explanation. "The size of our Han tribe's territory actually depends on how far we can reach. You can't refute this, right?" Everyone nodded in unison. The current Han tribe does have the confidence and strength to say such things. As long as it is a place where the Han tribe can reach, no one will be the opponent of the Han tribe. They will all surrender to Manhwa. Disobeyed? Xin tribe to find out? Then Luo Chong continued, "Now, all the areas along the water, as long as the boat can reach them, have basically become our territory. Although there is still a large amount of land between the 8 counties of Hanyang and Tuohei County that we have not yet set foot on, but these are not problems. As long as our population is large enough and we slowly immigrate to this place, we will close from both ends to the middle. As long as the Liaoyang River is in the hands of our Han tribe, no one can take away these places in the middle. And what we're going to do now is to set our sights on those inland areas that don't have rivers, which is the east-west direction of our current territory. These places that don't have rivers, how do we get there quickly, and develop these areas, and then bring a steady stream of resources on them back to our tribe? That calls for a railway. I am prepared to expand and rule more territory by using the rivers of the north and south as the main stem of the Han tribe, and by extending the railway in both east and west directions, weaving it into a huge transportation network. 885 more operational program. Everyone felt their blood boil after hearing Luo Chang's statement of the future direction of development. They were happy to have an enlightened and extremely ambitious leader. It was their lifelong dream to follow the leader's footsteps and push the Han tribe to glory. And glory. However, anyone with a little bit of governing experience can see the current situation of the Han tribe. The Han tribe was actually not suitable to continue to expand its territory. First of all, they had just captured Zaizu Island. This war consumed too much manpower and material resources of the Han tribe, and not only could these consumptions not be replenished immediately, but they also continued to transfuse blood to Kaingsu Island. Just like this immigration incident, in a short period of time don't even think about getting feedback from Kaingsu Island. It will take at least a few years to stabilize it and firmly control it in the hands of the Han tribe. A generation in the long run. Luo Chong was absolutely confident of completely assimilating the place. At present, the population of the Han tribe is already stretched. Just like the problem Luo Chong just mentioned, the Han tribe has not even occupied this large area of territory between the 8 counties of Hanyang and Tuohei County. It is not that it cannot be occupied, but that there is no excess. The population has migrated here, and the food in their own bowls has not been digested, so don't even think about the rice in other people's bowls. What if you take other places? Send a few soldiers to stand guard and watch every day? Without a population to develop and cultivate, it is a useless wasteland. Leader, we don't have that much population at the moment. At present, our transportation from Liaoyang County to Tuohei County can be fully supported by mature waterway transportation. There is no need to consume manpower, material and financial resources to build this railway, right? And even if it's really repaired, it's probably hard for us to even maintain the railway in this vast uninhabited area between Liaoyang County and Tuohei County. The high steel output of our Han tribe does not mean that other tribes are also so high. A railway so far away is placed in the deep mountains and old forests. I can't go there for several days. I am worried that those savages will not put the rails were dismantled and used to make other things. Jing Yan, as the most powerful and most experienced county governor present, expressed his different opinions on the spot. It is a good thing that the leaders have the determination to expand their territory, but they are really encountering a bottleneck now and are simply unable to continue to expand outwards in a short period of time. Everything can be made, but the human population cannot appear out of thin air. Even if fertility is encouraged, you have to wait for those children to grow up, right? And Luo Chong is thinking about what Jing Yan just said, stealing the railway track? It's really possible that this could happen. After all, that's iron, that's the most important material in this era. On thousands of kilometers of long railway lines, let alone rails, even if you pull out a spike, you can build a small dagger. If you dig out a spring card, you can make a few arrows. The rails and so on are even more valuable. Okay. If no one patrols frequently, it is normal for someone to steal it. In fact, Luo Chong also knew about this. When he chatted with Cubing and said that he wanted to form a special railway force, he planned to do this. However, Luo Chong did not want to carry out such a major project immediately, because, as Jing Yan said, it was completely unnecessary. The transportation from Liuyang County to Tuohei County can be satisfied by a very mature shipping system. In addition, the flying fish-type speedboat just presented by Xian can even increase the speed of shipping. Therefore, the Han tribe has no regard for north-south transportation. In fact, there is not that much sense of urgency. Even if we really want to build a freight-type railway, we must first repair the east-west section. So I heard Luo Chong say, I know this very well. I didn't want to build a long-distance railway immediately. First, as you just said, we no longer have any excess population to expand outward. Second, even if I let you build this railway now, you don't have the ability. How can a railway be so easy to build? Regarding railways, my idea is to popularize rail transit systems in mining areas next year. First increase mining production capacity and steel production capacity, and lay a material foundation for building longer railways in the future. Then, when the conditions are ripe, we first build a short-term freight railway to find experience and other things to reserve talents for workers and managers who will build large projects in the future. The preferred route I planned is the transportation line from Weishan County to Xingdong County. The current land transportation pressure on this section is very high. A large amount of steel, coke, limestone, grain, meat, and daily necessities for the people of Xingdong County are all required. Transportation on this road now relies entirely on horse-drawn carriages. The efficiency is really not high, and it occupies a lot of manpower and animal power. There is a great need for optimization and transformation, and this is from the demand side. Then there is the technical aspect. The distance from Xingdong County to Weishan County is more than 100 kilometers long, which is not very long. Moreover, its geographical structure is a plain and hilly landform. There are no rivers, so we don't need to build bridges, and there are no mountains. We don't need to dig tunnels. At most, we can just shovel the small mounds on the plains and lay the foundation, and then we can lay the railway directly. Basically no technical difficulty. After all, we have never laid a railway, so we first find a short-term line that is difficult to practice, and this line is indeed what we urgently need, not to build it for display. I have roughly calculated that based on the existing carriage lanes, if thousands of slaves are mobilized and sufficient supplies are prepared in advance, this road can be built in about half a year. You have no objection to such a plan, right? Everyone present nodded frequently and said they had no problem. The plan Luo Chong said was obviously the result of careful consideration. He didn't slap his thighs brainlessly. I want to build a Beijing-Guangzhou line. Isn't that bullshit? Skilled workers but not skilled workers, experienced but not experienced. No one has ever built a railway. After all, there is still eagle sauce to touch. Who will the Han tribe touch? I'm going to start a super big project. I'm afraid it's not a dream. Luo Chang's plan was very constructive. He first promoted narrow-distance trains in mines on a small scale. This would not only increase mining and steel production capacity, but also train the first batch of railway repair workers and use them. Accumulating a lot of railway operation experience can at least train a group of train drivers, right? After completing the first step, I improved my steel production capacity, trained basic craftsmen, and accumulated a certain amount of experience. Then I can practice using a low-difficulty heavy-haul railway, which can not only optimize the existing transportation route, but also accumulate a wave of experience again. Experience, when these foundations are available and conditions are ripe in the future, it is not too late to consider the super project of the national artery like the Beijing-Guangzhou line. Seeing that there was no objection from the crowd, Luo rushed up and erased the words on the blackboard again, then rewrote another word and another sentence. Life. What a husband accumulates is the great destiny of the world. After writing these things, he was ready again and said to everyone, I plan to change the rain name to Daming next year. 886 year number equals National Development Plan. The era name was founded by Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty. It was specially used to record the year. At the same time, it has a very strong connection with politics. Through the era name, we can see the attitude of the court or the emperor towards world politics. Changing era names was a very common practice in the Han Dynasty, with each Han emperor having more than a dozen era names, as well as Emperor Xianzong of the Tang Dynasty, who alone used 14 era names, and Wu Zetian also used 13. In the Han Dynasty, the reign name was usually changed every 4 to 6 years, which was a bit like the modern 5-year development plan. Every time a stage of the plan was completed, or every major event, the emperor could change the reign name. It was not like the Ming and Qing dynasties. The emperor only used one reign name for a lifetime, and in the end even the reign name became a synonym for the emperor, such as Emperor Yang'el and Emperor Chongzhen. The current situation of the Han tribe also belongs to this situation. The Han tribe's external development has fallen into a bottleneck, and there is no room for external expansion for the time being. It is better to take advantage of this time and opportunity to consolidate the internal situation. When everyone saw Luo conflict, they suddenly proposed to change the reign name, and they all showed puzzled eyes. The previous reign name Jian Yuan only took 4 years, and now it is also used well. Why did it change suddenly? Luo Chong did not expect them to understand the meaning of that sentence on their own, so he took the initiative to explain it. What a husband accumulates is the destiny of the world. This sentence means that accumulating food and supplies is the lifeblood of the country and the lifeblood of the people's survival. It is also the mission of a leader and his subjects. A country without 9 years of savings is said to be insufficient, without 6 years of savings is said to be urgent, and without 3 years of savings is said to be a country that is not its own. If a tribe's material reserves are not enough for 9 years, then it is not rich enough. If it is not enough for 6 years, it will be an emergency. If it is not enough for 3 years, then the tribe is basically almost finished. If it encounters something big, such as in the event of war or a catastrophe, if the tribe cannot afford its savings, it will immediately fall into a financial crisis and food crisis. Luo Chong paused and continued, in the era of small tribes before you joined the Han tribe, each tribe had a tradition of storing food and fur. Some were to deal with possible crises, and some were simply to survive the cold winter. I believe everyone has experienced this. Now that the Han tribe is big, this tradition still cannot be left behind. Instead, it should be carried forward and done on a larger scale. We have just discussed that the development of the tribe is now in a bottleneck period. We are unable to continue to develop outward, but we can consolidate ourselves. I intend to start next year with a new development plan, with 2 words on the subject: accumulation. The most important thing is food, and then cotton and cloth. We must first ensure that people can eat well and clothe themselves. However, due to our current limited storage technology, the initial goal I set is to save enough food in the next 5 to 6 years. It can supply all the food and clothing that the people have eaten for 5 years. Grain storage is a strategic task for each country. In Narokong's previous life, the country's strategic grain reserve system was prepared to deal with the situation of nuclear war. If the people of the country do not grow one grain, it can also meet the food needs of more than 1 billion people for 8 years. That's the lifeblood of a nation. Han tribes now do not have such high-tech CNC automated granaries, but shelled grains such as rice, wheat, millet, yellow rice, and sorghum can be stored for 5 years if they are well preserved. The storage time of corn is relatively short. In modern automated granaries, corn can be stored for 3 years. It is already good for Han tribes to be able to store it for 2 years. However, corn does not need to be stored for that long, and even Luo Chong does not want to store corn at all. If there is too much corn, people can feed the pigs as feed if they can't finish it. After all, 3 kilograms of corn will grow into 1 kilogram of pork. Wouldn't it be better to turn corn into meat and enrich the people's non-staple food? Making the people able to afford meat and eating more meat is also a way to strengthen the country. At least the average national physique must be better. Only by ingesting enough nutrients can you grow taller. To sum up, from a technical point of view, the Han tribes could store strategic grain reserves for up to 5 years to deal with various possible crises. The ancients said that you had 9 years of water and 7 years of drought, but when the country was destroyed and the donations were barren, he had to prepare for the accumulation of livestock. During the reigns of Tang Yao and Xiaoyu, there were 9 years of major floods, and during the reign of Shang Tang, there were also 7 years of severe droughts. However, there were no abandoned or thin people in the country. This was because there were enough materials stored and saved. Be prepared to deal with disasters in advance. Luo Chong had the same idea. This attack on the Xin tribe consumed a lot. Now that there is no excess population to continue to expand, it is better to take advantage of these few years to save more food and supplies. You can't just do nothing and just wait for the people to create people, right? Obviously, none of the people sitting there were fools, and when Luo Chong spoke out about the new future development plan, everyone came out in support. The leader has a good idea. I agree to store food and other supplies. We must store not only food and cotton, but also meat, salt, and sugar. Xin was the first to express her opinion. Yes, we were just talking about increasing production capacity after popularizing trains and mines. Steel, as one of the most important materials, must also be stored more. In this way, if we cannot continue mining and iron making under any circumstances, we can also have enough iron can be used. Dali followed suit. Like Luo Chong just said, who hasn't lived a hard life, neither the Ashes elders of the Han tribe, nor the other people who later joined the Han tribe? Not to mention anything else, in the northern part of the Han tribe, it is normal to store a lot of food for the winter and autumn, okay? Even the people of the Han tribe today don't have to worry about food, but every autumn they still store enough meat and pickles in advance for the winter. After all, there are no greenhouses now, and pickles that are pickled are not stored in advance in winter, so in winter you really can only pour rice and broth every day. We in Dongzhen County must also support it. After the start of next year's plan, we must not only meet the needs of the new steelmaking plant in Xingang County to expand production, but also store more coal for future train consumption. Jing Yan also immediately raised his hand in support. Leader, since we want to store grain, we must adjust the variety ratio of crops in various places. For example, we can reduce the planting area of corn because corn is not resistant to storage, and then expand the planting of rice, millet, yellow rice, and wheat. Scale, plant a variety of husked grains, which will help us achieve our goals as quickly as possible. Yunzi of Ruyang County naturally expressed support, but his speech was more pragmatic and started directly from the aspect of adjusting food types. This was a very good suggestion. Luo Chong immediately agreed. Yes, we must not only adjust the planting ratio of crop types in various places, but also build large-scale strategic reserve granaries in various places. The initial goal is that each county must have one. If it is not enough, we will continue to build it in the future. Then there is the question that Dali and Jing Yin just said about the accumulation, not just the storage of grain and cotton, we also need to accumulate other things, such as steel, coal, rubber, these reserves of industrial materials, others like tung oil, paint, hemp and so on. In addition, as regards livestock, we shall likewise reserve. However, this has little to do with you people. Starting next year, our 3 counties of Hunghu on the grassland will also start to expand the scale of various livestock breeding, with more sheep, more cattle, and more war horses, and draft horses. In general, as long as it is something that we can use on a daily basis, something that can be stored, we have to store it. In the past few years, after we have enough strategic reserves, we will have enough confidence to deal with whatever we do. Everyone nodded after hearing this. Regarding the train's development plan before, they had never seen the actual product after all. They didn't know the importance of trains to land transportation, so they had no idea. In addition, they didn't understand this very well. So they are whatever Luo Chong says. But they understand the accumulation. Which of the people sitting here has not experienced storage? Therefore, they can all understand the importance of accumulation. Whether it's a small tribe with hundreds or thousands of people in the past or a Han tribe with hundreds of thousands of people now, the accumulation is actually the same, but now it's more standardized and larger. Moreover, it all falls to the unified and planned action of each region. Luo Chong changed the era name specifically for this 5-year plan, which is enough to show how much he values and attitudes towards this matter. Isn't the era name, the best thing to reflect a political attitude? For example, the fate that Luo Chong raised, and the Showa of a certain island, finally recruited a nuclear weapon. After determining the development plan for the next 5 years, everyone began to discuss the details of the task. Luo Chong also proposed his purpose for this national policy. Grain storage is grain storage, but what should be developed in industry must continue to develop. Grain storage cannot affect the Han tribe's pace of climbing science and technology trees. However, in order to respond to national policies, some adjustments should be made. For example, Luo Chong proposed to promote the newly developed steam engine to the fields. Deep wells should be drilled in farmland in various places, and machine well rooms should be built on the wells. Each machine well room should be equipped with a steam pumping and drainage equipment to prevent possible droughts or floods. In this way, even if there is a drought in a certain area, the Han tribe can use the motorized wells spread throughout the fields to pump groundwater to irrigate the grain fields, so as not to make the grain harvest useless that year. If this attitude is to be summed up in one sentence, it is that all agriculture and animal husbandry are the mainstay, and all industry serves agriculture. The steam engine should still be developed, but priority must be given to agricultural projects. 887 The first year of Daming. After the meeting, Luo Chong invited these guests who came to pay New Year's greetings to have lunch, and they hurried back. After all the guests left, Luo Chong looked at the things that suddenly came out of the house and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What he had celebrated this year was a science and technology expo. The governors of each county rushed to present gifts and gave him a lot of gifts. Surprise! A pair of vases from the cripple, Dali's Yukiokian, Yinzi's silk, Xiexin's flying fishboat model, Yang Yan's white deer, 2 little lions with strong shields, Lu Guangzhu's glassware, Jinjian's box of jade, 1 the clock and platform scale of the institute, the train model of the second institute. These gifts really gave him quite a few surprises. Especially one thing that came out of these gifts that surprised Luo Chong even more was creativity. Once upon a time it was Luo Chong who taught them what to do, instilled aesthetics and values in them, and taught them various production techniques, and now these people finally broke away from Luo Chong's influence and began to try to create themselves. Whether it's a powerful sword, a cripple's vase, or Yunji's silk or Lu Guangzhu's glassware, these are things they themselves recreated according to their aesthetics without Luo Chong knowing. Xiexin's flying fishboat model, as well as a watch and platform scale, are the sublimation of their pursuit of science and technology. From the beginning when they heard Luo Chong say how to do it, to what they want to do now, they have completed a complete transformation. The full sublimation of these arts and technologies made Luo Chong realize something. A seed called civilization he planted finally sprouted today. It's more pleasing than how many gifts he gets. In the afternoon, Luo Chong's family had nothing to do, so they went out together to go shopping in Hanyang City. The streets of Jinden Festival are very lively, especially today when the photo studio in the city officially opened, which attracted many people. Even people from the 3 surrounding counties also ran here. The inn where the photo studio is located is full of people inside and outside. Fortunately, there were enough photographers trained before going to the hospital, and many small cameras were purchased from the institute to meet the needs of so many customers taking photos at the same time. It is easy to train people who take photos. As long as they can operate the camera, aim at the target and turn on the shutter to expose, there are very few people who wash photos. There is only one master who develops photos in a store. This person is not only responsible for developing negatives, but also responsible for transferring it to photo paper. The work is very cumbersome. However, he also knew the importance of cultivating talents, so he arranged several apprentice assistants for the developers in the 4 stores, hoping that they could learn them early and use these people to continue opening branches by then. At the same time, there were also those immigrants who were preparing to immigrate to Kaiyingsu Island. They cooperated with photographers sent by the government to take commemorative photos, and then packed up all kinds of things at home to take away. Some of them were far away from Liaoyang. People who were far away from the county started rushing to Liaoyang County on the 10th of that month, preparing to gather in Liaoyang County, for example, immigrants from Makino County, but also people from Nishisan County, Hanyang County. In order to allow these immigrants to arrive in Liaoyang County on time smoothly, the Han tribe also sent a large number of horse-drawn carriages to help them carry their luggage. In order to temporarily resettle these immigrants, they also vacated school classrooms for their temporary residence. So on the 20th, 1,000 sets of hardcover albums in wooden boxes were also prepared and distributed to the heads of these 1,000 households according to the information on their ID cards. The immigration team of nearly 4,000 people were very happy to get this set of photo albums. In addition to the photos they requested to take, there are also the characteristics of each of the 8 counties in Hanyang. Seeing these black and white photos, it reminds them of their hometown. If they feel homesick after immigrating in the future, they may be able to take it out and take a look to comfort their homesickness. In addition, this 1,000 sets of photo albums are also a window to show the Han tribe to the local people in Kaiyingsu. When the time comes, the immigrants will live with them and do not believe that the locals will not be able to see them. After the 20th day of the first lunar month, those immigrant families who were relatively close to Liaoyang County also began to move towards Liaoyang County. The Han tribe officials were not idle at this time and began to send various materials prepared in the past half-month to Liaoyang County. The county gathers here, such as the latest printed books, which will be distributed to teachers in the immigration area to open rural primary schools in the future. The main ones are pinyin, Chinese rhythm, poetry, and arithmetic. These are the most basic things. I don't ask them how well they can teach them, nor how much the local people can learn. As long as they can change the language, they will achieve great success. That is, a few days before the immigrants boarded the ship, Luo Chang's notice to officially change the era name was also brought to the entire territory of the Han tribe by the giant eagle. At the beginning of the new year, all counties uniformly changed the era name to the first year of Daming. The accumulated national policies will also be implemented in each county in strict accordance with the detailed rules and standards issued by the central government. However, Kaiyingsu Island is an exception. The people there are unstable and there is no need to force them too tightly for the time being. Enforcing the storage plan will definitely arouse the resentment of the local people. Some of them still have to insist on growing corn, so let them grow corn first. When they see the benefits of growing other crops, they will know whether to obey the arrangements of the Han tribe. In the first 3 days of the first year of Daming, all the immigrants had been in place, and the official preparations of the Han tribe had been completed. The 10 barks and sailors were ready to go at the dock. Seeing that there was nothing else to prepare for, Luo Chong he directly ordered to board the ship and set off. There was no need to wait until January 1st. Arrive at Kyangsu Island one day early and feel at ease one day early. Nearly 4,000 people were divided into 10 three-mast sailing ships. Each ship actually had more than 400 sailors. There was enough space on the ship to mobilize so many ships, mainly to transport them to immigrant families. Some people even brought their own looms and various farm tools, as well as some kittens and puppies. There are definitely no cattle, sheep and pigs, and it is not easy to take them away. Most of them are sold by them during the Chinese New Year and replaced with cash to carry with them. As for those livestock benefits that the tribe originally promised, they will have to wait until they arrive at Kyangsu Island and distribute them uniformly when the time comes to replenish supplies to the local area. It is impossible for them to bring the livestock on board now and let people and livestock stay together. It was the first time for many immigrants to ride on such a large sailing ship, and I couldn't help but feel a little excited, but I couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness at the thought that I would leave this place forever. But those young families with only 2 people think more openly. They are just immigrants, but they can directly rely on the benefits provided by the tribe to become rich families with titles. This is obviously a profit, okay. The 10 barks in turn raised their sails and sailed south in neat lines, with many emigrants on deck and lying on the sides of the ship watching their home country as it faded away. They may not have been born in the Han tribe, but after joining the Han tribe for so many years, they have long regarded the Han tribe as their home. Now, they have become part of the Han tribe. No matter where they go in the future, they will all be members of the Han tribe. 3 days after the immigrants left, the first year of daiming, which represented the latest national policy of the Han tribe, gradually began. Spring has arrived, and the temperature in various places has reached the temperature where seeds can germinate. Whether it is the south or north of the Han tribe, farming operations have been launched in both places. Naturally, it was impossible for Luo Chong to farm the land himself. Although he also symbolically grew some crops with his 2 children, he did not expect that little thing to eat at all. If he really wanted to make money to support his family, who could compare with Luo Chong? Woolen cloth? Luo Chong, who had nothing to do, began to find something for himself to do, and he first took a pile of drawings and went to Liuyang County, where a slightly smaller flying fish sailboat was being built according to Luo Chong's request, and prepared to get one to test the waters first. Luo Chong discussed with the craftsman at the local shipyard for a few days about improvement opinions and construction plans, and then left the matter alone. The shipyard in Liuyang County had accumulated several years of experience in shipbuilding, and such a ship could not trouble them at all, and he set about his own affairs. Luo rushed to the magistrate's office in Liuyang Commandery, and then found Shi Xin. In the lobby in the backyard of the county magistrate's office, Shi Xin hurried back from the construction site where the strategic reserve granary was built. The granary is also a key construction project. It must be built in a place with high terrain and solid foundation. Otherwise, if there is a flood, the people will not. If she drowns, she will really die if she floods the granary first. So from site selection to building materials, Shi Xin must check at all levels. Run to the construction site whenever you have time. When he came to the lobby and saw Luo Chong, he immediately saluted and asked, "Boss, are you looking for me?" Luo Chong put down the tea bowl in his hand and asked him, "Go and find me some more skilled craftsmen who are good at making ship models. I have something to do with them." "Oh, no, I'll look for it right now." Shi Xin agreed. She didn't even drink a saliva or sit on a chair when she came in and out. The leader really opened his mouth and broke his leg. Luo Chong handed over the order to store food and didn't have to worry about it. But the officials in the counties below were really busy. It didn't take long for Shi Xin to find 6 carpenters who were good at making ship models. These people were basically from the shipyard, so it was easy to find them. When he brought the 6 carpenters to Luo Chong threw the drawings he had brought when he came to the table for them to see, and asked, "I heard from you, the governor of Shi County, that you are all craftsmen who are good at making ship models. I wonder if you can make models of houses." Several carpenters looked at each other and didn't understand how Luo Chong asked this question. Shipbuilding model, that is not just about having nothing to do for handicraft entertainment, but you can preview the entire shipbuilding process in the process of making ship model, and find out from it a set of the most suitable construction plans, as well as various problems that may be encountered, and a model for building a house. Is the house so troublesome? Can't it be built directly? However, the house should be simpler than the boat model. So one of the craftsmen nodded and responded, "Boss, it's okay to build a house. Although we haven't built a model of the house, the structure of the house is actually similar to that of a ship, and some of the superstructures of large ships are actually it's also a kind of house, but I don't know what kind of house the leader wants to build." Luo Chong spread out one of the floor plans on the table, then knocked on the table and said, "I want you to make a miniature model of the palace." 888 model of the palace. What Luo Chong was going to let them make was a model of the palace. The Han tribe has now entered a stage of comprehensive strategic contraction and begun to consolidate itself. The theme of this stage is storage and construction. Food must be saved, coal and steel must be saved, railways must be built, and palaces must naturally be built. At present, except for the group of cannibals in the north, the Han tribe no longer has any enemies to kill. The Tang tribe opposite Tuohe County now has a very good relationship with the Han tribe, and the attitude shown by the Tang tribe is very low. In the future, 9 times out of 10, it will be absorbed peacefully. Therefore, the Han tribe is actually not far away from the founding of the state, and preparation should begin where they should be made. Although it is a bit unrealistic to start construction immediately now, first design the appearance of the palace, then select the address, then select a person to be responsible for the supervision of the palace, and then start preparing various building materials. Just do these things, I'm afraid it will take several years. When these works have been completed, and then the gathering of hands and craftsmen to build them is begun, then the speed of construction will be very fast. Palace? What is a palace? A new style of house? The craftsman who had just answered the question asked in confusion, and then he first looked at the drawings given by Luo Chong. That is not a design drawing of a single building, but a floor plan of a huge building complex. There is only one square frame on the floor plan. Naturally, the architectural shape cannot be seen, but it can be seen from this floor plan. The floor area of each building and the floor area of the entire building complex can be seen. After reading it, the craftsman, who is called Moxin, secretly took a breath of cool air. Good guy, although he hasn't seen the specific shape of the building yet, just looking at the standing area of each building and the area of the entire building complex, he can feel the grand scale of this drawing. A shocking feeling appeared inexplicably in my heart. Is this the palace? 5 other carpenters next to them also gathered around and looked at the drawing together, unable to help but secretly smack their tongues. Leader, what kind of place is this? We Han tribes want to build such a huge building complex? It doesn't look like the cities of these counties and counties we have now. There are houses, squares, and even artificial lakes. What place is this? Moxin was shocked and couldn't help but ask. Palace, didn't I say that? Luo paused and thought about how he should explain it to them. He thought for a moment and said, this is the palace, the home of the leaders of the Han tribes in the future, and the core building of the largest capital of the Han tribe. This place is not only for the leaders of the Han tribes to live in, but is also the center of the entire tribe. For example, the 3 main halls arranged along the central axis in the picture are actually places where officials and leaders can meet together. You see here there are also altars for worshipping heaven and earth. Here there is also the ancestral temple dedicated to the ancestors. Here is my family's private court, and there are these side halls on both sides of the 3 main halls. This is the main hall used for state banquets, and here is the Privy Council, where the 3 provinces and 6 ministries will be housed in the future. In the back these are private courtyards for living, with some sleeping palaces, pavilions, promenades, landscapes and so on. This building is going to be very large, so it's going to be a hassle to build. Shouldn't you guys know what you're going to do with making a boat model? Not only can the ship model show various details of the actual vessel, but it can also find a suitable set for the actual construction process. I asked you to make a model of this building complex, which is actually the same. Moxin and others nodded after hearing this. They almost understood that the leader wanted to build a home for himself in the largest capital of the Han tribe. This home also had a place for many officials to hold meetings and offices, and even held large-scale meetings. The backyard of the leader's house must not only be decorated with style, but also beautiful and have various landscapes. Now this building is too complicated, so the leader hopes that they can make a set of models to preview, and by the way, use this model to leave a physical object for reference during the actual construction process. That's how simple it is. Yet actually really simple? No, this palace in Luochong is really big. He absorbed several famous ancient buildings he knew, mixed their characteristics together, and finally came up with such a thing. The theme of the palace refers to the Daming Palace of the Tang dynasty, especially the 3 main halls arranged along the central axis of the palace complex. In order, the Hanyuan Hall was used by the previous dynasty to hold large court meetings, and the central dynasty was used to handle government affairs on a daily basis and open small courts. The Xianjing Hall of the meeting, and the last one, the Zikan Hall, which is used to handle special affairs and summon individual officials. The 3 main halls are arranged in a straight line along the central axis. The tall towers on both sides and the pavilions connecting the towers. Going to both sides, there is the territory where the 3 provinces and 6 ministries work. These places together form the former dynasty. The back is mainly used for living back courtyard, while Luochong refers more to the design of the Daming Palace and the Old Summer Palace. The Daming Palace is magnificent, while the Old Summer Palace is more elegant and beautiful, especially the mixed Chinese and Western architectural styles in the Old Summer Palace, which are both Soviet style. Luochong likes the elegance of the garden and the classical Greek statue art. Since it is the place where he wants to live, of course he wants to make it up according to his preferred style. In addition to these, some essential functional places, such as the Imperial Dining Room, the Tei Pool, and even the Imperial Guard Barracks to defend the palace, were to be inside the palace. In addition, Luochong also divided the entire palace complex into 4 parts, the middle part of which was the front court and the back court, which were places belonging to the emperor, and then there were the east and west palaces on the left and right, and the east palace was naturally where the crown prince lived and studied for office. Zigong is probably Luo Chang's first. He thinks that after he abdicates early in the future, he will never rely on the harem to leave. How can he let his son and himself use the same harem? After he retires, he will move to the West Palace to retire. Don't occupy it. The harem of other people's children makes them upset. To be reasonable, Luo Chang didn't want to work so hard as an emperor until he died. Are there still few people who are exhausted when he is an emperor? Luo Chang's wish in this life was to establish the empire, straighten out various rules and regulations, and put the entire empire on the right track. At that time, Ronaldinho was almost in his teens. Then he began to let the prince supervise the country and let his son start to deal with government affairs. Then he took a back seat and gave his son guidance when he had nothing to do. Then Luo Chang found a quiet place to write a book, or he took the researchers from the Han tribe with him, climbed the science and technology tree and strived to leave all the things you know to future generations before you die. It's not in vain that God specially arranged for him to travel to this world. Chapter 889, The Candidate to Supervise the Imperial City. After everyone had read the floor plan, Luo Chang took out the subplans of various other buildings, which were detailed structural drawings, as well as the renderings and sketches that Luo Chang drew with pencils. Moxin and others were even more shocked after reading this. They did not dare to imagine the grand scale of this building, because in their minds, isn't home just for living in people? Why that big? Looking again at these drawings given by Luo Chang, just the section of the road from the palace gate to the front main hall, Han Yuan Hall, is an artificial river 1 mile in front of the entrance gate. There are also 9 white marble stones above the artificial river. The bridge is called the Lower Horse Bridge. Officials have to dismount and walk when they go up to this point. After passing the section from Hama Bridge to the middle of Hanyuan Hall, there are towers more than 10 meters high on the left and right sides. There are 2 huge attics above the towers. The 2 Han towers in Hanyuan Hall surround a square with 1 mile on each side on 3 sides. And the Hanyuan Hall on the front is actually built on a high platform with a height of 15 meters. Not to mention how the Hanyuan Hall is built, just the 15-meter high platform below wants to be piled up on the flat ground. I don't know how much earthwork to use. Several people looked at several other main halls and those side halls in the back courtyard. Most of them, which were slightly larger, had to be built on high platforms. Unless there was a small mound or a hill in place, otherwise, it would be a problem for them to get so much soil. If they dig from a little further away and want to transport it there, the freight will be astronomical even if you use a 4-wheeled carriage to transport earth. There are not dozens or millions of carriages, and you can't even think of putting these high platforms up. Moxin first thought of this problem, and he asked Luo Chang directly and tentatively, "Leader, all the main halls of this building complex are built on high platforms. If you want to raise the foundation so high, you need a lot of earthwork? Are there any local hills or mounds there?" Luo Chang has already had countermeasures on this issue, he said, pointing directly to the backyard on the floor plan. "Have you seen the liquid pool here? It's an artificial lake, you see." "Oh, that's it." Moxin and a few people understood in an instant that this was the same process as their construction of the city. Whether building the city wall is ramming earth or burning bricks, it requires a lot of earthwork. What should we do if there is no earthwork? Of course, we dig directly from the original site. Dig out a moat, and then use the soil dug out of the moat to build a wall. Isn't this earthwork there? The same goes for the palace, isn't it that the foundation of the palace is relatively high and needs to be covered with earth? Dig directly from the artificial lake behind without soil. Dig as much as you need until the foundation is up. After seeing that they understood, Luo Chang added, "Actually, you don't have to worry about these foundations or anything. I mainly ask you to make these architectural models above. Have you ever seen a sand table? The foundation or something can be simulated directly on the sand table when the time comes, and then put the model you made on it, so that there is no problem. As for the construction of this part of the back courtyard, it depends on the actual situation. Let's dig the lake first, and the excavated earthwork will be used to lay the foundation. First, build the front part, and then build the back courtyard. Finally, if the artificial lake is dug too big, then the positions of these buildings in the back courtyard can be temporarily adjusted at that time. There is no need to build them according to the drawings, but the front facing here will definitely not be moved." "Yes, we get it." Inquiry nods again. "If they just do the models of the buildings above, their workload will be much smaller." "Well, have you seen Dogong? This is the wooden support structure on the eaves of the lobby of the government office. If you don't understand, you can find craftsmen who are good at this way to help. The brackets, columns and beams of the palace must be tall, and the eaves must be floating and raised outward. Raise it high and hang a bell underneath. All in all, I want you to make everything you should have according to the actual construction process, and then form this model. Moreover, it is best that these models can still be opened, so that when the actual construction is done, the corresponding place can be found for reference of what each part looks like. If you work hard, you will build this palace in the future, and I will let you become officials in the Ministry of Industry. Luo Chong gave another admonition to several of them, and finally allowed himself to be seduced by his official position. This is not Luo Chong's blind seal. To be honest, if you really have the ability to build such a magnificent palace, with this craftsmanship, it will be no problem to join the Ministry of Industry. Thank you, leader, for your trust in us. We will never let the leader down. Moxin and several others quickly agreed. Although I don't know what kind of department the Ministry of Industry is, Luo Chong just said this word when introducing the purpose of the palace. There are 6 ministries in 3 provinces, which means there are only 6 ministries in total, and these 6 ministries all work in this palace. With this, it is definitely a high official. In addition, Luo Chong also said just now that if they don't know enough about architecture, they can also ask others to participate and help. Coupled with their own craftsmanship, they can't complete that statement at all. In other words, if they do this, if things are done beautifully, the future official positions of these people will be stable. After arranging these craftsmen, Luo Chong ordered Xin to find a place for them to work in the compound of the government office. They would come here to make models every day. They could bring tools and materials in, but they could not bring these drawings of Luo Chong. Take away. He drew such a drawing without even leaving a manuscript. If he was lost, it would take a lot of time to draw another one. After arranging all these things, Luo Chong set out to return to his home in Hanyang County, and then began to think about having someone come to supervise the construction of this imperial city. Dashu is closest to him. He is in Tuohei County, but Dashu is not suitable. He is originally the governor of Tuohei County, and he is also responsible for transporting various supplies to Kiangsu Island. After all, Tuohei County is the frontline supply center of Kiangsu Island. Well, in addition to this, Dashu was also responsible for establishing good relations with the Tang tribe across the river and helping to build the 8 counties of the Tang tribe, which was extremely busy. Although he only held the official position of a county governor, his actual power was much greater than that of Shui Qinjiao, the governor of Kiangsu. In addition, he was busy and had no time to be distracted from taking charge of the palace affairs. The construction of a palace is no trivial matter, so it's better to find someone to manage it. Luo Chong thought about it, thinking about the important personnel of the Han tribe. Whoever has this ability and time must have a qualified status. Finally, after passing the important personnel of the Han tribe, Luo Chong suddenly thought of the Yu brothers, and the commander of the Jinliu Guard, Yu Ji. Although the Jinliu Guard was an intelligence service, it was ostensibly the Imperial Guard of Luo Chong. It should be appropriate to let the Imperial Guard supervise the construction of the Imperial City, right? After all, after the Imperial City was built, these Imperial Guards were also required to take charge of the Imperial City Guards. They should be regarded as their own people. 890 boom. But so, when he thought of Yu Ji, the more Luo Chong thought about it, the more he felt it was appropriate. As the commander of the Jinliu Guards, he had a good idea of organizing large teams to do things, and he also supervised the construction of the Imperial City. His current job was mainly to select the site, and then do material reserves. The materials must not be collected in one place, and they need to be transported from all over the Han tribe. There are even 8 counties of the Tang tribe, because the Tang tribe is rich in white marble, which is not available in the current territory of the Han tribe. Building the palace will definitely require a lot of this kind of stone, and materials from all directions will be collected. As the head of the intelligence agency, the work of his organization is extremely scattered, so in careful comparison, Yu Ji is even more suitable than others. In addition, Luo Chong considered the most important point, as well as the issue of Yu Ji's current status. After the Xian tribe was completely destroyed by the Han tribe, the Jinwuvai had temporarily lost the target that needed to be monitored. In addition to supervising some of its own people on a daily basis, there are also several forces on the grassland. The Jinwuvai's current reconnaissance has begun to shrink, so Yu Ji is not very busy at the moment. In this way, it would be logical to let him, the commander of the Imperial Guard, take charge of supervising the construction of the Imperial City. After making up his mind, Luo Chong immediately issued a recall order to Yu Ji. Then he thought for a moment and summoned Yu Fu, who was still in Tuohei County, to help Dashu back. As for Yu Ya in the north, Luo Chong also sent him a letter asking about the development of the northern survivor camp, but he was not recalled. After sending the letter to the 3 people, Luo Chong stopped caring about them. They must have come back or replied to the letter when they received it. If Yu Fu and Yu Zi come back, it will take a month and a half at the earliest, so Luo Chong then he set off for Xingdong County again. Xingdong County now has a lot of tasks and needs to develop a lot of new equipment, as well as railways and steam locomotives that will be focused on this year. These are all key projects related to the future development of the Han tribe. He still needs to take a look when he has nothing to do. At the same time, on Kaiyingsu Island, after entering the first year of daiming, although it received special care and did not need to enforce the national policy of accumulation like other places in the Han tribe, the reform of farming methods here was no less than that of other counties. The storage task is dull. Kaiyingsu Island, Xinhua County, Shanghe Village, is still the big village with more than 100 households. The agricultural technicians sent by the county magistrate's office have been living in Guantao's house for several days. The purpose of his visit this time is to fulfill the promise and bet promised by the anvil. At the beginning, the anvil said that due to the shortage of agricultural technicians and the lack of seeds, supplies, and other things, the entire Kaiyingsu Island was directly postponed for 1 quarter to switch to rice planting, and the people were allowed to continue planting corn for 1 season. However, growing corn is also different. Anvil said that all those who are willing to accept the land distribution method of the Han tribe will uniformly cultivate it according to the method taught by the Han tribe, and then wait for the harvest to be compared with those who are unwilling to accept the land distribution of the Han tribe. Compare people's homes. If the land allocated by the Han tribe, combined with the cultivation methods of the Han tribe, can produce more food than them, then all must be carried out according to the land allocation method of the Han tribe. There is a reason why Anvil dares to say this, because he knows very well the way the Han tribe grows corn and the yield of corn per mu, so he greeted Shue Kinjao and first mobilized some farmers from Tuohe County. Let's get the corn planting done in the first season. So this agricultural technician named Jingchun came to Shanghe village. He knew his responsibilities very well. The county governor said that he wanted them to teach these people who had newly joined the Han tribe to farm. Jingchun originally came from Hanyang. The 8 counties immigrated to Tuohe County. The task of those who first came to Tuohe County was to teach the 9 families of Tongxi to farm, so he's very skilled at this. On the first day he came to Shanghe village, he told Guantao that he wanted them to dig a large pit at the downwind of the village to concentrate on stacking human and animal manure. Although Guantao didn't understand, he had already promised the anvil. He had to learn new planting methods from agricultural technicians, so he had no choice but to take the villagers to dig manure pits. After the manure pits were dug, he took those from the same clan as Guantao to farm the land. The cattle and plows used were all from the Han tribe. The curved shaft plow with 3 plow heads made by the Han tribe is extremely efficient in cultivating the land, and the depth of turning over the soil is uniform, and the soil layer is loose and breathable. This is simply incomparable to the human plow originally used by the local people. This situation increased the local people's favorable opinion of the Han tribe a lot. After all, as long as they agreed to the distribution method of the Han tribe, they could spend money to rent the government's cattle and use the most advanced plows of the Han tribe. At the beginning, the people who had not promised to redistribute the land looked at their happy plowing, but they had to pull ropes to turn the soil themselves. They felt very uncomfortable. They didn't know whether to regret or scold those people. But after 3 days, when all the other people's land had been plowed, the same plowshares and cattle were lent to that group of people by the Han tribe on their own initiative. They were extremely surprised at the time, and they did not expect the Han tribe to be so generous. When he taught them to use the Kuyuan plow, Jingchun said to the people who had not accepted the land reform, "Although you are not willing to do things according to our new rules, after all, we are all members of the Han tribe, and 1 family does not speak. 2 families still need to help. I believe you just don't know the benefits of the new rules now. When you see the yield of my farming, you will figure it out sooner or later." After Jingchun said these words, he stopped caring about them and began to take the tribesmen who were in charge of pottery with shovels and hoes, and carried bamboo baskets to dredge in the ditches by the river and in the fields. Such behavior puzzled Guantao and the others, and even made the other half of the village laugh at it. Isn't it silly not to not farm when it's time to farm, but to run to the river to dredge? Delayed all farming time. Guantao was extremely embarrassed when he saw what Jingchun took them to do. If you do this nonsense, it will be difficult for him to explain it to those of the same clan who support him. So Guantao bluntly asked, "Brother Jing, our fields were turned over so well, why didn't we sow seeds at this time, but we came here to dredge? If the sowing time is delayed, I am afraid that the yield will be lost when the harvest comes." Jingchun did not intend to listen to Guantao's opinions. He said directly, "Brother Guan, I have not taken care of you. What we are doing now is business. Originally, according to the method taught by our leader, this kind of land does not matter. Whatever you plant, you need to fertilize, and the best fertilizer is decomposed human and animal manure, but you have no tradition of collecting manure and retting it since there was no excrement available. We had to dig some pond mud from the ditch and river pond to use it. Although this pond mud is difficult to dig, it is definitely easy to use. Don't worry, as long as we apply these pond mud in the field and then sow it, even if it is 2 days at night, the yield at harvest will definitely be higher than theirs. Win them, I don't have any pressure at all." Iharu explained very sincerely. Really just by spreading this mud in the fields, you can make more food knots?" Guantao asked dubiously. "Don't worry, brother, I've been planting land for so many years, how could I not even know this?" "Well, everyone listens to Brother Jing, let's dredge." Guantao reluctantly agreed, and then began to cheer up his fellow tribesmen who supported him. In fact, Guan Tao's current pressure is very high. He understands that after the Han tribe took over Zudeo, they could not resist the rule of the Han tribe at all. The best way to survive is to follow the Han tribe. However, in the face of land reform, which infringed upon the fundamental interests of the local villagers, the clan elders in his village, who were actually village chiefs, did not protect the villagers and instead sided with the Han tribe. If in this farming competition, the Han methods lost in the end, Guan Tao's prestige in the village would plummet, and everyone would poke his spine and scold him at that time. Look, let's get better now. At first, you were asked not to lick those foreign Han tribesmen to everyone. As a result, the Han tribes not only withheld your land, but now they use the methods of the Han tribes to cultivate it, but they are not as good as us. We planted a lot before, cut. If such a situation had come to pass, no one would have recognized Guan Tao as an old man, and he would even have been run by his fellow villagers, so he was worried that the Han tribe would lose in their methods, so he repeatedly asked Jing Chun about the reason for dredging. In the same field, those villagers who had not redistributed their land had begun to sow, but they did not just grab a handful and scatter them into the ground. The same method was used for strip sowing, first opening a ditch in the field, and then along the ditch. Sprinkle the corn down, and finally flatten the ditch with your feet and cover the seeds. Guan Tao and the others were following Jing Chun to fertilize the ground. After applying pond mud, they pulled ropes to measure the row spacing and plant spacing, and finally started draining. By this time, the contrast between the two sides is more obvious. Villagers who farm according to the old method have very large spacing between rows and plants in their fields, which is enough for people to walk through the cornfield at will. However, Guan Tao and the others follow the spacing between rows and plants given by Jing Chun. They are all densely planted, and it will not be easy to get in after all the corn grows. By this time, the villagers who had not accepted the reform began to laugh at it again. I'm afraid this agricultural technician from the Han tribe is not a fool. We have been cultivating this land year after year, and the soil strength is already weak. He still grows so densely and so much. I'm afraid that not even a single corn will be able to bear it by then. I really think that a piece of land can be grown. Can a few more varieties exceed our yield? Hey, that's all. Sacrifice a Friend's new book. The author of Dungeon Player Land by Tian has opened a new book. I'm really not her apprentice. Synopsis: the protagonist is at the end of the mountain, and he is apprenticed to the first fairy, by Zyro. The author is a serious person and does not apply the brakes. The writer below says there is a portal. 891 Mockery and ignorance. Faced with the ridicule of those people who did not accept the reform, Jing Chun did not take it seriously at all, but those who cared about Tao felt uncomfortable, as if they had really done something wrong, because they themselves had no idea about the farming methods of the Han tribe. The barren land caused by hundreds of years of farming has made them understand that planting too densely will only lead to no harvest, and they have to pay 2 or 3 times more seeds than others. These seeds are also food. If they cannot grow, or if the harvest is not good, then they will be miserable. Especially 3 days after Jing Chun and Guan Tao had finished sowing, the land of the unreformed villagers who had sown in advance had now begun to sprout seedlings. Green seedlings emerged from the ground, but there was nothing in Guan Tao's land. In contrast, coupled with the ridicule of those people, even those who supported Guan Tao couldn't stand it anymore and went to Guan Tao to give their opinions, see if they scoop out some seeds from the soil, even if the seeds are wasted, as long as they don't take any grains. Guan Tao was also in a dilemma, because after hearing a lot of things, he felt inexplicably justified. Guan Tao even began to doubt that Jing Chunfei asked them to plant so much in 1 acre of land. Is it true that the more they plant, the more they will grow? Much, and finally win their idea. But, after all, Jing Chun was sent by the governor of Anvil County. They all said that everything must be cultivated according to the method Jing Chun said, so Guan Tao has something difficult to say. He deliberately kills a duck to entertain Iharu in the evening, and although there is no wine, the two are not good drinkers in the first place, and they have not even drunk wine, so they do not want to. At the dinner table, Jing Chun and Guan Tao's family were chewing ducks together. Guan Tao pretended not to care and said, "Brother Jing, you were sent by the county magistrate to teach us skills, but we have few people here and the villagers have no knowledge. Some people don't understand you. There are often some rumors in the village, so please don't take them to heart." Jing Chun chewed duck wings and chewed zhangxiang. When he heard Guan Tao's words, he couldn't help but laugh. Gossip? Brother Guan said, "The more you plant, the more you grow to win them this." Please don't meet Brother Jing like them." When he heard Jing Chun's reply, Guan Tao seemed a little embarrassed. He thought Jing Chun didn't know. After a long time of trouble, he knew what the villagers were saying. However, before Guan Tao could finish speaking, Jing Chun immediately waved his hand and said, "Brother Guan, don't worry, I won't be as knowledgeable as them, because what they said is correct. They are right, I just want to plant more, so that more corn can be produced. Otherwise, the land here is not as large as theirs, so how can we win? The prefect told me that I must win." Guan Tao immediately widened his eyes in surprise. No, feelings really think so. Guan Tao was heartbroken at the thought that he, the people, might really become as gritty as they mocked him. He tries to calm himself down, and then explains Haru Ioi with a serious tone. Brother Jing, you may have just arrived. You don't know much about the situation of the fields here. The land here is different from that of your Han tribe. We have been farming here for hundreds of years and generations. The land is getting poorer and poorer, and the output of food is decreasing year after year. If it weren't for the difficulty of moving, we would have planned to move the entire village elsewhere and reclaim the wasteland. It will then be possible to leave the fields here fallow for a few years. If you let us plant so much like this, 30% of what we originally planted now may not grow very well. If we plant so much now, there is really a chance that we will lose all our harvest. Otherwise, we will go over and secretly dig out some seeds tonight. Let's plant less. As long as we plant them well, we will still have a chance to surpass them, Guan Tao tried to persuade. Jing Chun was speechless for a while, and he asked in confusion, why does Brother Guan have the same view as them? Because the land is barren, we have never planted it so densely. It is really possible that it will not grow. It doesn't matter if I lose then, but I'm afraid the people who support me will go hungry together. Guan Tao tried to persuade again and said, No, wait a minute, Brother Guan, I know the land here is barren, but didn't I take you to fertilize? After hearing his suggestion, Jing Chun was unable to complain and hurriedly stopped him. Guan Tao was speechless for a while. So he made those muddy things? Really useful? Brother Jing, I know that the county magistrate has a task assigned to you, but Guan Tao tried to persuade you again, but was immediately interrupted by Jing Chun. Brother Guan, I know what you want to say, but I didn't do it deliberately to win. We have always been like this. Whether you believe it or not, the emergence of seedlings is only a matter of these few days anyway, so why not wait a few more days to see it? Besides, the things you are worried about are redundant. Didn't the county magistrate tell you before? Just follow what I said. If there is really a loss, the county magistrate will not sit idly by and ignore it. You will definitely not be hungry. If the county magistrate covers the matter for you, what are you afraid of? Well, Guan Tao's persuasion failed, but after thinking about it, he could only do this. At worst, if he lost, he would no longer be the clan leader. If it didn't work, he would ask the county magistrate to help him move to another county. Isn't it true that he doesn't have a place to live? The next day, Guan Tao had no choice but to use Jing Chun's words to enlighten the villagers who supported him. It was hard for everyone to say anything more. They just said it. Wait and see. If it doesn't grow well, dig out all the seedlings quickly, and then replant. At most you will be a little tired, and then lose a batch of seeds, and harvest half a month later than others. At worst, you'll be a good person in the village with your head down in the future. Otherwise, what else? Who let them now be under the control of the Han tribe? After another 3 days, the seedlings finally appeared in Guan Tao's field. Everyone was relieved a little, so that they wouldn't even be able to grow the seedlings. However, some older people discovered that these small corn seedlings seemed to be better than what they usually grow as stronger. However, it had just grown, and they did not dare to confirm it. Seeing the seedlings coming out of the field, Jingchen came to the field again and stepped on the ridge to inspect the situation of each family's fields. He looked at the ones he was guiding the planting and found that whose seedling emergence rate was relatively low, so he wrote it down directly, and then went to this family and asked them to dig some seedlings from other places to replant the seeds. With Guan Tao endorsing them, the crowd did not dare to do anything to the agricultural technician sent by the prefect, so they had to do so. After replenishing all the seedlings in the field, Jingchen came back and looked at the fields of the other people. The corn seedlings in their fields had already grown a trumpet-shaped leaf. Several years of planting experience told him that those corn seedlings had grown. The seedlings did not grow well and looked obviously malnourished, especially since many weeds and corn seedlings grew in the fields competing for nutrients. But those villagers turned a deaf ear, as if they hadn't seen it, and didn't even care about it. He shook his head and went straight back without saying a word. And those relatives who are related to Guan Tao by blood can't help but sigh when they see that the seedlings in other people's fields have already grown leaves, and they have just emerged. Just a few more days passed, when the corn in Guan Tao's field also grew 1 leaf, and the corn in other people's fields grew 2 leaves. At this time, their sexy operation came, leaving the ground. Instead of removing the weeds, he began to water the corn. After Guan Tao's tribesmen saw this situation, they quickly found Guan Tao and asked him to water it together. Guan Tao couldn't decide for himself, so he directly asked Jing Chun about it, but Jing Chun's answer was, "No, I saw the sky in the east was red in the morning. It must rain in the past 2 days. Even if it doesn't fall today, it will definitely fall tomorrow." What he said was decisive, but Guan Tao and the others were dubious. As a result, it really started to rain lightly that evening. This ability to predict the weather by looking at the celestial phenomena made Jing Chun shine in the village, and even Guan Tao and the tribesmen all felt proud, but before they could breathe out their breath, they were dumbfounded again. Because this spring rain is extremely small, the raindrops are not big in the first place, and it just feels like drizzle. and it will fall for an hour. What's this little light rain enough for? It's better to lie down on the ground and lick 2 mouthfuls of drooling. The other villagers continued to water the next day, but Jingchun still did not let Guan Tao and the others water it. After several days, the fields of the other villagers were moist and dark, while the surface of the soil in Guan Tao and the others' fields was dry and white. Guan Tao was forced to find Jing Chun again and asked about watering, but Jing Chun didn't pay attention to this at all. He just said, "Brother Guan, you ask the villagers to prepare a hoe and get up at sunrise tomorrow. Come down to the ground with me. Are we going to water too? But you don't need a hoe to water it." Guan Tao asked puzzledly. "No, we don't water, we remove the grass." Guan Tao was speechless again. Weeding? Why weed? They haven't done it at all, okay? It's obviously just farming. When is it so troublesome? Things have come to this point. Guan Tao has no way out. Now even some people in the clan have begun to say his fault behind his back, but what else can he do? If he offends the villagers or even his own clan, he will offend the Han tribe. Then there really will be no place for it. Guan Tao had no choice but to inform everyone in the tribe that they would all prepare hoes tomorrow and work with the agricultural technicians of the Han tribe to remove the grass. Early the next morning, a large group of people carrying hoes went to the ground to weed, which immediately provoked taunts from other villagers. "I'm afraid those members from this Han tribe are not really stupid. Look at their land. They don't water it when it's time to water it. Now they are full and running to weed. How tall can the grass grow and how tall can it grow? Go over the corn, and it won't get in the way, except for that. Maybe that person has never seen what corn looks like? I don't know how tall the corn grows. Ha 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 ha." The group of people began to laugh straight away, causing some young men on Guan Tao's side to clench their fists. 892 breathless. "Dad, are we really just messing around with that person from the Han tribe? Have you heard how those people laughed at us? I feel like I'm really a fool now." One of Guan Tao's nephews heard the taunts of other villagers and gritted his teeth in anger. He complained to his father in a very angry voice. His father is Guan Tao's brother, so he naturally knows his brother's difficulties. In addition, he has been planting land for 20 years since he was a child, and he can still see some things. He glared at his son and signaled him to speak in a low voice, and then he taught him a lesson. Use your brain more in everything, talk less and see more with your eyes. If others like to talk, can you still talk about a piece of your flesh? And you didn't find anything? Discover what? His son asked puzzledly. They all said that you should use your brain more and see with your eyes more. Others only said a few words, and you just set the fire on your own. If you look carefully at the corn in the ground, what can you see? Guan Tao's brother again teaches his son a lesson. His son looked carefully again, first at his family's land, and then at those other people's land, but he could not tell that there was any problem. "Dad, what did you see? It's obviously the same on both sides." With a snap, his father instantly slapped him on the head and cursed in a low voice. "They are all the same, that's the problem. We sown seeds 3 days later than them. They emerged first and we emerged later. When their corn grew 2 leaves, we only had 1 leaf. Now they have 3 leaves. But we also have 3 leaves, haven't you noticed? I always feel like the corn on our side is growing a little faster than theirs." The young man covered the back of his head and felt aggrieved for a while. After hearing his father's reminder, he compared it carefully again, and found that it was really the same as his father said. It was obviously a few days late for sowing here, but now the 2 sides are almost the same, as if they are really growing faster on their side. The people from that Han tribe are a bit capable. Stop making trouble. Let's just listen to what he says and see before talking. The young man's father told his son a few more words, so he followed the team with a hoe and began to weed his own fields. This man even took the initiative to invite Jing Chun to his field to see and teach him weeding skills. Very serious. Iharo had come to teach them, and without hiding anything, he passed on his several years of farming experience to them without reservation. It's just that when Guan Tao, a brother, was weeding, he looked at the surface under his feet where cracks had begun to appear, and once again couldn't help but ask Iharo, "Well, brother Jing, look at the cracks in our land. When will we water it? If we don't water it, we won't die of drought. I feel that the corn seedlings are a bit wilted." Jing Chun also looked at the ground under his feet, and he still insisted, "If you don't water it now, it doesn't matter if it's dry. As long as it doesn't die from drought, there will be no need to water it. When it grows its 4th leaf, we will water it again. It's not too late." "Oh, that's okay, I know." Guan Tao's brother saw that Jing Chun still looked confident. He felt more and more that Jing Chun was a capable person. Everyone said that he was not really going to die of drought, but there was also a specific time for watering. He had to wait until 4 leaves grew before watering them. Although he didn't know what he said, he still kept it in his mind silently. What if it worked, then didn't you learn it yourself? After several days of weeding, Guan Tao's family's land was cleanly cared for, with no weeds except corn, and just 2 days after their weeding was over, their corn finally grew its 4th leaf. Seeing this, Iharu immediately asked them to start watering, but the watering also required that they could only water again in the early morning or evening, and no watering was allowed at noon. Guan Tao and the others couldn't help but complain in their hearts. This Han tribe still has so many rules for planting land, and even has requirements for watering time. However, looking at the dry and cracked fields, they didn't refute. After all, they asked for watering. Now what Jing Chun said, just let him go, as long as they are allowed to water. After this watering, the villagers who did not accept the reform immediately became unable to laugh. Instead, they became Guan Tao and they smiled every day. Because the corn they planted in Guan Tao started to grow as if they had eaten chemical fertilizer after drinking the water this time. It was like one night. Every time they got up in the morning and went to the ground to look, they could clearly see that the corn had grown. The corn has increased by 1 knot. This growth rate is something they could not imagine before. Some people have even planted corn for decades, never seen that either. When the corn on Guan Tao's side grew 7 leaves, the other villagers who had not accepted the reform had just grown a 5th leaf from their corn, and Guan Tao and the others successfully overtook it. Moreover, the growth rate alone is faster than theirs, but it is also very strong, with straight roots. The green leaves look very pleasant. Although they are planted very densely, they do not look malnourished at all. Seeing this magical situation, which was beyond their knowledge, many people couldn't help but humbly ask Ihara for advice on the way to do it. Jing Chun didn't hide anything. He called everyone over directly and gave everyone a lecture in the cornfield. You all say that the land is barren, and you only know that you need to plant less and fallow, so that you can produce corn, but you never think about replenishing the soil with fertility. The mud I asked you to dig is the best fertilizer. Don't ask me why, I don't know either. Anyway, these are the methods taught by our leaders. Secondly, weeding. I don't know if you have ever seen birds feeding their chicks. The average bird will give birth to 2 or 3 chicks at a time, but it has limited predation and can only feed 1 or 2 of them, leaving the thinnest one, and they will leave the nest and give it up directly. The same is true for weeding. I already knew that the land was barren and had little fertility. As a result, I made so many weeds in corn to compete for nutrients. Can corn grow well? So in order for the corn to grow well, we have to abandon the useless weeds and kill one when it comes out, and we don't want to compete with the corn for any nutrition, so that the corn can grow strong. This third is watering. From the emergence of corn seedlings to the 4th leaf, this period is called the seedling stage of corn. The seedling stage is the main time for corn to grow root systems. Don't look at it. It grows slowly above, but the roots below grow very quickly. If you water frequently when the seedlings grow roots, there will be a lot of water on the surface of the soil. Its roots will be full when they are on top, so they will no longer grow downward. However, if you water less at this time, let the soil be slightly dry. Dry, in order to get enough water to survive, the seedlings will risk their lives to take root downwards to find the water deep in the soil, which can promote root growth. According to this method, when it grows its 4th leaf, the seedling stage is over, and the root system stops growing. We will start watering again at this time. Coupled with our previous intensive farming, we have fertilized, and the acres are no longer barren. Except for grass, there is nothing competing for nutrients with corn. If we water less, the root system will grow more developed and penetrate deeper, and more nutrients will be absorbed. If our corn does not grow fast in this way, then our previous intensive cultivation will not be in vain. Ha 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 ha, Brother Jing is awesome. Brother Jing is still capable. Yes, Brother Jing, you know so much, why didn't you tell us earlier? It's so hard for you to hide it from us. Oh, even if I said it at that time, you didn't see today's corn, can you believe it? Iharu wore their ideas without hesitation. Ahem, we didn't see it before, so please don't mind, Brother Jing. We will listen to whatever you say in the future, as long as Brother Jing teaches us the ability to farm. Don't worry, everyone, I came here to teach you how to grow corn, but I agreed that I would go back after planting this season. I won't stay here for a long time, but you don't have to worry. The leader has found more people than me. People who still have the ability will come here, and more people will come to teach you when the time comes, including growing rice, wheat, vegetables, and weaving. Jing Chun pressed his hand and signaled everyone to feel at ease. Don't brag like this. He was ordered to come anyway. He will definitely do what needs to be done, because this is a task. Brother Jing, won't you stay? If you stay, we will definitely build you a better house. If you want to live in a brick house like yours, we will also find a way to build it for you. Someone heard that he was leaving, so they started to hold him back. 893 housing to be built further. Jing Chun's intensive farming finally showed the results he deserved, and he successfully overtook the local soil farming model under the disadvantage of late sowing. This swept away the voices that had suspected him in the past, and instead made his reputation in the local area rise to the highest peak. Guan Tao and all his tribesmen expressed their intention to stay in Jingchun for a long time, but his family is still in Tuohe County, and his life there is good, and he has a title, so why bother to come here and work hard again? So he euphemistically refused. I understand everyone's kindness, but my family is still in Tuohei County on the other side of the sea. I can't leave them alone. When the corn is planted this season, I will definitely go back. If it is convenient in the future, I will come to visit you again. If you come to Tuohei County in the future, you can come and see me. Jing Chun tactfully rejected everyone's kindness, but Guan Tao and the others had no intention of forcing them to stay. As Jing Chun said just now, they already knew about the Han tribe's immigration to Kiangsu Island, and even Anvil sent someone to inform them. Someone will move to them in 2 months, mainly responsible for teaching them various Han tribe techniques. At first, Guan Tao and the others somewhat rejected these foreigners from living with them, but now that Jing Chun alone has brought them so many benefits, they dare not despise these immigrants anymore. The carefully selected immigrants from the Han tribe must all have great abilities, right? Here, the corn grown by Jing Chun and the others came from behind and overtook the corn cultivated by native methods. The people of the Guantao clan suddenly felt proud and vomited out all the unhappiness they had been holding in their hearts for days. I don't know who deliberately showed it off, and all the methods that Jing Chun said about weeding, drying the ground during the seedling stage, and fertilizing were promoted. Those villagers who did not accept the reform looked at their own weak corn and were also determined to learn. After experiencing this ruthless slap in the face in reality, they no longer had the mood to ridicule others. At this time, listen to the opinions of the boss and make timely remedies. It is only serious. Although you will definitely receive corn even if it continues like this, who doesn't want to collect more food? It is difficult to fertilize now. They have no one to guide them and they don't know how to apply it. The method of drying the ground to promote root development is only useful in the seedling stage. It has passed now, but they can weed it. They will do this. It's just that I haven't done that before. Who would have thought that those humble grasses were the culprits in the slow growth of corn? After just 1 month, the corn, which had already grown 13 leaves, stopped growing in the tillering stage and no longer continued to rise. Jing Chun took them to do less and less, because the corn was planted later. No more management is needed. Just watch the dry and wet conditions in the ground, remember to water it in time. On this day, a horse-riding official suddenly came to Shanghe village and came here to talk to Guan Tao about something. Mr. Guan, we have already decided on it. Immigration will be here in 1 month. Your Shanghe village is a big village and will be divided into 10 households. So the county magistrate asked me to set aside a piece of homestead for them here. Come and follow me. Staff officer? Of course, this is no problem. We are very welcome to the immigrants from the north. Just plan how big the residential land the officials need. There are many places in our village for the new villagers to live in. Otherwise, look at my home. How about the open space behind it? It would be great to clean up and build a few bamboo buildings. Guan Tao immediately and generously agreed. No, we have to build brick houses on flat ground, and we can't be too close to your bamboo buildings. As soon as the petty official heard that Guan Tao was going to build a bamboo building, he immediately denied his suggestion. Guan Tao was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why the little official in front of him would refuse him. It would be okay not to build bamboo buildings. Maybe the people of the Han tribe couldn't get used to living there? But why stay away from them, for fear that they will bully the new immigrants? This may have been really possible before, but when Jing Chun showed his ability, Guan Tao and the others gave up this idea. Do you want to exclude others or learn various skills from them? I believe that as long as you are not a fool, you should know how to choose. Seeing Guan Tao standing there in a daze, with a look he couldn't figure out, Jing Chun came over from the side, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Brother Guan, you don't have to be too careful. The superiors have no intention of doubting you." Then why is this? We will definitely not crowd out the new folks. Guan Tao asked in confusion. Now, Jing Chun paused, and the two of them got to know each other well anyway, and simply explained bluntly, "Brother Guan, don't dislike me if I tell the truth." "Well, you say." Guan Tao frowned, not knowing what Jing Chun meant. "I don't know what kind of tradition your bamboo building is. There is wind leaking from below and rain leaking from above. Let's not talk about these. It is extremely inconvenient for children and the elderly to go up and down stairs and climb ladders. I can only go up here when I am young. If an old man comes with inconvenient legs and feet, he will have a hard time climbing stairs to you. Besides, there are actually quite a lot of things in our family. It is actually very inconvenient to not have a flat yard or house, and we have to raise a lot of livestock, sheep, pigs, cats, dogs, etc. They can't put it on the bamboo tower too, right?" Jing Chun talked there, and Guan Tao directly understood what he meant. The Han tribe did have more possessions. Mainly because the productivity of the Han tribe is strong, it means that more tools are needed, such as looms and grinding discs, which cannot really be moved to bamboo buildings, right? Even moving it up is useless. He can understand this, and indeed, as Jing Chun said, their bamboo buildings are indeed inconvenient to get up and down, and they are not particularly friendly to the elderly and children. Why did our ancestors build bamboo houses in the first place? There is no way to trace this back. Maybe it was because wild beasts were prevented from entering the house, or maybe it was simply because there were so many bamboos that materials for building houses were readily available. Anyway, no matter what the reason, it seems that it will be reformed together with the Han tribe in the future. Guan Tao could actually understand these things. The only thing he couldn't figure out was why the little official said that the house had to be far away from their bamboo building. As if he understood the doubts in Guan Tao's mind, Jing Chun took Guan Tao to the window of the bamboo building, pointed to the empty space outside and said, "Brother Guan, look, if you build a yard here, do you think the people living here still have secrets? If there were women washing in the courtyard, wouldn't everything be seen? Oh, it turns out it's because of this. Hey, look at me, I didn't notice such a problem," Guan Tao said with some embarrassment. Jing Chun rolled his eyes hummingly. You didn't expect it, but the people of the Han tribe had already thought about it. The thinking inertia of the two sides was different. When the people of the Han tribe came here and saw the bamboo buildings of the locals, their first thought was, if you are neighbors with such a family and are looked down upon by others every day, will there be any inconvenience? 894 Our leader is not an old man. In Shangyi village, Guan Tao knew the reason why he stayed away from them to build a house. He smiled embarrassedly and no longer struggled with it, so he began to lead the officials and Jing Chun to choose a house for the new immigrants. Address. There are actually not many requirements for the Han tribe to choose a site for building a house. First of all, it cannot be too far away from the village. Then, as long as there is ventilation and drainage, the place is large enough and it is convenient to get water. As for farmland and so on, the fields of these 10 newly arrived immigrants are just right. Come out of the extra fields in the village. After the comprehensive land reform in the village, after redistribution, there will definitely be a lot more fields, which will then be distributed to the new immigrants and save them from reopening up wasteland. The three of them walked around the village, and finally selected an open space in the north of the village. The bamboo building on the edge of this open space was the bamboo building of Guan Tao's nephew's house. Basically, they were surrounded by relatives of the Guan Tao family, making it easier to take care of new immigrants in the future. In addition, although the open space here is very close to the bamboo building, there is a bamboo forest about 30 meters wide in the middle. Building the house on the other side of the bamboo forest can effectively protect privacy. Even if the local people stand upstairs, it is impossible to see other people's yards through the bamboo forest. Moreover, at such a close distance of 30 meters, even a shout from a distance can be heard, so that the immigrants will not be separated from the village. After selecting the address, they began to measure the land, cut down bamboo and pile to determine the location, and then agreed to bring the building materials over tomorrow. The population distribution of Kiangsu Island is a big problem, which is very different from the traditional rule method of Han tribes, and it also causes great inconvenience. For example, there are no brick kilns here on Kiangsu Island, and it is even more impossible to build one brick kiln directly in each village. It is a waste, but the population is too scattered. They are all villages, so immigrants from each village build houses. The bricks needed have to be transported from the county, and the same is true here in Shangyi village. It is said that the immigration matter was confirmed as early as the end of last year. This house should have been built long ago, but because there were no building materials, it was delayed. The anvil has not been idle this month. He has been building infrastructure, brick kilns, inland docks, granaries, government offices and other necessary facilities near the county governor's office. He has also applied for some soldiers from the local garrison to guard a group of prisoners of war. Work here. It took a month to finally burn the bricks, and then immediately began transporting them to the villages, preparing to build resettlement houses for the immigrants. Early the next morning, Jing Chun, with Guan Tao and many others, greeted the fleet transporting building materials by the river. Because the bricks were very heavy and transportation by land was inconvenient, coupled with the convenient water transportation in Shangyi village, the anvil simply made a fleet. The fleet came over. This time, not only the building materials were transported, but also various seeds prepared for distribution to the local people. The livestock and so on have not been obtained yet, mainly because they are afraid that if they are distributed to the local people, they will not raise them. If they raise the piglets that they finally got, the Han tribe will suffer a lot. It was not until half-noon that the fleet arrived at the shore of Shangyi village. All that came were some sloops. This kind of flat-bottomed boat could be easily pushed back into the water even if it rushed ashore, and it was not afraid of running aground, so it was very convenient in this kind of small river. When the fleet came to a standstill, the anvil was the first to jump off the boat. As soon as he landed, he saw Guan Tao leading the people in the village to greet him here. Next to Guan Tao stood the man seconded from Tuohei County. Jing Chun. Sir, why did you come here in person? Guan Tao first said hello. Haha, aren't I worried? Come with me and take a look. These boats are not light. I'm afraid something will go wrong. In addition, I also brought you some good things. Anvil also greeted with a smile. Oh, I wonder what the prefect brought. As soon as he heard that there was something good, Guan Tao became even more enthusiastic, went straight up and bowed his hands to the anvil, and then accompanied him by the anvil's side. Well, it's just the seeds of some crops and vegetables. You really eat less here. Except for corn, you eat beans, and the dishes except mushrooms or bamboo shoots. I've been eating here for more than 3 years, but I still can't get used to it. I don't know. How did you spend so long? While complaining, the anvil pointed to the sacks that the boatmen were carrying down and said, "This is a good thing specially spread by the leader to the people of Kiangsu, so that you can eat something good in the future." He opened a sack and said, "This is the grass seed of alfalfa. Alfalfa is a kind of grass that people cannot eat, but it can be used to feed livestock. Whether it is rabbits, sheep, cattle, or horses, they all like to eat it very much. There are also half bags of sesame seeds here. This is a good thing. Even those counties in the north of us don't have many sesame seeds. This is a good thing that was exchanged from the Tang tribe last year. It has not become popular yet. It is a kind of food for people. There are many ways to eat food. When you come back and immigrate, let them teach you. And this is peanut, you try it, this is also a good thing. Not only can you squeeze out the fat, but it is also very delicious even if you eat it normally. Fry a plate and mix it with salt grains, then it can be served with a meal and wine. There is also this cotton. Cotton is not for eating, but for weaving. The cotton woven from cotton is much more delicate and soft than linen, and this thing is more useful for filling quilts. Although it is not cold here in Kiangsu, it is still very cold when it rains in winter. With this quilt, you will be much better. It is much warmer than animal skin. In addition, these kinds of grains are also good things. This boat is full of rice seeds. Rice is divided into indica rice for steamed rice and glutinous rice for rice dumplings. There are also improved wheat, millet, and yellow rice, which can be used as staple food. Good things. By the way, this sweet-stemmed sorghum is also excellent. This sorghum grows about the same as corn, but it does not make sticks, but red millet will grow on the top of its head. This millet is sorghum. Sorghum can be eaten or used to make wine. The straw of this sorghum is also rich in sugar. It can be eaten raw or used to squeeze sugar. You know the sugar, it is almost the same as honey, it's a very sweet thing. These are left with the seeds of the cabbage, which is Chinese cabbage, which is also obtained from the soup tribe, and our radish, cucumber, and this one is a tomato, both of which can be used for cooking and eaten raw as fruit. Taste. And this is our special dish, chili pepper. This thing goes well with rice. Our Kiangsu place is very humid, people can eat more in the future. The last two are lacquered grass and yingliu. This fluorescent willow is a tree that can shine and has little effect, but it is planted in front of and behind the house. When it grows up, it can be illuminated at night. As for lacquer grass, it is used to paint things. If you see that there are no colored places on the ship, then the color on it is painted with the lacquer produced by this lacquer grass. You don't have much use for yourself, but you can sell it for money when you plant it. Our tribe paid for it. Purchase raw paint. Listening to the introduction of the anvil, Guan Tao and other villagers became happier the more they heard it. These things sound like good things. At least there will be a lot more things that everyone can eat in the future. Not to mention vegetables and fruits, there are several types of staple foods alone. Before these things, the only food that people in Kiangsu could eat was corn. If beans were also considered staple foods, then they could barely be added. One kind. What can the people of this age care about? Isn't it just about eating and wearing every day? Thank you, Lord County Governor, and thank you to our leader. We have not seen the leader before, but we have already received such favor from the leader. We have sent people to teach us the ability to farm, and we have also sent so many seeds of new crops. If we have the opportunity, I really want to meet him. Our leader has the style of an old man. Guan Tao said excitedly. Ha 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 ha, coughed Jingshini, who had been following next to him, couldn't help it and laughed out loud. He quickly coughed twice to cover it up, and then leaned into Guan Tao's ear and reminded him in a low voice. The leader of our Han tribe is very young. He seems to be only 16 or 17 years old now, not considered an old man. Guan Tao, who am I? Where am I? What am I talking about? Guan Tao blushed, and he was stunned in embarrassment, not knowing what to say. Anvil doesn't mind this. After all, the leader has never been here. The local people don't know and have a wish. He patted Guan Tao on the shoulder and said, "Brother Guan, don't worry, I will definitely have the opportunity to meet the leader in the future. Let's talk about building a house first. The immigrants are all on the boat now, but they will come soon. Oh, yes, let's build a house." Guan Tao took advantage of the donkey on the slope to uncover the stubble, and then took the initiative to pat his chest and say everything. "Don't worry, Lord County Governor, our village welcomes the folks from the north. We will definitely help with building houses and so on. Today I called everyone here just to help transport these things. Okay, I'll trouble the folks, but you won't suffer any loss. After these immigrants arrive, you will know the benefits." This time the leader specially selected some capable people to come over. Only you can't think of it, and there is nothing they can't do. Farming, breeding, weaving, cooking, and textual writing. If you don't understand anything in the future, you can ask them. Anvil originally planned to ask Guantao and the others to help move things. Seeing that Guantao and the others responded enthusiastically to the arrival of immigrants, he breathed a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to publicize the skills of a wave of immigrants so that the local people the immigrants should pay more attention and respect. But he thought a little too much. The more than a month since Jingchun's location, he has established a good image for the immigrants of the Han tribe. He does not mention his personal image, but this ability is real, which makes the locals very impressed. Admire. Sir, don't worry. You have benefited us a lot by sending a well brother. How could we not know the importance of other people? Don't worry, when those folks from the north come, I will definitely take care of them. After hearing the words of Anvil, Guantao still looked uneasy, and Guantao immediately expressed his stance on behalf of the people in the whole village. Sacrifice a friend's new book, The Biography of Kangli. Synopsis: the Kangli Ling family is stained with blood in the sky. This is the path to the rise of a legendary family, and no one will be able to take care of it. Xiangzi, a family cultivation of immortality. If you like this type, you can read it. The writer's words below have portals. 895 The real use of Zuping. Guan Tao's words were very gratifying to Anvil. He had been worried about whether the immigrants would be ostracized by the locals. It seems that in the face of actual interests, they still chose to obey. Who can get on with the benefits? In fact, those families in Shanghe village who had not accepted the land reform of the Han tribe have now begun to regret it. Looking at the 6 or 70 acres of land planted by them, there is more food than hundreds of acres of their own land, and the growth is still so good. It's so gratifying, who wouldn't be envious after seeing it? Even the seeds of various crops brought by the Anvil this time, they were wondering if the Han tribe would not give them, but when the Anvil announced that every family had some, they were relieved at this time. Although the Anvil originally made a bet with them to compete in corn production, it was only to let the local people understand the benefits of the Han tribe system, not to target them differently. The original purpose of the Han tribe was nothing more than to make them willing to abide by the land reform system. It's just that, since the local people are willing to accept the reform, there is no need to fight them again. After understanding the situation, Anvil immediately decided, Guantao, since all your villages are willing to accept the redistribution of land, then I will ask someone to register the land and house for the remaining people. As for the grain this time, just wait until everything is registered before distributing it uniformly. Okay, we have no problem, it's all up to the county governor. Guantao happily agreed as well. Shanghe village was originally a very harmonious village and a relatively closed village. Originally, more than 100 of their families were their own people. Now, due to the Han tribe, especially the bet made by Anvil, the village has been vaguely divided. There are 2 factions, and they start to feel a little hostile to each other. Now the people on the other side are finally willing to bow their heads and admit their mistakes. This is a good thing. Guantao, as the elder of the village, does not play any tricks of showing off and slapping in the face. At this time, the relationship and cracks between the people in the village will be repaired again. It's a serious matter. After all, if you lower your head and don't see your neighbor who looks up, are you really going to become an enemy? Anvil and the village people agreed on remeasuring and registering the land, and then accompanied by Guantao, they went to inspect the farmland. They learned that they were cultivating well here under the leadership of Jingchun, and they felt relieved. The crowd began to unload the various building materials on the ship again, first piling them on the high ground by the river, and then preparing to slowly move to the village. As for whether anyone would steal the bricks, that is impossible. Now all the living people in Kayangsu Island are under the rule of the Han tribe. Except for the villages everywhere, no one will wander around outside, so even if someone steals, it can only be the people in the village themselves. Steal, but what's the use of them stealing bricks? Are you sure others can't see them? The next day, as the acres in the village were redistributed, Shanghe village returned to a harmonious state again. Jingchun began to teach the remaining villagers the skills of growing corn, and the foremen and carpenters who were also sent from the Anvil side to build houses began to build houses. Guantao took the people in the village to take the initiative to help transport building materials, and learned a wave of Han techniques for building houses. There were even skilled people in the village who were still cutting bamboo and weaving some daily necessities to be reserved for new immigrants. This time there were many projects to be built. First of all, resettlement houses for immigrants from various villages on Kayangsu Island, and then a mill to be built in each village to grind wheat and corn for the villagers, and another tofu shop and oil mill, also for the village. There are no large settlements on Kayangsu Island, and the people are very scattered. If you want to meet their daily needs, you can only rely on this method. Compared with the situation of the Han tribe, the local economic system in Kayangsu is a real small-scale peasant economy. There is basically no need for commercial trade between villages, because they can all produce their own products for their own use. At most, people in the villages exchange something with each other. Finally, there is a school in each village. It does not need to be too big. It only needs 2 or 3 large houses. In addition, a yard is enough for use. Anyway, the students are all children from the village. There are at most 200 school-aged children, divided into 2 or 3 classes. There is no need for accommodation, let alone a canteen. It is only a few steps away from home after school. With the advancement of time, the entire Kyangsu Island has also entered a period of rapid construction. The prisoners captured in the previous battle with the Xian tribe are currently assigned to various counties for construction, but this is not their final destination, because there are still larger engineering projects waiting for them. Jiahai County at the northwest end of Kyangsu Island is at the end of the dark bridge connected to the mainland. The current governor of Jiahai County, Elder Zhu Pingzhu, did not let him take charge of Jiahai County because he was just a mascot. He doesn't understand the system of the Han tribe anyway, so how can he manage a county? The anvil is different from the oxtail. Although the anvil is the golden elder of the Xian tribe, he is originally a member of the Han tribe and is familiar with the affairs of the Han tribe. Although the oxtail is the Shang elder of the Xian tribe, he has been on a mission to the Han tribe. He studied in Hanyang County and later during the Han Xian War he was also taken away by Luo Chong and worked as a county magistrate of the Han tribe in Suofu County, Ruyang County. This guy was very familiar with the government affairs of the Han tribe, so it was naturally no problem for him to be the county magistrate. And Zuping, he doesn't understand the government affairs of the Han tribe, but he knows how to build a house. This is why Luo Chong asked him to serve as the nominal governor of Jiahai County. He doesn't need to take care of the government affairs of Jiahai County, but there is a construction project here that uses him, and that is the Cross-Sea Bridge in Jiahai County. At this time, Shue Qinjiao successfully handled the government affairs of Kyangsu and handed it over to the governors of the following counties. He also arranged for the 8 divisions of the governor's office to provide guidance and supervision, and then he went to Jiahai County himself. On this day, he and Zhu Ping were taking a boat to study the construction plan of the Cross-Sea Bridge. This Cross-Sea Bridge project was originally proposed by Beast Fang to deceive the Xian tribe. The Xian tribe did listen, but they were too strong, weak, never really started taking action. Now this work has been left in the hands of the Han tribe, which naturally has to be built, and they have to open up the connection between Kyangsu Island and the mainland. Shue Qinjiao stood on the edge of the boat, holding a letter given by Luo Chong in his hand and said, "The leader said that this bridge cannot be built into a dam to block the sea, which means that our bridge needs to be built, but it cannot be built according to the previous plan. According to the plan, stone and earthwork were directly filled here, and it was roughly raised to expose the sea. Why? Isn't this the method proposed by the Han envoys before? Isn't that the easiest way?" Zhu Ping asked puzzledly. He was the person who worried the most about this Cross-Sea Bridge project. The leader said that this will damage the ecology and affect the biological communication at both ends of the strait. In the past, there must have been fish passing by here from time to time. We directly blocked this place. Who knows what will happen in the future? Also, if the method of reclamation, damming and bridge building is used directly, will it have an effect on the tides here? If this barrage is completed, will it have an impact on the land on both sides of the strait? What if the tide rises and the seawater cannot get out of here and directly floods Kyangsu Island? Shue Qinjiao displayed the letters given by Luo Chong in front of Zhu Ping and said, Then, how to build this? Shall a pontoon bridge be built with boats? Sukudera had never thought about this issue before. He only thought about the technology of building bridges, but he never considered the ecological impact. And Luo Chong is different. He traveled through modern civilized society and has much higher vision and understanding than the people here. In modern infrastructure construction, geological and environmental considerations must be given top priority. For example, in order to protect the grassland ecology of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau and the wild Tibetan antelopes and yaks living there, the country spent more money when building the Qinghai Tibet Railway. A lot of money is spent on environmental protection. Some sections could have been laid directly on the ground, which would have saved a lot of costs, but in order to facilitate the migration of Tibetan antelopes and yaks, the state deliberately spent money to build some more viaducts to allow trains to pass on the bridge, allowing Tibetan antelopes and yaks to migrate under the bridge calmly, thus avoiding affecting their lives. The same is true of the Cross-Sea Bridge of the Han tribe, which cannot affect the passage of fish in the strait, nor can it cut off the seawater and cause effects on the tide, thus avoiding unforeseen consequences. So Luo Chong specially wrote this to Shue Qinjiao, a letter of opinion on the construction of a cross-sea bridge connecting Kyangsu Island to the grassland. This document first proposed ecological protection, as well as geographical and hydrological environmental considerations, and finally made a decision to change the original construction plan of the sea dam into a continuous arch bridge, and deliberately improved the quality standards of the cross-sea bridge, because the original plan was to pass people in carriages, but now the goal has become to pass heavy-duty trains, so the construction standards are naturally different. It also mentions the political relationship between Kyangsu Island and the entire Han tribe in the future, as well as the direction of development. The most important part is that Luo Chong prepared to use the railway to run through the entire Kiangsu Island from east to west, and then pass through the west end of Kiangsu Island. The cross-sea bridge connects the grassland, then turns back eastward from the grassland through the coastal area on the south bank of Hongye Lake, and finally connects to the future capital, converging this cross-sea railway into the entire Han tribe's transportation network. With the existence of this cross-sea bridge and the cross-sea railway, no matter how the future political situation of Kiangsu Island changes, it will no longer be able to break away from the control of the mainland. The place where Luo Chong finally fought will never be allowed to break up again. Even if the Han Empire falls and the world changes dynasties in the future, Kiangsu Island will never be able to go out independently. Of course, that's all. With the current technological civilization of the Han tribe, there is basically no danger to the outside world. Unless there is internal division, this kind of thing will never happen. The leader said, "Let us first erect piers like high-rise buildings, then build arches from the piers, add small arches to the arches, and finally lay the bridge deck." Xue Qinjiao took out a structural sketch from the document and introduced it to Zhu Ping. 896 Reinforced concrete. Zhu Ping glanced at the sketch, then looked at the design indicators next to it, and suddenly asked in surprise, "Is this too difficult?" "That's right, it's just very difficult. If you really just want to build a continuous arch bridge, it's not that difficult. It's just to connect a series of Jiaozhou bridges together. The technical difficulty is not that big. As long as you are willing to pay, you can definitely build it. But this bridge is not," Luo Chong clearly said above. "This bridge must allow normal passage of the current three-mast sailing ship under the bridge at low tide." "What concept is this?" "Generally, the mast height of a sailing ship is basically the same as the length of the ship. The three-mast sailing ship of the Han tribe has a length of 40 meters, and the height of the ship above the waterline is about 10 meters. In addition, with a mast nearly 40 meters high, such a ship can, if it can pass normally under the bridge, the arch of the bridge must be at least 50 meters away from the sea to meet the needs of sailing ships." If that's what Luo Chong said, no wonder he asked them to erect piers like tall buildings first. They are 50 or 60 meters high. In addition to the underwater part, a pier alone must not be 70 meters high. "What's this, not a tall building?" Zhu Ping's two eyebrows were directly frowned together. He would not refute the opinions and standards put forward by Luo Chong. This guy was purely a technician, and he only existed in his thinking mode. Can this work? The question. Zhu Ping immediately pondered the entire project and the technical indicators proposed by Luo Chong. He thought for a moment before saying, "The leader said that it is too difficult to pass barks at low tide, but we may have a way to lower the standard." "How to lower it?" "No matter how you lower it, the chief demands that the bark must pass under the bridge, and you must not let them cut the mast, right? Do you want them to paddle and roll over, and then put the mast in after they have passed?" Xue Qinjiao also looked at Zhu Ping with his eyebrows raised and asked. No, the governor misunderstood. "What did we do when we chopped off the mast? In my opinion, this dark bridge should be removed. Lord Governor, please see if we can cut a few sections of the dark bridges under the sea, lower their height under the water, and leave enough space so that ships can pass. Then our bridge piers can be built slightly shorter, so that both the difficulty and cost of construction will be reduced by a large section, and at the same time, it can meet the requirements put forward by the leader." Tsukudera explained immediately. Before Xue Qinjiao joined the army, he was also engaged in construction, so when Zhu Ping said this, he understood what it meant, and he immediately said it with a sudden realization. "Oh, you mean, instead of increasing the height of the piers, we lower the height of the foundation of the bridge so that the lowest tide level proposed by the leader drops another section, thus meeting the requirements for passing ships proposed by the leader? This method is okay, it can indeed reduce the technical difficulty and construction cost. As for those reefs underwater, where they need to be removed, we can just blow them up and make several deep water gaps on the entire dark bridge for passing ships. And our piers are still built on it as originally planned, so that from the lowest water level, we only need to build more than 30 meters of piers on the dark bridge to meet the needs." "Yes, that's exactly what I mean. I think it shouldn't be difficult for the Han tribe to dig underwater passages, right?" Zhu Ping nodded quickly and responded. "Naturally, there are still difficulties, but there must be a way to complete it. The leader in this area is an expert. For specific construction methods, we can ask the leader when we come back. Our job now is to carry out geological exploration in advance, then design detailed engineering drawings, and finally construction methods. We can just ask the leader again. The first step is to measure the total length of the bridge, then calculate the span of each arch according to the load requirement and the structure of the bridge, and then calculate how many piers are needed in total according to this span. In the second step, the point position of each pier is actually measured, and the construction position is marked for each pier. Then, while the dark bridge is out of the water, a waterproof sand and gravel bag is used to surround the position of the pier and drain the water inside, ready for the next construction of the pier." After Xue Qinjiao heard Zhu Ping's idea, he also felt that he agreed very much. Then he began to arrange specific work steps and divided the various stages of the project into reasonable items. He was worthy of being a contractor in the Han tribe and commanding thousands of workers work together. Zuping was more interested in this project. He dreamed of learning the new architectural skills of the Han tribe. Now that he had just joined the Han tribe, he was entrusted with an important task. Although the county governor was just named, he was responsible for building the bridge. He is one of the real people in charge. Because in the entire Han tribe, there may be many construction engineers who are more powerful than Zuping, but those who are familiar with the local hydrological conditions and understand architecture must be Zuping. Then when should we build the bridge piers and what material should we use to build the bridge piers? Zhu Ping was very interested. Hearing that Shui Qinjiao had casually made a phased plan for the project, he immediately asked about the details of the construction of those bridge piers. I don't know this either, but it shouldn't be very fast. The leader mentioned in this document that he was going to use reinforced concrete to pour the bridge pier, but the steel bars and concrete are not available in the Han tribe now. I didn't even hear about it. I have never heard of it. The leader said here that the tribe is studying it and it probably won't take a long time, but no matter how fast it is, I estimate it will take a year and a half. At this time, we might as well let people put sacks first, then mark the bridge piers and surround them, and then find a way to blow up a few openings. When we finish these things, the leader should be almost ready by then. Shui Qinjiao said. Well, it seems that this is the only way. I just didn't expect that the leader actually created new building materials and methods for this bridge. It seems that the leader attaches great importance to this bridge. This is the first time I have said this about tendons and soil. Heard. Sukudera followed suit and complained. Yes, Luo Chong is indeed studying these things now. When there was no steam engine before, this thing was really not easy to fix, but now that there is a steam engine, a small train, and a steel rolling mill, he finally has the confidence to waste steel on the infrastructure. In addition, there is the research and development of cement. In fact, the Han tribe has long had the ability to fire cement, but Luo Chong has not wasted manpower on doing this. This is because the efficiency of such earth firing technology is too low and the cost is high. It cannot be used for infrastructure construction, but with the newly developed stone crusher and grinder, iron ore and gypsum can be easily ground into powder. This efficiency can naturally be applied to large infrastructure projects. 897 Stressful Dynamics Institute. In the industrial county of New Steel County, newly built factories are arranged in an orderly manner. Immediately adjacent to the steelmaking plant is the newly built steel rolling mill. The huge steel rolling mill workshop is several hundred meters long, like a long shed. The huge space here seemed extremely empty at this time, and the workshop, which was supposed to be filled with machines, had only 2 poor production lines working at this time, and this was the only place where the Han tribe could roll the rails. In the newly renovated steelmaking plant, next to several earthen blast furnaces, the original heat storage chambers and human-powered blowers arranged in a star-shaped array have now been replaced by steam-powered fan blowers made of steel. The huge fan blades driven by the steam engine continuously blow the hot air that has been heated in advance into the blast furnace at a speed that is indistinguishable to the naked eye. The blasting equipment is replaced by a steam engine by manpower. This improvement alone can save dozens of people. 10 workers' workstations, and the blast furnace bursts out with more powerful production capacity. However, these workers would not be laid off, and the Han tribe was now very depopulated and not extravagant enough to abandon skilled workers at will. These workers, who were made redundant from the blast furnace blower position, would all be sent to the rolling shop of the rolling mill for new skills training and would then continue to live as workers. Inside the steelworks, earth blast furnaces modified by steam engines were producing molten iron in one furnace after another, which was placed in heat-resistant crucibles with steel casings and then sent to an open furnace not far away for a new baptism. The hot molten iron is transferred into the open furnace, and a hollow steel pipe is slowly lowered above the open furnace until it is inserted deep into the molten iron. At the next moment, the blower starts, and the steelmaking furnace using the open furnace top blowing process blows a large amount of oxygen-rich air into the molten iron. Inside, oxygen reacts with the carbon in the pig iron to form carbon dioxide, which is then discharged in a bubble-like manner from the surface of the molten iron. Reduce the carbon content in pig iron to the requirements of steel and complete the gorgeous transformation. There is no need to incorporate any additional fuel and energy supply during the whole process, and simply the oxidation reaction of molten iron can release a large amount of heat to maintain its own temperature in a red-hot liquid state. Not far away, the open hearth commander in the high tower's security room is wearing large sunglasses and observing the process of molten iron turning into molten steel in the open hearth furnace. When he relies on experience to judge that the fresh water has basically reached the standard, he will ring a bell on the top of the safety room, then wave the corresponding colorful flag to stop the blower. The next step is to repour the molten steel into the transfer ladle, and the furnace will, after the workers use iron spoons to pick up floating impurities and slag, then it was transported to the nearby sand pit and docked at the casting position. The large sand molds for the casting positions were ready, and the molten steel was hoisted by chains and gradually poured into the molds, and finally poured into large rectangular steel ingots one by one, each weighing about 3,500 kilograms. This large steel block, weighing nearly 2 tons, had not yet been completely cooled and was in a red-hot state when it was planed out of the mold by workers with steel drills and hammers, then hoisted with chains, then cleaned with iron brushes of sand and impurities on the surface, and finally lifted into the steel rolling workshop. What awaits these ingots will be the tempering of another fate. The workers hoisted these ingots, which had been cooled to a dull red color, inside a heating furnace to reheat them to an orange-red color before lifting them out to the rolling stand. 2 cast steel wheels weighing several tons, driven by an iron cow-shaped steam engine, instantly squeezed and deformed the steel ingot. The originally boxy steel ingot was gradually elongated and thinned like a kneaded dough, and extruded into an eye-shaped load-bearing structure, and finally after several rounds of rolling, this square steel ingot, weighing 3,500 kilograms, was squeezed into a narrow-gauge rail 100 meters long, just like making ramen. Finally, after caliper and weighing measurement, it meets the design standard of 35 pounds per meter, and then the worker uses a hammer to strike a qualified steel seal on the side of the rail, and then it can be used to lay the railway. In the open space at the end of the steel rolling mill, countless rails have been piled up, at least a few thousand. According to the length of 10 rails per kilometer, divided by 2, these rails are enough to lay more than 200 kilometers. It is a narrow-gauge mining railway, but the current production is still continuing and there is no intention to stop at all. The role of narrow-distance railways is actually much more useful than heavy-haul railways. Heavy-haul railways have high construction costs, long construction cycles, and large carrying capacity. They are suitable for super projects such as national arteries. However, for short-distance and complex terrain transportation, narrow-distance railways are still more convenient. The biggest advantage of this thing is that it does not need to lay the foundation very much. As long as the road surface is simply leveled and then crushed with stones several times, it can be laid directly. It belongs to the kind of railway that goes west this morning and can be demolished in the afternoon. Paving to the north is its special value. Flexible installation, maneuverable at any time according to different needs. The railway can be maneuvered at will. You can believe this. Leader, how much more narrow-gauge rails like this will be produced? Our warehouse is still under construction. The temporary storage of these in the workshop alone adds up to tens of thousands of tons of rails, and it is almost impossible to put them down. Dali followed Luo Chong to visit the improved steelmaking plant and the newly built steel rolling mill. Watching the rails being produced one after another, Dali, who felt the pressure of inventory, immediately reminded Luo Chong, "Let's start with the production of 10,000 pieces. One piece is 100 meters long, and 10,000 pieces is only 1,000 kilometers. Divided by 2, and only 500 kilometers of railway will be laid. We are not afraid of too many narrow-gauge rails. The iron mines here, the copper mines in Babaoshan, the copper mines in Kyangsu Island, the coal mines in Dongsan County, as well as the iron mines and stone mines in the Tang tribe all need to use these narrow-gauge railways. For transportation, even in the future construction process of the capital, this kind of railway will be needed to transport earthwork and building materials. Where is this? Don't stop the production of narrow-gauge rails, wait until you have completed the goal of 10,000, then stop a production line, keep one line working for a long time, and then start producing rebar. How's the rebar's rolling mill doing now?" Luo Chong first arranged a production plan for the future rails, and then asked about the progress of research and development of the rolling equipment for rebar. Rebar is also steel bar. This kind of thing does not seem to be very important, but modern countries are supported by these steel frames. Needless to say, buildings and so on need to be used for every kilometer of heavy-duty railways and highways. How many steel bars? In the early years, the cost of building a highway for flower growers exceeded 100 million per kilometer. Does anyone know how many steel bars were used in a kilometer of highway? Of course, the Han tribe now does not need paved roads such as highways. The existing land transportation of the Han tribe is mainly horse-drawn carriages. Horseshoes are most comfortable running on dirt roads. If you really want to let horseshoes run on asphalt roads, you may not have to waste a horse in a few days. The Han tribes now began to make steel bars, entirely for the construction of bridges and heavy-haul railways. For example, the most urgent one was the construction of that cross-sea bridge. Looking back, rebar rolling mills are relatively slow now. I have seen this. From a technical point of view alone, I feel that it is not as difficult as rail rolling mills, but there are too many models of it, and rails only one specification is needed. In addition, I think our Power Research Institute will expand its scale. I feel sorry for them for the many tasks you have assigned them now. Dali couldn't help but complain because of his kinship with Luo Chong. That's right, rebar is much simpler than rail, but what Dali said makes sense. No matter how difficult the rail is, isn't it just a model? And rebar from the smallest 6 mm diameter to the largest 50 mm diameter, there are 10 models in total. Each model requires the use of rollers of different models, which indirectly increases the difficulty and workload. In addition, the research institute needs to develop more than these equipment. In addition to narrow gauge rails and heavy duty rails, as well as a steel rolling mill for rebar, there were other supporting equipment, such as a large spring winding machine. This thing was used to produce train frame springs. Each carriage required 2 frames, one end and one tail, 4 wheels on each frame, and 8 large shock absorbing springs. These were essential things. In addition, there is a stone crusher, which was not available to the Han tribe in the past, and it is not needed. Even if you need to use the gravel, you can go to the river to collect some pebbles at most. But now it's different. You have to use ballast to build the railway, that is, the gravel blocks on the railway, and you also need a lot of stones to make concrete. Just building the cross-sea bridge doesn't know how many stones will be used, so the gravel crusher is also very important. In addition to this, Luo Chong is also working on industrial production equipment for cement. The production process of cement is not difficult to say. You only need to crush the limestone into powder, then mix and calcine it with clay iron powder. After burning, regrind it into a fine powder, and then mix it with gypsum powder in a certain proportion. It becomes cement. The calcination aspect is not a difficult problem for the current Han tribe, because a lot of coking and steelmaking experience has been accumulated, and now the most troublesome thing is how to grind various minerals into fine powder. In this production process, it is also necessary to first break the mineral into small pieces, then grind it in a pulverizer, and finally perform the process of fine grinding again. After 3 times of treatment, the ore can be transformed into the shape required by the Han tribe. So these shredders and fine grinders also became research projects of the institute. Coupled with the fact that trains have to be manufactured simultaneously and other new equipment developed, even when Luo Chong added a group of interns to the Power Research Institute last year, the personnel of the institute still felt a little stretched. All the fellows were spinning in unison, with no time for rest at all, and even those interns who had been there the previous year went to the production line to train the workers. The vigorous complaints are actually justified. Luo Chong has left too many R&D projects to the institute now. After all, it is to build an industrial system. Even the most junior industrial system is not a small task. 898 immigrants arrive in Takumai Commandery. Obviously they are just a power research institute, but Luo Chong uses them as a second machine department. The pressure on these researchers is a bit high, but once this industrial road begins, there will be no way back. Moreover, Luo Chong's life did not allow him to slack off in the slightest, and although he was now only 18 years old, who could guarantee that Luo Chong would not die suddenly? After all, the medical conditions of this era were so poor. So Luo Chong has been using one day as 2 days, wishing to take advantage of his best and energetic age to leave something more to the world. I know their tasks are very heavy, but there is nothing we can do about it. We have reached this point now, so we can't give up halfway. Didn't I say, you go and ask those researchers, are you willing to stop? It wasn't me who forced them to do it. Luo Chong couldn't help but complain. Dali also nodded helplessly and admitted that, yes, Luo Chong did not oppress those researchers. They all worked overtime consciously, and Dali couldn't stop them. Seeing the steel rolling mill come out, rails are being produced rapidly, the model experiment of the train has been completed, and the real car is also being produced. It can be paved into a railway immediately, allowing their train to run. At this time, do you want them to stop? Do you think those fellows themselves can agree? Now those fellows were all in a state of high spirits, as if they had endless energy, and had no idea what tiredness was, thinking only of being able to make their train run on the rails as soon as possible. It is certainly part of the reason for the title and reward, but more for a belief in the heart, a pride of being a trailblazer in it. As long as they do it, how will future generations legend them in the future? This is definitely a good opportunity that will live on forever. Having gained fame, but also earning status and wealth, who would refuse such a good thing? Luo Chong paused and continued, you, the governor of the new steel county, will not let you manage the farming, and will not let you manage the breeding. You will only be responsible for coordinating and managing the miners and steel mills, as well as the newly built ones. With the production planning and workers of these factories, you can't find a way to add some benefits to them or something? For example, what type of work, how many mung beans and how much sugar are given out every quarter? Summer is coming soon, and the steel mills are so hot. How can we ensure the health of the workers and their enthusiasm for work? Arrange more benefits for them if you can. I think that blower is good. When I come back, I not only need to blow the blast furnace, but also install an exhaust ventilation fan in the workshop to cool down the workshop. By the way, before summer, you can build a dormitory for workers for lunch breaks. Fans and the like must be installed. You can call the ice cubes in stock. Let them drink the mung bean soup to relieve the heat. You are the county governor. He is the housekeeper of Xingdong County and must take good care of these workers. Have you seen these tens of thousands of tons of steel? This is the cornerstone of our Han tribe, and these workers are our treasures. We must take good care of them. What else do you have to add to the things I just said? That you need to build a house, that you need food and sugar, and I will give you a report. Dali nodded helplessly again and settled the matter, but he still said, but even if they are arranged for benefits, they are still tired. I think it is better to add a little more manpower to them. Well, it's okay to increase manpower. Otherwise, I'll transfer some people from the Comprehensive Research Institute. The mechanical team there is also very powerful. Although both parties have completely embarked on different paths, let them work together. After a while, you may be able to learn something from each other, which can be regarded as an academic exchange. In addition, the chemical group can also transfer some people. Regarding the formulation of cement, a lot of chemical experimental analysis is needed. It's really not possible. I will go back and select some people from schools in various places. Although they are not of great use, it is still okay to do odd jobs for them. Luo Chong thought for a moment before making his decision. Then that's good. There is really a shortage of people here now. I think the people at the Comprehensive Research Institute should be not bad. The scale and mechanical clock they took out during the Chinese New Year are quite good, and they look very powerful. Look. Dali heard that Luo Chong was going to transfer the mechanical team of Yuji and said very happily. In fact, it is indeed similar to what Luo Chong said. Although the mechanical group and the Power Research Institute of the same institute both study machinery, they have actually embarked on a completely different path. One is engaged in precision instrument manufacturing, and the other is engaged in large-scale power production. Equipment. The first institute is working hard in the direction of camera shutters and pocket watches, while the research project here in the second institute casually pulls out a part that weighs several tons at every turn. This is the difference between the two parties now. It doesn't matter which one is stronger or weaker. For the Han tribe, they are all equally important. Now transfer two groups of people to work together. Maybe they can knock out the ignition tweed, learn from each other to absorb each other's experience, and then come up with some other good stuff? Luo Chong said he was looking forward to it. The 8 counties of Hanyang are like a huge machine, turning in an orderly manner. On the other side, 1,000 immigrants who took a boat south at the beginning of the year finally arrived at the dock in Tuohei County. They are now only the last stop away from their destination for the rest of their lives. After crossing the strait, these people can settle down immediately. 10 galleons stopped at the dock in Tuohei County, which attracted the attention of people on both sides of the Taiwan Strait, because although the Han tribe often had ships traveling between the north and the south, large fleets of 10 barks were rare at a time. These migrants needed to take a break here before setting off again from Takumai Commandery for Kyangsu Island, along with other supplies that needed to be replenished there. After all, there is not even a place to take a shower on the boat. After a month and a half, the whole person is going to go sour. Before arriving at the destination, you must take a shower, change your clothes, and dress up again. Dashu had been contacted by the fleet a few days ago and was already ready to receive these thousands of immigrants. In addition, there were many sets of photographic equipment and photographers who came with the ship to be responsible for making them here. ID cards, training operators, etc., the same equipment and personnel, and another set are prepared for Kyangsu Island. After the immigrants arrive there, local people are subject to the same ID card system. Okay, everyone is on deck. Our destination is coming soon. Everyone has brought their own clothes to change. Let's go to the shore to rest for a few days. Everyone takes a shower, does laundry, and has a few more meals. After we have rested, we will cross the sea. When the immigrants on the ship heard the captain's notice, they quickly picked up their personal luggage and walked onto the deck. The scenery they saw immediately changed. Unlike the green mountains and green waters of the 8 counties of Hanyang, the coastal city of Tuohei County has a blue sea and blue sky. The scene, standing on the deck, you can smell the salty and wet sea breeze, which is a smell they have never smelled. 899 reception preparations for Kyangsu Island. The emigrants came down from the boat in a line and looked around at the seaside city, which also belonged to the Han tribe, as the salty sea breeze blew on the rice fields on the shore, creating waves of green rice. There are small officials from Tuohei County who are preparing here in advance to receive and guide them. Due to the large number of people, Tuohei County does not prepare carriages here, but only takes the immigrants to walk into the city. They have all been aggrieved in the cabin for a month and a half, and it is physically and mentally comfortable to be able to walk at this time. All the post houses and schools were prepared for them to live temporarily in Tuohei County. For this reason, the students were given a few days off. Otherwise, the immigrants of nearly 4,000 people would really not have so many places to settle. Not long after, this huge immigrant team came to the temporary residence. Everyone went to the inn to take a bath in batches. The school also prepared a large number of toiletries for the immigrants to wash their own clothes. The original school square was temporarily turned into a clothes drying area. Thousands of pieces of clothing are hung here to dry, which is very spectacular from the teaching building. Not long after, the immigrant dinner organized by Dashu was also ready. The school desks were put together to form a long dining table with stools on both sides. It was simple but also very affordable. Pots of food were placed directly on the table. On the table, the immigrants were drooling. It's not that they haven't eaten good food. After all, they only came here after Jendon at home. However, during the more than a month on the ship, because the fuel on the ship was limited and cooking was inconvenient, the food every day was extremely simple. Now I have encountered such a rich food, of course I can't help but want to eat more. When the school was hosting immigrants, Dashu also contacted Shwe Kinjao on Kyingsu Island and asked them about the specific arrangements for immigration, how they would cooperate, various livestock supplies, etc. In fact, the Han tribe began to mobilize livestock here as early as before the Chinese New Year, but they had been fostered here in Tuohe County, and the pressure on the big trees was also great. He hoped to get these things to Kyingsu Island as soon as possible to save himself. I was upset after seeing it, but in the end it was not my own county. When Shwe Kinjao learned that the immigrants had arrived in Tuohe Commandery, he also quickly asked about the preparation progress of the following counties, whether the most basic resettlement houses were ready, and where they were ready to receive immigrants. He asked not only the situation of the resettlement houses built by the local people for the immigrants, but also the attitude of the local people towards the Han tribe, whether they were looking forward to the arrival of immigrants like Shanghi village, or whether other villages were more exclusive to the immigrants of the Han tribe. Speaking of this, the Anvil is undoubtedly the best in terms of the people's hearts and minds of the local people. He has lived in Kyingsu Island for several years and is very familiar with the local situation. His long-term undercover work makes him very good at trying to figure out people's hearts, so being a county governor is easy. And other places are not so smooth. In those areas where the garrison Sima temporarily guards the county, their governance methods are a bit rough. They just follow what is explained above, but the control of people's hearts is definitely not as good as the Anvil. Della Cut. Well, the basic placement work is well done everywhere. The best completed is Xinhua County of Anvil. Although the population and fields here are the largest in the entire Kyingsu Island, the management is also the best. In addition, the situation here in Chaoyang County is also good. There is only one local fishing tribe in Chaoyang County, which is the De clan, which is now the Yu clan. The Yu clan has had a good relationship with the mission led by Beastfang since the early days, and later defected to the Han tribe in advance. Therefore, there is basically no need to worry about immigration, and there are already people from the Han tribe there. Needless to say, Yashin County was originally the headquarters of the mission. It was the area where the mission worked the most deeply. The local attitude towards the Han tribe was relatively friendly. In addition, it is now the seat of the governor's office and is directly monitored by Shwe Kinjao, so the current situation is also good. The most troublesome thing is Jiahai County. Although Zuping is the county governor there, he is only in name. In addition, the local area is originally the lair of the Xin tribe. The influence left by Commander Xin here is extremely deep. Even now, the administrative management of Jiahai County has always been under the high-pressure control of the military. However, immigration is not a problem. The people here have always been afraid of the Han tribe and dare not refute any decisions made by the local government. They can do whatever they want. However, if they want to completely identify with the Han tribe, they need time and a gentler way of governing are needed to heal the wounds caused by the Han tribe. At first, the Han tribes had a great time chopping people here, which did deter the local people, but it seemed that the deterrence was too much, which resulted in the current situation. Shwe Kinjao was even thinking about whether to wait for the situation in Xinhua County to stabilize, and give his opinion to the leader next year to see if he could switch the Anvil to Jiahai County for 2 years. This guy's ability to govern also depends on his understanding of the local situation. Even Shwe Kinjao himself can't compare, even though he is the governor of Kyingsu, but when it comes to magistrates governing, he admires the Anvil very much. Maybe this is talent. Due to the limited transportation conditions in Tuohe County and the different preparations in various places, Shwe Kinjao finally decided to transfer 600 households over first put these people in Chaoyang, Yashin, and Xinhua counties, and wait for Jiahai County. The situation over there will be more stable, and then the remaining people will be sent over. Guanhai County has a small population and is still semi-mountainous. Xianfeng County mainly focuses on salt drying, while Jiahai County requires mining and metallurgy. Anyway, the cultivated land area there is not very large, so it doesn't matter if it falls later. In addition, Shwe Kinjao wanted to wait for the 4 county guards sent by Luo Chong to arrive, take over the governance work of the garrison Sima, and then rectify it well. It was best to organize them to go to Xinhua County and Anvil learns experience. After Dasha received Shwe Kinjao's reply, he immediately prepared it and asked people to bring immigration files and select suitable skills as the first batch of immigrants to land on Kyingsu Island. In the early days, they were mainly immigrants who focused on agricultural cultivation and breeding. Now is the middle of February in the first year of Deming. Wait for them to rest here for 3 days, take a week's boat to Kyingsu, and finally arrive at their new home. When they are fully resettled, it will be the end of February. This was the time when immigrants began to lead local villagers to transform paddy fields, and then when the corn was harvested in March, they could immediately switch to rice. The first people selected for the immigration list in Takamaigun schools were also notified, and they were both expecting and nervous. Afraid of the harsh local conditions? Are they immigrants after all? If the conditions are good, what will they do in the past? In addition, they are more looking forward to their future lives. In order to allow them to immigrate, the tribe has given them so many subsidies and benefits. I believe that as long as the business is good, the days in the future will not be bad. 900 immigration landing on Kyingsu Island. 3 days later, the first group of immigrants had already been prepared, and they simply rested in Twohei Commandery, without making too many stops, and were then arranged to board a ship for Kyingsu Island. Although there were only 600 households going to Kyingsu Island this time, the fleet was larger than it had been when it came before. In addition to these immigrants, there were also a large number of livestock that would go to Kyingsu Island with them. At that time, these livestock can be distributed to the local people. Together, 6 barks and more than a dozen brigantine ships formed a large fleet and headed for Kyingsu Island. At the outlet at the end of the Liaoyang River, some immigrants stood on the deck and looked at the boundless sea ahead, feeling shocked. The sailor sailing on the ship had nothing to do and introduced it to them. You smelled the salty sea breeze in Twohei County before and blew it from here. Did you see the blue sea water under the ship? Hey, these waters are different from Liaoyang River. The water here is salty. Even though there is a lot of water here, we can't drink it, so the people on our ship want to drink water. You can only drink the drinking water that comes with you on the boat. Salty? Real or fake? So how big is this sea? If it's all salty, how much salt must be put in it? A half-aged child named Renzo among the immigrants asked in surprise. I don't understand. The salt in it is not put in, but is innate. The leader said that salt in the sea is born and grows. This is an boundless treasure mine. Just from the sea you can make a lot of money by refining salt. By the way, when you were in Hanyang County, you ate all the stone salt from there, but it will be different in the future. Twohei County here, the Tang tribe opposite, and the Kyingsu Island we are going to, these places eat sea salt. Xianfeng County on Kyingsu Island is a salt-producing place, specializing in drying sea salt. The sailor boasted of his knowledge and, by the way, popularized the situation in the vicinity for the immigrants. So is the Kyingsu Island we are going to big? Is there any water to drink on it? The boy named Renzo continued to ask. Of course it's big. There are 6 counties there, and there is naturally drinking water on them. There is a big river on Kyingsu Island called Qingshui River, and there are usually boats on it. That's it. As long as you have water to drink and land to grow, you can live wherever you go. Anyway, it is a place for our Han tribe, the young man said without any worries. Hey, you kid, you can think clearly, but you immigrants are not bad either. When you get to the place, you will get a second-level title, and there are so many rewards from the leader. The photo alone is a lot of money. I envy you. We boat runners all year round, and we haven't had a chance to take a photo yet. When I take a break and return home, you must take your daughter-in-law and children to our boat to take a few photos. This is the only advantage of our boat runners. You don't have to spend money to get on the boat, and you also get a salary. The sailor was rather talkative, chattering endlessly with the migrants on board. Just like he said, sailors who run boats are really good, have high salaries, and can often eat delicious seafood. These are the benefits of running boats, but there are also bad things about the profession of sailors, that is, they can't go home a year. Several times, and I am very lonely. If I catch up with the boat people, I can still chat with the boat people. If I transport the goods, I will be like those sailors every day. It's been a long time since I didn't know what to say, so this guy caught the immigrant and talked endlessly. After a while, it seemed as if a school of fish had been spotted, and a ketch coming with it disembarked its trawl from the stern, then spread its sails forward and quickly overtook the entire convoy, and the trawl behind the ship became tighter and tighter. Renzo curiously ran to the side of the boat and looked around for a while, then asked the sailor, "What are they doing? Why do you suddenly run so fast and don't you go with us?" "No, it's fishing. Have you seen the rope hanging behind the boat? There is a pocket net under the rope. If there is a pottery hanging on the net, you can drop the net underwater and then net all the fish below. Wait, you have a good meal, let you eat all you can eat meat at noon." The sailor was indeed right in saying that the catch was fishing, and it gained a lot from this net. The outlet of the Liaoyang River is a large fishing ground. The rushing Liaoyang River brings a large amount of plankton and organic matter to the sea area, thus attracting countless marine life. There are many types of fish here and the meat is delicious, but it has basically never been fished. There are many fish in the sea, and just one catch can bring valuable catches. However, the fishery of the Han tribe is not very developed at present, and it is still in its infancy. In addition, seafood is not transported well, so it can only be sold in small quantities in coastal areas, and the economic value generated is not very high. When it comes to lunch, these immigrants really enjoy the all-you-can-eat feeling of eating meat, all kinds of delicious sea fish, lobsters, sea crabs, and even squid and sea turtles. Whether these things are simple steaming, or put some salt in the stew to bring out the deliciousness of the seafood itself. There is no need for any special condiments to cook, even if it is just grilled on a charcoal fire it can be praised. The young man named Renzo had a great time eating it. Although he was not big, he ate a grilled fish and 3 big lobsters alone. He touched his stomach and burped, and finally sighed. The sea is really good. I have touched shrimps in the canals and the fields before. The big green shrimps in the canals can grow to the size of my fingers even in autumn. I didn't expect that the shrimps in the sea can actually grow like cats. He also has 2 big clips, he looks very powerful, he is wearing armor, and the shrimp meat is so delicious. Hey, you will have more opportunities to eat in the future. If you are assigned to Chaoyang County, the people there will have fishermen who specialize in fishing. They are not good at farming and do not have enough to live. They can only eat this seafood every day, live, but you can definitely eat all you want. The sailor complained and introduced the local situation. Then they are really dissatisfied. They have such delicious fat fish and prawns every day, and they still need rice. The boy named Renzo couldn't help but complain, but within 3 days of complaining, he decided to take back his words. Don't you want rice when you eat seafood every day? That's definitely what people who haven't had seafood say. Anyway, Renzo missed the taste of rice and steamed buns extremely after eating seafood for 3 days. After a week of sailing, the fleet finally reached their endpoint, the pier at the mouth of the Qingshui River in Yashan County, Kiangsu Island. The immigrants will disembark here and then regroup. This time the grouping is to directly divide the counties and villages to which they belong, form a formation according to the Shibu system, and take a sloop to their final destination. The governor's office was responsible for the temporary hospitality of the immigrants. There were no spacious schools for them to live in here, only temporary tents. This alone shows the backwardness of this place. After all, it was the place where the Han tribe had just taken over. The governors of Yashan, Chaoyang, and Xinhua counties have sent petty officials to pick them up one after another. Each of them is responsible for the immigration affairs of a village. Before officially arriving in the village, these petty officials in charge of the leaders must also inform them of the local situation in advance, to facilitate their future production in life. After all the immigrants disembarked, the petty officials of the county leaders also found several households of immigrants in their charge, and then began to explain the situation to them. Is Hu Shan from Danshan County, Hanyang County in your tent? The little official in soap-clad official uniform came to one of the tent doors and asked with a list in his hand. I am Hu Shan. In the tent, a middle-aged man in his 20s quickly agreed. I am the official of Xinhua County who is responsible for taking you to the immigration point. You can call me Tian Xiao. Now I will read the heads of the other households and agree to whoever they call. When the time comes, you will be assigned together. The little official named Tian Xiao nodded and then said to the others in the tent. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Hu Shan, Yuan Hua, Lu Jianan, Wen Xiao, Xia Li, Ren Zong. Tanahashi, reading a list in his hand, began to call names, and the heads of the households who were called quickly agreed, and in addition to this tent, there were 2 other tents in the surrounding area, which were also found by Hu Shan and the others. After the 10 families got together, Tian Xiao, who was responsible for leading their resettlement, said again. I am an official of Xinhua County who is responsible for your resettlement work. My name is Tian Xiao. I am temporarily in charge of 10 of your families. From now on, 10 of your families will be assigned to a village, just in time for one. Now you can get to know each other. Now that we are neighbors for the rest of our lives, we will get along well with each other. Although you all come from various counties in the 8 counties of Hanyang, when we get here, you are a fellow villager, right? Maybe the locals can't help you in the future, so everyone has to help each other. This neighborhood relationship really needs to be done well. You have also been on the boat for a few days. Let's rest here first, chat, and communicate our feelings. I will arrange meals for you now. When we eat later, I will introduce to you the village you are going to, situation, as well as the tasks assigned to you by the tribe. Don't be nervous, everyone. In fact, you are quite lucky. The village you are going to is a big village with more than 100 households and thousands of people. The people in that village have a very good attitude towards our Han tribe and are very interested in you. I am also looking forward to the immigrants who have come from afar. Your houses have been repaired so far. They are all newly built brick houses, all built according to the specifications of the 2nd level title. When you get to the place, you can move in directly. I will arrange for you to live in any tribe. When I build a house for you, the locals will contribute a lot. You will all be grateful to others by then. But you don't have to deliberately please others. We can just have normal interactions. I often go to that village. They are very easy to get along with. I will introduce more specific things to you when you eat. Okay, you guys take a rest first. Well, I'll arrange meals for you. 901 versatile immigrants. Tanahashi ordered the 10 families together, gave 2 more words, and left directly, leaving only the 10 families left in place. A total of about 30 people gathered here, staring at each other. From now on, they will be together for the rest of their lives. What a neighbor! Hu Shan, whose name had just been named, stood up first. He handed over his hands to everyone and introduced himself. I am Hu Shan. I have one wife and one son in my family. I don't have much ability, so I can only do crop work. I will trouble you all in the future. Please take care of your neighbors. My name is Lu Jianan, from Huaxin County. I have a wife and a pair of children. I know how to do carpenter work. If you need it in the future, just come and find me. Another person followed closely and introduced his own situation. Hello uncles, my name is Yuanhua. I am 15 years old today. This is my daughter-in-law Kingxia. We have just gotten married. There are only 2 of us. We come here to teach. A young man in an azure robe also came out holding his new wife's hand and introduced. It's good to be able to teach. If you can read and break words, you will be able to join the government as an official in the future. You are more capable than us. Another head of the household, 20 or 30 years old, came forward, giving him a thumbs up before introducing himself. My name is Wen Xiao, a couple, 1 son and 1 daughter. I can squeeze oil, grind the surface and cut the paint. My daughter-in-law can reel silk and weave brocade, and ordinary cotton and linen are not a problem. If everyone is useful, just speak. Ren Zong, a couple, has 2 sons. This is my son Renzo and Renyu. I am a blacksmith, and my wife is a shepherd woman. She is good at raising livestock and can also ride horses. If everyone needs it in the future, my family will definitely do it. It's obligatory. Hearing this man's introduction, everyone couldn't help but look sideways. This man named Ren Zong is indeed different. He has a strong figure, strong arms, sharp eyes, and a seemingly good sword hanging around his waist. Combined with this person's identity as a blacksmith, he must have fought this sword himself. However, such a person should not be bad in the 8 counties of Hanyang. Why did he immigrate here? That's a little bit off. Of course this is wrong, because this Ren Zong was originally a member of the Jinryu Guards. This time he was specially arranged. On the one hand, it was to monitor the situation of the people on Kaingshu Island, and on the other hand, it was also possible to monitor the governance methods of local officials. If the county guards here deceive their superiors and conceal their subordinates, and plunder the countryside, Luo Chong will not know anything. Another point is that Ren Zong's identity as the Jinhua Vai is not even clear to his family. His wife and children only know that Ren Zong decided to immigrate, but they don't know the reason. However, as the head of the family, Ren Zong does not have too much. Just too many explanations. I, Xia Li, have 1 wife and 1 son. Our family knows nothing and can eat. According to our leader, we are here to promote delicious food. Oh, by the way, my family can also grind tofu and boil soy milk. Everyone will take care of it in the future. Take care of my business. A slightly chubby middle-aged man also came forward and said, it's good to grind tofu. I love eating it. I like sweet tofu curd the most. Another man in his 20s came out and said, and when all the people looked at him, he introduced. My name is Shibo, and I have 1 wife and 2 sons. I used to catch a car in Sitong County. I know how to order everything, but I don't know how to catch a car. Hee, I don't know if there are any cars here for me to catch. I will thank all my neighbors for their care in the future. L.A. The man named Shibo said with some laughter. He didn't have the consciousness of being 20 or 30 years old at all, but he looked like a young man. A single friend from Fumaguan. They were just 2 people when they got married. My father is a potter. I also learned some skills from him. I will burn some pots and cans for everyone when I have the opportunity in the future. A young man who seems somewhat honest introduces himself. Ao Chi is just a child. I am a cobbler, who can make skins and shoes. My daughter-in-law is a tailor and can make clothes. Everyone can use them without saying a word. The last middle-aged man also came forward and clapped his fists at everyone and said. Everyone returned the salute. Now they understood that their small group was amazing. They could do everything, including carpenters, blacksmiths, potters, cooks, tailors, teachers, and those who were the least capable would be able to farm and farm. There are big carts and so on, and there are even those that squeeze oil and grind noodles. Not to mention anything else. Even if only a few of them are here, the days in the future will probably be easy, right? There are 10 households in total. The largest family consists of 4 people, and the smaller family consists of 2 people, which adds up to 34 people in total. On average, there are more than 3 in a family. It seems that only 1 child is a minority after all. Everyone was chatting and telling each other about their origins. What's more, they took out the photo album directly to show other relatives in the family, or the glory of their previous family. The relationship between them quickly became closer. When everyone was almost familiar with it, they began to discuss their views on Kaingshu Island again, and how they should live in the future. If they encountered oppression and runs by the locals, they must stick together. After a while, Tian Qiao, who was in charge of placing them, also came back. He went to collect food for everyone. At the same time, he also tapped the governor's office about the various livestock supplies to be transported to Shanghi village, and then took a list. Walked back. He was followed by two people who were responsible for delivering the meal, one carrying a bucket of porridge and pancakes, and the other carrying vegetables and meat, which is still dominated by sea fish. Seeing Tian Xiao and the person delivering the meal coming back, Renzo and Renyu, the two children of the Ren Zong family, immediately got up and laid straw mats on the ground, then helped the two people delivering the meal to unload the meal, and then asked their father to everyone shared the food, but everyone didn't dislike it. This meal was the best even in the 8 counties of Hanyang, but the dining environment was a bit simple. Everyone sat down on the ground, formed a circle, and made Tanahashi the chief minister, ready to hear him give an account of the local situation. I just went to report it to you. I am also coming over to share the livestock in your village. Now all the rewards promised by the leader have been fulfilled for you. In terms of livestock, each family has 1 donkey, 2 piglets, and 2 sheep, a cage of rabbits, 5 pairs each of chickens and ducks, and 1 pair each of cats and dogs. The settlement fee is 100 yuan each, so it should have been given to you. In addition, each family also has a shuttle loom and a pedal spinning machine. Now let me ask you first, are you going to take these things according to the list, or do you want to exchange them? For example, if any of you don't want donkeys and don't think they are needed, I can replace the donkeys with pigs for you. If you don't want pigs, I can also replace them with sheep. While we haven't left yet, it's easy to say anything here. We'll get on the boat tomorrow, then you can't even change it if you want to. Think about it quickly. You won't suffer any loss anyway. Even if you really lose money, I will convert it into money for you. Hearing the question raised by Tanahashi, everyone began to consider and discuss it. They already knew the skills that each family was good at just now. Some people really don't use so many livestock at home, and they don't have time to raise them at all, so they can replace them now. It will definitely be more convenient in the future. 902 Tabashi's instructions and explanations. It is actually very necessary to be able to replace some livestock, just like the Yuanhua couple just now. Both of them are here to teach. In addition, they will definitely have children next and have to farm at ordinary times. If they get so many livestock, they won't have time to feed them. After all, just serving these creatures every day requires energy. The two discussed for a moment, and finally offered to ask for nothing but chickens, ducks, cats, and dogs, plus a cage of rabbits, and 6 sheep, donkeys, and pigs, which they were prepared to exchange for money, to be used for raising children in the future. There is no need to take good care of chickens and ducks. They can be kept free range in the yard. It is also convenient to feed them. Just feed them directly with grain or rice bran. The key is that chickens and ducks can not only provide meat, but also provide poultry and eggs. This is very nutritious. Something must be done. Cats and dogs can be used to visit their homes. Just throw some leftovers to them without taking care of them deliberately. Rabbits reproduce quickly and can provide not only fur, but also meat, and sprinkling some alfalfa on them is enough for them, and in the future it can be used as a major source of meat. As for the fact that their young couple wanted 6 sheep, Yuanhua's answer was that he was worried that his daughter-in-law would not have enough milk when she gave birth to a child, and that she could use goat's milk to support her when the time came, also to prepare for feeding the child. The young couple thought very thoughtfully, and Tanahashi also expressed his understanding, and then took out a small notebook and wrote it down. The rest listened to their ideas and each made their own decision, with Sherry, who was mainly responsible for promoting cooking, refusing nothing. After all, you have to have ingredients if you have cooking skills. The blacksmith Ren Zong's family didn't ask for donkeys and pigs, they wanted to trade these things for a horse, even if it was a foal, and they were willing to add money themselves. Several other companies also expressed their opinions, and some did not want donkeys. Anyway, they did not have many opportunities to go out. As for plowing land or pulling carts, renting them directly from the government was more cost-effective, because they had lived in the 8 counties of Hanyang before. That's how it came about. Most of them donkeys, 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 donkey, don. Isn't that much better than asking for a donkey or 2 piglets? Others choose to exchange the donkey for a few more sheep, which reproduce quickly, and it is normal to produce twice a year in captivity, 2 or 3 at a time, and the population will soon be expanded. In addition, the economic value of sheep is also high. The meat can be eaten, the milk can be fed to children, it can also be made into cheese, the hair can be made into a brush, it can also be used to weave cloth, and the skin can be made into a jacket or made of saltpeter and used as leather. Basically, it is full of treasures. As for cats and dogs, rabbits, chickens and ducks, all of them have not refused, because they do not have to worry too much about raising them, and they are not of small economic value. To say that the most bizarre of these people are the Shanpang couple, the descendants of this Bumagwan potter, they don't want donkeys, pigs, or sheep, but they exchange these things for 5 alpacas, 2 male and 3 female, the other little things also did not refuse. Everyone was puzzled. Shanpang replied with reason. Alpacas can also produce milk, which can be regarded as a supplement to feeding children in the future. In addition, your family has donkeys, pigs, and sheep. Sooner or later, these things will give birth to babies. By then, I can buy piglets from your family. And lambs, and in a few years our family will have everything. But you don't choose alpacas, and if I don't, won't we never see alpacas again? Moreover, the alpaca can also bring great benefits. If it is used for pulling and grinding, the alpaca is not inferior to the donkey. In addition, it also produces wool and the meat is edible. The price is higher than that of the sheep, especially the alpaca velvet. The woven cloth is even more priceless. By the way, Brother Tian, can our family's things be replaced with alpacas? Yes, there are indeed alpacas here. Although there are not many, I don't think many people want that thing. I can agree to your 5 heads. Even if they don't exist now, I can apply for you and then come from Tuohei. Shipping from the county is not a problem. Tanahashi agreed directly. That's fine. Although each of our families doesn't have all the livestock, we still have everything together. In this way, in a few years at most, we will even out each other, and we will be able to make up all these livestock by then. Hu Shan also nodded and calculated. Yes, what I want to tell you is also this issue. Tanahashi wrote down the number of livestock that everyone wanted, and then continued. This time we not only prepared livestock for you immigrants, but also prepared livestock for the local people here, but the number is not very large. They are basically small things, such as chickens, ducks, rabbits, and other livestock, and piglets. There are some, but it is definitely not enough for every family in the whole village to be divided into 2 ends, and there are also sheep, which are also not many in number. So after you move over, try to allow these livestock to breed and expand the population in the first few years, and then popularize it in the village. In the first few years, I estimate that you will definitely not be able to eat much pork, and the piglets you give birth to will basically have to be sold to the local people, as well as the sheep, so you have to make plans in the first few years. Although you can't eat pork, you can also make money by selling it to the local people. Besides, you should have heard of some of the tribe's purpose in allowing you to immigrate, right? Tanahashi first talked about future livestock promotion efforts, and then asked about the purpose of their immigration. Everyone nodded. They stayed on the boat for more than a month and chatted with each other. They still knew some things. The tribe spent so much money and gave titles and things. Is it really just let them live in another place? Fools know that there is no such good thing in the world. I read in the Daibao newspaper in our county that Kyingsu Island was just conquered by the tribe last year. The people here have a different lifestyle from our Han tribe. They mainly grow corn and beans here, and they don't have other food. They don't know how to grow it, and livestock are even rarer, so the tribe asked us to teach the local people these things. Yuan Huan nodded and told the results of their own analysis. Yes, we have not started sowing rice on Kyingsu Island so far. Although we have sent rice seeds there are no local people who can grow rice, so after you pass by, in the second quarter of this year, that is, after harvesting after this crop of corn, we must immediately lead the local people to sow rice. The village you are going to is called Shanghe Village, which is located next to a tributary of this Qingshui River. This Shanghe village has a total population of more than 1,000 people and a total of more than 100 households. After you arrive, it is best to go there. The village chief discussed that each of you should be responsible for teaching more than a dozen families to grow crops from our Han tribe, and also teach them to raise various livestock. The largest clan in this village is the Guan clan. Their clan and their relatives account for more than 40 households. The village chief is a man in his early 30s named Guan Tao. This man is relatively friendly to our Han tribe, and the whole village is only one of them who can speak Chinese, so after you arrive, you mainly deal with him. If you have any conflicts with the villagers, you also need to find him to deal with you. In addition to you at present, Shanghe village also has a person seconded from Tuohei County named Jingchun. He is mainly responsible for teaching the people in the village to grow corn in the first quarter, but when you pass by, he should go back. You mainly deal with Guan Tao. However, before Jing Chunlin leaves, you'd better talk to him. He has been living in Guan Tao's house in Shanghe village for 2 months. He is more familiar with the actual situation in the village than I am, such as who is better in the village. You can ask him about socializing and so on. As Tanahashi was introducing the situation in Kamikawa village to the crowd, while eating, he snorted and said again from a bucket with a bowl of porridge for himself. When I built a house for you before, it was the bricks and lime given by the county, and we sent some craftsmen. However, when building the house, the people in the village did a lot of help. From this point of view, you are very welcome. Your houses have been arranged, and your acres of land have been divided up so far, so they are with the fields of the villagers. But when it comes to this field, I want to remind you that the time to cultivate crops here is longer. It takes longer than our Han tribe, and some of the fields have been cultivated for hundreds of years, so the fertility of the land is definitely not as good as ours. When you are teaching the locals to farm, it is best to put more fertilizer on it. The Redding Pond in Shanghe village has been dug. After you go there, you must also use the local human and animal manure. If the villagers don't listen, you will find Guan Tao. Let him come forward. In addition, the various crop seeds you need have been transported to Shanghi village. After you arrive, they can be distributed according to the number of acres in each family. Vegetables and various grain types, as long as we Han tribes have them, are currently distributed. There are also all kinds of food. If you want anything else in the future, remember to ask Guantao and Junli to say, we will find a way for you. In addition to this, there is also a village-run school built in the village, with 3 large houses, 2 wing rooms, and a large courtyard. As for who of you teaches, you will allocate it yourself when the time comes. The affairs of running schools in the village will also be assigned by you. You do it yourself. After you arrive, we will first count how many school-aged children need to go to school, and then report the number to the county. We will distribute textbooks to you based on the number of people. In addition, there is a windmill mill and an oil mill in the village. You should also know these things. However, the mill and oil mill have not been built yet. When they are built, they will be distributed and managed by yourself. This mill and oil mill are both public property, but they are given to your village for free use. You have to understand this. As for the price the people in the village are willing to spend to ask you to take charge of these facilities, that's you guys and the village folks themselves coming to talk. However, you cannot take it privately, and even if one of you is responsible for its management and operation, you must let the local people join it, and you must teach the method of operation to the local people, so as not to cause division between the two peoples. I hope you can all remember one thing, that is, although they have all recently joined the Han tribe, you are not allowed to look down on them and treat them as foreigners. These people are also members of our Han tribe now, and this county is also a member of our Han tribe. It is the county of our Han tribe, so I hope that you can live in peace and hand over the various habits of our Han tribe to the locals as soon as possible. Let the two places achieve integration as soon as possible. Especially you. As he spoke, Tianqiao pointed to Renzong's 2 sons, Renzo and Renyu. These 2 children are currently 13 and 11, and they will both reach adulthood and get married in a few years. Tianqiao pointed to the half-old children in these 10 immigrant households and said, you will become adults in a few years at most, and you will have to separate your family and set up your own business by then. It is impossible to go back and ask for a wife, so you have a good relationship with the people in the village. Your wives will have to be selected from the village in the future. Do you understand, boys? Tanahashi teased them, and a group of young men smiled sheepishly. Okay, that's all I have to say. You just need to remember Guantao. After all, others don't speak Chinese. If you have any problems, just go to this person to solve them. Let's stay in the tent here for one night today. We will set off by boat early tomorrow morning. We will arrive at Shanghi village on the same day. I will stay with you in the village for a few days until you are completely resettled before I leave. I will recommend you to each other when the time comes, so everyone can rest assured. Brother Tian, I still have a question. When we moved here, we brought a few calcium carbide lamps, but I wonder if there are any calcium carbide lamps for sale here? Also, do you sell calcium carbide lamps here? If you want to open a school, I think you can't always be short of lights, right? Seeing that Tianqiao had finished explaining the matter, Lu Jianan, who was immigrating, suddenly raised a question. This is indeed a problem. The people who came from the 8 counties of Hanyang have long been accustomed to a bright life. This would be very unaccustomed if they moved to a new home and it would be dark every day. There really is no such thing for the time being, but I have written it down. I will report it to the above when I come back. If there is calcium carbide stored in Tuohei County, then you can buy it at the latest next month. If there is no such thing in Tuohei County, you can only buy it from our 8 counties in Hanyang. This time will take at least 2 months, so you'd better make some preparations in advance. Tianqiao spread his hands. The materials currently being transported to Kiangsu Island are all strategic materials, such as grain seeds, steel farm tools, livestock, or immigrants. These alone cannot be transported. How can it be possible? It is necessary to allocate transportation capacity to transport calcium carbide and lamps. 903 immigrants settling down. Kiangsu Island has just been taken over by the Han tribe, and there are still many things that are not well prepared. Now the governments in various places mainly focus on the transportation of strategic materials, and other things that are not very important have to wait for the time being. For example, paper, calcium carbide lamps, or cloth are not many now. They mainly rely on local people to produce their own products. Fortunately, during the previous mission period of Beast Fang, some basic textile industries emerged on Kiangsu Island. Although looms are not the best and most advanced, they can also be used to weave, but they are not as good as the Han tribe. After Lu Jianan finished asking, Renzong also asked, Brother Tian, can salt and iron be sold here? This is naturally available. Salt and iron are sold by the government. Xianfeng County, not far from you, is originally a place where salt is produced. Naturally, there will be no less salt. Iron, for the time being, we mainly rely on transporting it from our side, so there won't be a lot, but if you use it daily, you can still buy it from the county. Tanahashi explained immediately after hearing this. Everyone asked one after another about things that are irrelevant in daily life, such as whether there is a place where wood is sold here, whether it can be cut down privately if it is not sold, whether there are any restrictions on cutting down trees, whether it can build its own kiln to fire pottery and porcelain, and whether it can be burned by itself, charcoal, and so on. After all, there is no coal for sale here for the time being. If Renzone wants to make any iron tools, he can only burn some charcoal to use. In response to these questions, Tanahashi also uniformly replied, "Let me just talk about your problems together. In terms of cutting down trees, of course you have no problem cutting firewood every day. At most, you can cut some branches. If you want to cut down a whole piece of wood, this can be done, but it needs to be divided. Scope, some woods you cannot cut down privately. I can't say much about this specific scope right now. I need to wait back and ask the prefect, and then reply to you. If you have to make any wood products yourself, you can send people to the prefecture to buy wood. After all, even if you cut it yourself, it will take 2 or 3 years to dry in the shade, and you can only use it after the wood is completely dry. However, there is a dedicated wood processing factory built in our county, where there are not only sawmills, but also drying rooms. You can buy dried and processed wood directly there. For example, if you make your own table or bed, you don't have to see through the boards by yourself, and you can buy the sawed boards directly by then. Also, regarding the construction of kilns, small ceramic kilns are no problem. You can fire some ceramics for your own use, or sell them in the village, or sell them outside, but it is absolutely not allowed to build brick kilns privately in the village. Because brick kilns require a lot of clay, you must not dig randomly from the rice fields, and when the time comes, you will be charged with destroying farmland, but you will be punished. Another thing is the problem of burning charcoal. At present, we do not have coal to sell to you here. If you want to use the charcoal yourself, of course it will be no problem to burn some. As long as the wood used is cut down within the specified area, it will definitely be no problem. Tanahashi explained to them in turn. Okay, then we have no other problems. Several heads of households who got answers offered their understanding. This conversation about future life and tasks is officially over. When everyone had finished eating, they rested early. At the Yashin County Pier in the evening, there were already many small boats carrying immigrants who were about to be resettled to their respective resettlement sites, and these dozens of people in Shanghi village waited until breakfast the next morning before they hurriedly set off. The sloops formed a flotilla and headed for their destination, Upper River Village. The scenery along the way was completely different from the 1.5-month voyage when we arrived, and the 1-week voyage by sea. The previous journey from Liaoyang County to Tuohei County was basically deserted forests on both sides of the river. Later, I saw the sea and was surprised by the vastness of the sea, but it was also bare and nothing. Now that they have finally arrived at the inhabited place, they are in the boat, and they have seen large areas of farmland on both sides of the river, and even some villages spread between the fields, and the signs of human activity and more fireworks are getting heavier. That's what it's like to live your life. The crowd had been going up the river in this way, and at noon they dealt simply with a mouthful of dry food on the boat, and finally arrived next to the village of Shanghi halfway through the afternoon. Tanahashi first came out to look for a familiar figure, and then saw Guan Tao and Jing Chun in front of the crowd. The two were waiting here with a group of villagers. He immediately jumped ashore to say hello to the two. "Brother Guan, Brother Jing, you two brothers have been waiting for a long time. There are a lot of people and things transported today, and they have only been transported now." Immediately after landing on the shore, Tanahashi said to both men, "Not long ago, we knew that we came from Yashin County to get the afternoon, so we came in the afternoon. Don't forget that our brother Jing also came from there." He knew how much time it would take. Guan Tao immediately greeted him enthusiastically, and then he was still looking at the northern immigrants of the Han tribe who were getting off the boat. "Brother Tian, how many people are assigned to our village?" Guan Tao couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw several boats disembarking passengers at the same time. "There are 10 households in total, and there are more than 30 people in total." "I know what you want to ask. Don't worry, these people really know everything. Sometimes you organize the villagers to help them move things, and then we still have some livestock. It will be distributed to everyone later so that everyone can collect it according to their household registration and ID card. Let's settle these 10 families first. Later, I will tell you about the situation. You, Jing Chun, you also want to participate." Tanahashi knew what Guan Tao meant, and they went to Kawamura and had already seen the benefits for Miharu. The cornfield on the shore was evidence. If nothing else, there would definitely be a bumper corn harvest this season, so they were looking forward to more immigrants, want to learn more skills from immigrants. Jing Chun pretended to complain, laughing and joking, "Oh, you still won't let me go. I thought I would be able to go back immediately after they arrived. It's been 2 months. I'm afraid even my children won't recognize me. I'm a father." "Don't worry, for 2 days at most. The main thing is to let you familiarize yourself with the situation in the village with these 10 immigrants, and send you home when they are fine. And listen to what you just said, as if the government office didn't buy you any benefits. Tanahashi directly and ruthlessly exposed Ihara's complaints. "Hee, I'm joking, please don't be serious." Ihara said he was the first to admit his mistake. The three of them spoke as they came to the shore to the emigration place where they had just assembled together. Tanahashi took the lead in introducing him to everyone. "This is Satomasa of Kamikawamura, Guantao. If you have any problems in the future, you can ask him to solve them. There is also our brother Ihara from Takamai County, but he will not stay for long. I will go back in 2 days. You have come from afar and worked tirelessly. In the future, everyone will be a fellow villager. Don't worry, as long as I care that Tao is still alive, I will not wrong you. I hope that in the days to come, you will be able to do more with the power of the North. Take care of the people of our village." After listening to Tian Qiao's introduction, Guantao immediately expressed his welcome in Chinese, and then solemnly bowed and said hello to everyone. The immigrants also hurriedly returned the salute, saying some close greetings. The next step was to give the immigrants time to settle, with Tanahashi directing the boatmen to unload their cargo downwards, and Guantao and Jing Chun taking the villagers to help transport things to the immigrants' homes. Carrying their hands on their shoulders, they moved their many bags to the bungalow area of the immigrants, and then distributed them according to the different functions of each yard. For example, the 2 courtyards built next to the school are for the Yuanhua couple and the Shanpeng couple. They are mainly responsible for teaching. It will be more convenient to be closer to the school. And the house with a small stone mill in the side house was reserved for the tofu grinder. Others were close to the mill and were directly given to the carpenter. Ren Zong's house was more powerful and was placed in a small stone mill, the house closest to the local villagers. Ren Zong has a sword hanging around his waist, and he is also a blacksmith. He has a fierce daughter-in-law who was born as a shepherd, and 2.5-year-old sons. No matter how you look at them, they are a family with incredible strength. Put them in this position to protect everyone. Safety, Ren Zong had no objection to it, and everyone else was very happy. Everyone chooses their own house according to the degree of convenience. In fact, it is just to choose a convenient location for future life. There is really nothing else to choose from, because they are all built according to one specification. No matter how you choose, it will be the same. The matter of settling the immigrants came to an end when they moved everything their families brought from the 8 counties of Hanyang into the house, and then all the livestock allocated to them into the pig pens and livestock sheds of each family. Of course, now it's just a place to stay first. For example, in their new house, they still built a kang according to the custom of the Han tribe in the north, with a bamboo mat made for them by the local people. In addition, the home is basically there is no other furniture, and all tables and stools need to be rebuilt, but there are still windows and doors that should be their brand new window paper is also pasted on it. As for how to buy indoor furniture, it depends on their own ideas. After initially arranging all these things, Hushan's family immediately found Guantao and Jing Chun, and asked him where the alfalfa in their village was. There was grass there, so they could temporarily feed the livestock, and can you buy some straw, corn beans, and the like from them and feed them to pigs, sheep and donkeys? It is easy for people to eat, but so many livestock can't starve out their problems, and in the future they are expected to be able to give birth and promoted in the village. Guantao and Jing Chun immediately arranged the matter and mobilized the people of the village to help. In fact, they had already received the notice that the immigrants were coming today, and a large number of distributed livestock would arrive with the immigrants, so Jing Chun had already, after discussing this matter with Guantao, he made preparations. After all, the people of this village, also want to distribute livestock. If they don't prepare feed, will they all starve to death when the livestock comes? The immigrants' livestock was settled, and the livestock of the rest of the village began to be distributed. A large amount of livestock was driven directly to that drying field in the center of the village, and then Tianqiao and Guantao were responsible for the distribution of each family. Most of them are cages piled like hills, most of them are rabbits. Rabbits are ruthless breeding machines. If they are not controlled and consumed, if they are allowed to breed, they will even overflow. Therefore, the number of this thing is extremely large. Even if each family is divided into a large pile, the Han tribe can take it out. And this time, in addition to the pigs distributed to the immigrants, the pigs distributed to the villagers were only more than 22-month-old piglets. These pigs were all black and white flower pigs introduced from the Lu tribe that year. It is a kind of native pig with a high head and a high but upturned ends, low waist and back, and a falling belly. This kind of pig face appears relatively short, not as long as the modern improved big white pig face. Whether it is size, docility, or meat output, it is currently the most suitable domestic pig for the Han tribe to promote. In the early years, the Han tribe did not obtain many of these pigs from the Lu tribe, with a total of less than 1,000 pigs. Later, after the Han tribe raised them, the Han tribe did not want to eat them for several years, and only focused on expanding the population. A sow can give birth to at least 1 litter per year, and 1 litter can produce about 10 piglets, so the number of pigs reproduces relatively quickly. However, the Han tribe expanded at the same speed, so even if the Han tribe worked hard to promote it to various places, the number of domestic pigs per capita in the Han tribe is still pitifully low, not even 1/5 of a person's pigs. Therefore, this time in Kyangsu when promoting domestic pigs, it is naturally impossible to come up with much. Tanahashi said, pointing to the little piggy that was snorting in front of him at more than 20 heads. Brother Guan, this kind of domestic animal is called a pig and has no special purpose. It is raised to eat meat. It is the meat livestock mainly promoted by our Han tribe. However, the number of domestic pigs in the tribe is currently limited and can only be given to you for the time being. With so many heads, you will ask the people in the village who are willing to raise this thing and let their family take one back to raise it. First of all, okay, this thing needs to eat vine-like grass, as well as food and vegetables. It's very expensive. If you are not willing to pay for it, just don't raise it. Please explain it to everyone and confirm the adopted family. Then I will let people from the immigrants teach you how to raise this thing, and I will also trouble you to give them a current translator. None of these 10 families of immigrants can speak your dialect here. Okay, this is no problem, it's just over 20 pigs. This is a good arrangement, but I see that there are a lot of white rabbits like this. Could it be that every household in the village has them? We actually have rabbits in the local area, but they are all relatively small gray rabbits. Hunters occasionally hit some, but they have never heard of breeding them, and they have never seen anything as big as they are. A rabbit with white clouds and red eyes. Guan Tao first agreed to distribute the piglets, and then looked at the huge white rabbits in front of him and sighed. Yes, this snow rabbit is available in every family. With this thing in the future, you can live a life of eating meat every day. Tanahashi definitely nodded and said. 904 The popular Ao Chi couple. The livestock in Shanghe village was quickly distributed, and the villagers were very happy. Of course, they also saw that the immigrants had more livestock in their homes that they had not seen before, but they could not breed them now, so they did not think about it. Want it now. Just as livestock was being distributed on the drying fields in the center of the village, many small children from the village also ran in droves to the door of the newly arrived immigrants' house to peek curiously. Although in the month before, they had seen the adults building these yards, until now they did not know how people should live in them. For children who have only seen bamboo houses since birth, this kind of building sitting on flat ground is simply beyond their comprehension. In addition, there are many small animals brought by immigrants, which are also objects of their curiosity, such as those kittens and piglets, which are things they have never seen before. Come on, girl, come in quickly, I'll get you some delicious food and share it with you. Seeing the many children surrounding the door looking around curiously, Lu Jianen's wife immediately picked out some red hard candy cubes from the box. This was all bought in Hanyang County. Kyangsu Island must not have sugar now. If they didn't bring it themselves, they didn't know when they would taste the sweetness again, so these immigrants had a lot of reserves at home. After all, Luo Chong, but each of them was compensated 100 yuan for settlement expenses. Several children could not understand the Chinese language, but seeing that the woman looked kind and did not look like a bad person, they walked over carefully. Lu's wife stuffed a piece of brown sugar into the little girl's mouth. The little girl's eyes immediately lit up. It seemed to be the first time she tasted such sweetness. She smiled happily and even gave Lu's wife a gift like an adult. A blessing gift, and then he took a large handful of sugar cubes and went to share the food with his friends at the door. The news that the newly arrived northerners had sweet and good things to eat at home, sweeter than honey, spread quickly through the village. After the little girl had just divided the cubes of sugar among her friends, she ran to the few weaving bungalows in the middle of the village, found her mother, and then spit out the cubes of sugar and stuffed them into her mouth. Her mother was weaving a cloth and saw her daughter's sneak attack. Before she could react, she felt the sweet smell in her mouth. Her eyes suddenly lit up. She spit out the candy cubes and put them in her palm to look. She saw a round and square piece. The translucent red lump made me realize that this must be something that only the people from the Han tribe who had just arrived had. Did someone give it to you? Woman asked her daughter. Aha, it was given by the new people in the village, and they gave a lot of them. We went to their door and took a look, and she gave them these good things. Good boy, then eat it yourself and I'll taste it. After the woman finished speaking, she handed the candy again to the girl, who happily ran away with the candy. On the other side of the village, Lu Jianan, a carpenter, heard Tianxiao say that the windmill mill in the village had not yet been built, so he decided to go and see if there was anything he could do to help. In addition, building a large wooden machine like a windmill must require a lot of wood, so he wanted to ask the master who built the mill about the local price of wood. If he could find some scraps from the mill, he would just be able to get it back and make some furniture. After hearing the news, Wen Xiao, who knew how to grind noodles and squeeze oil in the immigration team, also said that he wanted to go over and have a look. If nothing else, he would definitely be responsible for this mill and oil workshop in the village in the future. Yes, go over and take a look now to get familiar with the situation. After settling the house, Candide Hushen immediately took his son to the fields by the river. He wanted to see his family's acres first, as well as the acres of several surrounding neighbors. There is nothing planted on this land now, only some weeds that he grew. In this era of agriculture-oriented and food-oriented, it is not a good thing to let the fields be abandoned. It would be okay if they didn't arrive before, but now they must grow food as soon as possible. Although the settlement fee given by the leader is enough for them to live a year without producing anything, how will they live in the days to come? Just point to these acres to make a living, so you must have some output. Hu Shen walked around the ground and found that this side was indeed similar to what Tian Qiao said before. In terms of the fertility of the land, it must be incomparable with the Han tribe, but it was not for the sake of not being able to grow anything. Didn't you see people who have been enemies for so many years and keep farming? Transforming dry fields into paddy fields is a little more troublesome and may take a few days, so he discussed it with his son and decided to plant auxiliary fields first. He had just learned from the people here that Shanghe village currently has no vegetables, only corn, eggs and meat, and bamboo shoots. However, the people of the Han tribe are basically not used to that thing, so they should grow vegetables as soon as possible. Let's talk about it. The blacksmith Ren Zong and the potter Shanpang, one big and one small, led the donkey and horse and ran outside the village with tools. Ren Zong was going to cut some bamboo in the nearby bamboo forest and use it as building materials. He wanted to set up a blacksmith shop in his yard and make some small things such as kitchen knives, scissors, awls, and thimbles. These must be urgently needed by the villagers. There are also various farm tools, such as sickles. Only corn and beans are grown here. I don't know how the locals harvest them. Is there any sickle available? But no matter what, after they switch to rice planting next quarter, they will definitely need a sickle to harvest. You can't just pick this up. Shanpang led his donkey with Renzong. His main purpose was to cut some firewood for burning fire. By the way, he searched near the village to see if there was a suitable source of clay, but it could not be a field. He came back to collect some clay. Fired ceramic vessels. They are both yards issued by the youngest second-class title, and they are large, so Shinpeng also wanted to build the ceramic kiln in his home, which would facilitate his work in the future without affecting the rest of the village. The Sherrys had just borrowed an ox cart from Tanahashi and Guantao, and then moved the small stone mill they had brought from their old home from a boat on the shore to their new home. This stone mill was made by them who paid a stonemason to make it. Later, they put it in their tofu shop and made a lot of money for the Sherry family. They did not lose it when they immigrated this time. After asking about whether they were allowed to carry it, they directly brought the stone mill with them, and now they finally settled in their new home. The couple and their children are busy, going to fetch blisters of beans in the newly dug well, and are ready to start work tomorrow to get their tofu shop back into business as soon as possible. That cobbler Ao Chi and his tailor-made daughter-in-law have now become guests of the local villagers. One of them makes shoes and the other makes clothes. Nothing else is possible, but they are the best dressed among the 10 newly arrived immigrants. In addition, Shanghe village already has their own textile industry. The village does not lack cloth, but it does not know how to make clothes. As a result, after being introduced by Tanahashi and Guantao, the two immediately became popular in the village. Ao Chi's daughter-in-law has the ability to tailor her clothes. She flips up and down with a pair of scissors, and immediately wins the favor of the big girl and the little daughter-in-law. Ao Chi himself also took out a bunch of shoe samples carved from wooden boards and shoe sole samples and shared them with the people in the village. If there is worn linen or something, he can cut them according to this shoe sample and sew them into the most commonly worn cloth shoes. 905 tofu brains hit a wall? Early the next morning, the immigrants in Shanghe village began to resume their previous daily routine. The sun had just emerged from the sky. Men and women, adults and children, led donkeys, farm tools, and large bundles of thin bamboo poles to their homes. They worked in the fields, and Guantao, Jingchun, and Tian Qiao also followed closely with a large number of villagers. They all went to study with them. Jingchun was familiar with the local situation and took the villagers and new immigrants to dig the silt in the river as fertilizer. Although the village had dug a redding pond, there was no manure available for the time being because there was not enough manure. We can only use pond mud to rescue the emergency first. Some followed Jingchun to dig for fertilizer, while the rest used their donkeys or rented cattle to give their family acres of farmland. The women, for their part, dug trenches and ridges in the cultivated land, and then set up A-shaped brackets with bamboo poles along these ridges. Although the villagers around Tao were chattering and talking, they didn't understand what these new Han tribesmen were going to do. Didn't you say that you came to grow vegetables today? Why do you have to set up a shelf in the vegetable field? Could it be used to shade vegetables? But the orientation of this shelf doesn't look like it's used for shading. After Guantao heard their discussion, he also looked at Jingchun next to him and asked, "Brother Jing, what are they doing? Why should we set up these bamboo racks in the vegetable field? Moreover, the bamboo used in this rack is not as thick as a finger, and it is set up so sparsely. What is the use of such a rack?" "Oh, this is beans, cucumbers, loofahs, and cotton. The beans in them are similar to your beans, but this kind of beans is not to eat beans when they are fully mature, but to eat beans that have not grown. Ripe pods, we eat these pods as vegetables, usually called beans, and the kind you see now is long beans. Long beans are not the same as soybeans. They grow on vines, like ropes, and will crawl outwards. The emerald green leaves can cover the ground. If there are any trees or shrubs around, they will automatically climb up. We set up these shelves in the ground to let the beans grow and the vines climb up on their own initiative, so that they will not be spread all over the ground. It is very convenient to water, fertilize, and pick, and it can also save the land area and maximize the use of the land. Cucumbers and loofahs are also vegetables and grow on vines, so they need to be planted on a shelf. However, if you don't sell this thing, you don't need to plant a lot. Each loofah plant 2 or 3, and the loofahs produced by your family are all you can't finish it. This thing grows very fast in summer. You can collect a basket in a day and can't finish it every day. Cucumbers are slightly different. Although they bear a lot of fruits, it doesn't matter if they have a variety of them. Even if you can't finish them, you can pick them and marinate them. The marinated cucumbers are extremely crispy and can be stored for a long time. They can usually be used in the morning to accompany them. Meal, if you eat too much Jend and festival meat, you can also use pickled cucumbers to relieve greasiness. And the same goes for this cotton. Although cotton is used for weaving and cannot be eaten, it grows on vines like beans. When it grows up, it will bear many pods on the vines. When the pods first grow out, they will be green, and then gradually mature, become hard and yellow, and turn into dark brown when it is ripe. When the sun shines at noon, it will explode on its own and divide into 4 petals. Those cotton fibers grow in its petals. Guan Tao couldn't help but marvel at Jing Chun's explanation. They had never seen such a magical plant, and they didn't know where the Han tribe got these good things, and how they thought of planting and utilizing them. After Guan Tao understood it himself, he began to relay these introductions to the surrounding villagers, and then began to learn the skills of binding shelves from the immigrants. The men over there brought silt as fertilizer, and after they had applied the base fertilizer to the fields, they began to plant beans, peppers, and peanuts. Among these 3 crops, beans do not need to be ridged and can be planted and drilled directly. Moreover, this can better enrich the field. If peanuts and peppers are available, it is better to have ridges. Peanut pods grow under the soil and are more afraid of waterlogging. If you dig a ditch and plant it on the ridge, you can keep the peanuts slightly above the surface and keep the water content moderate, but they will be flooded. Just fill the ditch directly when watering. The peppers should not be planted too densely and the roots are prone to rot. It is best to dig ditches and ridges first, and then sow them in holes, so that the peppers can maintain a certain spacing. The villagers learned planting techniques in a high-spirited manner. It was not until 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, when the sun was fully rising, that the women who had made breakfast went to the ground carrying bamboo baskets to deliver food to their men. Other women did carry only a basket, but Sherry's daughter-in-law carried 2 wooden barrels on a pole, which contained freshly cooked soy milk and extremely tender tofu curd. Their children are still carrying baskets in the back, which are full of side dishes and condiments. The Han immigrants, because they have to go to work today, naturally cannot use porridge and water to beat their stomachs. Steamed buns and flatbreads are always indispensable. Some people even made rice dumplings as a staple food early in the morning, but there was basically no steamed rice. When Sherry saw his wife coming with a load, he hurried over to greet her, and after taking the load over, he put it on the dirt road next to the acre, and then greeted Guan Tao and the others. "Come on, Brother Guan, Brother Tian, Brother Jing, come here and try the soy milk and tofu curd made by our family. This is the most common good thing over there. Every household must eat this." Guan Tao was naturally very happy at Sherry's invitation, and Tanahashi and Ihara were not polite either, and they were already so happy when they saw the 2 barrels that they couldn't close their mouths. "Oops, I'm so greedy. I've been here for 2 months. I've been greedy for tofu brains for a long time. I can't even eat it here. If you hadn't come here, I'd probably have half a month to smell this soy milk." Smell! Jing Chun trotted directly over and started looking for a bowl to serve himself. "Haha, you are only 2 months old. I have been here with the county magistrate for a long time. I have not tasted this taste for several years. I have almost forgotten what the taste of tofu is. Today we are also taking advantage of it. Eat a bowl of tofu here." Tanahashi also snorted. Guan Tao became very interested after hearing this. It seems that people from the Han tribe like this kind of food, and they don't know what it is. Jing Chun had already found a pile of white porcelain bowls from the basket, and took an iron spoon to start serving them. He was serving white tofu, which is half a bowl of soy milk, and then filled it with half a bowl of tofu brains to drink together. It is very common in Han tribes. In addition to this way of eating, there is also tofu pudding with brown sugar, or a pot of salty brine poured on top, and a little spicy oil, and you can eat it with sesame cakes. That is definitely a must. The so-called dispute between the salty party and the sweet party is a choice only made by childish children. Isn't it delicious for adults to want it all? Salty tofu pudding and sweet tofu pudding each have their own ways to eat them. Anyway, Luo Chong likes both. However, today only tofu pudding and soy milk are available at Sherry's, because sugar is too expensive and not sold here. Even if they are willing to give it to everyone, they will not be able to buy it after eating it. As for salted braised food, now there is not even a dish, so what kind of salted braised food should I get? If you have a mouthful of pickled cucumbers, just have fun. Let me also see what this thing is that makes you like it so much. Guan Tao follows the two, and Sherry has already served him a bowl of white tofu. Come on, brother Guan, try our specialties quickly. If you like it, our family will cook it every day from now on. Make more. If the folks want to eat, come to my house to buy it. Our family has a tofu shop in the north. Sherry hurriedly greeted. Okay, I'll try it. Guan Tao took a curious sip and smacked the taste in his mouth. At the same time, he suddenly realized that this guy was making this thing to try their taste first and then sell this thing in the village. He frowned and tasted it carefully before saying, "This thing seems to have the smell of soybeans and a fragrance. The taste is pretty good, but it doesn't satisfy your fullness, and it also takes up your stomach. After drinking a bowl of this, you can't drink porridge again. Can't drink anymore." Sherry was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized something, and secretly thought to himself that it seemed that this tofu and soy milk could not be sold in a short period of time. The staple food here on Kyangsu Island is corn, and they don't have stone mills, so the daily way to eat it is morning polenta, which is a bit like the big crop porridge with northeastern characteristics. At noon and evening, whole corn cobs are usually boiled and eaten as a staple food. There is no food like dry food. And soy milk and tofu curd are at most a drink, and can also be equated with porridge. When Han tribes generally drink soy milk and tofu curd, they all have other dry foods as staple foods. Looking back at Shangyi village, what they sent at home was originally polenta. Isn't it nonsense for you to let them drink soy milk while drinking polenta? How can this be eaten? To get the locals to accept this food, at least they have to wait until the village mill is repaired, grind the corn of the village people into cornmeal, and then teach them how to apply tortillas, first turning the corn into dry food, and then they can sell the soy milk and tofu pudding. After making up his mind, Sherry explained, "Brother Guan is right, this thing is made of soybeans. Soybeans are a good thing. They can grind soy milk, order tofu, raw bean sprouts, and make dried tofu, tofu skin. There are too many ways to eat. I will make it for you slowly in the future." Made of beans. Can beans be made into this kind of thing? Guan Tao asked in surprise. He looked at the milky white liquid in the two buckets and the bean curd in a solidified state, and could not associate these things with soybeans. Yes, it's made of soybeans. If Brother Guan is interested, please go and have a look when our family makes it next time. Brother Guan, you see there are so many more here. Hurry up and ask the folks to try it too. Sherry again. Okay, but it will cost your family a lot. There are so many things and you need a lot of beans. But to be honest, if you want to sell this thing in our village, I'm afraid no one will buy it, and we have it in hand. There is no money, and there is nothing you can do even if you want to buy it. Guan Tao told Sherry directly about the local situation. It doesn't matter. As long as you like this, there must be a way to buy it. In fact, on our side, people who open tofu shops never charge money. Everyone buys tofu in exchange for soybeans. We collect part of the beans and use them to continue. Tofu is made, and the extra ones are saved and sold to oil mills or grain stations for exchange. Sherry similarly introduces Guan Tao to his methods of doing business. Well, let everyone come over and try it first. Guan Tao nodded. They can accept this barter method, and soybeans are also grown locally. It is true that there is not much money, but if you want to harvest beans, then they have a lot. Guan Tao was drinking the white tofu in the bowl while inviting the villagers to come and try it. However, everyone was not very interested in seeing something similar to milk. Soy milk was almost nothing, but some people were willing to try tofu. Sherry's family didn't have that many bowls either, so they simply served them directly to the local villagers in their porridge bowl. The way to eat this big stubble porridge with tofu pudding is also fresh. However, if they wanted to buy it now, it was obviously impossible, but several families who immigrated together expressed their support. Soy products are the longest food eaten by the Han tribe, especially the home-cooked dish of tofu and cabbage. Cut the tofu into thick cubes, then fry both sides in soybean oil until golden brown, then add the cabbage and stir-fry until it tastes super fragrant. There is also the dish of 3 stir-fried tofu, which is to stir-fry 3 kinds of bean-derived foods, tofu skin, fried tofu, and soybean sprouts together to make a dish. It is also a favorite home-cooked dish among the Han tribe. Although the village people are not very interested in tofu brains and soy milk, Sherry still wants to make more tofu at noon and make it into various ways to eat it to teach everyone to try it. This is not only for his own family's business, but also for the leader to give them. As an immigrant, didn't he come here just to spread the way the Han tribe ate? The first appearance of tofu pudding fell through due to unique local eating habits, but the most inconspicuous pickled radish and crispy pickled cucumber in the baskets of immigrants were particularly popular. Or because of the local food culture, this kind of pickles is really smooth when eaten with large crop porridge. Unfortunately, the immigrants didn't bring many pickles. They had already eaten a lot on the ships migrating here. Many, I don't know if the remaining jars of pickles are enough to eat when the new dishes are harvested. Although the villagers like it very much, they are too embarrassed to eat more because there are too few and they are not familiar with it. However, several immigrants in Shanghi village have told the villagers that if they like it, they will wait until the vegetables and fruits of each village are ready. When they are ready, they can teach the villagers to make pickles. For this reason, everyone was more interested in learning how to grow vegetables. They all wanted to wait until their vegetables were ripe before learning how to pickle vegetables from the Han tribe. 906,000 of piers, more than 500 connected Jiaozhou bridges. Just when the people in Shanghi village were learning to grow vegetables from the immigrants, an unprecedented construction project in the world was also underway here at the Jianhai County Dark Bridge, hundreds of kilometers away from them. Tens of thousands of people gathered on the coast at the north end of the Dark Bridge. Countless rammed earth simple houses were connected into one area. The scale was no worse than a county seat of the Han tribe. On the sea, countless sailing ships were connected in a line, covering the mainland, and the entire strait between Kiangsu Island on the opposite side. On the shore at this end of the continent, on the hills facing the sea, it was already bare, and all the trees had been cut down and turned into materials for building houses, and that temporary wharf on the shore. There was a loud bang, and thousands of kilograms of black gunpowder splashed the earth and rocks blown up on the mountain, raising a cloud of smoke that covered the sky and the sun. When the smoke cleared, thousands of prisoners of war were driven up the mountain by soldiers as honestly as quails with shovels and pickaxes, then poured sand, gravel and soil into sacks, and then pushed down the mountain one by one in small cars finally shipped to the dock for loading. Although they were numerous, although they held pickaxe heads that could easily break iron armor, and although they also had shovels sharp enough to cut off heads easily, none of the POWs dared to resist. Just kidding, anyone who has seen the Han tribe's demonic method of opening mountains and cracking rocks cannot afford to resist. Didn't he see that the huge boulders as big as the house on the mountain were blown into pieces? Resist? Fight head-on? Thousands of prisoners of war, moving like ants, loaded sacks of loose rock and earth blown up by gunpowder and transported them to ships docked at the docks, which in turn carried countless sandbags to the top of the Dark Bridge. The remaining few thousand slaves either carried sandbags down the ship or soaked them in the sea to build them up, and they prepared to construct a sea-blocking gravity dam with these countless sandbags. This kind of behavior, they didn't even dare to think about it before, blew up the mountains on the shore and put them in bags to reclaim the sea? Isn't that just about reclaiming mountains and reclaiming seas? Is that what people can do? But these Han tribesmen who took them captive were so crazy. It's not quite standard to say that it's a sea dam. In fact, it's more like a well that's inserted into the surface of the sea. The engineering command camp on the shore is almost as fast as the official office of a county of the Han tribe. After all, it has to manage tens of thousands of people, and the management organization it should have is indispensable. Elder Zupingzu looked at the huge sand table in front of him and felt excited. Although he was named the governor of Jiahai County, the Han tribe did not let him personally govern, but instead asked him to take charge of the cross-sea bridge project. However, it wasn't until he understood the requirements and ideas of the Han tribe leaders, and waited for the big guys in the Han tribe who were engaged in construction to make actual models, that he realized how incredible and grand the scale of the project he was involved in was. In this engineering headquarters, a large number of construction bosses gathered. Finally, everyone discussed the leaders' requirements and design indicators, and then combined with the actual local situation, they jointly made a plan, and Fei Ying sent a letter to Luo Chong, obtained project approval. In this project, Zuping still has no administrative qualifications, and he is not responsible for the design of the main body of the bridge. He is mainly responsible for providing local hydrology and geographical conditions. After all, he was born on Kiangsu Island when he was a child, and he studies architecture. It can provide a lot of help to the bridge construction project, but just like that, Zuping is still very satisfied he felt that he could personally participate in this project. As long as he could see the day the bridge was completed, it would be worth it even if he died that day. In the startup phase of the cross-sea bridge, the local hydrological conditions are first collected and the high and low tide levels are determined. In addition, the length and width of the bridge, as well as the geological conditions of the underwater Dark Bridge. Shui Qinjiao specially hired 100 young men from the Yu clan in Chaoyang County at a high price. Taking advantage of their good diving skills, they went deep into the seabed to find out the situation. Combined with the situation given by Zuping, they finally determined the environment for the construction of the bridge. From the grassland mainland, go to Zudeo via a dark bridge. The length hidden underwater is more than 23 kilometers. If the bridge connection on both sides of the land is added, a total of 25 kilometers of the bridge will be needed. Such a long bridge, and it is also a road rail bridge, is absolutely unprecedented in this world. The structure of the cross-sea bridge adopts an elevated continuous arch bridge structure. According to the opinions given by Luo Chong, it is built according to the structure of Jiaozhou Bridge. This is the current scientific and technological level of the Han tribe, as well as the material level, which is relatively reasonable and strong. Durable structure. The main geological structure of the hidden dark bridge under the water surface of the strait is reef rock. The top layer is covered with limestone formed by coral polyps and shells, but this is not important. The Han tribe used the bottom layer of rock. The single-hole arch bridge of Jiaozhou Bridge has no piers in the middle, and the main span is more than 37 meters, but this is not enough. Moreover, the cross-sea bridge to be built by the Han tribe is more than 20 kilometers long, and one arch is definitely not enough, so Luo Chang's idea is a continuous arch bridge. The specific construction method is to first anchor the position of the bridge pier on the reef plate of the dark bridge, with a width of 50 meters as a span, that is to say, set up a bridge pier at 50 meters. First, use sandbags to build a gravity dam around the bridge pier. Block seawater outside the sand wall to form a waterless construction space. Then drill holes vertically on the reef pan. For the time being, there is no steam drilling equipment, so we can only use explosives and manual drilling. First, drill holes manually, and then fill them with explosives for blasting until a shaft is drilled on the reef pan of the dark bridge, and then insert it into it. Reinforced cement prefabricated pipes made on the shore in advance, and finally concrete is injected into the pipes. The equivalent is to wedge a giant nail of reinforced concrete into the reef disc, so that the bridge and the underwater reef disc are connected into one. Nails like this, each rivet point is going to be a set of 2, which is the width of the bridge. The same anchoring point, every 50 meters in a group, requires a full 460. This is still only an underwater line. If you add the piers on the shore, such as reinforced concrete piers tens of meters high, the entire bridge it takes nearly 500, and then a large Jiaozhou bridge is built on top of each 2 sets of piers. This is equivalent to connecting 500 Jiaozhou bridges to form one bridge. In the middle of the entire bridge, there are 6 extra long arch bridges with a span of 100 meters, which are mainly used for the passage of ships under the bridge. The reef plate in the middle of these groups of piers will be blown up in the future. It is used for barks to pass at low water levels, thus achieving the problem of lowering the height of the entire bridge. In terms of the current project progress, the Han tribe has completed preliminary geological exploration, as well as the design plan of the bridge body. The entire bridge requires nearly 1,000 reinforced concrete piers tens of meters high. The main bridge is 23 kilometers long, which is equivalent to the length of more than 20 Wuhan Yangtze River bridges. Is 35 meters wide, with a total of 6 lanes in both directions. In the middle of the bridge are 2 broad-gauge heavy-duty train lanes with a gauge of up to 1.8 meters. The 2 train lanes can be guaranteed to travel in opposite directions at the same time, so as not to affect the efficiency of traffic on the bridge, with a design speed of 60 kilometers per hour. On either side of the trainway, the 5-meter-wide 2-way lanes are, which together add up to a 4-lane route, used mainly by horse-drawn carriages. In other words, this road railway bridge is not a double-decker design of the railway below and the highway above, as in the Wuhan Yangtze River Bridge, but all the roads are on the same level, with trains running in the middle and carriages running on both sides. Such a design is also the limit that the Han tribe can currently achieve. In fact, most ultra-long-span bridges like this will be solved by using steel wire cable-stayed bridges according to modern bridge technology. However, the Han tribe cannot produce it at all now. Qualified alloy steel wires, and there is no construction capability that can hoist hundreds or thousands of tons of steel cables in bridge decks. As for the use of chains to pull a drawbridge for heavy-duty trains, then you should wash up and sleep as soon as possible. There is everything in the dream. 907 The Return of Traveling Spirit. The cross-sea bridge was still in the preliminary stages of construction. The prisoners of war piled bags of sand and gravel on the reef, surrounded the places where they were going to drill and install the piers, and formed rectangular basins in the seawater. The places where construction was prepared were separated from the seawater, and the piled sandbags were more than 5 meters higher than the highest tide level. Even if the spring tide came in the middle of every month, nor would these artificial basins be flooded. Originally, it stands to reason that this step should be carried out at the beginning and end of each month when the sea water recedes and the dark bridge is exposed from the water. However, the surface of the dark bridge is uneven, and cattle and horses must be carried very carefully, and it is even more impossible to pull the cart. Besides, even if the surface of the dark bridge can run a 4-wheeled carriage, the carrying capacity cannot be compared with that of a ship, and the dark bridge only reveals itself from the water for less than 2 days and nights each month, leaving them with simply insufficient working time, so it is better to use a ship to transport sandbags. They started from the north bank of the cross-sea bridge, and now it has only been more than 10 days, and almost 20 basins have been built. Now the work of damming is proceeding in an orderly manner. Just wait for Luo Chong to send the reinforced concrete. Here you can start pouring the bridge piers immediately. At the same time, another project was also under construction here in Yashan County, Kiangsu Island, that is, the Shuguang Lighthouse, which the Han tribe planned to build here, a lighthouse standing on a large reef in the reef area in the northeast corner of Kiangsu Island. This is the only way to go from the mouth of the Liaoyang River in Tuohe County to the mouth of the Qingshui River in Kaingsu Island. It is an important waterway for the Han tribe. In addition, this northeast corner does have many reefs. If you are not very familiar with the nearby waters, strange ships sailing in can easily hit the rocks and sink. In addition, the Han tribe will expand the development of marine fisheries here. It must also be daily for fishermen to sail at night, so it is necessary to build a lighthouse here. But unlike the Cross Sea Bridge project, the Dawn Lighthouse is just a small building, so the scale of the construction team is not large. There are only a few dozen people, and they are not slaves. The masonry used to build the Dawn Lighthouse was also prepared when Zudeo was not conquered last year. The mission led by Beastfang directly collected rocks from Yashin County and carved them into stone bricks. There was absolutely no surplus to use to build the lighthouse, and it was estimated that it would not be used up. Finish. After this construction team of dozens of people has built the Shaguang Lighthouse, they will also build another Yaoguang Lighthouse at the port in Tuohe County to temporarily light up the two seaports of the Han tribe and provide guidance for passing ships, and standards for direction identification. In early March of the first year of Daming, the Han tribe was under construction all over the country. Cross-sea bridges, lighthouses, strategic reserve granaries in various places, and the people worked hard to cultivate, creating a thriving scene. On the 5th day of March, Luo Chong was still at the Research Institute in Xinggan County, guiding them to conduct cement solidification testing experiments. As a result, a personal guard came to report that Yuji had come back and had now arrived in Dongzhen County. In one day you can arrive at the pier in Liaoyang County, and the personal guards made a special trip to ask Luo Chong where to summon him. Luo Chong thought for a moment. Yuji is a person who is specially prepared to be recalled and asked to be responsible for the construction of the capital palace, so let's arrange to meet in Liaoyang County. It just so happens that the palace model he asked people to make is also in Liaoyang County. It's time to introduce relevant matters to him. So Luo Chong said to the personal guards around him, "You go and send a message first, let Yuzi go to Liaoyang County to wait, and then arrange my itinerary. We will also set off to Liaoyang County today, and go directly to Sitan County. Faster. Promise." The personal guard agreed and went out to prepare, while Luo Chong explained it to them again in the Research Institute. The composition of this cement is not static. It is necessary to experiment with several more sets of formulas, especially the ratio of calcium clinker to gypsum. In terms of clinker, the property changes caused by adding iron powder and clay must be considered. Iron powder and clay will adding too much clay make the concrete harder, more resistant to pressure and impact? There is also the ratio of clinker to gypsum, which is mainly responsible for the task of rapid solidification in cement. How much gypsum can be adjusted to make quick-drying cement? You're all going to experiment with these. Then there is the proportion of concrete, which is mixed according to the proportion of 40% gravel, 20% coarse sand, and 10% cement. Then use wood to establish a formwork, and then pour the concrete into it to test the drying speed and pressure resistance of each cubic meter of concrete. Degree, impact resistance, etc. You can test these slowly. I'm not in a hurry how fast you can do it, but the quality must be guaranteed. I don't want the project that was finally repaired to collapse in an instant in the future. You don't want to see the train you built fall into the sea because of the quality of the bridge, right? Okay, I'm going to do other things. You guys work well. After explaining some key issues in cement research and development to the researchers, Luo Chong and his guards set off for Liaoyang County. Because they were not in a hurry, Luo Chong stayed here in Sitan County for one night. By the way, he looked again. Looking at the various constructions in Sitan County, the scale of this county is still limited, because the county seat is on a hillside and the farming area is relatively small, so the agricultural development of this county is not very good. Luo Chong took these into his eyes and pondered in his heart that if the 8 counties of Hanyang continue to expand in the future, they would definitely develop in the 3 counties of Liaoyang County, Nanzang County, and Ruyang County. There was sufficient fresh water and a large plain area. It is very suitable for cultivating food. As long as there is food, you can survive. For this era, these are enough. Early the next morning, Luo Chong continued his journey towards Liaoyang Commandery with his personal guards, and finally arrived at the Liaoyang Commandery's official office before noon, when Yuji had not yet arrived, and according to the news he replied to yesterday, Yuji could not arrive in Liaoyang Commandery until dinner that day at the earliest. Like him, Yufu, who received Luo Chong's recall order at the same time, had to spend more than 10 days in the evening, because Yuzi had been active in the 3 counties of Honghu before, while Yufu was active in Tuohe County. The distance from Yuzi to Liaoyang County is a little further. Fortunately, Luo Chong is not in urgent need of help from these 2 people, so he is not in a hurry. Luo Chong first went to see the craftsmen who were making palace models in the Liaoyang County government office, checked the progress of their production, and then asked people to prepare a sumptuous dinner, preparing to wait for Yuji to come back and work with these craftsmen. Eat together, and I will recommend it to both parties by then. Anyway, Yuzi must bring these craftsmen with him when he goes to supervise the construction of the imperial city. In this way, until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sailboat in which Yu Ji was riding finally arrived at the dock in Liuyang County. Luo Chong had already arranged to greet his personal guards at the dock, and he immediately brought the boy to Luo Chong. In front of 908. Where does nomadism go? In the lobby of the backyard of the Liuyang County government office, Yu Ji, who had been traveling south for almost 2 years, finally returned here. When he saw Luo Chong, he immediately bowed respectfully and saluted, feeling very happy. When he was in the grassland before, because he assisted the army in the expedition to Zudeo and provided a lot of information, Luo Chong had already recorded a merit for him, and his title was accordingly promoted to 1 level. Now Zudeo has been captured by the Han tribe, his Jinwuvai basically had nothing to do, and he was not as nervous as before, so he was summoned back by Luo Chong this time. Surely there are new tasks for him, right? Yu Ji thought so. People have already come to Luo Chong's front. Yu Ji, the commander of the Jinmyo Guard, paid a visit to the leader. Just come back and sit down quickly. We haven't seen you for so long. Sit down and chat with me first. Luo Chong sat still and held his palm up, signaling him to sit aside. Thank you, boss. Yu Ji clasped his fists respectfully again, and then sat down on the chair to the right of Dongzia Luo Chong. When Luo Chong's personal guard brought tea to the two of them, Luo Chong took a sip before saying, "What you have done before about Zudeo and the grassland is good, and it has avoided a lot of unnecessary losses for our tribe. This is worthy of praise." Luo Chong complimented first, then said again, "Now Zudeo is owned by our Han tribe, and the Xin tribe has also been destroyed. Madun was hit by an arrow and died, and his tribe may surrender or perish. The Jinmyo guards no longer have 2 important goals, so do you have any other ideas?" Yu Ji secretly said in his heart that this is indeed the case. Now the Jinmyo guards have little effect, so the leader must want to find other work for him, but he must not be able to say this by himself, otherwise what will happen? Take the initiative to do it with the leader? It's your honor for the leader to give you an official position, but the leader didn't give it to you, but he took the initiative to ask for it. Generally, it won't end well. If you don't see Yunji from Ruyang County, you ask the leader to ask for a county guard. What is it like now? Anyway, as far as Yu Zi himself knows, Yunzi doesn't mess around very well. So Luo Chong asked him what he thought, and instead of giving a summary of what he meant by changing his position, he talked about his own job. Just listen to Yu Ji say, "Leader, I think that although we now control the southwest of Hungyu Lake and the grassland and the entire Zudeo, we cannot give up our vigilance against the grassland herdsman tribes. Although Madun and his forces are over, but we cannot guarantee that the next Madun will not appear. The grassland tribes are good at riding and shooting, and have many horses. Although they are extremely scattered and inconspicuous at ordinary times, their power cannot be underestimated when they gather together. Just like the time in Madun at the beginning of last year, who would have thought that he could gather tens of thousands of people? The cavalry came out." "Oh, could it be that you discovered something again?" Luo Chong asked curiously. "Is it because of the end of Madun that new forces have come out on the grassland to cause trouble? However, this should not be the case. Now half of the grassland near the water and grassy area of Hungyu Lake is controlled by the Han tribe. The secret bridge from the grassland to Zudeo has been cut off by the Han tribe for the time being due to engineering problems of the cross-sea bridge. Besides, the Zudeo on the other side of the dark bridge has now become Kaingsu Island. So for the time being, there is a problem. There is currently only one Han tribe left in the entire grassland who can sell daily necessities to those herdsmen, especially white salt and metal utensils. Except for the Han tribe, there is no second force at all can sell to them. If the prairie tribes were not willing to comply in this way, then the Han tribes would not have to send troops at all, and direct material sanctions would cut off their supplies of white salt and metal, which alone would be enough for them. Another problem is that in the past, most grassland tribes used bamboo arrows sold by the Xin tribe. Now that the Xin tribe is gone and the Han tribe does not sell this kind of weapons and materials, it will be difficult for them to use cheap arrows in the future. They can only find them themselves. Materials are made, and this alone can greatly weaken the combat effectiveness of the herdsmen. So under such circumstances, Luo Chong was very suspicious. Who else dared to cause trouble under the nose of the Han tribe? Aren't they afraid of sanctions from the Han tribes? Hearing Luo Chong's question, Yu Ji immediately explained. Looking back at the leader, since the defeat and death of the Madun army, the largest force on the grassland now has become our Han tribe, as well as the Suritu tribe, which has had contact with us before. This guy Suritu is dishonest. He relied on the previous Madun attack and our Han tribe to invite them to participate in the counterattack. He boasted everywhere on the grassland that he had a close relationship with our Han tribe. He was as close as a brother and even fought together in the war. In order to threaten some small tribes to rely on him, from the beginning of last year to the present, his tribe has expanded to a strength no less than that of Madun last year. If he had any heart, he should have been able to muster out about 40,000 cavalry. And there is another important thing. He bought a lot of ironware in our Han tribe, but he did not buy it by himself. but let the small tribes that were attached to him come to buy it in their own names. Then this guy learned the cavalry tactics of our Han tribe, and now he also makes his own stirrups and Takahashi saddles, completely imitating the harness of our tribe. Moreover, in his power, this harness is very popular, at least there are tens of thousands. As many as. Even the small clans under his command who could not afford iron stirrups had learned to make soft stirrups using rope, wood, rattan, and the like. Although this man still has a respectful attitude towards our tribe for the time being, he already has the ability to threaten our 3 counties of Hunghu. We cannot take it lightly. Yuji first reported to Luo Chong the information he had found during this period, and then solemnly reminded Luo Chong. Luo Chong didn't speak, his face was unhappy or sad, he just nodded calmly. He had actually expected this. As Yuji said just now, Madun is dead now, but the grassland cannot be preserved. There will be other Madun exist. As long as the Han tribes still had interests in the grasslands, as long as the Han tribes were still involved in the grasslands, such a thing could not be avoided. Farming and nomadism, 2 very different ways of life, will eventually produce irreconcilable contradictions. Luo Chong has thought about this issue more than once, and also recalled the history of previous lives. It is no exaggeration to say why the nomads in the north repeatedly invaded the farming nations of the Central Plains. This question has lasted from the Western Zhou dynasty to the last feudal dynasty. What exactly caused it? The conflict between the 2 sides. He thought about it countless times, trying to find a solution once and for all, but never thought about it, because that is the fundamental lifestyle problem. Their nomadic lifestyle habits have created no resistance to disasters, so even if it is just a heavy snowfall in winter, and the snow buries the grass and makes the livestock lose food, their livestock will starve to death in large numbers, or simply the snow will be a little bigger and directly crush their tents and freeze all the livestock to death, which is not impossible. The farming people farm the land to eat food, and they can save up the endless food. They can use it to tide over the difficulties in disaster years, but the nomads have no choice. They cannot store food, and only living livestock can bring them a steady stream of dairy products. Some people may say that Han tribes can store food, and nomads can also store more livestock, but this is not the case. Food will not consume anything. At most, you can occupy a place and build a granary, but livestock are alive. The more people there are, the more feed will be consumed. However, the area of the pasture is limited. A piece of grassland is enough for those livestock to eat. If you don't want to raise 2 more heads, raise 2 more heads. The extra heads will have nothing to eat at all, and they will starve to death sooner or later. Even in 2020, as long as there is a snowstorm on the grasslands in the north, the government will immediately issue assistance, find ways to deliver feed to herdsmen, and then let slaughterhouses in various places collect more cattle and sheep to solve the problem of herdsmen's livestock. Winter pressure. Therefore, in the final analysis, if the Han tribe wants to control the entire grassland, they must be prepared to feed all the herdsmen. Usually they are fine when they are fine. When something goes wrong, the Han tribe must also provide timely assistance like the modern government. As long as the herdsmen do not starve to death, they will not risk their lives to rob. To put it bluntly, it is still a question of survival, and as long as they can survive, they will certainly not become enemies. Of course, this is not the best way. The best way is to constantly absorb the nomadic tribes. Just like this time they have incorporated the Madun tribes, they continue to absorb them into the Han tribe, and then gradually assimilate them into farming nation and change their living habits. Even so, though, there will certainly always be people on the grassland, but as long as the nomadic tribes on the grassland are kept within a single number, and the remaining people have enough pasture, there will be enough livestock, and generally there will be no huge conflicts. It would be pretty good to be able to stay that way. Moreover, in addition to controlling not only the number of nomads on the grasslands and ensuring timely support when nomads encounter difficulties, but also supporting several obedient nomadic forces to join the Han tribe and become the Han tribe's nomadic commoners, taking charge of the entire grassland for the Han tribe. In a word, the step Han tribes must, because that can produce a large number of livestock, and cannot be lost with this. By purchasing the livestock of the nomadic tribes, let their lives be better, and as long as there is no existential crisis, they will not cause trouble to the Han tribe. Such a situation only needs to last about 100 years. After 100 years, it is estimated that the Han tribe even has machine guns. It will be a weapon that can make the nomads sing and dance. Even if there are irreconcilable conflicts, the Han tribe will not have to worry at all. So Luo Chong wouldn't worry about it at all. I just heard him say to Yuji, Sir Ritu really needs to pay attention, but we don't have to be too nervous. By next year, we can even invite him to our tribe to have a look. Let this guy open his eyes and see if there is any direct conquer his possibilities. If he is willing to join the Han tribe, then it doesn't matter if he grows up. Our Han tribe can give him a formal name and let him take charge of a grassland in our place, but these problems are not big. What I want to say to you is that I am ready to arrange something else for you to do, taking advantage of the fact that the intelligence gathering work of the Jinwavai is not very busy at the moment. The commander of the King's Guard is still in your presence, but do you know what the King's Guard's functions are in the open, except for secretly gathering intelligence? Clearly? Of course, that was Luo Chang's personal Imperial Guard. Why did the leader ask? Do you want to transfer back to be a janitor? It won't be true. Yuzi suddenly thought indeterminately. Chapter 909. The leader's family is so big. Looking at Yuji's nervous look, Luo Chang couldn't help laughing. He got up and patted Yuji on the shoulder and said, "What are you thinking about? I didn't intend to transfer you to my side and stand guard every day." Yuzi quickly stood up and followed Luo Chang and said, "Protecting the safety of the leader and protecting the safety of our Han tribe is the responsibility of the Jinryu guards. Even if the leader really wants to transfer me back to stand guard, I am still willing." "Oh? You're really willing to come back and stand guard? Then I really transferred you back." Luo Chang continued to tease Yuji. Yuzi suddenly had a bitter face, and he thought to himself, why doesn't this leader follow the routine? Shouldn't he be humble and refuse a few more times, and then what does the leader have to do with him? Will he accept it reluctantly? I just want to express my loyalty. I didn't want to really come back and stand guard. Luo Chang looked at him with an embarrassed expression and said, "Okay, I won't really let you come back to stand guard. The tribe still has a lot to do now. It just so happens that Jinwuvai is not too busy now, so I want you to supervise a project, which is the future of our Han tribe, Capital. There will be a royal palace built there, which is my new home. By then, the defense of the palace will be left to the Jinwuvai. After all, the Jinwuvai is my Imperial Guard on the surface. In the future, the Jinwuvai camp will definitely be built. It's in the palace, so this is not only to build me a new home, but also to build barracks for you Jinwuvai. You should use snacks when supervising the work," Luo Chang said to Yuji as he took him to a wing in the backyard of the government office. "Build a palace? Is the leader's new home called the Royal Palace?" Yuzi asked curiously. Yuji has thought about countless possibilities. What tasks will Luo Chang arrange for him to call him back this time? But asking him to go to the construction site to supervise the work was something he had never thought of. Besides, it's just to build a new home for the leader. How big can a home be? Even if it is 10 times larger than the one Luo Chang lives in now, it is not a big project for the Han tribe, right? Does such a construction site still need him, the commander of the Jinryu Guard, to supervise the work? Or is there something special about this project that only they, the king away, can do? Yuji couldn't figure it out, so he could only follow Luo Chang slowly to the wing. Since Luo Chang asked him to be the supervisor, he would definitely tell him the specific situation, right? "Yes, my new home is called the palace. The palace is my home, but not only my home, but also the largest administrative agency of our Han tribe will be built together with the palace. Can you understand this? This administrative body, when formed in the future, was to directly control the operation of all affairs of the entire Han tribe, and even local officials such as county governors and governors were to follow the arrangements issued by the central government. Come on, come in with me and see, the model of the palace is in this room." As Luo Chang introduced, he led Yuji into the wing. The wing rooms of the government office are not small. There is a huge sand table in the middle of the lobby of the main house. It is surrounded by the plain between the west of the simulated Tuohei County and the grassland Hungyu. Above the plain and next to the river, there is a simulated the capital city is the royal palace. When Yufus saw those models, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Because there were comparisons between the city wall, the city gate, and the Zayama Bridge, he could clearly see the actual proportions of the buildings in the imperial city. He imagined standing under the city gate, then looking up at the Hanyuan Hall in front. Only then did he understand why the leader asked him to supervise the construction project called home. This is really home. It's a little too big, right? In terms of scale, an imperial city alone is several times larger than all the existing cities of the Han tribe, and this is just the leader's home. Outside the leader's home, it is the real capital. How big will the capital be? I'm afraid to move all the existing population of the Han tribe in, and it should be easy to load it down. Met the leader. Just as Yuji looked at the model in a daze, several craftsmen in the wing quickly put down their work plans and stood up to salute Luo Chang. Luo Chang waved his hand casually and said, "You continue to work on your business, I will bring people to see the sand table." "Promise." Mo Xin and others responded, and then continued to devote themselves to their work. The carpenter group of 6 of them has now expanded to 13 people. I don't know where they found another painter, 2 carpenters who specialize in construction, and 2 masons and 2 bricklayers formed this new team. Carpenters were responsible for the architectural themes, painters and stonemasons for the carved beams and painted buildings, as well as various artistic sculptures, thus creating the aesthetic of the building, and bricklayers carved the appearance of the floor tiles out of wood. That's right, in this royal palace, even the floor tiles that lay the square are not flat, but flowers must be engraved on them. Of course, such bricks are usually laid in a certain courtyard in the palace, or on the road outside a main hall. It is impossible to use such bricks in all places. However, the cost of such bricks is not much more expensive than ordinary bricks. The main reason is that the materials and firing process are basically the same, and it is nothing more than carving out a batch of molds with prefabricated patterns first. After saying hello to the craftsman, Luo Chong continued to introduce Yuji. This is the model of the capital city. The capital city is divided into 3 areas according to different functions. At the top is the Imperial City, which can also be called the Imperial Palace. In front of the Imperial Palace is the official office area, which will be the place where various departments work. The place outside is called Kyuwachin, where people live and live. What I put you in charge of now is mainly the construction of the Imperial City and the administrative districts of government offices, of which the Imperial City is the most important. The models you see that have been made so far are basically part of the previous dynasty. The palace can also be divided into 4 parts according to different functions. One part is used to discuss tribal affairs with officials. The place is also called the former dynasty, and the front, back and back are used for living in the back courtyard. However, this model has not been fully completed yet, and there is nothing visible in the back courtyard. Then there are the east and west palaces on the left and right, where children live on one side and the elderly on the other. And your Jinwuvai station, in this courtyard behind the west palace, is also considered part of the Imperial City. Luo Chong pointed to the model of the palace and the sand table and introduced Yuji. In terms of the distribution of the capital, because Luo Chong was going to build an industrialized city in the future, there was no intention to build a city wall for the peripheral Kyuwachin, because as an industrialized city, if there were no train stations and trains in the city, then what is industrialization called? The walls would block the enemy, but also the process of industrialization. That's why Luo Chong built walls only for the Imperial City and the administrative district of the government office, while Guo Cheng outside did not. Such a structural layout is a bit like a modern capital. The Forbidden City in the previous dynasty had a city wall, but there was no city wall outside the periphery where people lived. You can't build a few door openings specifically for crossing trains, but if you really want to do that, what's the point of building a city wall? The leader's family is really big, but except for the halls used to discuss things in the previous dynasty, the residential area in the back court is not that exaggerated. This project is really too big. It may take more than 10 years or a generation for a capital city like this to be completely built, right? Yu couldn't help but sigh. It is definitely impossible to build the entire capital at once, but the Imperial City is not too complicated. The task I arranged for you this time is mainly to supervise the construction of the Imperial City. It is expected that it may take 1 or 2 years to collect materials, and it will take 2 years to build. 3 years, but I hope that within 5 years, this palace must be built. This should be fine, right? Hearing that Yuji thought the capital was too big, Luo Chong immediately explained. To be honest, the capital is a bit big, but it is not his place alone. Besides, it was still early to build the capital. Even if it is really built now, no one will probably live there. 910 per capita craftsmen of the Jinwuvai? After listening to Luo Chong's words, Yuji nodded. If he was only responsible for the construction of the palace, it would really not be a big problem. Moreover, Luo Chong gave him extremely ample time. He gave him 2 years to prepare materials and 3 years to build. The entire palace is expected to be completed in 5 years. Such working hours have already been given very ample. Boss, what is the current situation in the palace? Do I have anything to pay attention to after I go there? Yu asked again. As for you, first shrink the personnel of the Jinyu guards who have completed their tasks, select some people and put them on the surface. It doesn't take much. It should be enough to have about 1,000 people. Then I will give you 3,000 more slaves, and you will take them to the construction site of the palace. The specific location has been selected. It was sent by Dashu, the governor of Tuohei County, to scout, but it is only a rough range. After you bring the people there, you first find a craftsman to measure the land, confirm the construction site according to the specifications of the drawings, and then take the slaves to make the foundation first. Building the foundation requires digging an artificial lake, mining earth, and then paving the palace with a high platform. This work will take a lot of time. When you get there, take them to work first. Then let the craftsman calculate the required building materials, such as where to cut the palace wood, how to transport it, and masonry tiles, which also need to be fired in a kiln. In addition, there are various guardrails, steps, walls, stone materials needed for stone carvings. The stones there are good in Panchi County of Tang Tribe, bluestone, granite, and white marble. You have to agree with the big tree about these things, how many they need, and then let the big tree negotiate with the Tang Tribe, and let the people of the Tang Tribe mine them. And the paint, iron, glass that you need for later decoration, these things you let the craftsman count when the time comes, and then the tribe will allocate them. Generally speaking, you arrange the foundation construction first. After it stabilizes, you will arrange for people to collect various materials. When the materials are almost collected, the construction of other parts of our tribe will be almost completed. Then I will mobilize more craftsmen for you and start the formal construction steps. This matter should be easy for you. After all, it is Jinwuvai. You should have more advantages than other departments when you use your strengths to contact building materials everywhere. Luo Chong introduced Yu Ji to the several stages of building the palace and said. Yu Zi nodded again. If he said this, it would be much simpler. He also seemed very confident about the need to contact building materials in various places. Don't worry, leader, I have remembered these steps, and there is no problem in collecting building materials. In addition, there are craftsmen. In fact, we have cultivated a lot ourselves, and we have a lot of craftsmen within Jinwuvai. Yu Ji first said that he was fine, then reminded Luo Chong that. Yes, I remembered that you were also responsible for this matter at the time. Luo Chong nodded, saying that he had thought of this matter, and then he said again, in this case, it will be easier to handle. If there are sufficient manpower within the Jinyo Guard, then you can arrange it yourself, such as some stone carvings, carpentry work, kill building and brick burning, etc. You can start working in advance. There are indeed many craftsmen within the Jinwuvai, or can it be said that everyone has a craft? After all, when this Jinyo Guard was founded, its first task was to lurk into Niue's mission, follow them back to Takeshima, and then continue to lurk on Takeshima. What kind of people are more easily absorbed by them? Luo Chong decided to use craftsmen to attract them at that time. The various production technologies of the Han tribe were very advanced, which was urgently needed by all tribal forces. At first, Luo Chong recruited some craftsmen to deliberately arrange to work with the people of Oxtail, and then they naturally valued them and asked them to poach these people themselves. Later, when the Jinmyo guards reached Yuji's hands, he was responsible for the lurking reconnaissance of the grassland area. He also learned from Luo Chang's successful experience and got some skilled personnel to sneak into Madun's tribe. People who understand technology are popular everywhere. Even if they know that this person belongs to the Han tribe, they especially want it. Using such people as spies is not a difficult problem at all. Later, in order to expand the size of the Jinwuvai and to maintain the mystery of the Jinwuvai, Luo Chong did not adopt the same recruitment system as other guards, but open Yangji Yuan, or orphan shelters, in various places in the name of the tribe. As the Han tribes continued to expand, more and more tribes joined the Han, and the problem of orphans became increasingly apparent. The people of the Han tribe are generally relatively surplus, and their families have endless food to eat, so naturally nothing will happen to abandoned babies, but these orphans were born before joining the Han tribe. Maybe because their mother was too young? Or maybe their father died accidentally while hunting? In short, there are many of them. If they are already adults, it is good to say that as long as they are over 14 years old, they can find a woman to get married, establish their own household registration, and have fields allotted by the tribe, so that good farming is enough to support the family. And those orphans who are younger naturally need to be raised by a public welfare organization such as a nursing home. The nursing home run by Jinwuvai is not only responsible for raising these orphans, but also teaches them reading, literacy, farming and breeding, ensuring that every orphan can support himself after he becomes an adult and becomes independent. He will also teach them how to support themselves when they meet someone who is wiser and eager to learn. They learn various production techniques, then incorporate them into the Jinwuvai system, and train them according to the standards of spies from an early age. Sneaking into various forces as a craftsman is a very effective way to sneak in, so Yuji also put extra effort into this aspect. Now in a few years, Jinwuvai has mastered a large number of craftsmen who are proficient in various skills. Once the organization has a task, they can immediately lurk to the target by changing their identity. However, if there is no task now, then they are craftsmen. That's why Yuji said that they have many craftsmen in the Jinmyo Guard and have no targets to target now. These people cannot be idle. Although they are still young men, it is not impossible to involve them in the construction of the palace. Not a kind of training. Don't worry, leader, I will arrange these things and collect all kinds of materials as soon as possible. Yu Zi assured again. Well, I can rest assured when you do things. Let's go. I've been on the boat for a month this time. There must be nothing good to eat. I'll ask you to prepare the food and wine. You and these 10 craftsmen will have a good meal together. Have a meal and get to know each other. Don't underestimate these people. They made this huge sand table in front of you. Every brick and tile, every plant and tree of the entire palace is in their minds, and you will definitely not be able to live without them when the time comes for the construction of the project. Luo Chong greeted Yuji, and the dozen or so craftsmen who made the models went to dinner together. Everyone also readily accepted it, and the leader gave it without saying anything, or else they would not give the leader face. Besides, they had just heard Luo Chang's words, and they also knew what the other person was. This one brought by the chief is the overseer who will be responsible for the entire palace project in the future, the person in charge. And the craftsmen in the house are the main technical personnel. No one can play without each other, so naturally we need to take this opportunity to get to know each other. Luo Chong took them to the dining room and took a few bites with them. They mainly introduced the two parties carefully and talked a few more words about the project. At this moment, a personal guard suddenly came in to report the incident and came to Luo Chang's ear. he whispered in a low voice, causing Luo Chong to frown slightly. "Leader, there is something wrong with the rail experiment in Xing'an County. 911 cause of accident." After listening to the personal guard's report, Luo Chong frowned slightly. He stood up and said to Yu Ji and the craftsman in Moxin, "You eat it yourself first, I have some other things to deal with." Yu Ji, Moxin and others quickly stood up and gave them away. When Luo Chong left the dining room, he and the guard came to a corner of the yard. Luo Chong then asked, "What happened to the rail experiment? Didn't it happen before? Is the production good? How could something suddenly go wrong?" The guard quickly replied, looking back at the leader, "It's not a problem with the narrow gauge rails, it's a problem with the heavy duty rails, it's just the one that weighs 1.60 kilograms. In the past 2 days, the Xing'an County steelmaking plant has completed the production plan of 10,000 narrow gauge rails arranged by the leader, and the steel bars have begun to be produced stably. In order to consume excess production capacity, the Institute trial produced a batch of heavy duty rails, used for actual performance testing, but something went wrong during the test. They laid 2 kilometers of heavy-duty railway on the ramp, and then got a carriage to put on it, which contained a whole carriage of coal. When they released the brakes to let the carriage slide down, they had just walked less than a mile away. The rail suddenly deformed, the entire carriage rolled over, and coal was scattered all over the floor. Fortunately, no one was injured or injured. The guards will report the news that came over in detail." Luo Chong frowned even deeper after hearing this. The previous narrow-distance railway had already undergone the same experiment. When it was used for testing, it was not just one carriage, but 15 carriages, which were also filled with ore. As a result, it ran very smoothly without any problems at all. But now when testing heavy-duty rails using the same method, suddenly something goes wrong, and the rails are deformed. Good that there were no casualties. What is the reason? Have you found it? Luo Chong asked again. "I heard that there was a problem at the joint of the 2 rails. The third joint was directly bent and flattened, and the rails in front were also pressed up, and the road nails collapsed in a row. It was the joint at 300 to 400 meters, and the rail at more than 300 meters was directly crushed and broken. The carriage rolled over diagonally, and even the sleepers were broken several times." The bodyguard replied again. "Well, when did this happen?" After listening to the specific experimental process and the specific circumstances of the accident, Luo Chong calmed down. The current losses are completely negligible, and he can still afford them, so he is not as panicked as before. "What happened this afternoon was sent over there immediately. It was just a message." The guards replied honestly. "Then send another message back. First, stop the production and experiment of heavy-duty rails. First, clean up the accident site and investigate the cause of the accident. The steel rolling mill will mainly produce steel bars. I will make follow-up arrangements when I go there tomorrow." Luo Chong nodded, confessed to the guards, and then asked him to deliver the letter. The guards quickly agreed, then turned and left. Luo Chong looked at the sky and saw that it was completely dark. He simply returned to the backyard of the official office to rest and began to think about the problem. As far as Luo Chong's memory knows, the rails of high-speed railways are generally 500 meters long, so as to avoid joints on the rails as much as possible. However, not only that, in the actual laying process, for each section of track laid, it is also necessary to the 2 joints are welded and then polished to make the rails one. In other words, the train track should have no joints. But this was not the case with the early steam trains, where in the days of steam trains the rails were jointed, or why the train always made, as well as it did, a sound when it walked, and that was the noise made when the wheels drove over the rail joints. However, as the technology improved later, people began to pursue quieter and smoother operation, and began to use fusion welding technology to weld the rails to eliminate all track joints. When the rails first left the factory, they were made very long, used to reduce welding costs. However, this is still a huge problem for the current Han tribe. How can I put it? The current rail specifications of the Han tribe are all made according to 100 meters. Even so, it is already very difficult. A narrow gauge rail weighs 35 kilograms per meter, and 100 meters is 3,500 kilograms. So if you want to roll such a track, you first have to cast a 3,500 Jin steel ingot, and you also have to cast the 3,500 Jin steel ingot. The steel ingot weighing nearly 2 tons is heated twice, burned to an orange-red state, softened, and then stretched with a steel rolling mill. The heavy-duty ones are even heavier. 1 meter is 60 kilograms, and 100 meters is 3 tons. Then you have to cast a 3-ton steel ingot first. Such a heavy thing, and it is still a high temperature of thousands of degrees, can only be used. It can be hung by pulleys, chains and rails, otherwise it will not be able to be transferred at all. This is only 100 meters. If you want to double the length, there is no problem with the steel rolling mill, but there is a problem with the hoisting machine. It is a 6-ton piece of burned red steel ingot, and it is not easy to transport it. If you extend the length to 500 meters, it will directly become a 15-ton red iron block, which will directly increase the difficulty by an order of magnitude. After thinking about it, Luo Chong didn't expect any good solution. Extending the length of the rail is definitely necessary, but it only depends on the ability of the institute. Anyway, it must be extended to at least 200 meters. It is best to think of it. The best solution is to weld it directly into one when laying the railway in the future. Early the next morning, Yu Ji first applied with Luo Chong to return home, and then took his family to live in Tuohei County. In the next few years, he would have to work at the construction site in the capital, which was too far away from his family. It's inconvenient. If it's placed in Tuohei County, he can still take time to go back and have a look. After picking up his family, he took his family south again, and began to gather the men of the Jinmyo guards, and then received the 3,000 slaves Luo Chong said to go to the construction site. MOXIN, the technical team that makes sandbox models, will go south later, wait until they complete the model production first, and then take their families to find Yu Ji. Luo Chong all agreed one by one. After passing them off, he finished breakfast and went to the research institute in Xingdong County with his guards to discuss the rail problem. As a result, by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when Luo Chong arrived at the scene of the accident under the leadership of Lin Fei, he realized that the matter was not as simple as he had thought before, and the situation seemed to be more serious. Located at the joint 300 meters away from the experimental track, the rail of the joint was not only bent downwards, but the entire I-shaped load-bearing structure was also twisted by the pressure. Only then did Luo Chong understand what the personal guard said last night. What does that squashed mean? He pointed to the severely deformed joint and asked Lin Fei, "What do the people in your research institute say? This should not only be a problem with the joint, but also with the steel itself." 912 The institute has matured. Hearing Luo Chong's question, Lin Fei was impressed, and the leader discovered the real reason with just a glance. Looking back, leader, yes, after discussion, people from our institute also believed that there was something wrong with the performance of the steel. The carbon steel we use to make rails now has insufficient bending resistance, that is, insufficient hardness. There has been no problem in the previous experiments on narrow-gauge railways. It may be that the load capacity of narrow-gauge trains has not yet reached the critical value of rail-bearing capacity, so even if there are more joints, the narrow-gauge train can still operate normally. But this time heavy-duty rails made of the same steel, because the load capacity in a certain area was directly doubled several times, exceeding the limit of the steel to bear, so the current accident occurred. We judged that the accident was partly caused by the joints, but not all by the joints, and that the rail should still have insufficient bearing capacity, and when the wheel passed the joints, it was only after bending them that it derailed and lifted the track up and rolled over. Luo Chong nodded, which was similar to the result of his judgment. Although the heavy-duty rails were enlarged to a level of 60 kilograms and 1 meter, the steel did not change, and the bearing capacity was limited after all, and the weight of the heavy-duty trains was higher than that of the narrow-distance trains. The small train is several times larger, but the area in contact with the rails is still those wheels, which means that the base remains unchanged. However, the pressure per unit area has increased several times, exceeding the steel's endurance limit, which is strange if there is no problem. Then have you come up with a solution to the problem? Luo Chong nodded, confirming their conclusion that the bending resistance of carbon steel is not enough, so it must be solved by other methods, otherwise the railway will not be paved. Looking back, leader, we are temporarily prepared to solve this problem in 5 aspects. Lin Fei pointed to the joint of the track on the ground and said, "First of all, we need to increase the number of sleepers connected to the head position to ensure that each joint is placed on the sleeper to enhance the endurance of the rail. Then it is under the sleepers in the joint position, and then a row of sleepers is laid longitudinally to make it a tic-tac-toe structure, again to enhance the bearing capacity of the joint. Another thing is that we feel that the length of the track should be extended, at least twice as long, so that it becomes 200 meters each, thereby reducing the number of joints and avoiding accidents. The above 3 are all considered from the perspective of laying. In addition, as for the rails themselves, we also decided to make improvements. The first is to increase the thickness of the middle column of the I-shaped rail to achieve the purpose of enhancing the load bearing. The second is to find more suitable steel formulas. If you can do so without increasing the track weight, it would be best if the alloy formulation were used to solve this problem. After hearing this, Luo Chong felt quite emotional. The 5 solutions mentioned by Lin Fei are now almost the limit that the Han tribe can achieve. From the improvement of the construction method to the structural and composition changes of the rails themselves, they are all correct. Idea. This shows that the Han tribe's research institute has fully matured. Even without Luo Chong, they can handle things on their own. Maybe their improvement is not perfect, but it is indeed progressing. When Lin Fei finished speaking, Luo Chong added again, "Your ideas are very good and very operable, but I think they are still a little short of what you didn't expect." Lin Fei was curious. He thought that the 5 methods he proposed were comprehensive enough, but the leader said that there were others they didn't expect, so as expected, the leader was still knowledgeable and had wild thinking. "I don't know what the leader is referring to," Lin Fei asked modestly. You have just said that you should reduce the number of joints and extend the length of the rails as much as possible, but why haven't you thought about welding the two rails together? Wouldn't it be that there are no joints directly? Luo Chong reminded. Because of the existence of calcium carbide, the Han tribe has long had acetylene gas welding technology. Although there is no pure oxygen for auxiliary use, pure acetylene can emit a high temperature of 2000 degrees after ignition, which is enough to melt any steel. It's just that rail welding is a surface-to-surface connection, not a point or line connection. The combination of gas welding and welding rods can only circle around the welding surface at most, but the inside is still disconnected. Such welding is meaningless at all. Lin Fei was not a fool, so he understood what Luo Chong meant by fusion welding at once. Literally, this is to first pull the joints of the two rails apart for a small distance, and then use molds on the outside and bottom. Fix it, then cast the red-hot liquid molten steel in it, and fuse the two sections of rails together using on-site casting. In this way, the surface-to-surface connection can be formed, and after the welding is completed, it can be polished and used. After thinking about it, Lin Fei couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. The leader's method is so good, so that the railway is really connected and there is no longer a connector. Luo Chong waved his hand casually. He didn't mean to use this method to get praise from others. He just continued to remind. The welding method only adapts to heavy-haul railways that do not need to change the line. For example, narrow-gauge railways that need to change lines frequently are definitely not needed, and the load capacity of narrow-gauge railways does not exceed the endurance limit, so they can be used with confidence. This technique was not so difficult. The stupidest way was to build a carriage with a furnace, provide molten steel for smelting joints as you walked along the track, and then add a pair of steam or pneumatic grinders under the wheels. What I'm even more curious about now is the fifth point you just said, changing the formula of the steel alloy. Do you really have ideas and plans for this? How you guys came up with that? Luo Chong asked, equally curious. When Lin Fei heard the inquiry, he immediately raised his chest and said proudly, "This is not difficult. We all know that one metal, or a mixture of multiple metals, that is, an alloy, has different properties. For example, if bronze is added with tin, it will become hard and brittle. If lead is added too much, it will become softer, more fluid, and easy to cast. There are also many differences between iron. Pig iron is brittle and easy to break, while wrought iron is easy to bend and not hard enough. Steel is an alloy, with both soft and hard properties, which is both tough and sharp. So we thought, will there be other formulas to make a steel alloy and then improve the properties in terms of bending resistance and hardness?" Luo raised the corner of his mouth. It seems that these guys have indeed studied the essence of metal. The so-called metal properties are nothing more than using the characteristics of various metals to create a new alloy. So have you found this metal that improves bending resistance and hardness now? Luo Chong asked again. Looking back, we are not sure whether it can work yet. We are experimentally testing this new type of metal. Lin Fei immediately replied. Make up for yesterday, I had a quarrel with someone until midnight last night and forgot to write it. 913 new troubles. The Institute actually found the metal that improved the alloy steel. Luo Chong expressed great surprise at this. You must know that the Han tribe at this time had almost no way to detect metal composition. After all, they could not even recognize the periodic table of chemistry. How could it be so easy to distinguish so many metal types? What experiment? You guys really found some other metal? Luo Chong quickly asked curiously. Lin Fei scratched his head, and he said with uncertainty, actually, it's not the case. We just collected iron ore samples found in various places, smelted them separately, and then conducted comparative experiments on their properties. We want to use this method to find more suitable steel, because we found that even for the local iron ore in Xingdong County, the steel properties produced by different batches will be slightly different, so we wonder if there are other different ingredients in the iron ore mines everywhere. Luo Chong then nodded, making bold assumptions and rigorous verification. The Institute has deeply imprinted his own 8-character policy of scientific exploration in his heart. Because it was found that there were differences in the steel smelted from the ores in various places, thus suspecting that the iron ore composition was different in different places, and then conducting comparative experiments, this was indeed a good method, at least as far as it was concerned, the most practical method, except that Luo Chong did not have much hope for this method. But he still asked out of concern, then how is your experiment going? Have you found out? Not yet, but soon. The results may be available today. We started this component comparison experiment before the accident. Do you want the leader to go over and take a look? Lin Fei answered and then extended an invitation to Luo Chong. Okay, then go and have a look. Luo Chong nodded and agreed. Now that the cause of the accident has been found and the Research Institute has proposed a solution, Luo Chong is quite satisfied, so there is nothing wrong now. It is better to go and see the excitement. The two walked back to the Industrial County's factory area, where the rolling mill's current 2 rail production lines have now stopped, and the temporary production is still narrow-gauge rails, while the remaining Nissan steel is all rolled into steel bars, and there is also a part dedicated to the manufacturing of small trains. The two passed through a steel rolling mill that they had visited before, and came to the train-making plant, which likewise had some steam rolling equipment, mainly used for rolling large parts such as wheels, connecting rods, springs, frames, etc. Luo Chong walked in front and observed everything in the factory. There was a narrow-gauge railway in the factory that went directly outside the factory. At this time, there was a frame parked steadily on the railway track. The structure was the model car during the Chinese New Year. The enlarged version also has a 4-6-8 wheeled layout, and the 3 pairs of power-eccentric wheels appear full of power. The researchers were leading the workers in assembling the locomotive with drawings, and on the other side of the field, a horizontal cylindrical boiler with a main body in the front was being built. The huge steel sheet was hoisted inside the plate coiler, then rolled several times, and finally rolled into a cylinder, whereupon the steel cylinder was hoisted down and placed on a shelf, whereupon the gap was welded up by gas welders. After the cylinder of the main body is welded, large and small smoke pipes, steam generating pipes, and superheating pipes are welded and installed inside, which add up to dozens of them. Finally, one end of the steel cylinder is welded to the combustion chamber and water tank of the boiler, and a valve and control system are installed. On the other side of the steel barrel, which is the end of the front end of the car, holes are punched with prefabricated circular steel plates and fixed with screws. On the top of the steel barrel are 3 protruding round tubes, a superheated bag, a chimney, and a steam discard release chimney. Further ahead are bronze bells, whistles, car lights and other objects, but this car light does not use a calcium carbide box, but uses acetylene gas stored in a high-pressure cylinder in advance to supply air to the headlights at the front of the car through pipes. This is safer. The entire boiler and steam generation system, all connected together by welding and hot riveting processes, the newly invented portable air hammer is suddenly flattening the red-hot rivet hammers on the prefabricated holes, and the work is carried out in an orderly manner. On the lathe and forging area on the other side of the factory building, the axles were first cast into ingots, then stretched under a steam-powered forging hammer to forge the basic shape, and then racked to a huge steam car bed for finishing, and finally assembled together with the wheels produced in the same process and installed on the frame. Each carriage has 2 sets of frames, one frame is mounted with 4 wheels, and one carriage is 8 wheels. These 2 frames are installed on a girder, and the car banger is installed on it, and this carriage is ready. Nowadays, dozens of carriages have been parked in the workshop of this factory. The initial budget can also be used to build more than 30 carriages. This is almost enough for 2 trains, but the current production has not stopped yet. After all, the leader of this small train said that it needs to be equipped in large quantities, and a lot of it is needed in mines everywhere alone. Luo Chong looked at the front of the train, which was about to take shape, and asked Lin Fei next to him. It has been more than 3 months since the Zhendan festival. I think the front of this entity is almost completed. When will the splicing of the boiler and frame be completed, and when will the official test run be completed? Is there an exact time? Speaking of this train, Lin Fei unconsciously straightened his waist a lot. This is the pride of their Power Research Institute. Looking back, according to the current construction progress, our first-generation Endeavour prototype will be able to roll off the production line and leave the factory in half a month at the latest. Well, not bad, let the workers hurry up and work. Then you can send someone to inform me in advance. If I am not here, I must wait until I come in person before officially rolling off the production line for a test run. Luo Chong specifically instructed. No problem, boss, our current construction speed is a bit slow, but it is all because of lack of experience, and the equipment required is put into use for the first time, and everyone is not familiar with it. When we build subsequent trains in the future, we will have the production capacity can be increased. Lin Fei also happily introduced the situation to Luo Chong. Luo Chong moved forward as he looked, saying hello to the workers from time to time, and then listened to Lin Fei's introduction. The two soon came to a compound behind the factory, which was a part of the institute. Courtyard. Now that the Power Research Institute has grown in scale, there are many projects that need to be studied, and what they originally studied is relatively large, so now it has divided a lot of yards for each group to conduct experiments and daily work respectively. Lin Fei brought Luo the place where he rushed here is responsible for the analysis of iron ore composition and steel properties in various places. When Luo Chong came to the laboratory, he found that there was only one formal researcher here, and then he took a few teenage interns to do experiments. They took iron sheets and weights of different shapes and specifications to test the amount of pressure they carried, and some samples were made into blades. After the same grinding method, they tested the sharpness, or used several different grades. Steel knives chop or rub each other to compare hardness. When the researchers and interns saw the leader coming in, they all quickly stopped their work and saluted and said hello to Luo Chong. Luo Chong waved his hand casually to stop them and asked them to continue working. Instead of interrupting the researchers' work, he asked Lin Fei in a low voice, "How many sets of steel samples do they have here?" and where did they collect the iron ore from? Seeing that Luo Chong had no intention of disturbing them, Lin Fei also replied in a low voice, looking back at the leader, there are probably more than a dozen kinds, most of which were taken from us, including the magnetite we use the most. There are also pyrites for acid production, as well as pyroxenite, hematite, and even some iron ore samples obtained from the Tang tribe before. Luo Chong nodded, stopped asking, and then watched the interns do the experiment seriously. One of the faces was still a relatively immature boy, about 13 years old, who was holding different pieces of iron to carve on other pieces of iron, and then contrasting the depth of the scratches, while making a contrast and recording on paper. After waiting for him to finish, Luo Chong asked, "Which sample has the highest hardness here?" The young intern immediately replied, looking back at the leader, "The hardest sample here is the sample obtained by the Tang tribe. It is a steel sample produced from low-quality hematite, but this model of sample can be easily used on other samples. It leaves scratches on the sample, and you can even use a knife to cut off the iron filings from other samples. Cut iron like mud." The hardness was indeed high enough. Luo Chong immediately became interested and said to the young man, "Then can you demonstrate it to me?" "Of course, boss, please see." As the boy said this, he took several models of blades from one side, and then used a Tang tribe blade to cut the backs of other blades. He could easily scrape off the wire or iron filings, but when other blades were used to cut this blade, but he couldn't cut it at all, but instead damaged his own blade. While demonstrating to Luo Chong, the young man added, "Boss, this steel sample smelted from the iron ore of the Tang tribe is indeed the hardest, but it also has a bad shortcoming, that is, it is too brittle. It's easy to break through steel, that's what it says, boss, look at it." He said that he used the blade made of Tang tribe iron to chop each other with the other blades, and then sparks suddenly splashed. When he stopped, the blade in his hand that was as fine as mud had become like a dog gnawing. It was jagged and had many gaps. Indeed, as he said, the hardness is enough, it's a bit brittle. However, Luo Chong looked at this blade that cut iron like your mud, and suddenly thought of a tool from his previous life, which was a handheld bow saw blade, a manganese steel saw blade that could be used to saw steel pipes. So, the iron ore on the Tang tribe side, wouldn't it be the ferocious iron ore? Ferroalloy steel is a good material for making heavy-duty rails, but if there is no ferroalloy here in Xingdong County of the Han tribe, they can only go to the Tang tribe to mine, but can they agree to give their iron ore to the Han tribe? Use it? Even if they agreed to the Han tribe's mining, would it take the Han tribe more than a month to ship the iron ore back to the north for refining? And Chapter 914 Daddy, go tell you to kiss? Manganese steel is the most suitable alloy steel among the steels used to make railway tracks, but the Han tribe does not. Xingdong County is full of magnetite here, and Babayashan also has some iron ore, but they are not suitable for iron smelting. Pyrite, that is, iron sulfide. The only thing discovered so far is the Tang tribe, which creates a huge problem. Let's not talk about whether the Tang tribe is willing or not. Even if they agree, the Han tribe still cannot operate. After mining the iron ore of the Tang tribe, it is shipped to Xingdong County in the north for smelting. This transportation process will take 2 months. Even if there is a flying fish clipper in the future, it will take about 20 days. In this way, the cost is high. If you want to reduce costs, the best way is to build a local steel-making plant and rolling mill and produce them on the spot. However, in this way, there is no coal on the Tang tribe side, so there is no coke for steelmaking. Therefore, if you want to set up a factory in the south, you have to transport coke from the north. So regardless of the calculation, the Han tribe had to carry out a north-to-south transportation to meet the production needs of heavy-duty rails. It's just so hard. So Luo Chong is preparing to give up the original heavy-haul railway construction plan. It's not that he really wants to give up, but that the current plan is not cost-effective no matter how you look at it. Another thing is that in fact, the Han tribe does not particularly need heavy-haul railways. Trains are also used when there are small trains. The big deal is to make 2 more trips and divide the heavy-duty items into 4 transports. Luo Chong thought to himself secretly, and Lin Fei also heard the problem. This super hard sample was actually obtained from the Tang tribe? Does this not mean that if the Han tribes wanted to take advantage of it, it would be troublesome? Leader? Look, this Lin Fei doesn't know what to say. Luo Chong glanced at them and could naturally see the expectations in their eyes. These people had paid so much for railways and trains and definitely did not want to give up halfway, but the current conditions really did not allow it. After thinking about it for a while, Luo Chong said, "Pause the heavy-haul railway project first and try your best to get the small train done. What we are encountering now is not the problem of whether the Tang tribe is willing or not, but our own transportation cost problem. Whether it is the cost of transporting iron ore from the south to the north or coke from the north to the south is very high and takes too long. The blast furnace cannot be shut down casually. We will make up for any mistakes. So let's wait a minute. Anyway, we also have small trains available now, so that's enough for now." Lin Fei and several researchers and interns in this group were a little unacceptable when they heard that Luo Chong wanted to suspend the heavy-haul railway plan. They had been studying it for so long and now they stopped. Lin Fei is better. He can understand Luo Chong. In fact, the cost increase is still one aspect of the two issues Luo Chong just mentioned. The main reason is that the transportation cycle is too long, and the blast furnace cannot be stopped once it is turned on. Too long a transportation cycle means that the furnace will be shut down at any time, which is indeed a bit more than the gain. After a while, Lin Fei asked again, "Boss, when can we restart this project?" Restart? This is quite simple. Either you can find the same manganese iron ore as the Tang tribe here in Xingdong County, or you can find coal mines around the Tang tribe, so that we can solve the problem of high transportation costs and transportation cycles. The problem of too long will be the same whether it is produced in the north or in the south. Luo Chong gave his own conditions directly. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. Could he find this thing if he wanted to? After all, it still depends on fate. Okay, don't be discouraged, let's get the endeavor type done first. At least we still have some use now, right? If you are really unwilling, then let people look around to see if there is anything like the Tang tribe iron ore, but I guess the possibility is very low. Luo Chong patted Lin Fei on the shoulder to comfort him, then turned around and walked out of the yard. The current situation is not necessarily a bad thing for the Han tribe, because even if there are heavy-duty rails, it will be very difficult for the Han tribe to build a heavy-duty railway. All railway roadbeds must be made of reinforced concrete with at least 10 meters of ground piles, and they are arranged one by one. The amount of work involved is at least based on the current Han tribe. This cliff is a very large project. Even if there are rails now, it may take several years for the Han tribe to complete such a railway. Of course, this also needs to be divided into terrain. If it is the line from Xingdong County to Weshan County Pier, because there is industrial support from Xingdong County behind it, and the terrain is relatively simple, so of course it needs to be built faster. Instead of wasting a lot of manpower on building railways, it would be better to do something else and develop other aspects of the tribe first. After reading the solutions at the Accident Scene and Research Institute, Luo Chong went home. Lin Fei wanted to adjust some projects and the application of manpower according to Luo Chong's orders, and first transfer the people wasted on heavy-duty railways. Come back and join the development of the endeavor to speed up the service of the endeavor. In early March of the first year of daeming, various counties and counties of the Han tribe were under intense construction. Drilling wells and building warehouses had become the top priorities of each county. The large platform scales produced by the Comprehensive Research Institute were also distributed to various places. In the official warehouse, the 6 counties of Tuohe County and Kiangsu in the south were also going door to door to apply for photo ID cards, and photography technology officially appeared in the south. However, due to the relatively small number of people, it has not yet become popular. Only Tuohe County a new photo studio has been opened in Haijun. Jia Haijun also has a set of photographic equipment. In addition to opening photography services to the public, it was mainly used to photograph the construction of the bridge and to report the progress of the project to Luo Chong. In Shanghe Village in Xinhua County, the villagers have just completed the production of ID cards. This time the production is all free. Coupled with the magic of photography, the villagers seem to be very united. Holding the free ID card, it seems like taking advantage of the tribe. Guan Tao took his brand new ID card and looked at his black and white photo above, and couldn't help but sigh. Oh, this Han tribe is really powerful. It actually has this magical technique that can burn people's shadows on this gold piece. What's this? I've also seen their photo album at Renzo's house. The photo is clearer than the one taken here, and it's much larger. It's all taken on paper. It has everything on it. The northern part of the Han tribe, all the counties and counties are so beautiful. Guan Tao's youngest daughter suddenly answered. However, Guan Tao did not care about that album, and his first focus was on his daughter. Oh? So, you often visit Ren's house? Then which one of them brothers did you look at? Is it any left or right? Do you want your father to tell you about the kiss? Guan Tao's daughter immediately turned red on her cheeks when she heard this. She yelled coquettishly "Dad," then turned around and ran out of the bamboo building. She didn't know where she had run. Guan Tao stood in front of the window of the bamboo building and looked at the back of the girl below. In his heart, he was actually very willing to facilitate this marriage. If he can marry a member of the Han tribe now, he will definitely make a profit. 9:15 Changes in Shanghe Village. After half a month of construction, Shanghe Village has already achieved initial results. The village's windmill mill was finally built. With this mill, local eating habits can be changed. An oil mill with a water wheel by the river has also been established, but no one has come here to squeeze oil yet. The new immigrants have not yet harvested peanuts and soybeans, and the local villagers who have soybeans at home are temporarily unable to eat the soybean oil. Shanpeng found a stable source of clay, which was beside a small naturally formed pond outside the village. With this stable supply of clay, he built a ceramic kiln in his yard. It is best to use white kaolin to burn porcelain. This makes it easier to paint with glaze on the surface, but you don't need to pay special attention to just making some earthen ceramics and burning a few jars, basins and bowls. Recently, Shanpeng's family's business has been good. He asked Lu Jianan, a carpenter in the village, to build him a foot-operated blasting machine. As long as he pressed the pedal back and forth with his feet, the circular operating table on the blasting machine could rotate. It is convenient for potters to shape clay on it. Shanpengjia currently operates two types of pottery. One is jars of various sizes used to pickle kimchi, and the other is a basin used to knead noodles. This thing was not available to local villagers in the past, but now that there is a mill, immigrants from the Han tribe have learned how to cook vegetables in a big pot and put pancakes on the edge of the pot. Therefore, the basins used for making noodles have also begun to become popular and have become a popular dish, an essential daily necessities for every household. As soon as the tortilla appeared in Shanghe village, it was well received by the local people. For the first time, villagers who were used to drinking big ballast porridge had this satisfying feeling of fullness. The key is to resist hunger. And the taste of the pancakes can also be accepted by the public, so it spreads quickly in the village. In the past, drinking porridge was purely a matter of helplessness. Eating boiled corn directly was the reason why I have been used to eating it since I was a child. Otherwise, if a person who eats fine and refined grains every day chews a few corns in a row, he will definitely have to reflux acid and vomit acid water. But compared with dry food, porridge and water are just not enough. I really felt full at the time and couldn't drink anymore. But if I sprinkle 2p, what else can I see left in my stomach? Dry food is different. Even though it is also corn, it is difficult to digest when made into cakes and stuffed into the stomach. Slow digestion naturally makes it more resistant to hunger. You don't feel tired after working all morning, and you can even make more cakes. Take it with you. If you go out to chop wood or are tired from farm work, you can take out some cakes and eat one to replenish your physical strength. They didn't even dare to think about it before. The dry food of the people of Takeshima may have been to bring a few dried corn cobs with them. When they were hungry, they would light a bonfire and sit down to roast the corn cobs to eat. They wouldn't be able to bring much food with them. Not much to relieve your fullness. In order to allow the local people to cooperate with the Han tribe in organizing households and improving the people, they all provided benefits. Anyone who was willing to enter the household registration and accept government management was given a large iron pot. Now this iron pot has come in handy. The most popular delicacy in the village now is fish stew in an iron pot, followed by tortillas on the side of the pot. The people here in Shanghe village have a very good way of fishing. Whether they use harpoons cut with bamboo poles to catch fish or use bamboo baskets to make traps for fishing, they are very effective. I don't know if there are many fish in this era or something. Currently, before the rabbits in the village grew up, the fish in the river temporarily became the main source of meat on the villagers' dining tables. Similarly, Sherry's tofu was finally sold in the village because of the appearance of tortillas. Soybeans are not even complementary grains, they can only be a kind of miscellaneous grains. In the past, people in Zudeo grew soybeans, firstly because of its ability to fertilize the land, and corn rotation can increase corn production, and secondly, it is used as a food. After all, it is not a problem to eat corn every day. It is also excellent to drink 2 bowls of bean porridge occasionally to change the taste. The local people have not even studied the simple way of eating fried beans, and the application method of soybeans is extremely poor. But now it is different. The appearance of sherry has turned humble soybeans into all kinds of delicious food. In the past, because of drinking porridge every day, it was a little wrong with the eating habits of the Han tribe, so the people were not very interested. Now they also started eating pancakes, and after eating dry food, they also learned to stir-fry and stew meat, and also hope to make a bowl of soup after eating pancakes. Coupled with the villagers' good fishing skills, Sherry, as the best among the 10 immigrants, chef, took the opportunity to introduce the soup dish of fish head and tofu soup. There is no need for too many ingredients. Just put the tofu and fish together and stew them, sprinkle with some salt. The delicious fish meat and the fragrance of the tofu will be perfectly displayed. Eat fish and tofu, eat them with pancakes, and when you are full, put a bowl of fish soup in it to fill the gaps. Everyone will give it a thumbs up and say something beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Also, because of 3 meals of dry food a day, Sherry's tofu pudding was sold. In order to promote his own tofu pudding, Sherry specifically contacted Tanahashi and asked when there would be sugar for sale in the county. Similar news gradually gathered on the anvil's bookcase. He didn't pay much attention to it. He directly listed a list of things that immigrants from all over the country needed, and then sent it to Twohei County to ask if there was any way to get it. They paid for it. For this situation, Takamai gun is of course fine, and they are even more happy, and others may not be satisfied, but there must be sugar. Because both the Tang tribe and their Twohei County plant a large amount of sweet sorghum, each harvest season is a crushing season, and the 2 countries produce countless sugars. However, the local people's consumption power of sugar is limited. If it weren't for the fact that sugar has almost no shelf life, it can be stored unlimitedly, I'm afraid Twohei County would have gone crazy. Now there is a new dumping ground. Without saying a word, Tuohei County directly sent 2 boats of brown sugar and told them that they could save it and sell it slowly. In fact, it was such a small thing, and the big tree didn't even care about it. He still has a lot of big things to do. For such a small thing as selling sugar, he can only listen to his subordinates' reports, then nod and say, "I know, that's all." After Sherry got enough sugar, his tofu pudding was easy to sell. The pancakes were delicious and full, but relatively dry. A bowl of brown sugar water tofu pudding was an excellent smooth thing. Coupled with the fact that there are hardly any sweets to enjoy in the village, this brown sugar tofu pudding even became a snack dessert loved by both adults and children in the village for a time. Many people also complained that this brown sugar tofu brain was much more delicious than the white tofu they were invited to drink that day. The emergence of various new things has caused the villagers to have more communication with the newly arrived 10 households of immigrants. Just like the youngest daughter of the Guantao family, she is only 12 years old now, but because she has to learn the breeding technology of the Han tribe, she often go to the immigrants' homes, which is naturally inevitable. I saw and heard a lot of new things from the immigrants' homes. Seeing his daughter running out shyly, Guantao smiled and shook his head, and also went down to the bamboo building to follow him. As expected, he found that the child had gone to the Ren brothers' house again, lying outside the Ren family's rabbit circle. Watching, Renzo was chatting with his daughter and didn't know what he was talking about. The Ren family was divided into 10 large rabbits, 4 of which were male and 6 of which were female. The male and female were usually raised separately to prevent the male rabbit from going into heat and killing the newly born little bunny. Once settled in the new place, the rabbits soon bred their first generation, with 5 of the 6 female rabbits carrying cubs, and finally 34 baby rabbits in symbiosis, as was the case with several other immigrant families. The local villagers saw it and were happy in their hearts. They really didn't expect that this rabbit could give birth so much. If more than 30 rabbits grew up and followed such a birth method again, wouldn't they give birth to thousands of rabbits at once? 800 rabbits. Good guy. It seems that what the Han tribe said is that as long as you raise rabbits, you will no longer lack meat to eat. It seems to be true. Brother Renzo, can this snow rabbit give birth to a litter in 2 months? Guan Tao's daughter Guan Qing asked curiously. Yes, so when this rabbit grows up in the future, it will be eaten quickly. If it can't be eaten, I'm afraid there will be more rabbits running around in the future. But it doesn't matter if you really can't eat it. It's popular to make sausages over there. There are a lot of rabbit intestines. When the time comes, you can just pack the rabbit meat and smoke it into bacon, and you can store it for 2 more years. Renzo introduced the situation and said. Guan Qing laughed after hearing this, and couldn't help but envy. It's so good over there in the Han tribe. They live in beautiful houses, grow delicious food, and have endless meat to eat. Your days over there are so good. So comfortable. Hee, this is nothing. When our rice is planted and the livestock are raised, we can still live a good life. When the time comes, we can save some money, build a new tile-roofed house, and build a big yard. Renzo said, looking forward to his future life. Guan Qing's face turned slightly red after hearing this, and she asked tentatively, Brother Renzo, if you have an ID card in the future, will you marry the woman here? Renzo nodded seriously before saying, when I apply for this ID card, I guess the household registration on it will become here. Of course I will marry the woman here. Besides, I don't know other places. Guan Qing blushed even more after hearing this, but the guy Renzo didn't expect Guan Qing to hint at him. This straight man thought the girl was just chatting with him. At this time, Guan Tao also showed up and walked into the courtyard door of Ren's family. Renzone was making a sickle in the blacksmith shop built in the courtyard. This sickle was used to harvest rice in the future. Although it has not been planted yet, but you must prepare it in advance. When the harvest is good, at least 2 or 3 of them must be prepared for the whole family. There is a big gap in the sickle in the village. Seeing Guantao come in, Renzone did not stop the work in his hand, but raised his head and looked at him, without stopping in his hand, and greeted him with his mouth. It turns out that Brother Guan is here, sit down quickly, there is sugar water on the table in the yard, you pour it yourself and drink it, you're welcome. Okay, if you work first, I won't be polite to you. Guantao responded, then he took a small bench and sat down at the table, took a tea bowl and poured a glass of sugar water. Guan Qing, who was chatting with Renzo in the yard, also saw her father coming. She said shyly, Dad, why are you here? Guan Qing thought her father was really here to kiss her. What's wrong? If you come, Dad won't be allowed to come and visit? Renzo, I heard my daughter say, do you have any photo albums that are the same as the photo on your ID card? Can you let me take a look? Guan Tao poked his daughter on the forehead and said. Chapter 916 The leader's family is full of strange people. When Renzong heard Guan Tao's request, he immediately said to his son, Renzo, why don't you go and show Uncle Guan the photo album and introduce it to him? Hey, okay, Dad, I'll go right now. Renzo agreed, and quickly went to the back room to pick up the photo album for Guan Tao to look at. Guan Qing quickly stepped aside. Although she had seen it before, she still couldn't help but look at the photo. Want to take another look? Guan Tao sat on the small bench and saw Renzo taking an exquisite black wooden box. There were also words engraved on the lid of the wooden box, and red paint was traced inside. What was written on it was a commemorative photo album of Kyingsu immigrants presented by the Han tribe. The words "Household Director's Trace" looked very beautiful. Renzo opened it and showed the photos inside. Although it was an album, these photos were not framed. They were all in bulk in boxes. Maybe it was to facilitate immigrants to take them out for viewing. Besides, the price of mounting them all was too expensive, and it was too late at all. At that time, they all had an exquisite wooden box, which was considered packaging. Renzo took out some photos and handed them to Guan Tao, then took some photos and put them on the table, and then introduced them. "Uncle Guan, please take a look. This is a photo album. This is a commemorative photo album specially made for us by the leader when we moved here. It contains some of our own people or things, as well as the 8 counties in the north. The characteristic scenery. There are also photos of the leader. There are 100 of them in each family, so that we can take them out and take a look when we are homesick." Okay, let me take a look. Are there any photos of the leaders of our Han tribe? Take it out and let me take a look. I have heard that our leader is so powerful at a young age, but I don't know what he looks like. Although there is a leader's appearance on the coin, I asked the officials in the county, but they said that the appearance of the coins is only 6 points similar at most, saying that they are older than the real leader. Guan Tao looked at the exquisite photos one after another, as if he had seen another fairy world, which dazzled him and he didn't know which one to look at. Renzo also laughed when he heard his request, took out several photos with the leader and introduced them. "Uncle Guan, this is the leader of our Han tribe. The leader is only 18 years old this year. These photos were all taken by him last year, when he was only 17. When Guan Tao took a family portrait taken by Luo Chong in the courtyard of his home, Ren Ziuoke I introduced it again. "Uncle Guan, this is our leader, next to the leader's 2 wives and the leader's pair of children." Guan Tao's eyes widened when he looked at the photo. The young man sitting upright in the middle in the photo was the tribal leader who was in charge of their entire tribe, so many territories, populations, armies, and ships. I heard that he was responsible for all this. It was founded by one hand, and even the complex management system of the Han tribe, etc., were all things that this young man came up with alone. Wearing a fancy dress and a high crown on his head, he sat on a chair with a calm and confident expression, revealing a feeling of coercion from being in a high position. Just sitting there would make people dare not look down upon it. Next to the leader, one on the left and one on the right, are 2 beautiful-looking girls. They are slender, wearing gauze and satin. They have extraordinary temperament and eyes with a sense of wisdom and agility. They are by no means just women who know how to farm and raise pigs. Comparable. There were 2 dolls about 3 or 4 years old standing in front of the 3 of them, also wearing brocade clothes and black gauze hats, staring directly in front with curious faces. It must have been the person who took the photos of them at that time who attracted the attention of the children. This is the family of the leader of the Han tribe. It was this man who said something casually. Tens of thousands of sergeants in iron armor came to their bamboo island in a fleet that covered the strait. They killed the Xin commander who ruled them for unknown periods of time. The whole family was beheaded, and the blood of the killing flowed into a river. Guan Tao's hand holding the photo was a little trembling, and his mood was very complicated. He didn't know what he was thinking. Then when he was stunned, he heard his daughter saying enviedly next to him, "Dad, look at the beautiful clothes our leaders and ladies are wearing. I heard that they are not wearing linen or cotton, but a kind of fabric made of silk spit out by bugs. It is extremely gorgeous and can only be made by the Han tribe. Come out." "Well, yeah, it's a pity that's not something we can wear." Guan Tao came back to his senses and followed his daughter's words. "No, Dad, I heard Brother Renzo say that even a commoner woman without a title in the Han tribe can wear a wedding dress made of silk to get married when she gets married. Dad, look, this one is the wedding dress of the Han tribe." Guan Cheng ripely dug out Cubing's wedding photo from a stack of photos. The 2 were sitting on the big bed in the wedding room. Cubing and his fiancée Jean were wearing wedding clothes. Among them, Jean was wearing a phoenix crown and a gown. It's even more gorgeous, although it's just a black and white photo, but it's not hard to see how pliable and pretty the outfit will be through the reflection of the photo. "Yes, Uncle Guan, people can wear such wedding clothes when they get married, but even common women cannot wear silk on a daily basis, but they can also wear beautiful clothes. Uncle, look, this is a photo we took at my aunt's house after the Gendon festival. Although the new clothes my sister is wearing are made of cotton, they are also very beautiful. Our weaving and dyeing techniques are very good. There are many, even ordinary cotton and linen fabrics can dye beautiful colors, but this photo is colorless and cannot be seen." Renzo introduced Guan Tao to the costumes of the Han tribe, but Guan Tao was obviously not very interested in this, but his silly daughter was very interested in the beautiful clothes of the Han tribe, especially looking at Luo Chang's 2 wives, and his fiancée who was sick, couldn't bear to look away. Renzo saw Luo Chang's family portrait, and he brought it over again to introduce it. By the way, Uncle Guan, our leader's 2 wives are not ordinary people. According to legend, that was when our Han tribe was still very young. Before the eldest lady married the leader, our Han tribe had no weaving skills. This method of weaving grass was still passed down from the eldest lady's tribe. However, our leader was erudite and talented, and his ideas were even more unconstrained. After learning how to weave, he asked the carpenters in the tribe to make a loom. Later, he improved it many times, and then we got the extremely fast one we use now. Shuttle loom. After the lady did not weave the cloth herself, she studied the printing and dyeing method, which gave the cloth of the Han tribe colorful colors. The tribe of these 2 ladies is good at growing glutinous rice. After marrying the leader, they became obsessed with cooking skills and developed many novel ways to eat it. It was widely spread among the tribe and also benefited all people. The tofu we eat most often, steamed buns, noodles, and roasted sesame cakes, stir-fries, stews and other ways of eating are what the second lady taught to the people. Guan Tao was greatly surprised after hearing this. He had only known that the leader of the Han tribe was great before, but he did not expect that his 2 wives were also strange people. One taught the people how to weave and dye cloth, and the other taught the people how to cook and eat. One piece of clothing and one piece of food directly supported it. Half the sky of the Han tribe. Could this leader and his family all be capable people? He flipped through a few photos of Luo Chang's family and suddenly saw another photo with Tang Yao on it, then curiously asked, "Then who is this guy? Seeing that she is dressed so well, could she not be the leader's sister? What special skills does she have?" Chapter 917 Life in Various Forms in the Photo Album. Renzo looked at the woman Guan Tao said was standing next to the leader. In fact, he didn't know who this woman was at first. Later, he was on the boat going south. After listening to what the boatman said, he realized that Tang Yao's identity made him even more doubtful whether the leader had made a marriage with the woman from the Tang tribe. He recalled the rumor he had heard, and then introduced Guan Tao. "Uncle Guan, this person is not from our Han tribe. She is the next female leader of the Tang tribe across from Tuohei County. She was appointed by the current leader of the Tang tribe to send an envoy to our Han tribe, just like when our Han tribe sent an envoy. Just like coming to Zudeo. The envoys of the Tang tribe are good at medical skills and can distinguish medicinal herbs. Now there is also a lot of cooperation between the Tang tribe and the Han tribe. Our Han tribe promotes currency in the Tang tribe, and there are also various planting and breeding methods. In exchange, the Tang tribe, you must pass on the medical methods you are good at to our Han tribe. At present, this envoy lives in the leader's house all year round and usually works in the medical school in Ruyang County. He is mainly responsible for compiling the medical pharmacopoeia. Oh, but that kind of ability to heal people's diseases? That's a strange person too? And with the leader's talent and appearance, I think it would be appropriate to marry the leader. Guan Tao is a man who wants to be a grandfather, so he is naturally not a fool. After hearing Renzo's introduction, he immediately guessed some things. Although some things have not been officially announced, anyone with a discerning eye can tell what they are. What's going on? Not to mention that the messenger of the Tang tribe is a delicate little girl. She also possesses medical skills, and is the next leader of the tribe. Now she lives in the home of the leader of the Han tribe and stays together all day long. Do you still have to think about this? It seems that although the Han tribe was strong, it also needed some marriage methods to stabilize and expand the tribe. The leader was young and promising, so powerful. Didn't he also choose this peaceful method? The way the leaders admire, then it should be okay to learn by yourself and promote the marriage between your daughter and this family, right? Marriage is very beneficial to the consolidation and strengthening of the previous relationship between the clan and the family. After all, what kind of alliance, interest relationship, and in the final analysis, the relationship between relatives who have not been married is more stable. After all, they are married, and the 2 families have common blood. Descendants, this is a family. Guan Tao secretly made plans in his heart, and then asked Renzo to introduce those photos. It's hard for us to guess about the leader's family affairs. Renzo responded with a few words, indicating that Guan Tao had exposed the topic, and then took out other photos to introduce Guan Tao. Uncle Guan, please see, this is the official office building in our Hanyang County city. This building is built on a platform and is built with a brick and wood structure. It is 5 stories high and contains dozens of large and small halls and rooms. The doors and windows are all installed with transparent glass. Just like the doors and windows of our leader's house, it can block wind and rain, and you can see things through the glass. It is very magical. Oh, this glass is the kind of thing that we use to cover the outside of a lantern. You've seen it. There is also this city in Ruyang County. The tower is strong and tall, the city is very prosperous, the streets are full of houses, and there are more than 10,000 people living in the city. It is the largest single city among the 8 counties in the north of us. This also has the docks in Liuyang County. Uncle Guan to see how many sailing ships are docked at the docks. These ships have to load and unload cargo here. Oh, by the way, you look at a few trestles here. This is our Liaoyang shipyard. The dedicated trestle is usually used to outfitting sailing ships. Almost all the ships of our Han tribe were built here. It is currently the largest shipyard of the Han tribe. The hull and hull will be built in the shipyard, and then the ship will be launched, and then towed to the trestle for outfitting. This outfitting is equivalent to the later decoration of building a house. It is necessary to plant masts, install pulleys, and hang sails on the hull, otherwise it will not be able to walk on its own. Ren Zhou Daotao constantly introduced the characteristics of the 8 counties of Hanyang. Each photo recorded another prosperous and advanced world. The exquisite and subtle photos seem to bring father and daughter to this beautiful world. Uncle Guan, this is our dock in Weishan County. Weishan County is in the north of Liaoyang County. It is an important freight terminal. It mainly transports coal and steel. Moreover, it is also the county with the most sorghum cultivation among the 8 northern counties. It is the best at making sugar and brewing. This is the birthplace of Han sugar-making technology and the only one that can make distillers' yeast winemaking place. There is also the first lighthouse of the Han tribe here at the pier, called the Morning Star Lighthouse, which is specially used for ships to guide the direction at night. There is a spotlight room at the top of this lighthouse, which lights up every night. The white light emitted can shine dozens of miles away, can be used by ships in surrounding rivers and lakes to guide the direction. Here is a photo of the factory building in Xingan County, where the Han people produce iron. Xingan County has a population of tens of thousands and is responsible for mining and iron smelting respectively. There is no one in the county to farm. They can support their family by earning a salary from working alone. Live a prosperous life. Guan Tao was shocked again after listening to the introduction. The Han tribe was so rich and powerful that it could concentrate so much labor on mining ores and smelting steel. So many people used it to smelt steel, which shows that even if these people are not used farming, the Han tribe can also produce food and cloth for them to eat and clothe. This alone can prove the strength of the Han tribe. Renzo also took out photos of Makino County, Nanzang County, and Dongzhen County, and introduced the main output of several counties and their population size, which gave Guan Tao a preliminary understanding of the 8 northern counties of the Han tribe. Concept, knowing that this is the basic basis for maintaining the strength of the Han tribe. These 8 counties were close together, with fertile arable land that could produce endless food, rock salt, no shortage of living necessities, mineral deposits, steel for the Han tribes to conquer the world, forests and water, sailing ships capable of expeditions made for the Han tribes, and even pastures, draft animals and meat for the Han tribes, basically what a tribe needed. What could make it grow all here? It was with this basic base that the Han tribes opened up so much territory and absorbed more people, not only reaching to the end of the Liaoyang River and occupying the seaside, but also crossing the sea and occupying their Zudeo, which has now become the 6 counties of Kiangsu of the Han tribe. Relying on the benefits of sailing ships and heavy salt and iron, the Han tribe occupied half of the grassland in one fell swoop, incorporated the land with abundant water and grass into its own territory, provided the Han tribe with a steady stream of meat and draft animals, and also formed a dumping ground for agricultural products, continuously selling the things produced by their own people to the nomadic tribes on the grassland. This makes the people rich. Not only do they have enough food and clothing, but they also have some spare money in their hands. They can do things they want to do, such as spending money to take a few photos in a photo studio as a souvenir. If you don't have enough to eat, who has the spare money to watch this pastime? After introducing the overall overview of the 8 northern counties of the Han tribe, Renzo showed Guan Tao some photos of their own homes, as well as photos of relatives' homes. These photos taken by the people at their own homes can most intuitively reflect the Han tribe, the living conditions of the people. What kind of house they live in, what kind of clothes they wear, what kind of meals they eat at home, what kind of livestock they raise, and what kind of labor they usually do, can all be seen in the photos. These things are something that Guan Tao could not have imagined before. The people's lives in the photos can already be regarded as well-off families in this era. No matter how many people there are in the family, there will be no shortage of food to eat, and everyone will have clothes. Wear it and don't bare your butt. The children in the streets play games in groups, play football, jump rope, throw sandbags, and play chess, which are the most common entertainment games, and some teenagers even join them. This alone can prove the prosperity of the Han tribe. Nonsense, there is still leisure time to play, no need to work endlessly, no need to worry about daily meals, and there is also thought in entertainment. What kind of fairy life is this, please? Only in the prosperous age can there be a developed entertainment industry. Although the Han tribe cannot be called the prosperous age at present, there are still conditions for children to play games without restraint. Doesn't this mean that the Han tribe is strong? 918 Salt Field Reform in Xianfeng Commandery. Just as the immigrants in Shanghe village in Xinhua County were introducing the situation of the 8 northern counties of the Han tribe to the local people, in mid-March, after contact between Shui Qinjiao and Dashu, the second group of immigrants sent to Kiangsu Island also landed successfully. These immigrants played an active role in the local area, teaching the local people to grow various crops of the Han tribe, while promoting various Han tribe living habits to them, gradually assimilating the local people into one body. In various villages throughout the 6 counties of Kiangsu, the matter of transforming paddy fields is also being steadily promoted. The first batch will give priority to transforming areas close to rivers or where local canals are already dug. Such a place is easier to transform. You can plant rice locally first. Other places that are difficult to transform can be placed in the second batch. After the transformation is completed, the same will be true for planting in the 3rd quarter of this year. Although this may disrupt the local farming rhythm, these must be experienced in order to carry out the corresponding reforms, and it is not too late to carry out a uniform dispatch in the coming year only after the renovation in each region has been completed. It is worth mentioning that at the beginning of the year, the 4 county governors sent by Luo Chong to Kiangsu Island to serve as officials finally landed on Kiangsu Island with the second group of immigrants. Niuwei is a return trip to his hometown. He grew up on this island and is extremely familiar. This time he was assigned to Xianfeng County as the county governor, and he had already made plans in his heart. Xianfeng County is not a large county. It does not have a large population and does not have much fertile farmland. Most of the people are engaged in the production of salt produced by drying salt. Every year, it creates a large amount of sea salt for external transactions for the Xian tribe. But now it's different. Niuwei has received the above order. Xianfeng County must develop both ways. The existing agricultural land must continue to be developed. The salt fields used to produce sea salt need to be renovated and personnel streamlined. The people who have been abolished will also be all put into agricultural production. Along with the oxtail came a foreman of a Han tribe sent by Luo Chong, who took the drawings given by Luo Chong and specialized in the renovation of the salt fields. The work of sea salt drying can be roughly divided into 3 steps. The first is to collect seawater and introduce seawater into the salt field. When carrying out this process, it is best to filter the seawater first to avoid introducing unnecessary impurities. Then there is the production of brine, and yes, the production of brine is also needed for seawater sun-dried salt. The general process of making brine is to increase the salt concentration of seawater so that it can gradually reach the point where salt can be produced. The specific point is to dry the seawater introduced by the primary. When the primary seawater is evaporated to a certain extent, the salinity of the seawater will increase and become the primary brine. Then these more salty seawater will be introduced into the second stage. The brine concentration tank continues to dry, the seawater evaporates, and after the salinity increases again, it continues to rotate the tank. This process would go through 3 or 4 times, and finally turn the introduced primary seawater into a concentrated brine saturated with salinity, to the point where the salt would crystallize out as long as the water evaporates a little more. Finally, the concentrated brine is introduced into the salt-producing drying field for drying until all the seawater evaporates and the sea salt is dried. This is the approximate process of salt drying in seawater. However, in the former Xian tribal period, most of the salt pans here in Xianfeng County were naturally formed salt pans, and some were semi-natural salt pans. After being slightly transformed by local people, they finally became salt pans. Most of the previous natural salt pans were stone mountains on the coast. After being washed away by sea water all year round, some stepped stone tidal flats were formed. When the tide is high, the sea water automatically overflows the stairs at the highest point. After the tide is low, the depressions on the stairs will some seawater remains. These waters are evaporated by natural sunlight and then become brines with a certain degree of saltiness, which then flow down the stairs and converge in the lower stairs, gradually forming saturated brines with a higher concentration. At this time, the local people would use various tools capable of holding water, such as bamboo tube animal skins, earthen jars, or something, and use human power to lift the lowermost saturated brine up the stairs at the highest point for the final crystallization process. Because there is a fixed time for the rising and falling tides of the seawater, if the lowermost saturated brine is not artificially raised to a high place, then before these saturated brines begin to precipitate and crystallize, the seawater will rise again, and these already saturated brines will be reintegrated into the sea, then all the previous efforts will be in vain. So this has caused an important problem in the sea salt industry in Xianfeng County. First of all, there are not particularly many salt pans, because basically they are all naturally formed, so the output is directly limited. As far as Niuwei himself knows, there are only 6 large and small salt fields here in Xianfeng County. The smallest drying field is only a dozen acres in size. There is only one largest salt field. The salt ponds of various levels combined can have a total area of 3 or 4. A football field is already big. Moreover, because it is necessary to use manpower to lift the saturated brine from the bottom salt ponds, these salt ponds also occupy a large amount of labor, because each time the water is lifted up, it is equivalent to a race against the spring tide, and the brine below must be lifted up before the high tide, otherwise it will fall short, so it is not enough to have less manpower. These people are so plainly trapped in the salt fields that they are basically not used in normal times. When they need to work, they are not enough when there are fewer people, resulting in a huge waste of labor. Even Niue himself knows this. Ashio himself once said that if nothing else is said, even if these salt drying workers are simply replaced with some tools, they can increase salt production while saving a lot of manpower. For example, build a road specifically for lifting water, and then replace the bamboo tubes, earthen jars, etc. used by the salt workers to draw water with wooden barrels and poles, so that the salt workers can carry 2 barrels of water at a time, and then popularize a large number of shovels. This convenient tool can definitely save 2/3 of the original manpower when used in salt transfer and water drawing. As for the increase in yield, there is nothing we can do about the oxtail, because salt drying depends on the weather and seasons, and the salt fields are so big, and there is only so much seawater that can be accommodated at one time. Dry these seawater to precipitate white salt, the time is basically fixed. This does not mean that you can quickly talk about things that can be solved by bringing up brine. You mustn't speed up the cycle of high and low tides in the sea, right? This one certainly can't be done. But when you get to Luo Chong, these are naturally fine, because he already has a universal steam engine and a water pump that he recently made. There is no such thing as carrying water. It is not good to pump the saturated brine directly from the salt pool below. It used to take hundreds of people to carry water up, but now it only takes a few people to take care of the steam engine, the pump, and the pipe for pumping water. It can be done by a dozen people at most. This is just a saving in manpower. In terms of production, who says that there are few salt fields and it is impossible to increase production? Wouldn't a young salt field be built? There is a cycle of high and low tides, and if the sea does not come, will it not be pumped with water? Besides, even if the Han tribe doesn't have a steam engine, even if they just use a windmill water pump or a water wheel to lift water, they can still do these things. Putting these salt fields in the hands of the Han tribe saves manpower and increases production capacity is simply a playful thing and is not a problem at all. Oxtail came this time, and all he had to do was do this. First of all, take the steam engine to the existing salt pans, then release the labor from those 6 salt pans, and some of them let them switch directly to farming. The other part was directly incorporated into the public salt works as workers, and later they were paid to eat. If someone wants to open a salt field privately, that's fine, but first they have to pay a heavy tax, and then they build their own salt field, and the salt they produce in the end can only be sold to the tribe at the price offered by the tribe. In short, the salt is still sold exclusively by the government, no one is allowed to retail private salt. Ashio is actually very puzzled by this. Since private individuals are allowed to open salt works, why not let them sell them privately? Since private sales are not allowed, why are they being allowed to open salt works privately? Actually, this is just Luo Chong laying out plans for the future. If any project is only run by the government alone, then corruption, false reporting of output, and lowering of quality are certain things that will happen. Maybe now there is Luo Chong, a leader whose prestige is almost like a god, and the bureaucracy is starting up. Those people have not thought of corruption and will not play with these fancy intestines, but what about the future? After a few generations, who can guarantee that no one will touch this oversized cake? Therefore, the operation of the salt field must be divided among the private sector, allowing the government and the private sector to compete. However, the salt produced must be sold to the tribe. When the tribe purchases it uniformly, through the comparison of the output and quality of both parties, it can be discovered at any time. Are there any problems in the public salt field? 919 Fishing Support Policy Chaoyang County. Niue is rectifying reforms in Xianfeng County, and Zhan Mao has also arrived in Guanhai County in the south of Kiangsu Island. Although Guanhai County does not have a large population, there is a lot of land that can be used for farming in the area. If you develop it well, you will be able to. It can also become a large grain-producing county in the future. Moreover, this is the southern coast of Kiangsu Island, and it is also possible to develop salt drying or fishing. The development potential in the future is not small at all, but it is currently limited by population restrictions and can only carry out some basic agricultural production. Zhan Mao had experience managing a large tribe of thousands of people, and now he was assisted by an entire official staff, and managing dozens of villages in Guanhai Commandery was completely unproblematic. After meeting with others in Xinhua County of Anvil, learning from the experience, and understanding the local situation, they quickly started to deal with it. Zhang Xian was also very experienced. He had already managed a tribe of thousands of people, and later managed the local affairs of Makino County with Jian Dun. Although Jian Dun was mainly the governor of Makino County, he was mainly responsible for the agriculture of the county at that time. He was responsible for the overall situation and the livestock industry in Makino County. Now after Zhang Xian came to Chaoyang County, he also put agriculture first. Although the Yu clan in Chaoyang County obtained 4 trawlers, the current seafood is mainly sold in the county. At most, they sell some in Yashin County. There is no sales at all. In addition, there are only 4 fishing boats, and there are not many people in total. At most, women mend fishing nets at home, and most other people are still arranged to engage in agricultural production. The Han tribe is based on agriculture, and coupled with Luo Chang's new 5-year plan this year, in short, it is always right to run agriculture well. As for those seafood, it is just used to supplement meat before the breeding has formed a scale. The people of Chaoyang County are very poor, so poor that they can only live by eating seafood every day. However, Zhang Xian decided to change this situation. He decided to achieve self-sufficiency in food in Chaoyang County in the second half of this year so that the people here can also live a life of eating rice. At the same time, in order to increase the income of the local people, Zhang Xian also decided to develop the local fishing industry better. He found Xue Qinjiao, the governor, and Yang Feng, the governor of Kiangsu. He decided to let Chaoyang County make dried salted fish or pickled fish, specializing in supplying military supplies to the 6 counties of Kiangsu. There are tens of thousands of troops in the 6 counties of Kiangsu. These soldiers always have to eat meat, right? Where does so much meat come from? Sea fish became the best source of meat. First of all, it does not need to occupy local agricultural and animal husbandry resources, and will not affect the local agricultural and animal husbandry development plan. In addition, the sales of seafood are now not worth it, but the harvest every time it goes to sea is quite abundant. Basically, every time it goes out, it can be used again and again. The warehouse was liquidated and the cabin with a lot of fish could not be loaded. In this case, the price of sea fish must be very cheap. In order to sell it for a little more money, and in order to prevent the 4 fishing boats from nestling in the port every day, the fishermen are also willing to wholesale it to the army at low prices. Now, except for the army, there are almost no people buying their fish anywhere else. Both Xue Qinjiao and Yang Feng are very supportive. First of all, this can be regarded as the army supporting local construction. Secondly, using sea fish as a source of meat is indeed cheaper than pork and mutton. Anyway, the army needs to buy food. Who is not buying it? It also takes money to buy mutton from grassland herdsmen, and the journey is too far and transportation is inconvenient. After Yang Feng purchased a batch of marine fish, he felt that the varied fish meat was indeed very good, and he directly recommended it to the construction site of the Cross-Sea Bridge in Jiahai County. There were nearly 15,000 prisoners of war, soldiers, and craftsmen on the bridge site. These people did heavy work every day and also needed a lot of meat supplements. The cheap fish in the sea naturally became a very suitable source. 2 large orders from the military and the construction site were dropped, and the 4 two-mast trawlers controlled by the Yu clan themselves were temporarily out of supply. Faced with this situation, Zhang Xian contacted Xue Qinjiao and Luo Chang again, hoping to increase their number. The number of fishing boats in Chaoyang County can also expand the scale of the fishery. When the information reached Luo Chang, he originally had the idea of developing fishing. Only when the Han tribe had more fishing boats would the fishermen go further, and the Han tribe could continue to draw wealth from the sea, and then make people aware of the sea resources, laying a solid foundation for continuing to expand overseas forces in the future. In this way, first, fishermen can feel the surrounding sea conditions and even draw a chart of the sea, and second, people can see the wealth in the sea and focus their eyes on the sea. As for other things, such as discovering the new world or even colonizing overseas, Luo Chang felt that he had no chance in his life anyway, but Ronaldinho had a chance to try it. In order to achieve these 2 strategic objectives, Luo Chang decided to give the marine fishing industry certain policy support, mainly from 2 aspects. 1. Have more boats. Fishing boats must be very expensive, not to mention that fishermen cannot afford them themselves. Even some of the current wealthy households in the Han tribe may not be able to afford them, so Luo Chang decided to use the current charter system that has been formed here in Hanyang County and Ruyang County. The tribe set up a fishery administration, then borrowed money from banks to build ships, and then leased them to the people registered as fishermen, allowing them to rent boats to go out to sea to fish. In addition to paying the rent for the fishing boats and daily maintenance, the proceeds were all their own harvest. Then, after a number of years on loan, transfer the title of the boat to the fishermen who use it. This is a bit of a modern meaning of getting a full house with a loan, but it is freer than getting a loan to buy a house. The fishermen have not become house slaves and have to repay as much as they want every month. Such pressure is too great. In this rental system, if you feel that the income is too small and not very cost effective, the big deal is not to rent it. Anyway, you will settle the rent for as long as you use it. If you don't use it, you won't have to spend a penny. Relatively speaking, you will be free. A lot. As for the property rights of those who want a fishing vessel, it is enough that after a certain number of years, this property right will be automatically transferred to whom. In this way, for the Han tribe, although the return of capital is a bit slow and the initial investment is too large, it can quickly expand the scale of the fishery, which is obviously beneficial to the strategic layout. Secondly, we need to set up more enterprises for the deep processing of seafood. Sea fish can not only be used to eat, but even if it is eaten, there are various ways to eat it. For example, you can set up canneries in Kiangsu Island in Tuohei County to make sea fish into cans of various flavors to extend their shelf life, so that you can sell canned fish to the 8 counties in the grassland in the north, thereby expanding the consumer market. After all, there is no consumption, how do you drive production? Moreover, eating sea fish regularly has many benefits for the body. This is a good thing that benefits the country and the people. It can strengthen the body, enrich the menu of the people in the mainland, and make the people along the coast richer. Of course, the Han tribe can also receive a lot of benefits from it. Of taxes. Moreover, there are other uses in deep processing, such as fish offal, which can be made into organic fertilizer and sold to farmers for use in fertilizing fields. After all, manure alone is not necessarily enough, unless the breeding industry is very developed and there is a large amount of livestock manure to meet the composting needs. The bones and skin of fish can also be broken and ground into powder to make feed, which can be used to raise pigs, cattle, and sheep, and even freshwater fish and shrimp on land, as well as chickens, ducks, geese, and other poultry. These are very high nutrients. Regular consumption of fish meal by livestock can also improve immunity and disease resistance. Fish meat is eaten by people and made into dried or canned fish, and the skin and bones are used to feed livestock in feed, and even the most useless offal can be used to make organic fertilizer. This deep processing alone can drive an entire agricultural and animal husbandry industry chain. Moreover, the impact on industry cannot be underestimated. To develop the fishing industry, we must first have a ship, and then there must be a shipyard. This can feed how many people? To make cans, we must also have iron canneries, glass factories, and ceramic tile canneries. These companies are responsible for packaging. Moreover, it is necessary to sell the things when they are produced, and transport them to the Han tribes all over the country, and it can also boost the transportation industry of the entire empire, which is another amount of income. In short, the development of fishery can not only broaden people's horizons, but also bring massive wealth to the Han tribe. In the future, just collecting taxes from these related industries every year will be an astronomical amount. How is this upfront investment calculated? 920 endeavoring type completed. In March of the first year of daeming, the entire spring was spent in construction in various parts of the Han tribe. Engineering projects were launched in various places, granaries and engine houses were erected, and immigrants and officials from Kyingsu Island were all in place. They were busy transforming paddy fields, harvesting corn in the first quarter, and then promoting rice cultivation in April. That is, at the end of March, news of Lin Fei, head of the Xingdan County Power Research Institute, once again reached Luo Chong, who was resting at home. The leader, Lin Fei from Xingdan County, wrote a letter saying that the Endeavour locomotive was about to be completed and that they were undergoing final debugging and testing, so he sent a message to the leader in advance and asked the leader what he meant and whether he wanted to go there for inspection. In addition, they asked, if a test run was to be made, the first railway would have to be laid first. Where was this railway built, on the mines of Xingdan County, or on the line that had been prepared to build a heavy-haul railway before? The personal guard stood at his desk in Luo Chang's study and respectfully stated the contents of the letter. Well, show it to me. Luo Chang reached out to take the letter. It was indeed Lin Fei's notice and inquiry. In addition, this guy also kept pace with the times and took a photo of the locomotive and sent it to himself. Looking at the situation in the photo, the locomotive was basically it's considered completed, but as Lin Fei said, if you want to experiment with this thing, you still have to have a railway, otherwise, you must not let the train run on dirt roads. The locomotive in the photo is about the length of a house. Just the cylindrical boiler part in front is about 3 or 4 meters long. The height is not very high. Compared with the adult workers standing next to it, it is only as high as that of an adult. It's just as high as the waist and abdomen, maybe only about 1 meter 3. It looks very small, and it doesn't look as majestic and domineering as a steam train at all. It's like a big toy. The track gauge was a standard 75 centimeters, but the width of the front of the car was about 1 meter or more, and the carriages at the rear were a little wider, and if it was a passenger carriage, there would be no problem with 2 people sitting side by side. Luo Chang nodded with satisfaction after looking at it, and then began to think about the first railway route. It must be no problem to lay it on the mine, but the influence is too small because the people cannot see it. Except for the miners in the mountains, who else knows? The Han tribe has a train? So Luo Chang decided to lay the previously planned heavy-duty train route, which was the one that ran directly from the new steel mill in Xingdan County to the dock in Weishan County, but now for reasons of substandard technology, he temporarily abandoned the heavy-duty railway and designated it as a narrow-gauge light rail. The construction of such a light rail railway was not much slower than paving a dirt road for horse-drawn carriages. The main reason was that there was no need to drive piles for the foundation. It only needed to be tamped and flattened after leveling, so Luo Chang decided directly. He immediately wrote a reply with a pen, putting his opinion on the paper just now, and then, while fanning the ink on the paper with his hand, he gave instructions to the guard who was delivering the letter. You immediately send this reply letter back to Lin Fei and ask him to lay the railway according to the meaning in the letter. I will mobilize the slaves who laid the railway for him. You ask him to discuss with Dali and send people to supervise and manage him. In addition, tell him, I will leave for Xingdong County tomorrow and let them check the front of the car. On the day of the test run, I will definitely appear on the car. Promise. The bodyguard gave his hand to Yingnyo, then took the letter from Luo Chong and turned away. At this time, Xiadi and Zhan Ying suddenly came to the study with a pair of hot and hot tea. When they saw Luo Chong looking at the photo, Xiadi asked, "Can't my husband stand on the ground and watch? Why must it be in the car? You are the leader of the tribe. If something happens to you, what will happen to the Han tribe? What will we do?" After hearing this, Luo Chong directly handed the photo of the locomotive to the two of them to watch, and comforted her. "Look, although this thing is a physical car, it is not that big. The front of the car is not as tall as a donkey, and the chassis is not even close to the edge of the Kong. This thing does not run fast. It is similar to the model in our courtyard, and it runs all the way. It's flat ground, and you don't know the plain terrain of the line from Xingdong County to Weixin County. With a car like this, a road like this, what can happen to me sitting in the last car? Even jumping off the road on the way doesn't necessarily hurt you." Luo Chong comforted the two and said. However, Zhan Ying wanted to continue persuading, but was directly stopped by Luo Chong. Okay, nothing will happen. This is a major event for our Han tribe. I must go. This test run will go down in history in the future." Seeing that Luo Chong had a firm attitude, it was hard for the two of them to continue talking. Luo Chong pulled his two pregnant wives and spoke for a while, then began to call in personal guards, and then sent several people to notify people in all aspects. Some were responsible for Luo Chong's itinerary tomorrow, some were on a long trip to notify the collection of slaves, and some went to contact the person in charge of the project. New Steel County Railway Line to Yishan County Pier, referred to as New Guard Line or New Guard Railway. The entire Xinwei line is located in a plain and hilly area, with more soil and less rocks, and is simple to lay. The one-way journey is about 150 kilometers. However, Luo Chong plans to build two lines side by side, 1 2 and 1, allowing both ends to depart at the same time, so as not to waste transportation time and costs. Otherwise, when the train departs from Xingdong County to Weixin County cannot depart from Xingdong County, otherwise the two cars will hit their heads. So this back and forth, it's about 300 kilometers, and it might be a little more when it's built up. For example, here in Xingdong County, at least two stations need to be built. One is directly connected to Xingdong County Coal Station, which is used to replenish coke fuel for steelmaking in Xingdong County. Then there is another station to be built in the rolling mill. Over there, it is used to transport the products from the rolling mill out. In addition, it would be better to need a station leading to the grain station, which would be used to replenish the new steel county with grain. Therefore, the most economical and reasonable solution for laying the railway line is to build an extension line to connect the three warehouse stations together, and also leave a joint to facilitate the continuation of the outward extension in the future. In terms of Weixin County is also a large county. The area along the lake plain has fertile land, countless fertile fields, and a population of tens of thousands. It has now grown to 6 counties. Among them, the main pier is located, which is where the county magistrate's office is located. Weixin County must have a station here, and it is the main station. There is also another county town located in the west of Weixin County, Liuyuan County. This city is just on the only way of the Xinwei Railway, so it also needs to set up a station. To the north of Weixin County, there are Kaiming County, Xianzhou County, Yais County, and Midao County located on the island in the center of the lake, which are arranged against the big lake. However, there is definitely no way to connect trains to the island in the center of the lake. It is impossible for the Han tribe to build bridges and build railways in swamps and lakes. This cannot be done technically, and it is not necessary. As for several other counties, it is better to let the train pass through, so that all the county economy along the line can be boosted. Any specialties they have can be quickly circulated by train. This line is not very long, and the difficulty of construction is relatively low. Even Luo Chong, the person who built it, thought about it, so he used the more than 1,000 prisoners of war from the Xian tribe captured from outside Kaiwan County on the grassland at the beginning of last year, and asked the Xian tribe to these prisoners of war came to build a railway for them so that they could see what kind of mistakes they had made in the first place and what kind of tribe they were facing. 921 slaves who were once captured. Luo Chong's order was quickly sent to various places by his personal guards. After receiving the order, Lin Fei and Dali of Xingdong County immediately began to form a construction and management team. Fortunately, they are already made here in Xingdong County. The mines here already have miners who are divided into teams according to their organization. On the other side, Dongxin County and Jinjian also received a notice asking him to send the more than 1,600 soldiers from the Xian tribe who were originally captured to Weixin County, and then from Weixin County to Xingdong County, saying that there was a road over there that needed these slaves to build. As soon as Jingyan heard the news and calculated the days, he knew that this was almost the same as the train research. When we were celebrating the new year at the leader's house on the first day of the Lunar New Year, we said that the train would be built at about this time. I thought that now it should be necessary to build a railway, otherwise how could there be so many slaves going there? Although transferring more than 1,000 slaves would reduce Dongzhen County's coal production in a short period of time, as long as the tribe's train experiment is successful, will they still be short of people on their side in the future? So without hesitation, Jing Yan loaded the men onto the ship and sent them away. It has been more than a year since these prisoners of the Xian tribe were captured by the Han tribe. Since they were originally captured by the Han army outside Kaiwan City, they have been loaded onto sailing ships and transported from Hunghu in the grassland to Dongzhen County. Then they dug coal mines in Dongzhen County for a whole year. Originally, they were not very cooperative, but after a month or two of training and paying the price of nearly 100 deaths, the men finally chose to comply. Although digging coal was dirty and tiring, the people of the Han tribe did not treat them as human beings at all, and they all used them as animals. However, they still had 3 meals a day, and as long as they were obedient enough, the supervisors of the Han tribe would never hit them casually. So more and more slaves got used to this kind of life, although numb and boring and extremely hard, but after all, they are still alive, aren't they? Originally, they had accepted their fate and were willing to dig up those black stones in the coal mine until they died. Although they did not know what these black stones were used for, today suddenly something unexpected happened. There was a discipline to monitor them and let them get off work early, and drove them to the river to take a bath. Although they usually also take a bath, they have to wait until dark before everyone can wash together after eating. The slaves who did not know why were driven to the river, and then walked to the river at the pier to take a bath. Fortunately, the weather at the end of March was already late spring and early summer. The river water was not very cold, and the slaves were also very comfortable washing. However, some people are suspicious. Uncle, what happened to them today? Why let us get off work early? A 16 or 17-year-old boy asked his clan uncle beside him. The 2,000 infantrymen sent by the Xian tribe to Kaiwan County were all clan soldiers, and the army was full of relatives, so there are still many of these slaves who are commensurate with their relatives. How do we know this? But look at the few empty ships over there. They don't look like they are transporting coal. They may be specially transporting us. The man called Uncle guessed and said VBA. What? Transport us away? No, I think their Han tribe has never used enough coal. I thought we were going to dig coal here for a lifetime. Where can they take us? Hey, what's the use of saying this now? You have to go wherever you go. Anyway, you just have to work and eat. I don't want anything else now, as long as I can live. I'm afraid that if they ask us to do other dangerous work, we will lose our lives. So what should we do? The teenager asked worriedly. This is really possible, but you shouldn't have to worry. Even if there is really some work that needs to be filled with human lives, we must first choose older people like us. You are still young, and you can still work for many years if you were left behind. Yes, the Han tribe can't bear to die like you little ones. The young man smiled bitterly after hearing his uncle's words. Although it sounded harsh, he also knew that what his uncle said was right. This is the situation now. The Han tribe completely regards them as working animals. Even if they really want to kill, if you want to sacrifice a few animals to heaven, you must kill the old one first. After a while, the young man continued to scrub the black mud on his body, and continued to ask, Uncle, but I heard that our tribe had been conquered by the Han tribe before the beginning of this year. Do you think this is true? Then who knows, it will be the same whether we fight or not. Anyway, it is impossible for us to go back, and it is impossible for the tribesmen to come to save us. The middle-aged man on the other side had given up completely. Talk less, wash it quickly, otherwise you won't be able to eat for a while, so you will be hungry. Be honest, after eating this meal today, I will send you to work elsewhere. Just as the slaves below were bathing and chatting, the disciplinarian who was monitoring them suddenly appeared on the trestle of the pier and yelled at them with a whip in his hand. The slaves did not dare to continue talking nonsense, and when they heard that they were too late to eat, they all began to hasten to cleanse themselves, and then they all climbed to the shore and went down to eat together under the guidance of the disciplinarian. As for running away while going down to the river to bathe, that's impossible. Do you know about the Shiva consecutive seat system? If one of the whole team runs away, they will be killed together, and the other 5 people in the same group will also be whipped and fasted. At first, when these people were first arrested, there were still more than 1,700 people. The prisoners of war at that time did have the idea of escaping, but after they were organized according to the Shiva system, some people ran away again, and the whole army was directly whipped to death, and finally beheaded. More than 1,700 people, and more than 1,600 people were killed because of the consecutive seat system. Nearly 100 people died tragically under the harsh seat linking system. The direct result was that when someone wanted to escape again, the 4 people in the same group directly reported the person who wanted to escape, or just found that the person was missing. Start chasing and looking for it. Why? Or because of fear of death. Later, because of this system, the slaves were now all working in Shiva formations. No matter what they were doing, eating, sleeping, or pooping, they could not leave the people in the same army alone at any time. Later, after everyone got used to such a system, no one would think about escaping anymore, because it was not worth it, and the possibility of escaping was not very high. Besides, it was too far from Takeshima, and they simply couldn't run back home. The slaves honestly followed the discipline and went to eat. They were put on the sailboat that night. They formed a fleet with the coal-carrying ships and went to the dock in Weshin County together. This was the first time since these slaves were captured. It was the first time they left the coal mines in Dongzin County and went to other places of the Han tribe. It was also the first time they knew where the coal they dug had been transported by the Han tribe and what they were transporting there. One early morning 3 days later, the slaves had finished gnawing dry food in the cabin early, and were then urged by the disciplinarians to get up and move about, and they were about to disembark later. When they heard this, they were so nervous that they did not know where the Han tribe would send them away from the coal mine where they had been for a year. Many people came directly to the deck, and then they saw the third large city of the Han tribe that they had seen so far, Weshin County. At the docks in Ozangun, large and small sailing ships dock here, coal ships that have arrived early are docking here, and people are transferring raw coal from the ship with hanging baskets and wooden cranes, as well as coking coal from the coking plant on the island in the middle of the lake. 2 different coals were packed in 2 kinds of wagons, and the wagons had begun to assemble on the street, and the coachmen were eating at the stalls near the docks, and when the loading and unloading here was finished, they were going to rush the carts in droves to take these coals to New Steel County. It's just that these rickshaw pullers are a little depressed. They have heard the news recently that the tribe is going to build a road from Weshin County Pier to Xingang County. Moreover, they heard that there is an iron car running above, so they are no longer needed. Carriage. Although they know that even if they have completed the road taken by the iron car, they will not be able to lose their jobs, but it is definitely necessary to move and change places. This is the current situation of the Han tribe. No matter how you reform it, no matter how many people you use high technology to save and lay off from any position, you can properly arrange the manpower that will be laid off. The Han tribe has no unemployment at all, because it is not enough in the first place. You are no longer needed here, and there are many jobs for you in other places. But after living there for a long time, it was a bit reluctant to let them move. When these coachmen had finished breakfast and bought some dry food from the stall, when they all came to the pier again, they saw that several boats had just docked on the pier, and there were some slaves holding whips on the trestle. Line up to go ashore. The coachmen all looked at each other and thought to themselves that most of these were slaves coming to build roads. 922. Would your aunt agree? By the huge and busy wharf, the water was filled with large and small ships loading and unloading cargo, and on the shore were 4-wheeled wagons waiting in line to carry the cargo, alongside the towering white lighthouse, and in the distance the towering walls of Isengun. This place is much larger than Dongzin County. In terms of the size of the city, it may not be as big as the Kaiwan County city they have seen before. However, in terms of prosperity, even the 3 Kaiwan counties may not be able to compare here. This was the first time that slaves from the Xin tribe saw such a prosperous and huge city, which was also the territory of the Han tribe. Okay, don't read it, just stand according to your respective Shiwa system. Immediately the disciplinarians began to shout orders to sort out the enslaved parties that had already landed. The people quickly stood in line according to their usual Shivu assignments, and then they heard the disciplinarians say again, now the 5 villages are divided into 1 village. Each village carries a flag, and then everyone queues up and marches with the flag. No noise, no fighting, no escape. Anyone who dares to disobey the order will be severely punished. Okay, now divide into teams. The disciplinarians simply lectured the slaves, and then began to divide the 5 adjacent teams into 1 village, and then gave one of them a white flag carried on a bamboo pole, with the words Xinwei Line Railway Engineering Team written on it. The words ton. It is also easy to see from this number that engineering tasks will definitely be assigned to these people according to the establishment in the future. The slaves were not able to stay in this bustling city for long, and after dividing their ranks equally, they formed a long marching formation and made up for the march all the way west. The slaves walked on the road, feeling very uneasy, not knowing exactly where they would be taken. They were walking on the main road where they usually run horses. After they had set off for a while, before they had left the urban area of Weshin County, there was a sound of horse bells shaking on the main road next to them. It turned out to be those waiting on the pier just now. The coal-carrying carriage set off, and now it finally set off. The slaves looked at the convoy passing by them and were very curious. It turned out that the black stones that the Han tribe asked them to dig out were to be transported to such a far-away place for use. Then look at the black cinder left along the way, which almost covered the lowest road. Some ruts were even darker, and the cinder was obviously pressed into the ground by the wheels. Where are we going? Someone whispered in doubt on the march. I don't know, but it seems that we are going to those places where black stones go. There are black foam along the way we walk, covering the color of the ground. I think it is their road that specializes in transporting this black coal stone. The slaves discussed their destination in a low voice, but they did not dare to stop at their feet. Following the long procession, everyone followed the ruts on the road and prepared to go to the unknown place. And on this day, Luo Chong was also preparing to go to Xingdong County to see the completed small train. Just when he got on his big dark horse and was about to go out, Tang Yao suddenly appeared at the door and stopped Luo Chong. "Wei, Luo Chong, I heard that the kind of iron car that can run by itself is ready. Are you going to take a look? Can you take me with you? I want to see, too." Tang Yao looked at Luo Chong with anticipatory eyes and said, "You? What did you go for? We're going to go on horseback so that the road can be quick, and you don't know how to ride a horse. Do you follow us on a bicycle? Can you keep up?" Luo Chong raised his eyebrows and asked. He didn't mind letting Tang Yao visit the train, because after this thing was made, Luo Chong already wanted to use it in the Tang tribe. Otherwise, how to mine various stones in Panchi County of the Tang tribe? Tang Yao was very happy when she heard that Luo Chong did not refuse directly. She asked tentatively, "Then can you take me with you?" "Well, that's okay, go pack a few clothes, move quickly, we're about to set off." Luo Chong pondered for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Tang Yao immediately jumped up with joy, quickly took the package containing a change of laundry from Zayati's hand, and then came to Luo Chong's side, staring eagerly at Luo Chong on his horse. Luo Chong looked at Zayati, who had taken the initiative to deliver the salute, with a wry smile on his face. It must have been Zayati's arrangement again, right? Did she tell Tang Yao about the successful development of the train? Because he was worried that Luo rushed to take a car to participate in the experiment, he specially brought Tang Yao to take care of him at any time. After all, she and Zhan Ying both have big bellies now and can't even take care of themselves. How can they take care of Luo Chong? Another thing is that Zayati still wants to facilitate the marriage of Luo Chong and Tang Yao, and wants to use this method to make the Han tribe absorb the Tang tribe openly. Actually, that's a good idea. Maybe that's why Luo Chong didn't directly reject Tang Yao. Luo Chong controlled the mount under his crotch, reached out to catch Tang Yao's little hand, then bent down and leaned over her waist. With a strong lift, he lifted the girl on horseback and sat right in his arms. Tang Yao sat blushing in Luo Chong's arms, holding the two reins with both hands and not daring to move around. The guards also came over and hung Tang Yao's baggage on Luo Chong's saddle. After everything was sorted out, Luo Chong pulled the reins. Pulling the reins, knocking the horse's belly lightly, while controlling the horse and turning around, Zayati said, "Let's leave first. It may take more than half a month to come back. You and Zhan Ying are doing well at home and taking good care of our children. Well, there are maids at home to take care of us, and my mother will come here often. Don't worry, husband. But when you are away from home, you should listen to people's advice and don't take risks easily. You are the leader of our Han tribe, and nothing must happen. Sister Tang Yao, you and I, Sister Zhan Ying, are not here. You must take good care of our husband." Zayati first nagged Luo Chong, and then told Tang Yao something in his words. Tang Yao's face flushed again, and then she nodded shyly, not daring to look back at Luo Chong. After Luo Chong said goodbye to his family, he turned his horse around and then took a group of guards and galloped towards Xingdong County. The spring breeze blew by her face, and Tang Yao's graceful figure rose and fell in Luo Chong's arms as the horse ran. Her long black hair fluttered backward, crossing Luo Chong's face from time to time, bringing out a faint fragrance of soap. Luo Chong looked at the swaying body in front of him, and simply pulled the reins with one hand, and with the other hand directly circled Tang Yao's waist, fixing it tightly in his arms. Tang Yao felt Luo Chong's movements, and his face suddenly turned even redder. He turned his head back curiously and looked at Luo Chong with searching eyes. He didn't know why he was so proactive today. Doesn't this guy usually just ignore himself? Seeing Tang Yao's nervous, aggrieved, and somewhat searching eyes, Luo Chong asked her directly, "You will be the leader of the Tang tribe in the future, and you still want to marry me? Your aunt Tang Ji will agree. This marriage?" 923 A chance to be a new person. Hearing Luo Chong's question, Tang Yao quickly explained, "Yes, Empress Ji is not a discerning person. As we all know, the powerful people of the Han tribe, whether it is production technology, writing language, management structure, monetary system, etc., none of them were made by our Tang tribe themselves. We can only learn from the Han tribe, but Empress Ji and I both know that if the Tang tribe cannot merge with the Han tribe, I'm afraid you won't teach us everything the Han tribe has in any case. Am I right?" Tang Yao twisted her little face and looked at Luo Chong seriously and said, "Well, that's for sure." Luo Chong didn't hide anything and simply admitted it neatly. "In fact, there is nothing to hide from this. Your tribe is your tribe. If we just cooperate, why should I teach you all my unique skills without reservation?" So Luo Chong didn't look guilty at all when he admitted it. But after a pause, Luo Chong said again, "Listen to what you just said. Do you and Tang Ji agree to our marriage? And also prepared to merge the Tang and Han tribes?" Tang Yao nodded directly. "Well, Empress Ji has this plan, but she hasn't formally proposed it yet." Luo Chong asked again, "But your Tang tribe is not your aunt who has the final say. Even if she can agree, will the other patriarchs of your tribe be willing to give up their ethnic group? Tang Yao rolled her big eyes and rolled her eyes at Luo Chong, and then asked, as long as my aunt and I agree, others will object, but will their opposition be useful? There are lessons learned from the Xin tribe. Even if they oppose it, they must look at their own strength. And I believe you, if you let the Han tribe take over the Tang tribe, you will definitely let the people of the tribe live a better life. As long as everyone has a better life, why should they oppose it? Even if they object, who will listen to them? Oh, I didn't expect you to still understand this truth. Luo Chong nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this little girl has learned a lot after studying in the Han tribe for more than a year. In addition, over the past year, she has followed Luo Chong's family in terms of food and clothing expenses, living habits, and appearance. Clothing, etc., are becoming more and more in line with Luo Chong's aesthetics. Women of this era, if they want to get them home as wives, it is still essential to train them in advance. The group continued on horseback towards Xingdong Commandery, and in order to take care of Tang Yao, who did not know how to ride a horse, the group's advance slowed slightly, and the slaves of the Xin tribe on the other side were also marching straight in the direction of Xingdong County. The slaves walked a full 5 days over 100 kilometers, which was still the speed of marching 60 miles a day in light and simple clothes. At the beginning, you can see some farmland and traces of people, carriages, and horses, but after walking for 2 or 3 days, except for the road covered with black cinders at your feet, there are wildernesses everywhere, not even a big tree, either plain grass or shrub hills. Fortunately, they can see some carriages traveling between the two places every day, otherwise they really wonder if they are going to be taken by the Han tribe to do some work that will kill them. Finally, 5 days later, the slaves saw a Han tribe city again. Just looking at the scale of the area, they knew that it was definitely a big city. However, this place was different from other places. In Xingdong County, only Xingdong City itself had a city wall. The industrial counties outside, as well as steel mills and other places, are exactly integrated with the city wall, so the walls of New Steel County were not fully enclosed, otherwise it would have been inconvenient to transport things in and out. Where is this place? It seems that all the black stones we dug out were sent here. Is this a place for refining stones? Someone looked at the huge city in front of him and couldn't help but guess in a low voice. Who knows, no matter where this is, we just need to work honestly. Someone said indifferent. Indeed, they could do no other than work, and the Han tribes could hardly let them go. Stop talking, rest honestly, supervise each other, and send out some people from each village to come with me to get food. I will finish the meal first, and then tell you what to do. Suddenly the disciplinarians gave a few words to the slaves, and then they directed the crowd to sit down and rest in place, and some of the people who had been appointed to pick up some food. After the discipline took the men away, the slaves sat together in a large open space outside the city to rest, and then chirped and discussed what the Han tribe was going to do to get them here. This is the place where those black stones are consumed, so some of them speculate whether this place will also be a mine. The main thing is to look at the surrounding terrain. It is indeed very similar to a mine. Do they need to change places to mine? However, this was not the case. After a while, following the discipline, there were not only slaves carrying food on poles, but also many carriages containing various tools. Those tools were obviously not used for mining, so the Han tribe did not let them mine. Someone curiously glanced into the carriage hopper. There were long-handled hammers, cross picks, rakes, shovels, and a small ramming cart with a wheel. In addition, there were large stone mills pulled by horses. It is estimated that the stone grinder will weigh several thousand kilograms. In addition, there are some small pottery grinders covered with a layer of loess. It also seems to roll around the land often. Could it be that they were allowed to build roads? But there should be no need for hammers or rakes to build roads, right? Just as everyone was wondering, the disciplinarian asked them to divide the food among them, and then he said to the group of slaves, "Everyone, listen, now your opportunity has come. Our leader has pity on you. Now give you a chance to start over. Starting from today, you no longer need to mine, but you have to learn to build roads. This road is not simple. As long as you study hard and work hard, when this road is repaired, the leader will give you the status of a Han tribe commoner, so that you can enter the household registration of the Han tribe and no longer be slaves. However, you will still be responsible for road construction in the future, but when the time comes, your tribe will pay you for your work, so it will not be in vain. The tribe will also find ways to marry you a wife, settle your family, divide your fields, and give birth to babies. As long as you are all honest and obedient, there will be a chance to live a good life in the future. The Xin tribe in Zudeo is gone. You should have heard of it. Now it is also the territory of our Han tribe. Now it has been renamed Kiangsu Island. It is divided into 6 counties. You'd better think clearly and understand yourself. In your current situation, even if you resist and run away, you will not be able to return to the tribe you once were, so you might as well think about your future life. I figured it out, and after a while I'll start arranging tasks for you. 924 Construction of the new line of guard. Remove the status of slave, give the Han tribe people a household registration, and you can also divide the fields and settle down, marry a wife and have children, and you will still have wages to work in the future? These conditions came out of the discipline's mouth, which made everyone feel very incredible. We don't need to mine anymore? As long as you build roads for the Han tribe, you will be exempted from the status of a slave. Someone else asked in disbelief. Yes, the leader will not joke with you about this kind of thing. If the leader tells you to register your household registration, he will definitely give you your household registration. Discipline heard the slaves' questions and immediately confirmed with certainty. Now that the Xin tribe has perished, even the people of the Xin tribe have been incorporated by the Han tribe. It is really unnecessary for these warriors who were once members of the Xin tribe to be treated as slaves all the time. They are still different from the cannibals in the north. The cannibals are not worthy of being treated as human beings at all, but these people in the Xin tribe are human beings. They are just prisoners of war. If these people are willing to surrender, then Luochang will not mind giving them household registration. It can also increase some of the registered population. In addition, railway construction must be a key construction project for the Han tribe in the future. Use these people as the first batch of railway workers, and then use household registration as a reward so that they can study hard, and they will definitely be able to cultivate a group of professional railway workers. This is very rare. As long as this group of workers can be trained, the scale of Han tribal railway workers can be quickly expanded in the future, laying a good talent foundation for the construction of major projects in the future, so Luo Chong made such a decision. When the slaves heard the news that the leaders of the Han tribe were to exempt them from slave status, they were all excited. Although they did not know why Luo Chong made such a decision, nor what kind of road the Han tribe wanted them to build, it didn't matter as long as the leaders of the Han tribe didn't lie to them. Han's leaders shouldn't have lied to them, right? It shouldn't be. After all, the Han tribe is so powerful, how could the leader lie to them specifically because of their personal affairs? The slaves thought to themselves, and quickly communicated with each other, and while stuffing cornmeal steamed buns into their mouths, they discussed with the slaves around them. Hey, you said, since our Zudeo has been taken over by the Han tribe, if we can obtain the household registration of the Han tribe in the future, can we still return to our hometown to settle down? Who knows, otherwise you would ask for discipline? I don't dare to go to you. No matter whether he can go back or not, as long as it is a territory under the jurisdiction of the Han tribe, how different it can be. Anyway, they all live the same life. Besides, what's the use of giving you your household registration to your hometown? Didn't you listen to what the discipline just said? We will wait until we have repaired this road before settling in for us. But even if we settle down in the future, we will continue to build roads with the team, and we will not let you go home to farm. I just said that we will pay us wages for road construction in the future. That's much better. Even if you still work hard, it's different when you have wages. We just work for ourselves, and then we can use the money to get a wife and have a baby. Everyone was chatting and talking and eating, but they didn't agree? Still want to continue being a slave? I'm sorry, no, even if it did, I would have been strangled to death by my fellow soldiers and other people. Why should I keep this kind of scourge? It will only cause trouble for everyone. Now that the Han tribe has offered such good conditions, everyone is already satisfied. At least it's much better than the coolie life in the coal mine before when he never got ahead. Although it's as hard to build roads, eat and sleep in the open, at least there is hope, right? When everyone had finished eating, there was still no objection. The people in each village sat there honestly and waited for instructions. The discipline guards in each village looked at them with satisfaction and nodded, and then said, "Okay, since no one wants to go back to digging coal, then I will tell you about the next tasks." The steward spoke first, attracting everyone's attention, and then said, "The road we want to build is called a railway. We must first level the ground according to the drawn lines, then use a rammer to compact it, then sprinkle it with white ash and flatten it with a grinder. This is a team that specializes in roadbed construction. Then there is the team that lays the sleepers on top. At that time, the sawed wood will be sent over. Everyone will arrange the wood according to the master's command, and then lift the rails over and put them on top. This is the team that is responsible for laying the rails. The last group is the team responsible for fixing the rails. They must use nails to nail the rails to the wood according to the master's instructions, and finally lay gravel in the middle of the wood. This road is repaired. Let me tell you, this road is not easy to repair, so you must learn it seriously. You must take turns to do all 3 types of work in 3 steps I just mentioned. That is to say, all people must learn a full set of road construction skills. When this road is completed, if anyone hasn't learned it yet, don't blame me for not reminding you. By then, you can only watch others settle down and then go back to the mine to dig coal. So I hope that you will be serious when you work, look well, study hard, and seize this opportunity that can change your life. Okay, today the project officially started. You all lined up, come with me, I'll tell you what you should do. If you discipline them, the slaves who have just become excited will feel tight in their hearts, and they will know that the Han tribe will not let them go in vain. It seems that the Han tribe wants them to build this kind of road, which seems quite troublesome. If they don't work hard, they may not be able to do it. Learn. If you really don't learn it in the end, you can really only go back to the mine to dig for black stones, as the discipline said. If others divide their fields and houses to marry wives and have children. Everyone held their breath and prepared to study hard during this work. And at this moment, Luo Chong, who had arrived in Xingan County in advance, was standing on the city wall of Xingan County with Tang Yao and a group of guards, holding telescopes in their hands and looking at the group of prisoners of war from a distance. Slave. Giving them a chance to restore themselves as commoners and carry on the family line, they should be studying technology hard, right? With a confident smile at the corner of his mouth, Luo believed that under hope and pressure, the Han tribe would soon acquire a pool of skilled railroad workers. A total of 1,631 slaves, according to the organization of Shibutan, 5 people in a group, 10 people in a group, 50 people in a group, and more than 1,600 people were organized into a total of 32 groups. The remaining 31 fractions are specially selected from the older or physically disabled people in the team, so that these people do not have to do the heavy work of paving the way but be responsible for doing some logistical work for the whole team. For example, such piecemeal work as delivering water, food, and tools to workers on the front line. The Xinwei Line's railway is 2 lines going back and forth. Together they form a circle. In the first phase of the project, they will start from the northern line and pave a line from the northern end of Gongai County to Weshan County. A one-way line from Yais County, passing through Qianzhou County, passing through Kaiming County, and finally arriving at the Weshan County Pier. Then in the second stage, there is another circuit, which is the road from the dock in Weshan County, to the west to Liuyuan County, through the wilderness of the plains and hills, and finally back to Xingan County. By going around in this way, all the counties in Weshan County can be connected by railway. The journey will not go far, but will benefit all these counties. Why not? All the workers in the 32 villages were taken to the front of the open space outside the locomotive factory building. 2 black eye-shaped rails extended outward from the door of the factory building. The rails were mounted on a row of large logs and fixed with iron nails. Such a strange road suddenly made the slaves look confused. Is this the road we want to build? If I read that right, that thing should be iron, right? With so much iron, the Han tribe actually used so much iron to pave the way. The slaves were so shocked that they couldn't believe it. Hey, why are we doing that? As long as the Han tribe is willing to use iron to build roads, we can just build them. We should still obey the discipline, study hard, and look well. Don't come back and you haven't learned it. Then we will have to go back and continue digging coal. The person next to him said disapprovingly. What did the Han tribes use to build roads? Is this important to them? No, as long as they still have the use value, it's enough. No matter what they do, they can't make any impact anyway. The craftsmen of each village received their respective tasks. On the open space in front of the factory, people had already used branches to put markers on the roadside to be built. They also hung thin ropes and red cloth strips on the branches, which looked very conspicuous. Such markers have always been far away. Extending to the east is exactly the direction they came from. Slightly closer, the branches, ropes, and strips of cloth had been pulled clean and replaced with white lines drawn on the ground. Some people shoveled white ash with shovels and drew them according to the previous marks. The area between the 2 white lines is the area where they are about to construct. After everyone understood, they began to assign tasks. Some people were leveling the ground with shovels and rakes, shoveling the high areas and patting them in places with potholes. Others were holding particularly wide wooden boards and pulling them on the ground with ropes. Rake flat. The next step is to have the tamping team step forward to tamp the ground, wait until it has been tamped once, then pull the soil from elsewhere to fill it in again, then continue to tamp and level it, tamp the ground until it sinks, then pull the soil from elsewhere to replenish it, tamp it repeatedly, and finally smooth it with a stone. The mark is not reached until the roadbed is slightly more than half a meter above the ground, and the area in the middle of the drawn white line needs to be leveled, and on both sides of the roadbed, a 2-meter wide slope has to be made of earth, and on the outside of the slope, draining ditches have to be dug, and it is best to plant trees on both sides of the ditch. After such a roadbed is paved with sleepers and rails, it is then paved with gravel, that is, ballast, and then sprinkled with grass seeds on the inclined pavements on both sides, or some turf is directly transplanted, which can prevent soil erosion and will not cause heavy rain. The roadbed will be washed away. The roadbed is slightly higher than the ground. It is essentially used to prevent rain from washing away the roadbed. The drainage ditches on both sides are used also for such purposes. After all, it is a roadbed made of loess. If you are not afraid of anything else, you are afraid of water. The precautions that should be taken must be indispensable. 925. This would exhaust them to death. It was relatively easy to build the new guard line, especially the earthwork used to pave the roadbed. There were short hills all around. Those small earth bags randomly picked one nearby and just leveled it. Some discipline guards took their tunes to dig around them specifically, and then transported them to the construction site by horse-drawn carriages, and used them to lay foundations. The soil in the drains excavated on both sides of the roadbed could also be laid on the foundations nearby. Due to the large number of people involved, there were a total of 32 villages, which were deployed in different processes. On the morning of the first day, all the people went to lay the foundation and built a 2-kilometer journey. This was just something they were not familiar with at first. Reason, so it seems a bit slow. Together with the stretch of road extending from the open space at the gate of the locomotive works, by the time work was due to end in the evening, the entire engineering team had already laid the 10-kilometer roadbed. After all, it is only a simple Lois roadbed, and it is also a single carriageway. The track width is only 75 centimeters. The width of the sleepers is more than 1 meter. The roadbed below is wider on one side. It is enough to repair a total of 2 meters wide, and there is no need to repair the excess width. After all, this is not a horse-drawn carriage. Trains can only walk along the track and cannot wander back and forth. By evening, a tent had been set up in the wilderness next to the construction site, and some of the tents were not available, so they gathered together and laid straw mats, and as soon as they found a small earthen bag and lay behind it, the workers fell asleep. The workers who build railways have always been the most miserable. This is just a railway on flat ground, with the most windy meals and sleeping in the open. If a railway in a mountainous area digs tunnels and builds bridges, it will not only be bitter, but also dangerous. Maybe it will be dead because of something. After the workers got on the job the next day, the engineering team was divided into 4 parts. One part continued to dig around, one part laid the foundation, one part was tamped, and the last part started laying rails. The team that laid the rails had a total of 6 villages. 1 village was responsible for placing sleepers, 2 villages were responsible for nailing road nails, and the remaining 3 villages were responsible for transporting the rails. Because the rails were a full 100 meters long and not very far from the rolling mill, Lin Fei directly asked those workers to manually pick the rails over. Several of the disciplinarians led the men of the 3 villages to the gate of the steel rolling mill, and when they saw the scene inside, they were instantly stunned. I saw tens of thousands of railway tracks neatly stacked in the workshop at the door of the rolling mill. Those steels were piled as high as a hill. The iron that should have been expensive in their impression was worthless here like mud on the ground. My dear, are these all iron? Could it be that this city was where the Han tribe specialized in iron making? The black stones we dug before were all used for iron making here. A teenager sighed in surprise. The slightly older worker on the side opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. If they knew that the Han tribe had so much steel, and they would not eat the heart of a bear or the courage of a leopard when they said anything, they would dare to come and attack the Han tribe. If all this iron had been made into weapons and iron armor, I'm afraid everyone in the Han tribe would still have enough. One set is enough, right? A tribe like that, what do they take to beat? If these steel were used to make agricultural tools, how much farmland could the Han tribe cultivate and how much grain could they grow? How many people can be fed? How should I fight a tribe that has no worries about food, can feed countless people, and can also equip countless people with iron armor and steel knives? I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is a fart. Even if all of them had iron heads, I'm afraid they didn't have as much iron as the Han tribe. The noise of the roar of the machine, the turning of the steam engine, the sound of the orange-red ingot being squeezed, the crimson rails being squeezed into shape, and then rolling down onto the shelves to the side to cool down naturally, came out of the factory. Looking at the rails that kept producing, these 150 slave workers were inexplicably shocked. Aren't we just going to use these irons to pave the way? The Han tribe has too much iron and can't use it up. Do they have to use it to pave the way? There are still people in the crowd who can't help but complain. Okay, stop talking, stand in line, let's see how to get this thing to the construction site. The foreman leading the group clapped his hands and then directed the slaves to carry the rails. At first their idea was for a pair of 50 men to place the rails on either side, then tie them with ropes to straddle the pole, and then 50 men to form a column, and together they would pick up 2 rails at once with the pole. But when they lifted it up, they realized how strenuous it was. At a distance of 100 meters, on average, there was only a distance of more than 1 meter between each person. The 2 rails weighed 7,000 kilograms. They were shared among these 50 people. On the shoulders, each person has to bear an average weight of more than 100 kilograms. This is actually equivalent to each person carrying 2 baskets of grain on a pole, and then moving forward in a column. Although it is more difficult, for these people who often do heavy work, they can still carry it. Moreover, after the rail is long enough, there is no problem in turning, because as long as it is long enough, even the rail can bend at will, but turning a corner is not a big problem. After the first group carried 2 rails in a group to the construction site, the second group quickly followed, and then the third group. 150 people transported 6 rails to the construction site at the same time, all of whom were crushed by poles. Grin. Several foremen and disciplinarians, seeing the situation, could not help but discuss it. I said, is it a bit too heavy to pick 2 poles at a time like this? Don't tire people to death. No, in fact, it's not too much. Even if the farmers in the village pick 2 baskets of food, it's almost the same weight. It's just that the rails are too long. Everyone's pace must be basically the same, otherwise it will be a bit difficult to walk. In terms of weight alone, there is no problem. Don't forget that there are so many people. Don't, I look very mysterious. The 2 trips this time are not obvious, but they won't work after a long time. How many routes are our task today? Yesterday's roadbed was paved for 10 kilometers, 1 kilometer was 20, and 10 kilometers was 200. Just picking it over can make them vomit blood from exhaustion. And don't forget, this is going further and further. It really exhausts so many people. It is a trivial matter for us to be punished, which delays the progress of the project. We have no good fruits to eat. Then what do you think? You can't let the 2 of them carry one, can you? That's a waste of manpower, and when do you have to carry it? Another foreman retorted. Let me see, forget it this time. Anyway, I just carry it to the door of the locomotive factory. The total is less than a few hundred meters. The next time I carry 100 meters of railway track, 2 meters per person, standing on one side, half, so that you don't even need a pole, and you can still maintain balance. After paving for 1 kilometer, we asked Director Lin to see if we could drive the train out directly and use the train to pull the rails and sleepers. We laid it forward and transported it forward. What do you think? You don't really want to rely on these hundreds of people to carry a railway track weighing several thousand kilograms 100 kilometers away, do you? That would really exhaust people. After thinking about it for a while, a few people nodded and agreed together. This is a good way, and it saves running back and forth. I just don't know whether the sample truck used for experiments is good or not, and whether it can take on the task of transporting building materials. The foreman and the disciplinarian summed up, leaving the disciplinarians here to take charge of the next rail transport, while the foreman went together to find Lin Fei, the project leader, who was also the director of the Power Research Institute. On the other side, at the break of the tracks at the gate of the locomotive works, the workers in charge of laying the sleepers were also busy, pulling carloads of dark sleepers from a nearby warehouse with their carriages. The sleepers were all shipped from the shipyard in Liuyang County beforehand. The wood was made of pine wood harvested in several surrounding counties. The equipment in the shipyard was used to cut the wood into sections, peel off the bark and dry it. After drying, use a steam table saw to cut the sleepers into squares according to their specifications, and finally heat treat these sleepers uniformly. That is to say, burn the surface of the sleeper black until the surface is carbonized. Basically, it is enough to bake it with fire. In this way, the sleeper after treatment will not become moldy and deteriorate easily, and can be antiseptic to a certain extent, and it can prevent insects. In fact, it is best to brush the real sleepers with asphalt on the surface for anti-corrosion treatment. However, the existing asphalt of the Han tribe is extracted from the coal tar of the coking plant as a byproduct. The original output is not large, and now it is directly used for waterproofing shipbuilding. There is basically no excess asphalt for the Han tribe to brush sleepers luxuriously, so we had to use the surface carbonization method for anti-corrosion treatment. The durability of wood that has been burned by fire is quite high. Just like the wooden telephone poles on the street when I was a child, they were basically burned in black. They were poked on the roadside and exposed to wind and rain for decades. I dare not say it after a long time. 20 or 30 years is still guaranteed. These sleepers, which had been blackened on the surface, were calculated at 1.6 times the gauge, each one 1 meter too long, 20 centimeters wide and 16 centimeters high, with the ends 10 centimeters from the edge, and were tightened with wire wound in 2 turns for binding, to prevent the sleepers from cracking because of the spikes being driven in. When laying the long-distance route between stations, because the train runs fast, the density of the sleepers should be larger and the interval should be smaller. Place one every 35 centimeters. If it is inside the station, you can expand this spacing to 40 centimeters each. Anyway, the train must slow down when entering the station. It doesn't matter if the sleepers are sparse. Laying according to this density requires 1,818 sleepers per kilometer of main line. Although the number is large, it is not very difficult to lay. There is no technical difficulty in this. You only need to lay it out as a whole. It is nothing more than loading and unloading back and forth. It's a bit tiring. By the time the 3 stations carrying the rails had picked up the 6 rails, the men in the 1 station responsible for laying the sleepers had already arranged all the sleepers within the nearest kilometer. 926 monsters out of the cage. With a bang, the 2 railway tracks were severely thrown to the ground, causing a burst of smoke and dust. The worker who had only walked a few hundred meters collapsed to the ground exhausted, and he couldn't help but gasp. Fortunately, the disciplinarian who followed quickly came over and ordered the person in charge of logistics to send them mung bean soup to replenish their strength. Then the disciplinarian said to them, "If you think it is too heavy, then we will move one at a time. But let me tell you first, today we are the only 3 villages responsible for moving the railway tracks. We have to move a total of 200 rails before dark. After the move is completed, everyone is mentally prepared and will start rotating in each village tomorrow. When everyone heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief. They were really worried just now that they would just pick it up for a day like this. Wouldn't it really be exhausting? It's not easy to carry sleepers on the other side. Although there are carriages coming back and forth to pull them, the weight of the sleepers is not light. A solid wooden square, 1 meter and 2 long, weighs dozens of kilograms on this one. They have to move it up and down. At the same time, they have to be responsible for binding the two ends of the sleepers with wires. 50 people are responsible for this work. It is nearly 2,000 sleepers per kilometer, which is also not easy. If picking rails and moving sleepers are both coolies, then the person responsible for fixing rails is the manual and technical job. The workers in the other 2 villages, a total of 10 she, each she picked out a she chief and a wu chief. A total of 20 people were learning the method of fixing the railway from the craftsman sent by Lin Fei, and then waited for these 20 people. After the people learned it, they were asked to take 4 people with them each, which was convenient for quick learning. Everyone is optimistic that the row of black wood placed on the roadbed is called sleepers. Before you work, use this long-headed hammer to measure the distance between the sleepers. If it is not in place, use a hammer to tap from both sides. Tap until the distance is exactly the same as the length of the hammer head. Then take this black rubber pad. This thing is mixed and pressed with hemp balls, asphalt, and rubber. Place this thing where the sleepers are placed on the rails, and then put a steel plate seat on top of the rubber pad. Align them both. The craftsman responsible for teaching their techniques placed a piece of forged steel 1 centimeter thick on top of a rubber pad, which mainly acted as a cushion and increased friction, saving the rails from shaking left and right on the sleepers. And on the forged steel plate track seat, there is a slot in the middle. You can clamp the bottom surface of the rail in the slot to avoid shaking of the rail. There are 3 extra steel plates on both sides of the slot. The hole is used to smash in the spike. Several craftsmen first taught them to set the position of the sleepers, then put a rubber pad and steel rail seat on them, and then directed everyone to work together to lift a rail onto the sleepers, and then continued to teach them the following link. Look carefully. After placing the rail in its position, insert this spike into the hole of the plate base. Press this side with the nail cap on the base of the rail, and then smash it in with a hammer. Hit 2, jam the rail from both sides, and then smash another nail into the hole outside the base. Nail this steel plate to the sleeper as well. Everyone, watch me do it first. As the craftsman spoke, he greeted the workers by first pulling the circle a little wider, exiting 2 steps backward to leave room for himself, then checking the distance between the sleepers first, and then fine-tuning, then standing the road stud in the reserved hole in the steel plate, then swinging the sledgehammer a few times and smashing a finger-thick road stud into the sleeper. Nails are generally flat-headed and not sharp, so when they are smashed in, the fibers of the wood will be smashed in, so that the sleepers will not be smashed and cracked. If pointed nails are used, they will definitely be smashed. The sleepers were smashed open. The craftsman demonstrates while introducing the trick of smashing nails. Although the track nail is large, it also has a nail cap, which is the flat object with the raised tail end of the nail. However, unlike ordinary nails, the nail cap with only one side of the railway track nail is raised outward, specifically for the purpose of it holds the edge of the rail. If you want to use nails like this to get stuck on the track, you have to go slightly inward when nailing, so that the nails on both sides can bite the track tighter. Wait until all 12 road nails on a sleeper are nailed. After that, the craftsman took out a few curved springs in the shape of pins again, and then said to everyone again. Everyone is optimistic. After the spikes are nailed, use this clamp to clamp one at the connection between each rail and the sleeper, directly clamp it at an angle perpendicular to the rail, and then smash it to death with a hammer. The work on the sleeper is completed. Each section of rail has more than 180 sleepers to nail. Now you can operate it yourself according to the method I said. If you don't know how, you can ask again. Remember, you people have to learn it, because you are going to go to the person responsible for teaching the same Shiwa to learn this technique. If you can't learn it, you should know the end, right? After the craftsmen have taught these 20 team leaders and commanders, they are immediately asked to start working in pairs, starting from both ends of a sleeper at the same time, so that the construction speed will be faster. And the part that they extended out of the factory, and that joint position that they just laid, started construction. 20 people lined up, all began to correct the spacing of the sleepers, and then began to drive in road nails, and then used spring buckles to completely jam the track. Several craftsmen stood by and patrolled back and forth. When they found out who had nailed it poorly or in the wrong order, they would personally guide them on the spot. Until they nailed the first 100-meter-long railway track, this group of people also understood the basics. The process and operating skills are all understood. Then Di Shichang and Wu Chang each returned to their own team and began to explain to their team members the process of installing this track, as well as the techniques and precautions. In this way, the 2 installation teams with a total of 100 people began to slowly install. When everyone has installed the 500-meter rails, the installers of this 100 people have basically figured out the steps, procedures, and precautions. Everyone has begun to install the rails faster. As long as the sleepers and rails are in place, they 100 people can install a 100-meter long rail in about 10 minutes. In this way, until the afternoon, the 6 villages of the entire paved railway had already paved the railway 1.6 kilometers away from the locomotive factory. At this time, Lin Fei, who was in charge of the entire project, made the decision to temporarily suspend the paving team. After receiving the reports from the following craftsmen, he discussed it with the leader and finally decided to agree to the craftsman's suggestions: take the train out now, pull on all the materials you need, and pave it as you go. Now it has been paved for 1.6 kilometers. If we still follow the original method, 50 people will move a railway track at a time and walk there on foot. Let's not talk about whether it is tiring or not. Just walking back and forth will waste a lot of time. The efficiency is really too low. Luo Chong asked Lin Fei about the Endeavour prototype and whether the train cars would be able to perform the task, and the answer was yes. The Endeavour prototype was completed a week ago, and even painted in black and red. As for the carriages carrying the rails, this one is not ready-made. Based on the fact that the width of the carriages is 2 to 2.5 times the gauge, then the width of the carriages used on this railway with a gauge of only 75 centimeters is about 1.5 to 1.8 meters. In order to save costs and improve the stability of the car body, Luo Chong set the width of the car at 1.6 meters. If this width is used for passenger transportation, side-by-side Kanken can drop 3 seats. Then based on the fact that the length of the carriage is 7 to 8 times the width, then the length of the carriage that is 6 meters wide is between 11.2 meters and 12.8 meters. Luo Chong directly made up the hole and set the length of the carriage to 12 meters. Rice. Therefore, the passenger and freight carriages manufactured by the locomotive factory before were all made according to 1 meter and 6 meters wide and 12 meters long. However, the carriages used to pull goods had carriage walls on all sides, which limited the length of the load. It is okay to transport those scattered sleepers, but it is obviously impossible to transport 100 meters of rails. If you want to transport the rails, you need at least 8 carriages, and you also have to have a flatbed so that the rails can run through the 8 carriages and be placed on the flatbed. Such flatbed carriages are not available in locomotive factories now, but fortunately they produced many semi-finished goods of freight carriages. That is, they only had 2 wheel frames at the front and rear, and then the girders of the carriage floor were installed on the wheel frames, but there was no carriage floor, let alone a standing carriage wall. Standing on the girders, you can see the kind of track below. To put it another way, the keel and ribs that had just been laid out for the carriage had not been wrapped in meat and skin. Naturally, such a carriage cannot be used to hold or transport people, and cannot even hold sleepers, but it does not hinder the loading of rails. Anyway, that thing is long, extending from car number 1 to car number 8, even if there are holes underneath, it can't leak out. He said, just do it. Lin Fei, Luo Chong, and several researchers from the train project discussed it, and finally made a plan to drive out the Endeavour prototype, and hang 8 semi-finished carriage trusses at the back for open-air transportation. The rails are then hung with 8 complete freight carriages filled with 8 wagon sleepers. Finally, for more passenger and cargo carriages are hung to carry accessories such as spikes, rail seats, and rubber pads, as well as tools such as hammers, shovels, and pickaxes, as well as personnel responsible for paving the road. Lin Fei and a group of craftsmen and researchers from the institute were very excited. The train they produced was finally going out. Although it was destined not to run 10 kilometers today, after all, it was just going out to pull the rails, but at least it was finally possible. Seeing this little guy go out, everyone was still very excited. The Endeavour prototype started for the first time. Lin Fei volunteered to be the first driver. He went around the front of the car and directed the craftsmen to inspect everywhere. Wherever the engine oil should be added, the engine oil should be added, and where the coal water should be added, the engine oil should be added. He personally inspected various control systems and then started lighting the boiler. The Endeavour locomotive is very small. After all, it is only half a person tall and the driving position is not large. Therefore, this model does not have any configuration of driver, co-driver, and stoker. There is only one driver and co-driver. Generally, only one person is needed. It can complete the task of controlling the train, as well as adding coal and water. Putting a co-driver is purely for preventing accidents. Lin Fei didn't find any co-pilot, so he did the work of stoker and driver alone. Although his hands were covered with black and gray, he was busy and never tired of it. After a while, the water in the boiler water tank boiled, generating a large amount of steam, which is then heated twice by many smoke pipes and exhaust gas pipes, turning it into superheated steam. The valve was finally loosened and rushed into the cylinders on both sides of the front of the car. Boom! The steam poured into the cylinder, pushing the piston, driving the connecting rod, pushing and pulling the 3 pairs of driving wheels forward half a turn, and the entire locomotive suddenly shook and jumped forward half a meter out. Everyone watching was so excited, this big guy really moved. Woo! Lin Fei suddenly sounded the whistle, and the locomotive suddenly let out a roar. He stood in the driver's seat and shouted loudly, "Get out of the way, the train is leaving the station." He happily, like a child playing with a large toy, put away his whistle and opened the valve for air supply. Steam poured into the cylinder again, and the train began to slowly move forward. Ha ha ha. Blows of white air came out from both sides of the wheel, and the Endeavour prototype, since its birth, finally drove out of that workshop where it was made. Outside the workshop, the 4 village slaves who were originally gathered here to carry sleepers and rails suddenly looked in the direction of the workshop with a confused look on their faces. After the discipline and foreman just told them to wait here, they went together. In that workshop, not long after, the sound of many people making noise came from inside. As if everyone inside was very excited, then there was a sudden roar that didn't look like a human voice, and I didn't know what was ringing. Anyway, it was loud, and then a steady stream of smoke spurted out from the door of that workshop. I didn't know if it was inside. "It's on fire." The slaves were confused. They knew that this city was the base for iron making by the Han people, and they also knew that there were many rails stored in the workshop of the previous steel rolling mill. However, they didn't know what the workshop in front of them was doing. They only knew that the railway they were going to build was extended from the ground in this large workshop. So, what is important in this should be installed, otherwise why spend so much manpower and material resources to build a railway to this big house? Just when they were puzzled, they saw another harsh howl. Then a group of craftsmen and disciplinemen suddenly ran out of that workshop. Everyone's eyes were focused on the deep workshop door, as if something was coming out. With a burst of white air, a red and black steel monster suddenly broke through the white mist, stepped on the steel wheel, and ran out of the workshop door with sparks and lightning. 927 A unique passenger and cargo carriage. The white mist that the steam locomotive spewed to both sides was like the snort of a monster, and the sound of the whistle above its head was like the roar of a monster. Ho 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 ho. Stacks of high-pressure steam pushed the piston back and forth to do work, and the steel wheels rolled, smoothly driving the locomotive out of the workshop. The slaves were stunned, and they could not imagine such a monster in the world. "Is this a car?" Someone silly looked at the locomotive with a pure metal structure and asked. "Probably, right? Look at this thing. It also has wheels, and it's just as wide as the 2 iron bars they laid, so this road is specially designed for this guy, right?" The companion next to him also looked at the wheel of the train that happened to be stuck in the track and said, "Look at the back of this car. Isn't there the coal we dug out inside? So this car is specially used to transport coal?" Someone else looked at the locomotive in front of him and speculated. "Why do you think of this? Aren't you curious that this thing doesn't have cows, horses, or people pushing it, so how on earth does it go forward?" There was another sound of alarm in the crowd. However, everyone around them shook their heads. This was not because they were not curious and did not want to know, but because they naturally thought in their hearts that no matter what incredible things appeared in the Han tribe, it should be normal. What's so strange about this? Just like the Han tribe's galleons, they can be blown away by the wind just by hanging a piece of cloth. Who can believe this when they haven't seen it before? Just like when they were captured, the Han tribe used a weapon that could hit iron balls for several miles. If they hadn't experienced this firsthand, who would have believed it? And the windmill that is driven by the wind, or this oversized iron wheel in front of you, who knows how it is going forward, but does that have anything to do with them? Just know it's a kind of car made by the Han tribe. These slaves present, or all the people of the Han tribe, had long been numb in the big explosion of technology brought by Luo Chong, and all kinds of magical things would pop up from time to time, and everyone was already surprised. They just need to know that this is the idea of the leader. What is this thing used for? What impact will it have on them? It is enough to know these. As for what principle is this thing? I'm afraid only a very small minority will take an interest in it. Ha ha ha. Only when the train passed them with white smoke, and finally stopped 200 meters away, did craftsmen and disciplinarians come to greet them. "Okay, don't be stunned here. Come with me to the workshop. Let's push out the carriage at the back and hang it on the front of the car. You can just load all the remaining rails on this car. You don't have to carry it on your shoulders." The disciplinarian greeted the slaves and went to the workshop to push the carriages. He also said that he would use this car to transport the rails. Everyone immediately became excited when they heard this, because they already knew in the morning that a total of 200 rails were to be transported today. They were sent to the construction site, but they have only done more than 30 of them until now, and the rest would be carried on their shoulders to the construction site. They may really be exhausted, and even if they were, they wouldn't be finished today. A group of people followed the discipline of each village into the workshop. After everyone came in, they discovered that there were many tracks on the ground here that were the same as the outside, and there was even a circular track switch for turning around. Those carriages, there is also a front end, which can be rotated arbitrarily here. A group of 20 people divided into groups. Each group pushed a bare carriage truss out of the workshop, and then pushed all the way to the back of the locomotive. Craftsmen had been waiting here for a long time, carrying a rolling pin in their hands. The thick steel latch inserted the carriage's buckle and the hook at the rear of the locomotive together, and it was very simple to connect to a carriage. The slaves were surprised to see that all this could be hung behind the front of the car. If you want to think about the many carriages parked in the workshop just now, are they all going to be hung on them? God, if they are all hung together, wouldn't this car be as long as a snake? Isn't this asking us to connect all the cars just now to this, right? Someone asked in disbelief. Definitely, didn't discipline just say that? Let's put all the rails on this. You guys think about how long the rails are? I don't think I can hang more than a dozen knots. I'm afraid I won't be able to install the rails. Another person analyzed with certainty. Well, that's right. The crowd nodded and then kept busy. Car trusses were hung on the front of the car one by one. A total of 8 cars were hung. Each car was 12 meters long. Coupled with the gap in the middle of each car, it was exactly 100 meters long. Then there were workers on both sides of the car frame. Insert some iron rods as car bangers, so as to prevent the rails from falling from the sides of the car. When the 3 villages responsible for transporting rails began to transport rails to the train, the other village responsible for transporting sleepers had already hung the other 8 carriages at the back. Their 8 carriages all had carriage walls. It was designed to hold ore, but now it is no problem to use it to hold sleepers, so a group of people began to pack up the materials. The slaves were loading things up and discussing in a low voice. I just counted. This car does not count as the red front. There are 16 sections hanging from the back, either equipped with rails or large wood. These things add up. How heavy does it have to be? Can this iron car really pull it? It should be possible, otherwise they wouldn't ask us to install it. Anyway, we can't let us push it after it's installed, right? Even if we are willing, we may not be able to push it. Yes, what you said makes sense, and no wonder the road we built is made of iron, and there is so much wood underneath. If we put such a heavy car directly on this dirt road, I'm afraid it will directly crush the wheels. Can you sink it? Everyone nodded in deep approval, and then continued to load the car with goods. After working for 2 hours, when the rails and sleepers were full, they were called to the workshop again, and then pushed 4 more cars. The carriage that was different from the one just now came out. This was the passenger and cargo carriage obtained by the locomotive factory according to Luo Chang's plan. There are currently only 2 types of carriages in the Han tribe. One is a carriage specially used to pull ore. This kind of carriage has solid carriage walls on all sides, ribs and frames are made of angle steel, and solid wood boards are embedded in it. It is very strong and can be used to fill the whole box. There is no problem with the ore. Moreover, on both sides of this kind of carriage, there are discharge ports specially used for unloading ore. As long as a crowbar is used to open the port using the lever principle, the ore inside will pour down. Although it is not a dump truck, it can be regarded as a simple dump truck. This type of carriage had no roof and could be covered with up to a layer of canvas, or even none, and in the current situation of the Han tribe, up to a straw curtain made of straw. In addition, this kind of carriage specially used to pull or can also be used to carry live livestock, such as cattle, horses, sheep and other live animals. With this kind of carriage, livestock can stand directly inside, and it is originally a carriage for pulling coal. It is not afraid of getting dirty, so it is acceptable to make some feces and urine. In addition to this, there was a type of carriage, which was the passenger and cargo carriage that the slaves had just introduced. Yes, the Han tribe doesn't have a dedicated passenger carriage at all, because no one is running around anyway. What do you want such a professional passenger carriage for? The reason why this version of the passenger and cargo carriage appeared was also to take into account possible passenger transportation needs, and it was also in line with the passenger transportation needs of this era. Normal passenger carriages, the seats are all arranged horizontally, and then a narrow aisle will be left in the middle. For trains with a track gauge of about 1 meter and 5 meters, the carriages can be 3 meters and 3 meters wide, which is the most common passenger train layout. There is an aisle in the middle, with 2 seats on one side and 3 seats on the other. There are 5 seats in a row. This is the most conventional layout. Narrow gauge trains with a gauge of about 1 meter are most common in Japan, where the width of the carriages is narrower, with the aisle in the middle, 2 seats on each side of the aisle, and 4 in a row. For example, the Han tribe has a 75 centimeters gauge and a carriage width of 1.6 meters. If it is designed according to the conventional layout, only 3 seats can be placed in that row. There is an aisle in the middle, and then 2 seats are placed on one side. There are single seats on the other side, and the aisle and seats are very narrow. After all, it is only 1.6 meters, which is about the same width as a family car. Imagine that there are 3 people sitting in the back seat, then you have to leave an aisle in the middle, and you know how narrow it really is. Moreover, once arranged in this way, many seats need to be stuffed into the carriage. It is impossible to decorate others. From now on, it can only be used to solicit passengers. However, it is not known whether there are so many people from the Han tribe taking the train. The tickets sold may not fit into one carriage. In this case, as long as the passenger carriages with regular layout are produced, they will inevitably lose money. So Luo Chang changed the layout of the carriages and arranged the 12-meter long and 1 meter 6 wide carriages as corridors for the hospital. Anyone who has been to the hospital must have seen it. In the corridors of the hospital, some bench seats are often placed on both sides of the wall for temporary rest for medical guests. This design is very suitable for the current situation of Han tribe. Luo Chong directly asked the craftsman to create a clean and tidy carriage first, and then used the carriage as a corridor. On the carriage walls on both sides, a row of wooden benches that can be folded and retracted were installed. If you need to carry passengers, put them on both sides. The benches are lowered from the wall, and then 2 rows of guests can sit face to face on both sides of the carriage, and the open space in the middle is used as an aisle. If there were a lot of people on the day, you could also have some people standing in the middle aisle like a bus, and with a seat design like wooden benches. Don't even think about selling seats. If someone buys a ticket, it's based on the number of people come by. The advantage of wooden benches is this. First of all, they are cheap and easy to clean. Secondly, the number of passengers is very large. 4 people can sit and 8 people can squeeze in. This is the benefit of benches. If there are no guests on the train that day, but they need to carry goods, then fold all the benches on both sides and stick them on the wall, and then the entire carriage instantly becomes a flat and empty carriage on all sides like a container, so that it can be used to load various goods. However, considering that passenger and cargo carriages may be used to carry guests at any time, there are also prescribed requirements for the cargo carried in such carriages. For example, carrying cotton, grain, equipment, utensils and the like can be placed in this kind of carriage, because such goods are basically very clean and will not make the carriage very dirty and affect the passenger experience. If you transport ore, logs, and things like that, just throw them directly into the carriage dedicated to pulling mines. Anyway, the wood is not afraid of getting dirty. Another point to note is that this kind of passenger and cargo carriage is not completely enclosed either. In other words, although it also has a roof above, it is only the kind of roof used for shade, and of course, it is no problem to use it to protect it from rain, but the upper part of the carriage walls on both sides is empty, usually fully opened, and there are no inlaid glass windows, only a rolled bamboo curtain can be put down manually temporarily used to protect from the sun and rain. However, only one curtain has limited effect after all. If it is used to transport passengers, there is no need to do other unnecessary operations. If it is used to transport goods, you can cover the roof of the car with a layer of oilcloth to protect it from rain. In a word, Luo Chong didn't expect this thing to really exert any value in passenger transportation. In terms of more design, it was still prepared for transporting goods. It didn't matter whether he pulled guests or not. But now such a design does what it should. When these 4 empty passenger and cargo carriages were also hung up on the back of the train, the discipline and foreman began to call on the slaves to get on the train. Okay, hurry up and line up. These 4 carriages are for the 4 of you to sit in. One carriage after another. Get on the carriage quickly and see if the chairs on the walls on both sides of the carriage are gone. Put that thing down. You can sit on it. Everyone took their tools and squeezed each other, and when they really couldn't sit down, they sat on the floor of the middle aisle. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. They have been busy for a day. In the past, they used to measure step by step on 2 legs no matter where they went. Unexpectedly, today the Han tribe actually gave them cars to sit in, and they were still such high-end cars. In the 4 carriages behind, everyone found a seat and sat down. They leaned comfortably on the wall of the carriage behind them. Looking at the person sitting opposite them in the same position, everyone would smile. There were 50 people in one village. This carriage just sat down. Someone couldn't help but sigh. What should I do if I suddenly regret it? What do you regret? The people around him asked curiously. I regret that after listening to the patriarch's words, I had to follow them to seize the Han tribe city, otherwise I would not have ended up like this. Look what the Han tribe looks like. When our tribe didn't even popularize its own carriages, the Han tribe had already built such a magical carriage. This carriage actually contained 50 people, and there's an open space in the middle. This is just one of the carriages, and in front of us, there are 3 more carriages like this, and the carriages of this carriage still look like they can be added or subtracted at will. Doesn't this mean that if there are more people, just hang up a few more carriages? Do you dare to think of such a magical car? Anyway, I don't even dare to think about it, and I don't know how the people of the Han tribe came up with these good things, and not only did they come up with them, they also made them. We actually regarded the Han tribe as our enemy at the beginning. It's really ridiculous to think about it now. I'm afraid the Han tribe has never looked at us at all. Compared with them, we are like monkeys who have just learned to farm. Everyone around them was completely silent when they heard it. This is the end of the matter. They don't know what to say. Do you regret it? Who wouldn't regret it? But what's the use of regret? Just when everyone was sitting in the train carriage and sighing, there was a sudden double sound from the rear of the train. It turned out that after discussing with a few foremen, they felt that it was already evening. After this trip to the construction site, they would definitely not be there in the evening. I came back again, and as soon as a few people discussed it, they simply hung up 2 more dining cars and went up. One cart was used to pull food and other ingredients, as well as clean water, and the other carriage contained several coal stoves, as well as shelved chopping boards, which were specially used for cooking. After the 2 dining cars at the back were mounted, the discipline guards in each village also carried a portable calcium carbide lamp and boarded the 4 passenger carriages. In the evening, it was already a little dark in the passenger carriage. After a calcium carbide lamp was brought up, it instantly illuminated the entire carriage brightly and translucently, from the head of the carriage to the end of the carriage, and also illuminated the faces of many slaves. They all couldn't help but look towards the bright light and heard the discipline say, "Everyone has been busy for a day today, and it is almost dark now. Let's take a short rest first. When we arrive at the construction site, we will cook and eat, and then we can rest today. Until tomorrow, we in this village will no longer have to move rails. The rails and sleepers installed on this train should be enough for a day or 2. By then, you will all learn to install rails, which is the job of nailing nails. Everyone, seize the opportunity, take a serious look, learn well, and strive to wait until the end of the project on this line. You can all learn the skills of this railway, and then get the household registration of the Han tribe. Your Xin tribe is already in the past tense. Open your eyes and look at the future. Look at the train and railway of our Han tribe. How powerful our train is. It can be driven without the need for oxen and horses. Just put a stove in front and boil water. You can walk. Not only can you walk, but you can also pull so many people and things at once. I don't hide it from you. This is the train that our Han tribe has just researched. The railway you built is the first railway of our Han tribe. When this road is repaired, you will know that this train is amazing. It pulls more than a boat and runs faster than a horse. From now on, our Han tribe will have such a thing. No other tribe will ever be our rival in this world. And you are the first batch of railway workers of the Han tribe. As long as you learn this craft, settling in the Han tribe is the most basic. If you want to live a good life in the Han tribe, it is not a problem, because the tribe will definitely build more in the future. More railways, and you are the most experienced railway workers. 928 Summary of the first quarter of the first year of Daming. In the carriage at the end of the train, the disciplinarian was carrying a lamp to do ideological work for the slaves. In fact, he didn't need to say anything. Since this group of people was captured, the leaders inside have been killed by the Han tribe. The remaining people at the bottom of these prisoners of war have already figured it out. What kind of Xin tribe, what kind of clan, is nothing compared with the Han tribe. If the Han tribe is willing to let them go and give them a commoner status to live a good life, then they are 100 willing, let alone now after meeting the Han tribe's train. He also participated in the construction of the railway. As the discipline says, when this road is paved, they are the most experienced and the only batch of railroad workers. They are not afraid of being used, but of not even being worth, because then they may be abandoned, they will be killed, just like throwing away garbage. But having learned the craft, they are no longer ordinary slaves, but road builders of value, and such a life and work may not be decent enough, but it gives them peace of mind, knowing that they have value and will not be easily killed again. The workers nodded repeatedly, saying that they understood that they were not fools, and that such a good opportunity this time must be firmly seized. It was getting darker and darker, and whining whistles were heard from the front of the car 200 meters away. Hoo 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 hoo. The steam pushed the piston and drove the wheels to turn. Because the load was too large, the driving wheels even slipped a little on the rails. However, after the power and speed came up, the train began to move forward slowly and gradually accelerated. Because it had just been started and the track was not very long, Lin Fei, who was driving in front, did not dare to accelerate, fearing that he would not be able to stop the train at the end and the entire train would rush off the track. So it was only a little over a kilometer, and they walked for 4 or 5 minutes to reach the construction site at the front line. There were no more people here at the construction site, only a few craftsmen who were responsible for guarding the tools, so when they saw this train coming, they were not much surprised, and the 2 villages that had previously been responsible for installing the rails here, because no new sleepers and rails had been sent over in the afternoon, had now gone further ahead to build the roadbed. The project has just started, and progress is very slow. Lin Fei, who originally said it was low difficulty and needed to build 10 kilometers a day, now doesn't dare to say big words. From the official launch of the project, it was dark the next day, and now it can be open to traffic. The mileage is less than 2 kilometers. How can I explain this to the leader? I excitedly called Luo Chong over before. Looking at the current progress, I don't know when the entire line will be open to traffic. Luo Chong also saw the situation, so he did not continue to wait slowly in Xingdong County. Instead, he took Tang Yao and his personal guards to Liuyang County. Shi Xian wrote to him, saying that he had started construction since the beginning of the year. The flying fish-type clipper is now completed. Without thinking about it, Luo Chong took people directly to Liuyang Commandery. To be reasonable, if it weren't for watching the train test run, Luo Chong wouldn't be willing to come to Xingdong County. The living conditions here are really not good. They are all saline alkali land. There is also a salt lake nearby. It is simply a mine. There is no vegetable grower. It's too difficult to eat something. A group of people went to Liuyang County nonstop, and Shi Xian greeted them in person, then led Luo Chong to the dock of the shipyard to visit the flying fish-type clipper ship. Luo Chong took Tang Yao to the pier and looked at the flying fish boat in front of him. At this time, the flying fish was still being outfitted, but the large items had basically been installed, the rudder was in place, the mast was hoisted, and the sails were hoisted. It's already done, but some interior decoration is still in progress, but it no longer affects sailing. You can go by raising the sail. Several people built bridge slabs from the trestle and walked up to the deck, watching and listening to Shi Xian's introduction. Leader, this flying fish was modified according to your requirements. The width of the ship is only 10 meters. Compared with the ships we built before, it is slightly narrower, but the length is 82 meters, so the cargo capacity is not inferior to that of the previous ships. Those barks built before. The ship has now completed most of the outfitting. If the leader has any transportation tasks, he can issue them now. When the supplies are assembled here, the outfitting will basically be completed, and the ship can be sailed immediately. Luo Chong just responded and went on to look inside the cabin. Although the width of a ship of 10 meters is not wide, it is actually not small. The ships built by the Han tribe in the past were always relatively wide. That is because they were designed to be cargo ships in inland rivers. They are wider and more stable, and they are loaded more, but 10 is the meter really narrow? The Black Pearl in Luo Kongji's Pirates of the Caribbean is actually only about 10 meters wide. It doesn't look particularly narrow, but this spacecraft is designed according to a variant of the scissor ship. In order to reduce the center of gravity and wind resistance, there is no superstructure on the side of the ship, so it looks a little shorter than the Black Pearl, but this captain, so it's actually not bad in terms of carrying capacity. Several people circled under the boat, and Shi Xian thought that Luo Chong would be very satisfied, but heard from Luo Chong's mouth a request for them to continue modifying the ship's shape. This boat is not bad, but it still does not meet the transportation needs of our tribe, and we still need to continue to improve it. Luo Chong took them to the deck and then said to Shi Xian, improve? Shi Xian is a little confused. So, wasn't this what Luo Chong personally said he wanted to change? Why is it now saying that it does not meet the requirements? Is this a change of orders? Luo Chong looked at his puzzled look and then explained. I didn't say that this ship is not good, it's just that there are some special cargoes that are not suitable for transportation in this kind of ship, so in order to adapt to the shape of the cargo, the cabin layout and so on need to be modified. This flying fish can be used to transport personnel and some manufactured goods. Liuyang County Shipyard can discontinue all the previous models of brigs and barks and then convert them all to this kind of flying fish ship, but I will a few more requests. I want you to use the current flying fish platform as the basis to change the layout of the cabin again, abandon some top decks, and change it into a sunken cargo ship, mainly used to transport cement and steel bars. These are all building materials that are urgently needed on Kaiyingsu Island. The steel bars are usually 6 meters each. You have to calculate how to install this to be more cost-effective. You have to make full use of the space in the cabin and the cement. The cement is packaged in sacks, but it is very heavy, and the thing must not be stained. Water will be useless as soon as it touches the water, so you should also consider how to waterproof it. This is the first requirement. From now on, anything built according to the current flying fish hull standard will be called the small flying fish type. Then you can build another big flying fish boat type. The size of the big flying fish will be based on your Gendon festival. Just make it the way I saw it, 16 meters wide and more than 130 meters long. You should also study the cabin and the sunken deck of this big flying fish. I am preparing to use this to transport rails to the south. Each rail is 100 meters long, and today's small flying fish or other ship types cannot fit it at all, so another ship type with a cargo hold of more than 100 meters must be developed to meet the transportation needs of our tribe. So can you understand? I understand, don't worry, leader, I can arrange the production plan now. Shi Xian nodded clearly. It turned out that the leader was not dissatisfied, but had some special transportation needs. If the rails were 100 meters each, these existing ships of the Han tribe would really not be able to transport them. Before, Luo Chong thought that the big flying fish was too long and it was difficult to turn around in the inland river. But now, even if he can't turn his head, he has to build it. Otherwise, how can he transport rails to the south? After thinking about it, Luo Chong added again. By the way, for this big flying fish, it is best to find a way to open a door under its side and not allow water to enter. The height of this door can be directly aligned with the height of the trestle at the pier, so that it can be directly connected. Driving in, I am also planning to use this big flying fish to transport locomotives to the south. You send a working group to the research institute in Xing'an County and let the people over there cooperate with you. You jointly develop a plan to see what method you can use to drive the train directly from the pier to the cabin of the big flying fish. Then this pier will be built on the other side of Weixin County, which is by the lake, and the waters will be wider, and it will also be convenient for the big flying fish to make a U-turn. Otherwise, if you get on the bus here, it will not even be easy to adjust the direction. Luo Chong added to Shi Xin again. Yes, I understand the leader, and I will select the working group today. Shi Xin quickly responded from the side. After explaining the renovation plan for the big and small flying fish, Luo Chong and Tang Yao went to the Liuyang County official office. Before Mo Xin's dozen carpenters left, they were still carefully making models of the palace. Luo Chong took Tang Yao and looked here again, then encouraged them with a few words. Tang Yao, on the other hand, was fascinated by the model of the exquisite pavilions. When it was time for dinner in the evening, Tang Yao suddenly said to Luo Chong, "Luo Chong, can I go back to the Tang tribe?" Luo Chong was stunned, put down his chopsticks and looked at her and asked, "Of course, why do you suddenly want to go back?" Didn't you just say when you were looking at the ship that you wanted to send the rails and the train south? Such a good thing, if our two tribes didn't merge together, you would definitely not give it to our